A middle-aged woman, still attractive and fashionably dressed, sat by the hospital bed, seemingly muttering to herself. All I wanted was to live a decent life. What's wrong with that? You're honest. You're morally upright. You have self-respect. I admit it. I owe you. I've wronged you. But so what? Can I put food on the table? I've suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck being stuck with you. You good for nothing, useless wimp. Whose fault is it that you're incompetent? If you had any real ability, go out and earn me a mountain of gold and silver. If you want to eat wind from the northwest, why drag me down to starve with you? You're useless, but now you won't even let me find my own way? I've seen through it all. In this life, if you're willing to suffer in silence, you'll spend your whole life suffering in silence. Open your eyes and look around. Never mind how the Feng family rose to power the V made their money. There's a saying, it doesn't matter if the cat is white or black, as long as it catches mice. Next time, be smarter. Look at yourself stressed to the point of illness. What's the point? I've taken care of you until now. I've done my duty. You're suffering just by being alive, wasting money. I won't let the doctors resuscitate you. Beep. Shanghai, the magic city. Li Xiaofeng had been reborn, returning to the year 1999 just after finishing the college entrance exam. Though he had already grasped his current circumstances, he felt no joy from being reborn, only endless silence and reflection on his past life. Li Xiaofeng's background was pitiful. He was an orphan, adopted from an orphanage by his foster father, who passed away when Li was just finishing junior high. His foster father had been a worker at Hongqing Bicycle Factory. With a small pension from the factory and 2 old, run-down apartments, Li barely managed to graduate from high school. He should have continued to university, starting a new chapter in his life. But because of that woman, he took a completely different path. After a long silence, he slowly uttered one sentence. This woman is no good. Feng Huiya, the high school beauty queen, the naive Li Xiaofeng, was head over heels in love with her. Not only did he spend 3 years in high school worshiping her, but he also gave up his education, working himself to exhaustion on construction sites, carrying bricks to earn every penny for her university tuition. Feng Huiya attended an art school, which had exceptionally high fees and expenses. But after graduation, Feng Huiya didn't show gratitude. Instead, she cut ties with her lover as soon as she reached shore, choosing the factory director's son, Feng Bowen. Later, the Feng family privatized and restructured Hongqing Bicycle Factory, turning it into a private enterprise. Then, with the city's urban planning changes, industrial land was converted to commercial use. By selling the land, the Feng family suddenly became incredibly wealthy. At that point, Feng Bowen discarded Feng Huiya, and Li Xiaofeng became the one to pick up the pieces. Don't laugh yet. Hold your judgment. Honestly ask yourself. Everyone knows celebrities in the entertainment industry have messy private lives. But if one of those female stars said she wanted to marry you and be devoted to you forever, would you take her? Well, Li Xiaofeng from his past life did. After all, isn't there that saying? If you love her, don't care about her past. Damn it, Li Xiaofeng was deceived. Later, that woman, Feng Huiya, went back to Feng Bowen, willingly and shamelessly becoming his mistress. Everyone only lives one life. No one has foresight. But it seemed heaven felt sorry for Li Xiaofeng and gave him a second chance. As Li Xiaofeng was still lamenting his past life, a knock came from the door. Opening it, he saw a vibrant, energetic young beauty standing there, her hair tied in a ponytail, wearing a white shirt, tight jeans, and shiny new leather shoes. Her demeanor was haughty, as if she were an Egyptian queen wielding a whip, ready to lash out at any slave who displeased her. Feng Huiya, you damn woman. Li Xiaofeng glared at her, gritting his teeth. What do you want? Just move aside. Don't bother getting me water, I am not thirsty. She was indeed ungracious, and Li Xiaofeng had no intention of fetching her water. Feng Huiya approached a chair, pulled out some toilet paper, and carefully wiped it down before cautiously sitting. What are your plans now? Feng Huiya crossed her legs, her white feet wrapped in sheer stockings, paired with long, shapely legs undeniably tempting to a young man full of passion. What plans? Li Xiaofeng plopped down on another chair, his tone impatient. I mean, now that the college entrance exam is over, your family's money is nearly gone. There's no way you can go to university. Who says I can't? Li Xiaofeng interrupted, annoyed. Feng Huiya asked in surprise. University takes 4 years, and tuition isn't cheap. Where will you get the money? Li Xiaofeng smiled slightly. Isn't our area scheduled for demolition? I still have 2 apartments. Once I sign the papers, I'll have the money. Then where will you live afterward? As long as I have money, I can live anywhere. But a person needs their own home. Feng Huiya, aren't you meddling too much? This is my own business. Feng Huiya frowned, glanced at Li Xiaofeng, and seeing he didn't seem to be lying, said nothing. After a moment of hesitation, as if making a decision, her face slightly flushed, she said, Xiaofeng, you've always liked me, right? I'm giving you a chance today. What chance? Hearing this, Li Xiaofeng, recalling scenes from his past life, blurted out, if you're willing to cover my 4 years of university tuition and living expenses, I'll give you a chance to pursue me. As long as... I don't want it. What? Feng Hui's eyes widened, as if she'd heard something unbelievable. I said, I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Do you understand? Li Xiaofeng's eyes burned with anger. In his past life, he had been overjoyed. He thought his sincerity had finally touched her, believing the most beautiful thing in the world had come to him only to find it was a nightmare. In reality, what truly moved Feng Hui was money. Having lived through that life, Li Xiaofeng now understood. If a problem can be solved with money, there's no need to use genuine feelings. Using genuine feelings is time-consuming, laborious, and often backfires, making the other person think you're freeloading. 4 years of university tuition alone will cost tens of thousands. Do you really think your empty words are worth that much? How can you be like this? How am I being? A chance? What kind of ridiculous chance is that? What if after graduation you look down on me? Then my money would be wasted, right? Don't regret this. Li Xiaofeng snapped back. This time, I won't let myself regret anything. Chapter 2. Demolition Compensation. Feng Hui stormed away in anger. Farewell. One must solve their own problems. In this lifetime, I shall live for myself. Feng Hui has a younger brother. Although the Feng family lives modestly, both parents are employed, and they can manage to cover her tuition and living expenses. However, the Feng family adheres to a traditional preference for sons, believing that daughters are destined to marry and thus are seen as a financial burden. Hence, they are reluctant to spend excessively on their daughter. Li Xiaofeng, however, is unconcerned about the affairs of others. His immediate priority is to secure his demolition compensation. The 2 old houses left to him by his adoptive father are modest in size, totaling 32 square meters. According to the current demolition policy in Huhai City, the compensation is set at a ratio of 2:1, translating to a compensation area of 64 square meters. Should he choose not to accept a house, the compensation standard is 3,000 yuan per square meter. Do not underestimate this amount. It is indeed a challenge. As the average price of housing in Huhai City is currently only 300 yuan per square meter, given that the compensation standard is slightly below market value, it has fallen short of the expectations of the demolition residents, who initially hoped for compensation exceeding market rates. Consequently, the demolition policy has encountered fierce resistance from the residents, who refuse to sign contracts, opting instead to unite in negotiations with the developers. The unwillingness to cooperate has prompted developers to introduce certain incentives. The first 50 signers will receive an additional reward of 10, while the first 100 will receive a 5 reward. Those in the middle will receive a demolition gift package. In a more unscrupulous move, the developers announced that the last 50 individuals to sign will receive nothing, while those between the last 150 will receive only a small gift package. Human nature often leans towards selfishness. To contend with developers? To challenge capital? To oppose the prevailing trends of national development? Let us be realistic. For ordinary individuals, following the crowd is often the wisest course of action. Moreover, while others can afford to wait, Li Xiaofeng cannot. He needs to attend school, which requires a considerable sum of money. He also intends to invest this money to generate returns, leveraging the experiences from his past life to improve his living conditions. Before long, he arrived at the demolition office. What? You say the first 100 slots are already filled? A portly, middle-aged man, with a greasy demeanor, glanced at a document in hand, wearing a broad smile as he replied, Yes, you've arrived a bit late. Our demolition conditions are quite generous, and many are eager to sign. Li Xiaofeng scoffed coldly. Speaking in a measured tone, it seems like you're trying to sell something that isn't in demand. If more than 10 people have signed, I'll take your surname. Really, I'm not deceiving you. You're Li Xiaofeng, right? I advise you to sign quickly. I hear you need to attend school. The sooner you receive your funds, the sooner you can prepare for your studies, since attending university can be quite costly. Those involved in the demolition are truly heartless. In their relentless pursuit of profit, they manipulate human nature to its core. Waiting for me here, are you? Knowing my family's situation, you've calculated that I cannot afford to wait, haven't you? To be frank, if you want me to sign now, I have no intention of doing so. My girlfriend has already promised me that we will marry after graduation. I have decided to forego university, Tomorrow, I shall embark on a job. I will save up for a house, which will be just right for our wedding. I will stand my ground against all of you. With that, Li Xiaofeng turned and strode away. Hey, young man, don't leave. Why the anger? I mistakenly overlooked that there is still one reward slot of 5 available. Spare me the nonsense. If you can't deliver, then don't bother me. Without a 10, don't come looking for me. Li Xiaofeng declared vehemently before returning home without a backward glance. He lacked substantial leverage, yet he could not allow himself to be easily exploited. He could only leverage the demolition office's eagerness to expedite matters to secure the maximum benefit for himself. Indeed, it was not long before a greasy, middle-aged man from the demolition office, wearing a broad grin, appeared at Li Xiaofeng's doorstep. What brings you here? You should wait back at the office. If a large group comes for demolition, you might end up regretting it. The oily middle-aged man, with a fawning demeanor, replied, Young man, please don't be upset. I'm merely doing my job. I hope you can understand. The demolition policy is in place, and the highest reward slots are limited. Everyone is reluctant to sign. So I must find a way to mediate. With irritation, Li Xiaofeng retorted, Enough. You're merely playing favorites. Your words sound so pleasant, but you only bully the weak. I won't fall for that. Yes, young man, please don't be angry. Can I reserve one of the 10 reward slots for you? Oh, should I thank you for that? Should I kneel and bow my head in gratitude? The young man chuckled. No need for such theatrics. I appreciate your support for our work. I brought the contract. Please, can you sign it now? Li Xiaofeng hesitated momentarily but decided not to prolong the charade. When the intended goal is within reach, one must seize the moment. Greed can easily lead to misfortune. When can I expect the funds? Demolition compensation typically arrives within 3 months. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaofeng set down the pen in his hand. I'm not being difficult. You know that I need this money for tuition. If it delays my ability to pay for school, what good is this compensation to me? The greasy middle-aged man frowned but quickly smiled, saying, Rest assured, I will report your situation to the higher-ups and expedite your compensation. Please, spare me the childish chatter. What do you mean by expedite? If you want me to sign this contract, you must stipulate that the compensation arrives within a month. If it does not, you must compensate me for 10 times the breach of contract and cover any legal fees and lost wages incurred from your delays. That seems rather unreasonable. Our contracts are standardized. The oily middle-aged man hesitated. Don't think I am ignorant. Many demolition households are required to sign confidentiality agreements, and there are variations. I have no time to bicker with you, but you cannot take advantage of me just because I am alone. No, my young friend. That is not what I meant. Your situation is indeed unique. Allow me to report this matter to my superiors immediately. With that, the greasy, corpulent middle-aged man took out his phone and moved to a secluded spot to make a call. After a considerable amount of chatter, he returned with a beaming expression, exclaiming, Good news, my young friend. Not only have they agreed, but they have also promised that the funds will be transferred within 3 days. However, there is one condition. Your contract signing will be used as a typical case for publicity among the displaced residents. Are you amenable to this? Chapter 3. The relocation compensation you cannot grasp. Li Xiaofeng hesitated, pondering in silence. Being used as a model for publicity would inevitably alienate him from all his neighbors, making it impossible for him to coexist in the community thereafter. Yet, who truly cared to remain here? Did he wish to live another life while clinging to the quagmire of the lower strata? After years at university, he was still uncertain about his future, and with the impending relocation, everyone would scatter in different directions. Besides, they were all adults, in the face of tangible benefits. It seemed unnecessary to cling to those meager friendships. The social niceties of the lower class, while providing some emotional value, were ultimately worthless. Noticing Li Xiaofeng's silence, the greasy middle-aged man recognized his concerns and promptly sweetened the deal. Let us not have you toil in vain. I can offer you an additional 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan for enduring the disdain of all my neighbors? Li Xiaofeng retorted. 2,000 is what the authorities have allocated to me. If you want more, I will have to seek assistance elsewhere. Li Xiaofeng chuckled and nodded. Very well, 2,000 it is. However, since you have assured me that the relocation funds will arrive within 3 days, they must indeed be delivered. You know, there are many preparations to be made for school. Necessary purchases must be undertaken. Money is essential for action, wouldn't you agree? Indeed. You are a practical fellow, my young friend. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise. As Li Xiaofeng watched the greasy middle-aged man depart, he felt a pang of reflection. In these times, undertaking any endeavor was fraught with difficulty. Observing his satisfied demeanor, Li Xiaofeng had reason to suspect that he was the first among the displaced to sign the contract. Perhaps, with further negotiation, he could secure additional benefits. But that was not his desire. The wealthy magnate of the harbor district once remarked, "Never strive to seize the last coin." This statement is laden with wisdom and profound insight. It applies not only to the pursuit of wealth, but also to the manner in which one conducts oneself in life and business, akin to the ancient adage that one should always leave room for maneuver. Indeed, while the greasy middle-aged man was cunning, he was also efficient in his dealings. The very next day, he delivered the 2,000 yuan, and by the third day, Li Xiaofeng's relocation compensation was credited to his account. By the fourth day, news of Li Xiaofeng's signed contract had spread far and wide. The total compensation for the 64 square meters amounted to 3,000 yuan per square meter, plus an additional 10% bonus, along with the 2,000 yuan for promotion, culminating in a grand total of 213,200 yuan. However, on the fifth day, Feng Hui's father paid him a visit. "Uncle Feng, do you have something to discuss? I heard you have already signed with the demolition office." "Indeed." "Oh, Xiaofeng, you are being foolish. Why are you in such a rush to sign? Everyone is still waiting to negotiate for a better compensation standard. The current amount is far too low." "Uncle Feng, you know my situation is unique. I am the only one in my family, and I am counting on this money for my education. I have no other choice." "Oh, speaking of which, you are indeed a pitiable soul. However, having such a substantial sum of money in your possession seems rather unwise." Before Li Xiaofeng could respond, Feng Hui's father continued, "You see, you have cherished Huia for so many years, and soon we will be family. So, let us do this. Keep the money with your Uncle Feng, who will save it for you. After you graduate, you can use it for your wedding. This way, you won't squander it away." Feng Hui's father's scheme was as clear as day, even audible from the summit of Mount Everest. Li Xiaofeng smiled gently and replied with a calm demeanor, "Uncle Feng, I am already an adult. Xiaofeng, listen to me, you are still young. You might not handle this demolition compensation wisely. That is my own affair and has nothing to do with your family. Furthermore, regarding Huia marrying me, have you even asked her if she agrees? What does it matter if a girl agrees or not? Such matters are determined by the parents." Li Xiaofeng responded with a smile, "Uncle Feng, what era are we in? Surely, you are not trying to deceive me. Moreover, who knows what the future holds? If in a few years Huia no longer has feelings for me and chooses to marry someone else, what can I do? It would be impossible for you to demand the money back, wouldn't you agree? Xiaofeng, you cannot say that. We have been neighbors for so many years, and I have watched you grow up. Surely I wouldn't deceive you. That is debatable. Besides, with everyone being relocated, who can predict where we will live in the future? Xiaofeng, if you continue with this attitude, Huia may lose interest in you. She has never liked me. Xiaofeng, girls need to be courted. Boys should take the initiative. It's unreasonable to expect a girl to pursue you. I have already taken the initiative for many years. I am tired. If there is to be any movement, it must come from her." Seeing that Li Xiaofeng was resolutely opposed, Feng Hui's father grew somewhat displeased but forced a smile, conceding, "Xiaofeng, how about this? You can keep the demolition compensation for yourself. Huia can be your girlfriend, and you will cover her college tuition and living expenses. Once she graduates, you can marry her. Keep the demolition compensation for myself? That money is rightfully mine." Li Xiaofeng found this notion amusing. The audacity of it felt akin to watching a cooked duck fly away, an unbearable loss. "Uncle Feng, love is not a transaction, nor is marriage a mere bargain. Besides, a forcibly twisted fruit is never sweet. I have no desire for it. Huia has feelings for Feng Bowen, and you cannot be unaware of that." Feng Hui's father remarked with irritation, "It's not that she has genuine feelings for Feng Bowen. Rather, she's attracted to his father, the factory director, who enjoys a handsome salary and a prestigious position. But that old man is shrewd, and won't let her take advantage of him." Upon hearing Feng's father's words, Li Xiaofeng's face broke into a smile. "Uncle Feng, are you suggesting that the Feng family's advantages are elusive, while mine are attainable?" Feng Hui's father felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant." Li Xiaofeng interrupted him, speaking in a calm tone. "You just mentioned that Huia is enamored with the Feng family's wealth, which implies her affection lies with money, not with me. Hence, I believe any matters between Huia and myself can wait until I am financially secure. Realizing that soft words had failed, Feng Hui's father adopted a stern expression. Xiaofeng, I am looking out for your best interests. You are a man now. You must be magnanimous and possess a broader perspective. If you cannot even cherish your future wife, what woman would want to be with you? Don't find yourself unable to marry anyone in the future. Li Xiaofeng, unwilling to engage further, opened the door. Uncle Feng, I will manage my own affairs. You may leave it be. Chapter 4. Preparations before university. One must sometimes refrain from excessive politeness. For too much courtesy can lead to presumption. For most people, asserting oneself is not particularly arduous, but Li Xiaofeng, having lived a full life, had grown wise to the intricacies of human relationships. Courtesy and small talk can often be unnecessary. With newfound financial resources, he began to contemplate his future. Previously, Li Xiaofeng had toiled at the bottom rungs of society, having dabbled in stocks, worked on construction sites, engaged in sales, and even run a shop. Like a carp striving to leap over the dragon gate, he relentlessly climbed, exhausting every avenue available to the underprivileged, yet he invariably faced failure. However, some experiences left a lasting impression, particularly his foray into stock trading. When he first entered the stock market, he had heard tales of a legendary stock called Yang Technology, which soared from over 10 yuan to more than 120 yuan in a matter of months. Undoubtedly, there were manipulations and underhanded dealings involved. Yet, for the average individual, such matters were inconsequential. Those who broke the law would be apprehended, and this represented a golden opportunity for an ordinary person to amass wealth overnight. Thus, Li Xiaofeng promptly rode his bicycle to the stock exchange to open his trading account. The trading hall was packed with people, a significant portion of whom were elderly, as most working individuals could not afford to linger there for long. The vibrant red and green on the screens seemed to possess a magical allure that stirred the emotions of the crowd. Some individuals spoke animatedly, discussing stocks with a plethora of technical jargon, presenting themselves as if they were embodiments of stock market deities. However, Li Xiaofeng knew in his heart that these individuals were merely fodder for the market. Years ago, he had been among them, clutching his meager savings and harboring excitement, eager to navigate the stock market and achieve great success. As a result, unbeknownst to him, he had suffered irrevocable losses, becoming a veritable victim. After surveying the surroundings, Li Xiaofeng disregarded the crowd and swiftly transferred 200,000 from his bank account into his stock trading account. At that moment, the stock price of Yang Technology hovered around 10 yuan, seemingly in a state of continuous fluctuation as the major stakeholders accumulated shares, presenting an opportune moment for entry. During this time, computers were just beginning to emerge, and the internet was far from the advanced state it would attain in later years. Online trading was scarce, with most transactions occurring in trading halls. Within these halls were specialized trading computers, akin to modern machines, capable of autonomous operation. Young man, you've gone all in. Haven to you? You shouldn't buy stocks like that. You must gradually increase your holdings. An elderly gentleman kindly cautioned. Li Xiaofeng smiled and replied, I have no time to linger here. Buying everything at once is more efficient. Do you possess some insider information? The elder inquired. I wish I did, but no one has confided in me. I merely heard that stocks can be quite profitable and decided to try my luck. This particular stock represented one of his few advantages in this rebirth, and he needed to conceal it as much as possible. Soon after completing the transaction, he paid no further heed to the well-meaning elder and turned to leave. Having made his purchase, Li Xiaofeng settled in to await a rise in stock prices. His account still held over 13,000, which he intended to use for tuition, miscellaneous fees, and his expenses for the semester. As a premier city in the nation, Huhai boasts a leading economy and is among the top in terms of consumption. Li Xiaofeng's enrollment at Huhai University entails an annual tuition of 6,000 yuan, with an additional 1,600 yuan for accommodation, plus costs for textbooks and class fees, bringing his basic expenses for the semester to approximately 8,000 yuan. In fact, Huhai University offers dormitories at various price points, with the most affordable option starting at just 600 yuan per year, alongside choices of 901, 200 yuan. Li Xiaofeng, however, opted for the university's most luxurious dormitory, complete with private bathrooms and air conditioning, as well as access to communal coin-operated laundry facilities, with daily cleaning services provided. His choice of the premier dormitory stemmed from his own considerations. What is the purpose of attending university? Most would answer to enroll in a prestigious institution, pursue a commendable major, and eventually secure a good job. Yet for Li Xiaofeng, a reborn individual, the prospect of working for someone else was utterly unattainable in this lifetime. In reality, the essence of university lies in the resources and connections one can cultivate. Some individuals possess wealth, while others wield influence. At times, a single, casual remark from them could suffice to shape one's entire future. Of course, for the average person, even if such opportunities were presented, they might be unable to seize them, often overlooking their potential. Li Xiaofeng's choice of the most expensive dormitory was, in essence, a means of filtering social connections. Those who could gain entry into this dormitory undoubtedly hailed from relatively affluent families, which in turn suggested access to greater resources. Every year, a modest expenditure of a few hundred yuan can significantly enhance one's access to valuable connections and subsequently improve one's living environment, a remarkably wise investment. The fundamental expense for enrollment is 8,000 yuan, and Li Xiaofeng is left with approximately 5,000 yuan, yet he still needs to procure various essentials. During his high school years, in an effort to save money, he opted for inexpensive items, often purchasing from street vendors. And his household linens and daily necessities were the most economical available. Li Xiaofeng is not inherently vain, otherwise, the meager stipend from his adoptive father's pension would not have sufficed to carry him through to graduation. However, upon entering university, especially while living among peers from affluent families, he could not afford to appear overly modest. His bedding must be replaced with new, pure cotton sets, and the comforter upgraded to silk wool. Towels need to be thicker and more absorbent. He must acquire several stylish and quality autumn outfits from reputable brands, and replace his footwear with a pair of Nike shoes. His backpack, too, must transition from a canvas messenger bag to a fashionable branded backpack. Additionally, there are various other items to consider, such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, shampoo, and laundry detergent. It is often said that a poor family can possess immense wealth in small items. Indeed, these purchases totaled over 600 yuan, with the Nike shoes alone costing him 700 yuan, a staggering expense. In this era, most individuals are not particularly affluent, even in the most developed city of Huai. The monthly wage for an ordinary worker hovers around 1,000 yuan. Of course, acquiring these items does not guarantee respect from others. Ultimately, one's worth is determined by their capabilities. Nevertheless, these acquisitions at least afford him a semblance of respectability among his classmates, allowing him to interact with students from wealthier households with a sense of ease. After these purchases, Li Xiaofeng is left with 400 yuan, which translates to an average monthly living allowance of 400 yuan over the next 6 months, a relatively comfortable sum, provided he refrains from frivolous spending. With all preparations complete, he eagerly awaits the commencement of the academic term. Chapter 5. Striving to integrate with classmates. The semester at Huai University has begun. Li Xiaofeng, who did not attend university in his previous life, finds everything within the campus to be refreshingly novel, much like his fellow students. However, he recalls a well-known young director remarking that Huai University is a rather pretentious institution where students engage in severe competition with one another. Indeed, Li Xiaofeng experienced this firsthand on the very first day of classes. Upon entering the dormitory, he encountered a roommate who had arrived early. "Hello, my name is Chao Jinping. How should I address you, brother?" This roommate, Chao Jinping, exuded an air of arrogance and flamboyance, akin to a self-proclaimed prince, embodying the essence of the so-called national husband in Li Xiaofeng's previous life, undeniably wealthy and unrestrained. Sporting sunglasses and clad entirely in designer labels, he flaunted the latest smartphone at his waist and wore headphones draped from the opening of his shirt, clearly indicating the ostentation of his lifestyle. In Li Xiaofeng's previous life, this item had already been rendered obsolete. However, in this era, it remains one of the most fashionable electronic products. It is noteworthy that many individuals still rely on cassette tapes to listen to recordings. In this time, a Sony device costs nearly 1,000 yuan, equivalent to the monthly wage of an ordinary worker. "Greetings, I am Li Xiaofeng." Chao Jinping removed his glasses and surveyed Li Xiaofeng's attire, smiling as he inquired, "You are Li Xiaofeng, correct? What does your family do?" Knowing he would be sharing a living space with these roommates for the coming year, any concealment would seem rather absurd and unnecessary. Thus, Li Xiaofeng elaborately shared details about his family background. "An orphan. Foster parents? A worker? Xiao Jinping was taken aback. What does your family do? We are in real estate, Xiao Jinping replied, pride evident in his eyes. Wow, a big shot, a genuine rich second generation. Li Xiaofeng felt a bit stunned, yet maintained a composed demeanor, replying nonchalantly, impressive. It appears you are indeed the fabled rich second generation. Hey, there are plenty of families richer than mine. I hardly stand out. By the way, since your family background is modest, why did you choose to live in the most expensive dormitory? The environment is nice. The dormitory has a bathroom and air conditioning. Spending a few extra 100 yuan seems worthwhile to me. Perceiving Li Xiaofeng is trying to impress, Xiao Jinping smirked slightly and asked with a hint of disdain. Then how will you sustain yourself in the future? The house in my hometown was demolished, and I received a compensation amount that is sufficient to cover my university tuition and living expenses for the year. The remaining funds I invested in the stock market, hoping to earn some pocket money. Xiao Jinping was taken aback by Li Xiaofeng's words. Wow, Xiaofeng, you are quite impressive. Aren't you afraid of losing your principal? Haven't you heard the saying? What saying? The stock market is fraught with risks. One must proceed with caution. Li Xiaofeng smiled faintly and cheerfully responded, no worries. I won't incur losses. I have quite a knack for investment and earning money. His statement was deliberate. Most would assume he was boasting. But when his stocks appreciated and he suddenly had money, the effect would be entirely different. People would be more curious and intrigued by him, fostering greater trust, which would be advantageous for utilizing his classmates' resources in the future. As expected, Xiao Jinping was somewhat speechless and could not help but ask, do you understand stocks? Not really. Then what insights do you have about investing and making money? Li Xiaofeng responded with a mysterious smile, trade secrets. I cannot divulge them. Xiao Jinping was once again at a loss for words. Suddenly, as if he had stumbled upon a new discovery, he asked in astonishment, Xiaofeng, don't you have a mobile phone? What do I need a phone for? There's no one at home. You could call your classmates. Li Xiaofeng replied with irritation. As you said, we are all classmates. We see each other all the time. If we are close enough, shouting would suffice. There's no need for a phone. I feel that for us students, a phone is merely an ornament. Even if I were to make a call, I wouldn't make many in a month. There's really no necessity. I'll buy one if I need it. Though Li Xiaofeng's words hold some validity, the undeniable truth remains that he is indeed out of money. If he were financially secure, he would undoubtedly purchase something, even if only to wear it as an ornamental accessory. People are often judged by their appearances, and sometimes, individuals fabricate their personas. Xiao Jinping smirked slightly, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm as he remarked, why don't you buy a 3? Look at mine. It's a Sony, lightweight, compact, and remarkably functional. I don't particularly enjoy wearing headphones. They tend to cause discomfort after prolonged use. I believe acquiring a 3 is quite necessary, as it can be utilized for listening to English, and even for music on ordinary days. Li Xiaofeng chuckled softly. Dapeng, are you truly this studious? I believe it for music, but not so much for English. Xiao Jinping, slightly embarrassed, replied, hee, it's all the same. Really, it's genuinely useful regardless. I initially intended to purchase a computer, but I heard that dormitories prohibit high-wattage appliances, so I've refrained for the time being. What do you need a computer for? Surely not for gaming. Li Xiaofeng teased. Who says that? It's solely for study purposes. What games can you play? Are you skilled in StarCraft? Can you manage Age of Empires? What about Red Alert? Upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's inquiries, Xiao Jinping appeared momentarily stunned, responding awkwardly, I've heard of them, but I've never played. However, I am proficient in Minesweeper. Noticing the disdainful expression on Li Xiaofeng's face, Xiao Jinping hastily clarified, haha, it's all the same. It's still quite useful. My studies were exceedingly rigorous in high school, and my family was strict, not permitting me to indulge in games. Oh, Li Xiaofeng's nonchalant tone exuded an air of superiority. His demeanor was intentional. To assimilate into a particular circle, one must possess a noteworthy advantage that others acknowledge. To adults who have never engaged in gaming, such activities may appear frivolous and laughable. However, among students, gaming is regarded as a prestigious skill, often revered. The aspiration of many novices is to be guided by a master to soar alongside them. Wealthy individuals are typically more pragmatic than the average person, and the scions of affluent families often exhibit a greater sense of realism compared to children from ordinary backgrounds. Nevertheless, to the average person, it may seem that the children of ordinary families possess superior character and authenticity, while the wealthy often appears superficial and morally deficient. As one matures and comprehends the significance of money, they may find themselves yielding to those affluent individuals. Conversely, those privileged, having been tempered by wealth, often develop a desensitized view towards money, leading to the emergence of their so-called perspective. In truth, the games Li Xiaofeng mentioned are those he frequently played in internet cafes during his previous life, particularly StarCraft, which was undeniably a global sensation during this era. The renowned Blizzard Entertainment solidified its status in the gaming industry with this very game. Chapter 6. The scorn. Seeing Li Xiaofeng's demeanor, Xiao Jinping sensed something amiss. After pondering for a while, he finally inquired with a hint of confusion, "Was your high school not strict? How could you have time for such activities? My family doesn't even allow me to buy a computer, fearing it would hinder my studies." "Oh, right, you have no one monitoring you at home. That's quite enviable. After the college entrance examination concluded, I found myself quite gifted in this regard. This game is played online, and once my other two roommates arrive, we can engage in some friendly competition." Li Xiaofeng told a small fib, as he needed a plausible explanation for his circumstances. This ability stemmed from his past experiences of playing during breaks at work in internet cafes. Take StarCraft, for instance. Mastering it in less than 6 months is no easy feat. Visiting the internet CAF was the sole form of entertainment Li Xiaofeng could afford at that time, and indeed, gaming has always been the most cost-effective leisure option for ordinary individuals. "All right, from now on we are all brothers. That's settled." There seemed to be a hint of reluctance in Xiao Jinping's tone. At that moment, another roommate arrived. "Zhendong, is that you? Are you also from dorm 402? "Indeed. Brother Xiao? We are together again. Knowing we are in the same class, I specifically sought permission from the counselor to transfer to this dormitory." "Wonderful. Let us have a drink together later." "Absolutely." The two of them chatted animatedly, briefly acquainted themselves with Li Xiaofeng, and upon learning about his family background, they seemed to regard him with indifference, continuing their conversation. Soon after, the last roommate entered, prompting the two to cease their chatter. They introduced themselves as per the management of previous students, and arranged themselves by age. Xiao Jinping took the lead, followed by Zhendong, then Li Xiaofeng, and the youngest, Cheng Ziyuan, who was last to arrive. After a round of introductions, it became apparent that the eldest, Xiao Jinping, hailed from a real estate family, while the second, Zhendong, came from a construction background. No wonder they were so familiar with one another. The youngest, Cheng Ziyuan, was from the entertainment industry, specifically involved with nightclubs and bars, suggesting a background of considerable wealth. Li Xiaofeng felt as though he had struck the jackpot. His roommates were all affluent heirs. Although they had only just met, Li Xiaofeng could discern that Zhendong was merely a follower of Xiao Jinping, while Cheng Ziyuan, with his chubby figure and constant smile, exuded an air of a cunning character. However, what saddened and embarrassed Li Xiaofeng was that the trio seemed to treat him like a transparent entity. Mid-conversation, they wandered off without him, likely to socialize and strengthen their bonds. The underlying reason for their exclusion was that, in their eyes, he likely held little value, rendering it unnecessary to expend emotional energy on him. High-end social circles indeed have their barriers. Nonetheless, Li Xiaofeng had already prepared himself mentally for this before entering the school. In his previous life, after working on construction sites and later taking on freelance jobs in sales, he had become accustomed to the facades of the wealthy. In more flattering terms, one could say the time of affluent individuals is exceedingly precious. If you lack value, they have no time for idle chatter or to engage in superficial conversations. Their demeanor is invariably the same. Sure enough, in the afternoon, the group returned, laughing and jovially intoxicated. Upon observing Li Xiaofeng resting on his bed, Xiao Jinping seemed momentarily filled with remorse. However, this sentiment swiftly dissipated, and he adopted an air of superiority. "Third brother, do not overthink it. Our decision not to include you is indeed for your benefit. Your family's financial situation is modest, and frequent outings with us may prove burdensome for you." Li Xiaofeng offered a gentle nod, responding in a calm tone, "I understand." Zhendong interjected, "Third brother, allow me to speak candidly. Please do not take offense. Given your current family circumstances, you ought to reside in a standard dormitory. It is quite something to sell your family's house merely to indulge in college life. Do you truly honor your foster father? And with your entire collection of possessions, including those Nike shoes, had your foster father been alive, he would surely disapprove." Such disdain was palpable. It appeared that this sycophant possessed a unique talent for confrontation. expertly wielding the condescending tactic of feigning concern for one's well-being. Contrary to what others anticipated, Li Xiaofeng remained unperturbed, replying with poise, "Second brother, do you harbor a disdain for those of us from ordinary backgrounds? Not at all. That is not my intention. I merely believe this reflects differing consumer philosophies. Why must individuals from humble origins always opt for the cheapest options? It is essential to recognize that many inexpensive products are prone to rapid deterioration. The expense of frequent replacements accumulates significantly. In contrast, high-quality items can endure for several years, ultimately proving more economical." Zhendong opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. With a cold smirk, Li Xiaofeng continued, "Moreover, the items I purchase are merely everyday necessities. Though they may be a touch pricier, over the course of a year, the monthly expenditure is negligible. For instance, my cotton sheets are comfortable, and my silk quilt is light. Surely, a conducive living environment enhances our studies?" As Zhendong appeared increasingly flustered, Xiao Jinping interjected dismissively, "Third brother, spare us the grandiloquence. Vanity is vanity, regardless of how you dress it up. What is there left to learn in college? What were you doing in high school? University is merely a time for romance and frivolity. Indeed, college is undoubtedly more relaxed than high school, but should you fail to graduate, I doubt your father would spare you a beating." At that moment, Cheng Ziyuan, who had been silently observing, stepped in with a cheerful demeanor to mediate. "Hey, everyone. We are classmates and will be together for several years to come. Let us not create discord." He then turned to Li Xiaofeng, saying, "Xiaofeng, why are you being so unreasonable? The elder brothers are merely looking out for you. Your flushed face suggests otherwise." Li Xiaofeng chose to disregard him. Addressing Xiao Jinping and Zhendong directly, "Elders, all individuals are equal. You do not possess the authority to dictate my consumer choices. My family circumstances are rather modest. Yet I am capable of earning my own income. The current level of expenditure is well within my means." Xiao Jinping retorted with a hint of annoyance. "All right. Let us make this clear. If you squander your money, don't come asking us for loans." Chapter 7. The matters within the boys' dormitory. These minor disputes at the beginning of the semester did not stir significant waves. Although Xiao Jinping and his companions exhibited some degree of snobbery, it was not as pronounced as that of adults. Moreover, the prevailing values of the era were far from the later obsession with wealth. Li Xiaofeng, leading a reclusive life, had minimal interactions with the others, resulting in fewer conflicts. Thus, even though they often gathered without him, their relationships remained relatively harmonious, at least on the surface, particularly during the evenings, when they returned to the dormitory. Casual banter and boasting were inevitable, serving as a vital means of fostering camaraderie among classmates. "Third bro, do you know who our campus beauty is this year?" Lu Zhendong's face gleamed with an air of prophecy. "Who?" "Jiang Shuiying, our leader's childhood sweetheart, and she harbors profound feelings for him," Lu Zhendong boasted, as if he himself were the childhood companion of the campus beauty. Li Xiaofeng smiled and remarked, "Leader, congratulations. You've made the first move and won the heart of a beauty." Xiao Jinping displayed a clear sense of pride, yet nonchalantly responded, "Humph. We've known each other since childhood. She can be quite clingy. However, I don't feel much for her. Besides, university is a place to meet new people. I've noticed our previous campus beauty, Lu Qianqian. She is quite impressive, a cool and aloof beauty that appeals to my taste." Cheng Ziyuan teased, "Goodness, leader, you're quite the beast, feasting on what's in front of you while eyeing what's beyond. You're leaving no room for your brothers." Xiao Jinping dismissed him casually. "How am I leaving you with no options? If you fancy Jiang Shuiying, then pursue her, if you can win her over. I have no objections." Li Xiaofeng shook his head with a wry smile. "Leader, you're truly unaware of your fortune. If one day Jiang Shuiying is taken by someone else, you'll be left lamenting in vain." Lu Zhendong chimed in triumphantly. "Third bro, you might not know, but Jiang Shuiying is no ordinary person. Her family is involved in real estate and wealthier than our leaderess. She's seen the world, and to her, money holds little significance. In terms of affection, who can compare to our leader's depth of feeling? Moreover, both families seem to have intentions of a union. Ultimately, Jiang Shuiying appears to be the leader's destined bride." Cheng Ziyuan spoke with a somewhat provocative tone. "Leader, are you planning to pursue Lu Qianqian? I've heard she has many admirers, one of whom is named Sun Wenshuan, who is quite persistent." Xiao Jinping responded confidently, "What does it matter how persistent he is? He hasn't succeeded, has he? In this world, lineage and background matter. What is that Sun fellow really worth? Leader, do not underestimate the Sun family. Though they may not possess as much wealth as yours, they hold considerable influence. His father is the director of our Huhai television station. More importantly, Lu Qianqian's parents are also affiliated with the Huhai television station, and as the saying goes, proximity to water allows one to access the moon first. In this regard, the Sun family indeed possesses a natural advantage. Xiao Jinping was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his confidence, exclaiming, "So what? Who can go against money? Throughout my life, I have never encountered a situation that money could not resolve. The only reason some matters remain unresolved is due to insufficient funds. Besides, I am a striking figure. If I can win over Jiang Shuiying, I certainly believe I can handle Lu Qianqian as well." LV Zhendong, with a mischievous grin, inquired, "Boss, did you really manage to win over the campus beauty Jiang? What was it like?" Xiao Jinping, his face flushed with embarrassment, retorted, "When I said win over, I meant capturing a girl's heart, not what you're implying. Why are you so sordid? Moreover, who is Jiang Shuiying's father? Our families are quite close. If I dared to make a move, my father would surely reprimand me." Li Xiaofeng chuckled and asked, "Boss, you seem quite animated. You're not still a virgin, are you?" Xiao Jinping, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sprang up and shouted, "You're the virgin. During high school, countless girls were enamored with me. Then how many did you take to a hotel?" came the retort. Xiao Jinping, flustered, shot back, "And how many did you take?" "I don't have many, just one." "How about you?" Li Xiaofeng replied, though internally he felt quite disheartened, realizing he had only ever been with one girl in his life. While it is said that men pursue women, Li Xiaofeng felt he had been at the mercy of women instead. He resolved that he would never allow himself to be taken advantage of again. "As for me, I've lost count." Xiao Jinping's eyes sparkled with mischief. In this era, although Huhai City is an economically developed region, its social norms were not as liberal as they would later become, especially for high school students, who were generally under strict supervision. At this time, dating was considered a serious transgression, strictly prohibited by both schools and parents. Most students were timid, often harboring desires but lacking the courage to act. And those who did possess the courage often found themselves too busy with their studies to pursue such matters. "Then there's nothing at all," Li Xiaofeng chimed in, grinning as he exposed the truth. Xiao Jinping immediately protested, "If I wanted to take a girl to a hotel, it would be a piece of cake." Seeing Xiao Jinping getting agitated, Li Xiaofeng decided not to provoke him further and turned his attention to Cheng Ziyuan. "Look at old Xi, smiling so cunningly. He must be someone who has seen and experienced a lot." LV Zhendong concurred, "I think so too. His family runs a nightclub, and there are plenty of beauties there. A young master like him must have women fawning over him." Cheng Ziyuan, somewhat irritated, responded, "It's not as you imagine. I do like to indulge. But my family has imposed strict orders against it, so I can't dare approach them. Sigh. It's all tears to lament. There are so many beautiful girls. And I can only shamelessly take advantage of minor gestures, or I'll be reported and then get a beating from my father with a 7 wolves belt. Not worth it, absolutely not worth it." Xiao Jinping, intrigued, asked, "So does your family allow you to pursue them now?" "No, I dare not inquire, fearing repercussions. However, you may go. In light of our camaraderie as classmates, I can extend a discount." Lu Zhendong said dejectedly, "Perhaps it is best to forego it. Your place is far too costly. The elder can afford it, but I cannot. The allowance bestowed upon me by my family is meager, and I cannot risk bringing such expenditures home for reimbursement." Xiao Jinping, somewhat awkward, remarked, "In truth, the funds my family provides are limited as well, out of concern that I may squander them outside." Yet, Li Xiaofeng smiled and inquired, "Old Xi, what is the maximum discount available at your nocturnal venues?" "Others receive a maximum discount of 85%. For us brothers, I can offer you an 80% discount." Cheng Ziyuan earnestly introduced their principal business. It appears he is also here to forge entrepreneurial connections at school. Chapter 8. Caught in the crossfire, Lu Zhendong cast a disparaging glance at Li Xiaofeng, retorting, "Old 3. Would it kill you to refrain from boasting? Both I and the elder cannot afford such luxuries, can you?" Li Xiaofeng, with utmost sincerity, replied, "I am not like you. You have familial support, whereas I must seek opportunities to earn. It is inevitable that I will need to engage in social gatherings. Since old Xi's family is in this line of work, we might as well benefit from it ourselves, don't you think?" Lu Zhendong scoffed, "Keep dreaming. What profit do you think you will reap?" Xiao Jinping, With a hint of sarcasm, added, Old 2, do not underestimate Old 3. He is a beneficiary of relocation compensation and quite affluent. Those meager funds from relocation are inconsequential. They will be depleted in no time. Lu Zhendong retorted. Old 3 even claimed to have invested his money in the stock market, hoping to reap profits from it. Huh, what profits? I have yet to see him visit a stock trading hall. Lu Zhendong scoffed. I am focused on long-term holdings, not short-term speculation. Enough of that. I see you as mere fodder, destined to be harvested. In response to Lu Zhendong's jibe, Li Xiaofeng remained unperturbed, smiling as he asked, What if I make a profit? If I do, I shall take your surname. He turned to the other two. What do you both think? Lu Zhendong, with a hint of concern, queried, How much have you invested in total? Not much, merely 200,000. Is that for real? Of course. I have nearly all my funds invested. If you don't believe me, I can take you to my home to see. We have only 2 rooms, and the compensation standards are public. Xiao Jinping, somewhat irritable, said, If we win, we shall not require anything from you. Just treat us to a meal. But if you win, we shall take turns treating you. Is that agreeable? What's the point of just a few meals? As if none of us have ever dined before. If I lose, I shall treat you all. If you lose, you must all call me father. Curse you. Shang Ziyuan chimed in. Enough of that. If you lose money, do not come crying to us for help, nor ask to borrow from us. This is all you're doing. Li Xiaofeng, brimming with confidence, declared, I relish this. Wealth cannot purchase my joy. Apart from engaging in light-hearted banter with his roommates, Li Xiaofeng dedicated the majority of his energy to his studies. It was not that he sought scholarships, but rather that he aimed to keep pace with the curriculum. He intends to dedicate half a year to completing an entire year's worth of coursework, thereby securing himself more leisure time in the school environment. Furthermore, having endured the torment of illness in his previous life, he places immense importance on both his physical and mental well-being. Although the academic workload in his freshman year is relatively heavy, most of his classes are confined to 2 sessions in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Consequently, Li Xiaofeng habitually jogs a couple of laps around the playground in the afternoons and engages in half push-ups to invigorate his upper body. Given the intensity of full push-ups, which can easily lead to arm strains, his modified version involves grasping a horizontal bar or parallel bars, maintaining his body at a 15-degree angle. The half push-up, while less strenuous, offers substantial exercise volume, allowing for a gradual enhancement of arm strength, making it particularly suitable for novices. One should not underestimate the half push-up. For the average person, even 10 can be quite challenging. Li Xiaofeng does not aspire to become a muscle-bound figure. He merely seeks to cultivate a healthier physique. The bodybuilders in the gym, despite their muscular appearances, may not necessarily enjoy good health. In fact, athletes often have shorter lifespans, burdened by injuries. Beyond Li Xiaofeng, many others frequent the playground for exercise, including the campus belle from the class of 98, Lu Qianqian. True to her title, she possesses a well-proportioned figure and exquisite features, reminiscent of the former actress Wan Qian, captivating in her beauty, which only grows more enchanting upon closer inspection, particularly in terms of her refined aura. Clad in simple athletic attire, she stands tall at nearly 1.7 meters, undoubtedly distinguished among her female peers. What is even more humbling is her innate advantages. Lu Qianqian exhibits remarkable self-discipline, consistently partaking in physical activity and managing her physique. While some engage in genuine exercise, others feign it, including the sycophants Xiao Jinping and Sun Wenxuan. Whenever Lu Qianqian pauses, they swiftly converge, exchanging pleasantries and competing over who can offer her water first, consumed by jealousy. However, Lu Qianqian pays them no mind, opting only to drink from her own water bottle. Jiang Shuiying, the campus beauty from the same cohort as Li Xiaofeng, is less fond of physical exertion, yet she occasionally joins in the commotion, drawn by her childhood friend on the playground. Slightly shorter than Lu Qianqian at approximately 1.65 meters, Jiang Shuiying is still quite tall among women. In contrast to Lu Qianqian, her figure is exceptionally curvaceous, perfectly embodying the term devilish. Additionally, her features are delicately refined, particularly her full lips, reminiscent of the actress Zhu Dan from a past life, and combined with her alluring physique, she exudes a captivating sensuality that is undeniably enticing. Xiao Jinping, come here. You are not to go near her. Jiang Shuiying seethes with anger at the perceived betrayal of her childhood friend, especially in the presence of another equally beautiful campus belle, which only intensifies her ire. What does this signify? It signifies a perceived inadequacy in her own allure compared to others. Xiao Jinping, with an air of annoyance, retorts, Jiang Shuiying, cease your spoiled antics. I am not beholden to you. So what gives you the right to dictate my actions? Jiang Shuiying, fueled by indignation, finds her chest rising defiantly. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng was gripping the horizontal bar, performing half push-ups while observing the lively scene around him. Perhaps it was his solitary demeanor that caught her attention. Being a solitary figure among the group of Xiao Jinping and his friends, coupled with his height of 1.78 meters and decent looks, made him stand out. Thus, she swiftly pulled him to her side. Just as Li Xiaofeng was taken aback, Jiang Shuiying triumphantly declared to Xiao Jinping, Xiao Jinping, let me tell you the truth. I already have a boyfriend. Look, he is far more handsome than you and taller too. In Jiang Shuiying's eyes, whether Li Xiaofeng agreed or not was of no consequence. Aside from Xiao Jinping, no man could possibly reject her. Xiao Jinping laughed heartily. Jiang Shuiying, you certainly have a discerning eye. He is the third roommate in our dormitory. I may not know much about others, but I know him well. How could he possibly be your boyfriend? Jiang Shuiying glanced at Li Xiaofeng with a slight frown, and stubbornly retorted, so what? Why can't someone from your dormitory be my boyfriend? He is the poorest among us, an orphan without parents, with little money to his name. He even sold the house left to him by his foster father. Li Xiaofeng felt the sting of those words. Chapter 9. Li Xiaofeng's fury. Xiao Jinping's remarks drew the attention of Lu Qianqian, further inflating Xiao Jinping's pride. Despite residing in our dormitory, adorned in designer brands, it's all a facade. He possesses no real strength. If you truly wish to pursue someone like him, I won't stop you. However, I will inform your brother, and he will mock you for a lifetime. What age are we in, still playing such childish tricks? Ha ha ha, it's truly laughable. At that moment, Lu Qianqian also became intrigued by the situation, and with Xiao Jinping's growing enthusiasm, he exaggeratedly painted Li Xiaofeng as a pathetic clown. The effect was palpable, eliciting occasional laughter from the crowd, even bringing a rare smile to Lu Qianqian's face, which left Jiang Shuiying's expression fluctuating between shades of green and white, unable to extricate herself from the awkwardness. However, no one seemed to consider Li Xiaofeng's feelings or thoughts, whether he felt embarrassed or distressed. Witnessing the unfolding scenario, Li Xiaofeng understood the dynamics at play. As a university student, he had approached the social scene with goodwill, seeking friendship. In the face of his roommate's scornful jibes, he maintained his composure, responding only with limited retorts, striving to avoid any excessive or aggressive reactions. After all, to outsiders, he indeed appeared to possess little strength, perhaps even less than children from ordinary families, making their opinions somewhat understandable. But why had he drawn their ire? Merely to amuse a beautiful girl. He was subjected to such ridicule. What right did Xiao Jinping have to treat him this way? In that moment, Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of anger. Since you regard me as less than human, I shall no longer extend you the courtesy. He reached out and said to Jiang Shuiying, it's rather noisy here. Shall we take a stroll in that little grove over there? As he leaned closer to her, he whispered, let's play along, or else it will be awkward for everyone. Jiang Shuiying cast a glance at him, then turned her attention to Xiao Jinping, who was busy flattering Lu Qianqian, before extending her arm into Li Xiaofeng's. He guided her towards the grove. Xiao Jinping glanced over but paid them no mind, continuing his grandiloquent discourse in an attempt to capture Lu Qianqian's attention. He believed that after today, Lu Qianqian would certainly have a more profound impression of him. Feeling that he had drawn closer to her, and that the likes of Sun Wenxuan would fall behind, oblivious to the fact that Lu Qianqian was also casting a curious glance towards Li Xiaofeng. Once they left the playground, Jiang Shuiying quickly withdrew her arm, lowering her head. Her expression tinged with sadness as she prepared to leave, only to be called back by Li Xiaofeng. Jiang Shuiying, do you intend to leave like this? She lifted her gaze, her eyes cold as she replied, what? Are you serious? Li Xiaofeng chuckled softly, that's not my intention. I merely meant to say that I am Chao's roommate, and am quite familiar with his every move. If you wish to pursue him, perhaps I could assist you. Unmoved, Jiang Shuiying replied in a flat tone, you're not harboring any inappropriate thoughts towards me, are you? To be honest, I have no interest in you. I'm not driven by lust, but rather by monetary incentive. What do you mean? You heard Chao mention my modest family background. I have no family left and must earn my own living. Pursuing Chao in your manner is futile. You may not fully grasp a man's thoughts, but as a man and Chao's roommate, don't you think I could serve as a competent strategist? Jiang Shuiying scrutinized Li Xiaofeng for a moment, then asked, "How much do you want?" "Payment upon delivery. If you're not satisfied, you owe me nothing. If you are, well, then you shall see." Li Xiaofeng had no genuine intention of profiting from Jiang Shuiying. Asking for money was merely a reasonable pretext. Jiang Shuiying smiled. "If I were to feign dissatisfaction, wouldn't that render your efforts futile?" "Not at all. Since Chao has ridiculed me in front of our classmates, I can afford to linger around you a bit more to vex him." Jiang Shuiying chuckled softly. "I see. That must be your true aim. Don't you wish to irk him as well?" Jiang Shuiying shot him a glance, remaining silent. There is a saying, eager pursuit is not a transaction. What background does the esteemed Miss Jiang hail from? Perhaps even inferior to Chao. Furthermore, your figure and appearance surpass that of Lu Qianqian. Why then do you find yourself in such a predicament? Lu Qianqian is like a star surrounded by admirers. Do you not see something amiss? Li Xiaofeng smiled slightly, gesturing. This isn't a matter to be settled in a single sentence. There are stone benches in the grove. Let us sit and discuss this. Jiang Shuiying hesitated briefly, but soon nodded in agreement, following Li Xiaofeng to the grove. The university grove is, in fact, a public space where many students gather to read and chat, far from being a dimly lit, suggestive locale. Jiang Shuiying retrieved a packet of tissues from her bag and meticulously wiped the stone bench before gracefully taking a seat, as if she had undergone etiquette training. "Speak. I am listening," Li Xiaofeng proclaimed as he plopped down, smiling. "Miss Jiang, what makes Lu Qianqian so popular while you cannot even manage to handle Chao Jinping? Do you realize where you fall short? How am I inferior to that little vixen?" She retorted. "The difference lies in her unabashed demeanor towards men, while you have become Chao's sycophant. Have you ever heard the saying? A sycophant ends up with nothing. What does that mean? It means you are too good to Chao and care too much for him, which causes him to regard you as inconsequential." Jiang Shuiying fell silent, lowering her head, lost in thought. After a considerable pause, she lifted her gaze and asked, "What should I do?" "I advise you to give him some space for a while and reassess the situation. What if that wretched Lu Qianqian seizes the opportunity and snatches him away? I do not wish to lose him. I ask you this. If Lu Qianqian were to stand before Chao and demand he choose between her and you, what do you think Chao would decide?" Jiang Shuiying remained silent. Li Xiaofeng smiled faintly. "If you have never possessed something, how can you lament its loss? How can you say that I have never possessed him? We grew up together. Do you consider that possession? I believe your attitude towards Chao stems from the emotional investment you made in Tao, making you overly anxious and unable to see the reality. What do you believe I should do?" Jiang Shuiying pressed him again. "I have already suggested that you give him some time. You need not worry too much. I share a dormitory with him and can keep you informed of his situation at any time." Chapter 10. Wealthy individuals are not foolish. Jiang Shuiying pondered for a moment and then nodded. "All right, what is your phone number? I will save it. I do not own a phone, and you need not buy one for me. Do you not think that our increased encounters will make Chao pay more attention to you?" Jiang Shuiying shot him a disapproving glance. "You want me to purchase a phone for you? How absurd. Why should I spend money on you men?" Indeed, the extravagant, melodramatic portrayals of the wealthy in television dramas are largely fictitious. The affluent are rich, not foolish. If the wealthy regard you with indifference, their disregard is often more pronounced than that of ordinary individuals. Li Xiaofeng raised his hands in surrender, his expression one of resignation. "All right, fine. Here's the plan. I typically dine at the cafeteria number 3. If you need anything, come find me during meal times." Upon returning to the dormitory, Chao Jinping casually inquired, "What was going on with you today, old 3? Li Xiaofeng retorted irritably, "Old boss, your eyes are not blind. Do you not have a sense of self-awareness? Do not be upset, old 3. I was merely joking about what happened on the playground. After all, you and Lu Qianqian will never have any real connection. Consider it helping a brother out. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Since the beginning of the school year, Chao Jinping has invited Li Xiaofeng to dine together no less than 7 or 8 times, yet he has never once followed through. "I cannot afford your meals. Besides, I can earn my own living," Li Xiaofeng replied. "As for your stock trading, it is a source of amusement. I advise you to promptly sell your stocks, liquidate your assets, and deposit the proceeds in a bank to earn interest. The stock market is not your domain." With a chuckle, he added, "Once I begin to make money, I wonder how envious you will be." Through their interactions over this period, Li Xiaofeng has discerned that these affluent second-generation individuals appear glamorous on the surface, but the allowances they receive from their families are not as abundant as the average person might imagine. Certainly, they receive more than the average individual, yet it is still insufficient to sustain their extravagant lifestyles. Should his stocks appreciate, the sums involved would surely astonish them. Consequently, Li Xiaofeng paid little heed to Qiao Jinping's jibes and smiled. My foray into stock trading is merely an experiment. There are myriad ways to earn money. Enough of your business wisdom. If you were truly adept at commerce, you would have already amassed a fortune. Qiao Jinping retorted impatiently. He then shot a glance at Li Xiaofeng and inquired with a hint of curiosity, what were you and Jiang swaying up to outside the playground? You seemed quite engrossed in conversation in that little grove. What else could it be? It is quite evident. Your childhood companion seeks your attention and has enlisted my aid to create a diversion, hoping to spark a tinge of jealousy in you, thereby encouraging you to spend more time with her. Qiao Jinping laughed heartily, exuding an air of arrogance and confidence. I knew it. That little shadow of yours has been inseparable from me since childhood. It can be quite bothersome. Were it not for her parents urging me to take care of her, I would hardly pay her any mind. It is precisely because she creates chaos in my life that Lu Qianqian is indifferent toward me. Otherwise, that Sun Wenxuan would hardly pose a challenge. And what do you intend to do about it? I still need to act as an inside man for Miss Jiang. You are quite shameless. Why do you even concern yourself with her? She would never take a liking to you. Li Xiaofeng smiled. However, Miss Jiang's family is in real estate, and I hope to secure some projects from her to earn a bit of tuition money. He planned to engage in interior and exterior wall painting projects, a trade he had mastered in his youth. Although his funds were not yet in place, it did not hinder him from laying the groundwork with his roommate. One hails from a family involved in real estate, while the other's family runs a construction company. Both represent potential clients for Li Xiaofeng. Qiao Jinping dismissed the notion casually. My family is also in real estate. Once we graduate, I will look out for you. You know I lack substantial funds, so I cannot wait indefinitely. Does your family have any projects available? Li Xiaofeng inquired. I am well versed in interior and exterior wall painting. If you have any business in this area, kindly lend your support to a brother. Of course, of course. Qiao Jinping readily agreed, though his demeanor suggested he was hardly taking it to heart. Such trivial banter was all too familiar to Li Xiaofeng from his previous life. He was not in a hurry. After all, one cannot rush the preparation of hot tofu. Matters such as these must be approached with patience. In his previous life, devoid of any familial background or connections, he struggled tirelessly to secure a few minor projects, which not only yielded no profit, but often left him in debt, resulting in a rather miserable existence. Now, having entered university and encountered a higher echelon of social connections, he was determined to seize every opportunity that came his way. How should I explain this to Miss Jiang? Li Xiaofeng inquired. There's no need to explain anything to her. She is not linked to you in any significant way. So why bother? Came the reply. That simply won't do. What if Miss Jiang, in a moment of kindness, decides to help me secure a construction site from her family? For Li Xiaofeng, the pursuit of romance or cultivating relationships with classmates paled in comparison to his singular ambition, acquiring wealth. Only with money would he garner respect from others. Thus, he maneuvered on both fronts, whether with Jiang Shuiying or Qiao Jinping, casting his net wide in hopes of catching something substantial. Upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's musings, Qiao Jinping's initial doubts dissipated entirely. With a hint of impatience, he retorted, Speak as you wish. But perhaps you should treat Miss Jiang a bit better these days. That way, I can maintain some face with her. After all, I've gone to great lengths for you on the playground. Isn't at time you made some sacrifices for your brother? Qiao Jinping outright rejected the suggestion. That's out of the question. Today, I finally made some headway with Lu Qianqian. If she sees me with Jiang Shuiying, it would all be over. Boss, Miss Jiang is stunning and has an enviable figure. With many admirers, don't make a fool of yourself. No matter how beautiful she is, having known her since childhood has dulled the appeal. I've finally entered university, and I intend to explore some new experiences. Once I've had my fill, marrying her can wait. Li Xiaofeng shook his head with a smile. Boss, your approach is rather reckless. I'll take your words at face value. Qiao Jinping, taken aback, quickly shrugged off the concern. Say what you wish. I can always smooth things over later. It's a matter of whether she will believe you or me. Boss, you need not worry about me. I am self-aware and have no intention of pursuing Miss Jiang. I simply wish to secure some projects to cover my tuition. I told you I would assist you. Didn't I? Li Xiaofeng responded with a smile. Boss, This isn't just you helping me. We're collaborating. Once we land a construction site, I'll definitely share the profits with you. And you can earn some money too. Xiao Jinping scoffed. Collaborate with you? Do you think I'm that idle? Chapter 11. Acting as Jiang Shuiying's strategist, Li Xiaofeng had anticipated Xiao Jinping's disdainful rejection. Until one's capabilities were demonstrated, why would anyone place their trust in you? However, the necessary probing and preparations must continue, ensuring that when opportunities arose, he would not be caught off guard. Additionally, it was time to exact a little revenge on Xiao Jinping. Li Xiaofeng was determined to assume the role of Jiang Shuiying's advisor. In the cafeteria, Jiang Shuiying wore a displeased expression as she glared at Li Xiaofeng, questioning, "Your ridiculous ideas have proven utterly ineffective. I've ignored him for 3 days already. And he still pursues Lu Qianqian every single day. Miss Jiang, it has only been 3 days. Previously, you were so fervent in your affections. In such a short span, he may not have even noticed your withdrawal. Furthermore, your actions on the playground were rather juvenile and riddled with flaws. It was evident that I was merely a shield you forced into place. I was merely concerned that he might truly misunderstand my intentions." Li Xiaofeng covered his face with his hands, rubbing it in exasperation. He sighed. He knows the truth. How could he possibly feel jealous? Let us revisit this matter later. But how long will that be? The thought of him spending every day with that despicable woman, Lu Qianqian, makes the days feel interminable. What do you wish to do? How would I know? If I had the answer, I wouldn't have come to seek your counsel. Li Xiaofeng, with a hint of resignation, said, "To be frank, Miss Jiang, Boss Chow mentioned that he wishes to enjoy his college life first. Once he has had his fill of fun, he will return home to marry you." Jiang Shuiying was taken aback, her eyes shimmering with sadness, tears seemingly pooling within them as she turned her head away. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke again. "If you truly wish to marry Boss Chow, there is no need for any elaborate schemes. Simply wait patiently. Given the relationship between your families, even if he hesitates, the elders would never permit such an arrangement to falter. And what would become of me?" Jiang Shuiying's tears fell. Li Xiaofeng chuckled. "You're already in a good position. The fate of a sycophant is often one of utter desolation, yet you are different. You are a sycophant with a safety net." Jiang Shuiying felt a mix of anger and amusement, biting her lip as she retorted, "Get lost. If you continue with such talk, I shall not be gentle." She raised her plate as if to strike him, prompting Li Xiaofeng to hastily retreat, pleading, all right, I want to say another word." Quickly set the plate down. Men prefer gentle women. You usually present yourself so demurely. Why is your temperament so fiery? Jiang Shuiying shot him a disdainful glance before placing the plate down. Her tone tinged with melancholy as she asked, "What should I do now? Please offer me some advice." Li Xiaofeng shook his head in helplessness. "Your current demeanor makes it clear that he has you cornered. Even the best of plans would be futile. If you have any good ideas, I could offer you some financial support. I do not want money. Isn't your family in real estate? Could you possibly procure a construction site for interior and exterior wall painting for me?" "Interior and exterior wall painting? What is that?" "Simply put, it's paint." "Oh, is that feasible? I'll inquire when I return home. But the real question is, can your idea be relied upon?" "Not particularly reliable, but for you, it is the best option at present." "Then please, share your thoughts." Li Xiaofeng took a deep breath, his tone turning serious. "You must be resolute. Do not fear his displeasure. Seize every opportunity to attach yourself to him, and I will keep a watchful eye on him as well." "What kind of absurd idea is that? What if I end up angering him?" "Isn't that precisely what it means to burn your boats?" "What does that mean?" "Either win him over completely, ensuring he becomes utterly devoted to you, forsaking all other women, or incite his complete disdain, leading you to profound heartbreak and despair." Jiang Shuiying, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "What on earth is this ridiculous idea? Are you attempting to tear us apart? What benefit could this possibly bring you? Just because I might not have feelings for him anymore doesn't imply that I would end up with you." Li Xiaofeng smiled slightly, spreading his hands. "My intentions are rather straightforward. I merely hope that, in light of assisting you with ideas, you could help me secure a construction site for interior and exterior wall paint from your home. Whether it succeeds or not is inconsequential. It would merely serve as a minor revenge on Chow Lauda for the trouble he has caused me." "Why do you need a construction site?" Jiang Shuiying questioned. "To earn money, of course. You are well aware that I am currently all alone, with no income flowing in. I must devise a means to earn some tuition fees. But there are no buts about it. Otherwise, you will simply remain on the sidelines, helplessly watching Xiao Laoda indulge in women for a year, 2 years, 3 years. Eventually, when he becomes weary of his escapades and settles down, he will naturally return home to marry you. I refuse to accept such a fate. It would drive me mad. Precisely. Rather than succumbing to madness, why not drive him to it? Entangle him to the point of desperation, and perhaps, in his helplessness, he might just be won over by you. At the very least, you could disrupt his interactions with Lu Qianqian, ensuring he fails to pursue her, which would certainly ease your heart, wouldn't it? Moreover, given the long-standing relationship between your families, no matter how strained things may be, it cannot deteriorate further. You have a safety net. Jiang Shuiying fell silent, lost in contemplation, occasionally sipping her soy milk through a straw. Li Xiaofeng continued to smile and said, "If it does not work out, by that time, you will likely be quite disillusioned with him, and your perspective will have shifted. At that point, employing tactics of feigned pursuit would be much more stable, allowing you to execute them with greater assurance, thus avoiding any mishaps. Is there truly no other way? There is. But given your unstable mindset, you would undoubtedly falter in its execution. The essence of the battle of wits between men and women lies in the art of pursuit and retreat. However, in your current state, you cannot seize Xiao Laoda. Rather, he is more likely to have the upper hand. I do not wish to dominate him. I simply wish to be with him. You should have mentioned that sooner. It would be quite simple. You could go and book a room with him right now, and then you would indeed be together. However, when he is with Lu Qianqian, he may temporarily cast you aside. At such a moment, do not disturb him. It will only anger him. Be wise about it. Perhaps you could manage to secure him on odd days while Lu Qianqian takes him on even days, thus achieving a semblance of balance." Jiang Shuiying's face flushed crimson in an instant as she lightly struck Li Xiaofeng's shoulder, exclaiming, "What are you saying? Even if I were to be shameless, I could never stoop to that level." Then, with a hint of vulnerability, she asked, "Must one be so humble in loving someone?" Li Xiaofeng smiled and replied, "Indeed. Especially when your love for him is not reciprocated in the same measure. Are there no good men among you? Can't a man remain devoted to one woman?" Li Xiaofeng chuckled softly, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "Men and women are inherently different. A woman's love for a man often encompasses only her husband and children, while a man must contend with his career and navigate the myriad complexities of the outside world. Let me pose you a question. Is your father the only man your mother has ever known?" Jiang Shuiying fell silent once more, her gaze cast downward as she sipped soy milk through a straw from a paper cup. Chapter 12. Jiang Shuiying's heartbreak. Though Jiang Shuiying remained outwardly reticent, her heart had already been swayed. In just a few days, she embarked on an all-out pursuit of Qiao Jinping. Whenever she found a moment to spare, she would cling to him like a shadow. Previously, she had been mindful of her dignity and pride. When Xiao Jinping pursued Lu Qianqian, she hesitated to follow. However, it seemed she had cast aside all reservations, trailing behind Xiao Jinping, much to his embarrassment. Lu Qianqian, witnessing Xiao Jinping's discomfort, found amusement in the situation. Though her gaze occasionally drifted toward Li Xiaofeng, her eyes filled with curiosity. Initially, the situation was manageable, but as time wore on, the relentless pursuit became burdensome. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Jinping could no longer contain his frustration and confronted Li Xiaofeng, saying, "Old 3, what's with Jiang Shuiying? Why has she turned so fervent? Did you plant this ridiculous idea in her head?" Li Xiaofeng chuckled, "Boss, don't wrongfully accuse me. I cannot sway the esteemed Jiang. It seems she has grown anxious seeing you with Lu Qianqian daily, prompting her to resort to such desperate measures. That's implausible. It's not her demeanor." Xiao Jinping protested. "People change, you know. Imagine a woman watching her beloved man flirt with other women every day. Who could endure that? But she wasn't like this just a short while ago. I just told you people evolve. In my view, you are blissfully unaware of your fortune. I suggest you swiftly pursue Jiang, as her figure is far more alluring than Lu Qianqian's. You don't understand, your perspective is rather pedestrian. Lu Qianqian is a paragon among women, her grace and composure unmatched by Jiang Shuiying. What's the status of your progress with Lu Qianqian? Why do you ask? Are you allowing Jiang Shuiying to sway you for information? Let me assure you, my relationship with Lu Qianqian is advancing swiftly, and it won't be long before I succeed. Succeed? Given your pace, I doubt your notion of success amounts to merely holding Lu Qianqian's hand. Shut up. What do you know? Xiao Jinping retorted. Boss, don't blame me for not warning you. I am the only one here with genuine experience. Shouldn't you seek my counsel? Oh please, you're just boasting. I once had a sincere love laid before me, yet I failed to cherish it, only to regret it when it was lost. There is no greater sorrow in the world. Get lost. Thinking you've become a romantic sage after watching a few Stephen Chow films. After some time, Xiao Jinping could no longer restrain himself and, exasperated, shouted at Jiang Shuiying. Jiang Shuiying, what is it that you truly want? Suppressing her grievances, Jiang Shuiying replied softly, I want you to be with me. Beside them, Sun Wenxuan gleefully chimed in. Xiao Jinping, you ought to treat her with a bit more tenderness and exhibit some gentlemanly decorum. Don't frighten her. Xiao Jinping cast a swift glance at the impassive Lu Qianqian, suppressing his anger as he whispered fiercely, Jiang Shuiying, what on earth do you want? Jiang Shuiying responded with a single declaration, I want to be with you. I do not harbor feelings for you. My affections lie elsewhere. Tears brimmed in Jiang Shuiying's eyes as she pointed at Lu Qianqian, struggling to confront Xiao Jinping. Isn't it that you fancy that wretched woman? What does she possess that I do not? Just look at me. I surpass her in many ways. Upon hearing Jiang Shuiying's words, Lu Qianqian's expression darkened instantly, a cold huff escaping her lips, yet she remained silent. Jiang Shuiying, do not go too far. Lu Qianqian has neither provoked you nor wronged you. How dare you speak of her in such a manner? How has she not provoked me? She has seduced my man. At this, Lu Qianqian could no longer restrain herself, her voice icy as she replied, Jiang Shuiying, let me clarify. It was your man who approached me with his affections. I have never shown any interest in him. Lu Qianqian's words seemed to shatter Xiao Jinping's defenses, the psychological fortifications he had constructed over time crumbling with that chilling statement. Then why don't you keep him at a distance? What he chooses to do is his own freedom. I cannot control that. You are merely toying with him. How despicable you are. If you cannot hold on to a man you grew up with, it merely reflects your own inadequacies. How shameless you are to blame others. You wretched woman, I shall not let this go. Clearly, Jiang Shuiying's eloquence paled in comparison to Lu Qianqian's. Frustrated and on the brink of attacking Lu Qianqian, she was restrained by the furious Xiao Jinping. Sun Wenxuan and a few sycophants stood in front of Jiang Shuiying, while Lu Qianqian towered over the vulnerable Jiang Shuiying like a proud phoenix. Do not hold me back. I wish to mar that vixen's face. Once I do, she will no longer be able to harm anyone. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the air, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Jiang Shuiying covered her face, gazing at Xiao Jinping with a mix of sorrow and despair. You dared to hit me. No, Shuiying, it was unintentional. Xiao Jinping stammered, flustered. My parents have never even lifted a finger against me. How could you? Hearing this, Xiao Jinping became even more anxious, hastily explaining, No, I didn't mean to hit you. It was just a slip. You truly dared to strike me, and for that wretched woman, you struck me. Shuiying, can't you accept my apology? I will inform my brother and have him deal with you. Shuiying, I admit my fault. Isn't that enough? I shall tell my parents and let them know. Let us see if they want to punish you. Jiang Shuiying gritted her teeth, hurling a few harsh words before running off in tears. Xiao Jinping's face was marred with regret. Sun Wenxuan, feeling victorious, smugly addressed Xiao Jinping. Hurry and appease your wife. You must prevent her from causing a scene. Despairing, Xiao Jinping turned to Lu Qianqian, his demeanor resembling that of an eager puppy as he pleaded, Qianqian, please do not hold Shuiying accountable. She is simply a product of her upbringing. Lu Qianqian coldly remarked, you should return and properly console your fiancée. I have no fondness for men who strike women. Qianqian, I only acted for your sake. He protested. I've seen through men like you long ago. You may strike Jiang Shuiying for me today, but tomorrow you could do the same for another woman. I refuse to face such a fate. With a forlorn expression, Xiao Jinping left the playground, resembling a defeated hound. Chapter 13. Feng Hui's predicament. A few days later, Xiao Jinping sought out Jiang Shuiying, intending to apologize. Perhaps he had hurt her too deeply, for this time, she utterly ignored him. After several attempts, she continued to disregard his presence. Resentful that Jiang Shuiying had sabotaged his pursuit of Lu Qianqian, he chose to abandon his efforts altogether. Li Xiaofeng observed Xiao Jinping's actions with quiet amusement. He had squandered a promising opportunity all on his own. Ideally, a person like Xiao Jinping should have thrived in Rome, starting with an advantageous position. Yet, some individuals regress rather than progress. This phenomenon explains the rise and fall of dynasties and families, as well as the truth that wealth seldom lasts beyond 3 generations. Soon, the winter break of the freshman year arrived, and the year 2000 was fast approaching. The demolition progress in his hometown had not advanced swiftly, allowing him to spend this winter break in his 2 old houses, likely the last time he would do so. Xiaofeng felt a wave of nostalgia and gratitude. During this period, he visited the securities trading hall, where the stocks of Yian Technology he had purchased had surged from 10 to 80 yuan, increasing his investment from 200,000 to over 1.6 million. However, this was not his ultimate goal. He intended to sell all his shares when they reached around 110 yuan. He vividly remembered that the stock had peaked at over 120 yuan, but reaching that pinnacle was perilous. He recalled Li Shoufu's wise words: one should never strive to claim the last coin. At 110 yuan, he would see his fortune rise to over 2 million. Currently, his funds were dwindling. He withdrew a small amount from the stock market, one portion for the upcoming new year and another to prepare for obtaining a driving license. Passing by the back of Feng Hui's house, he overheard raised voices from within. Though he had no habit of eavesdropping, curiosity compelled him to linger. "You reckless girl. How could you spend so much money?" "I haven't spent extravagantly. Compared to my classmates, I am quite frugal. They mock me for being stingy. That girl from that family, who attends university like you, doesn't spend nearly as much. I am enrolled in a film arts school, not an ordinary university, and there are many additional expenses. Your brother will soon be entering university as well. With 2 university students in the family, how can your father and I afford this?" "Mom, do you really think my brother can get into university with his dismal grades? He can't even meet the threshold for a junior college." The girl, in a state of desperation, seems to be inviting misfortune upon herself. It is quite uncharacteristic for a sister to curse her brother in such a manner. What if he performs extraordinarily well and succeeds? With an overall score of merely over 300 points, how much further could he possibly excel? Even if he were to gain admission, that matter can be addressed once it occurs. "Mother, I am also your daughter. You are a burden. Were it not for the school's refusal to refund tuition, I would have withdrawn you from school by now. Once the semester begins, the family will provide you with only a month's worth of living expenses. If you wish to continue your studies, you must devise your own means." "Mother, what can I possibly do? Even if I were to take on part-time work, I could not bear the full year's tuition and living expenses. You are driving me to the brink of despair. Spare me your theatrics. I know you too well. You are always out and about, attracting attention. Yet you fail to consider finding someone to marry. At my age, I was already pregnant with you." "Mother, such words about your own daughter are uncalled for. How have I attracted attention? Don't you wish to be with that Feng Bowen? Go seek him out. Let his family cover your tuition. If that fails, you could always approach that foolish Xiaofeng. His family received quite a sum from their house demolition, which should suffice for your education. Eavesdropping behind someone else's home is inappropriate." As Li Xiaofeng overheard this, he turned away, heading back home. Upon reaching his doorstep, he saw Feng Huiya, her eyes red and tears streaming down her face, walking towards the Feng residence. He shook his head with a smile and entered his own house. "Bowen, have you discussed our situation with your family?" "Ah, I have mentioned it, but my family does not agree." "Why is that?" "My father insists that it is unreasonable for him to support another woman, especially since we are not married. He feels he has no obligation. But I have already agreed to be your girlfriend." "How can your father speak so harshly?" "While that may be true, a girlfriend is not the same as a wife. The two are distinct. However, you are not of age. Even if I wished to marry you, I could not obtain a marriage certificate. Furthermore, we are young people of a new era. Who marries so early?" "Huiya, logically speaking, your parents, being employees, should have the means to support your college education." "Huiya, I believe that girls do not necessarily need to attend university. Eventually, being a good wife and mother at home is equally commendable. Cooking and raising children do not require a university education, which is excessively expensive. Hey, Huiya, do not leave just yet. Since you are here, let us take a stroll. You did promise to be my girlfriend, did you not? Go find your own way to stroll. May a car run you over." Li Xiaofeng, still at home and dozing, was abruptly awakened by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Feng Huiya standing before him, eyes red and exuding a pitiful aura. Truly, her acting skills are commendable. When she was abandoned by Feng Bowen, this very look of vulnerability softened Li Xiaofeng's heart. "What brings you here? What do you want?" Li Xiaofeng yawned, casually inquiring. "Xiaofeng, do you still have feelings for me?" "I no longer do. Li Xiaofeng's words caught Feng Huiya off guard, causing her to swallow back the carefully prepared retort. However, considering her current predicament, Feng Huiya mustered her courage to continue. What if I were willing to be your girlfriend? I promise that once you graduate, we shall wed. Li Xiaofeng chuckled softly, his tone nonchalant as he replied, What is this? Feng Bowen doesn't he wish to play the fool and has come to me to take over? Oh no, it's not what you think. I saw you when you went to see Feng Bowen. Although I'm unaware of the specifics of your conversation, I can surmise the general content. Feng Huiya lowered her gaze, gripping the hem of her clothing, unwilling to depart. I apologize, but as I passed by your house earlier, your mother's voice was quite loud. I overheard her expressing her unwillingness to support your college education. It is indeed a pitiable situation, and I sympathize with you. However, Feng Huiya, this is your family matter. It has no bearing on me. Chapter 14. Problems that can be solved with money need not rely on sincerity. Upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's indifferent tone, tears of regret streamed down Feng Huiya's cheeks. Xiaofeng, I acknowledge my faults. I realize now that you have always been genuinely good to me. In the past, I failed to cherish your kindness. I assure you, from this moment forth, I will treat you well, if you will allow it. Li Xiaofeng's feelings for Feng Huiya were complex. He held affection for her, having embraced her after she was cast aside, yet she had betrayed him. Nevertheless, it was she who cared for him during his illness. Feng Huiya, you are a refined egoist. Your love is perpetually directed towards yourself. Yet, Feng Huiya was not devoid of humanity. Ultimately, she took care of the gravely ill Li Xiaofeng and accompanied him on his final journey. Li Xiaofeng had loved her deeply, and his hatred for her was equally intense. However, as the years passed, he reflected on the past and considered his earlier self. How much of what he called affection and love was merely lust? Had Feng Huiya not possessed the beauty of a campus goddess, but instead bore a face full of freckles, sallow skin, and an unappealing figure, would he have fallen for her? The likelihood was slim. He might have even mocked her in secret. Human nature cannot withstand scrutiny, including his own. Yet, if human nature is indeed fragile, perhaps it is better not to test it. Instead, one should strive to earn money to satisfy the demands of human nature. Might that not lead to a perfect life? Feng Huiya observed Li Xiaofeng, who sat in silence, his head bowed. In a pitiful gesture, she extended her hand and grasped his, as if clutching a lifeline. Noticing her delicate hand and fair wrist, Li Xiaofeng smiled and remarked, I have lost the desire to pursue romance with you. However, I would consider engaging in a transaction. What transaction? She inquired. I will provide you with 5,000 yuan each month, and in return, you shall be my woman, fulfilling any demands I may have. Otherwise, I will terminate this arrangement. What do you mean? How do you perceive me? If this is the case, I will report you to the police. Do you presume the police station operates under your family's auspices? Uncle Hat will not intervene in such matters. The law stipulates that while committing a crime is unlawful, maintenance is not. This implies that wholesale transactions are permissible, whereas retail transactions are not. It is merely a matter of exchange, a mutual agreement for continued discourse. Should you find this disagreeable, kindly close the door behind you. Li Xiaofeng, you are taking advantage of someone's misfortune. With arms crossed and a leisurely demeanor, Li Xiaofeng gazed at her, smiling as he remarked, Taking advantage of someone's misfortune? What peril do you face? Are you on the brink of death? Is it not merely that your family refuses to provide you with funds, hindering your university aspirations? If you cannot attend university, then do not. Enter the workforce instead. Many, including your parents, have thrived without a university education. Feng Huiya pressed her lips together in silence. I recall during the summer, you wished for me to relinquish my university opportunity to work and support your education. At that time, was it not you who was taking advantage of my situation? At least I was willing to offer you tangible financial support, while you merely presented me with airy words. If I am exploiting a situation, then you are simultaneously exploiting and deceiving. With a look of grievance, Feng Huiya stomped her foot, feigning a pout as she exclaimed, Why must you be this way? Regardless of circumstances, we should first engage in a romantic relationship and take our time. One must have an acceptance process. Li Xiaofeng coldly retorted, Do you believe I am merely seeking another means to have you as my girlfriend? Our relationship is but a transactional one. You must comply absolutely with my every demand and refrain from interfering in my affairs, including my interactions with other women. Do you understand? Feng Huiya's complexion paled, tears streaming down her cheeks as she weakly inquired, Xiaofeng, do you truly not harbor any affection for me? I remember your sincere fondness for me. I have matured and come to a realization. Problems that can be resolved with money do not necessarily require sincerity. Feng Huiya stared blankly at Li Xiaofeng, as though she no longer recognized him. After a prolonged silence, she, with tear-filled eyes and a distressed tone, pleaded, Xiaofeng, you are gravely misunderstanding me. In truth, I do have feelings for you. If you truly like me, why did you seek out Feng Bowen? Why did you humiliate me in his presence while attempting to curry favor with him? Feng Huiya once again pressed her lips together, remaining silent. I am aware that Feng Bowen comes from a prosperous background. His father is a factory director, with high salaries and excellent benefits. Xiaofeng, truly, I do have feelings for you, but you know my family values boys over girls. That has nothing to do with me. It is your own affair, and I have no interest in hearing it. There are countless paths in this world, and you chose this one. Can you honestly claim it is not for financial gain? If it is for money, so be it. In this world, as long as it is not illegal, you may earn in whichever manner you desire. However, once you have earned your money, do not flaunt your accomplishments before me. Feng Huiya pouted, visibly displeased. I do indeed like money. I desire a good life. And I enjoy wearing beautiful clothes. What is wrong with that? Indeed, you have sought what you wished for. Have I not provided you with the funds? What? Do you expect to take the money and still present yourself as a princess before me? If you wish to be a princess, go to a nightclub. They are always in search of princesses. Li Xiaofeng continued with a frigid tone. If you are willing, I shall provide you with 2,000 at the beginning of each month and 3,000 at the month's end. You are strictly forbidden from engaging with or showing affection towards any other men. Failure to comply will result in a deduction of funds and termination of our arrangement. Naturally, should you find our relationship unsatisfactory or yearn for love or marriage, please inform me in advance. We can part amicably and remain friends. However, if you betray me, do not blame me for turning hostile. Feng Huiya bit her lip fiercely, remaining silent. Li Xiaofeng chuckled softly, his tone nonchalant. I suggest you seek employment instead. After all, you have completed high school. Perhaps you could find a clerical position, earning between 600 to 800 a month. Of course, you could also toil in a factory, where 800 should be attainable. If you push yourself with overtime and work swiftly, you might even earn 1,000. Feng Huiya steeled herself and replied, All right, I agree. Li Xiaofeng smiled faintly. Very well, let us draft a maintenance agreement. I am aware that this document holds no legal weight, yet it serves to demonstrate that our union is consensual. Furthermore, this agreement will clarify matters for you, preventing your family from mistakenly believing we are in a romantic relationship and coming to impose their judgments upon me. In public, I can grant you the courtesy of presenting us as a couple, but you must understand your place and not overstep, lest I reveal the truth, which would bring you shame. I understand. Chapter 15. The bloom must be plucked. Casually tossing the signed agreement into a drawer, Li Xiaofeng triumphantly addressed Feng Huiya. Now, please prepare a basin of warm water for me to wash my feet. In his previous life, he had often indulged in this ritual, resembling a devoted lapdog, relishing the act, only to be met with profound heartbreak. No matter how sincere one's feelings may be, they cannot rival the allure of a grand union. No fragrance can compare to that of Chanel. What do you mean? If you cannot even attend to this simple task, what else can you aspire to do? If you refuse, you may leave. Li Xiaofeng felt as though he were reprimanding a technician at a foot spa. Feeling aggrieved, Feng Huiya reluctantly fetched the foot basin, mixing both cold and hot water, pouting as she begrudgingly commenced washing Li Xiaofeng's feet. He pondered for a moment, then pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket, playfully tapping her cheek with the money. Here, take this 500. I will withdraw the remaining 1,005 from the bank for you tomorrow. Really? Feng Huiya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly accepted the money, counting it before joyfully tucking it into her pocket. Is the water too cold? Shall I add more hot water for you? Indeed, money can work wonders. The ancients did not deceive me. Upon seeing the cash, Feng Huiya's demeanor shifted dramatically. Then do add some more, but not too much. Also, don't just touch my feet like a lecher. Lather some soap and wash them properly. You're insufferable. Who acts like a lecher? You are the one acting inappropriately. Feng Huiya laughed and scolded as she returned to the basin to add more hot water. After washing his feet, Li Xiaofeng lay on the bed and gestured to his back, saying, Come here and help me massage. My back has been sore these past few days. Ah, do I really have to? Feng Huiya hesitated, reluctant to comply. Come on, hurry up. Do you think money is easy to earn? Seeing Li Xiaofeng's irritation, Feng reluctantly climbed onto the bed, her cheeks flushed as she began to massage him. She started with his shoulders, applying firm pressure to knead the tight muscles, which often needed attention. Oh, don't linger on one spot. You need to massage my entire back. I understand. Put in some effort. Have you not eaten? Yes, just there, press a bit harder. Oh, I never imagined that being with you would be such a physical endeavor. Had I known, I would have preferred to carry bricks on a construction site. Li Xiaofeng smiled and replied, this is just the beginning. When you exert yourself, perhaps you should find a few books on massage to study. Today's technique is rather unrefined. However, considering you are a novice, I shall forgive you this time. Should your skills remain at this level in the future, you might find yourself facing penalties. You are truly insufferable. Gradually, the atmosphere between them began to warm. At last, unable to contain himself, Li Xiaofeng embraced Feng and kissed her. No, Li Xiaofeng halted, his expression darkening. Perhaps you should leave now, and we can part ways here. That 500 yuan will serve as your service fee for today, and from now on, we shall have no further connections. In a previous life, I devoted myself entirely to you. Even dropping out of school to work on a construction site to support your education, yet you willingly delivered yourself into the arms of another, casting me aside twice. I have yet to settle that score. This time, I shall not be so accommodating. I will not indulge in your games any longer. Seeing Li Xiaofeng's angry demeanor, Feng quickly grasped his arm and pleaded softly, please don't. I am willing. After a tempestuous exchange, Feng closed her eyes. Her body pressed closely against Li Xiaofeng, one hand resting on his chest. Li Xiaofeng wrapped an arm around her and reclined on the bed, gazing contentedly at the ceiling. It felt sublime. The grievances of 2 lifetimes had dissipated significantly in that moment. Come back tomorrow. Let me have a day of rest, shall we? I suspect I'll need to take my time leaving the house. Very well, but you must come to keep me company whenever you can. Understood. On the 3rd day, Li Xiaofeng rose early and wandered outside, discovering Feng carrying a bag of apples, trailing behind Feng as he sought her favor. Feng was pushing a bicycle, its handlebars adorned with several plastic bags, some of which displayed straws, suggesting she had just returned from purchasing breakfast. Please don't be upset. I bought these fresh apples for you to try. Go away. Who cares for your rotten apples? Don't bother me. Just forgive me. My father is quite stubborn. I'll speak to him another day. Feng stubbornly hung the apple he held onto Feng bicycle handle. I don't need it. I will resolve my own issues. I have no interest in your rotten apple. Are your family members still willing to support your university education? Stay away. My affairs are none of your concern. Ah, Xiaofeng. Why are you out? Just in time. I bought you breakfast, freshly made water-fried buns, and I also got you some soy milk. Li Xiaofeng approached with a smile. Feng immediately took a bun from the bag and playfully stuffed it into Li Xiaofeng's mouth. Delicious, right? This place has the best water-fried buns. I ran several miles to get them. I have soy milk here too. Would you like a sip? Where did this apple come from? Is it sweet? It's from that annoying dead fly who forced it on me. I don't want it. He insisted. It's so bothersome. Want to give it a try? I specifically bought that apple for you. Feng interjected, somewhat displeased. Feng ignored him, retrieving the reddest apple from the bag and presenting it enticingly to Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng accepted the apple and took a bite, only to grimace and spit it out, returning it to her. It's a bit sour, not tasty. It looks appealing, but is just a pretty facade. Feng tucked the bitten apple back into the bag and handed it to Feng. I told you these were rotten apples. Xiaofeng doesn't like them. You should take them back. When Feng hesitated to accept, Feng tossed the bag to the ground, causing 2 apples to roll out onto the roadside. What is going on? Feng questioned as he picked up the rolling apples. What is going on? Xiaofeng is my boyfriend. Stop pestering me to avoid misunderstandings with him. Upon hearing Feng words, Feng felt as if struck by lightning. The 2 apples he held slipped from his grasp, rolling back onto the roadside. Chapter 16. One must savor life's joys. Observing the 2 slowly making their way to Li Xiaofeng's home, Feng, who had been momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and hurried after them. How can you be with him? He is all alone and has no prospects. My father is the factory director. Once we graduate, I can arrange for us both to work in his factory, and we would have everything we desire. He has even sold his house, once married. He won't even have a place to live. Feng Huiya coldly replied, I am just a simple woman, lacking foresight. I only know that Xiaofeng treats me well, and I want to be his girlfriend. Huiya, don't worry. I'll talk to my father about your situation. He will surely find a solution. No need. My boyfriend will help me. The two entered Li Xiaofeng's home, and Feng Huiya closed the door behind her. Seeing Feng Bowen heartbroken and unwilling to leave, her cheeks flushed. She shouted, stay away. The alley where Li Xiaofeng resided was filled with acquaintances. They often crossed paths. The truth cannot remain hidden. And since the couple had not concealed their relationship, it wasn't too long before news of Feng Huiya and Li Xiaofeng together spread throughout the community. The matter reached the ears of the Feng family, and Feng Huiya's mother, carrying a bag of apples, promptly arrived at Li Xiaofeng's home. Xiaofeng, you reckless lad. You've gotten involved with Huiya without even informing us. However, considering your parents are not around, I shall not press you too hard, she exclaimed. Aunt Feng, what brings you here? Li Xiaofeng inquired. Your uncle Feng has long suggested that you support Huiya's university education, yet you were unwilling. Now, look at the situation you've created, sneaky and laughable, she continued. Li Xiaofeng chuckled. Aunt Feng, my relationship with Huiya is not clandestine. We are open and honest. We've never hidden anything from anyone. Please, speak your mind. You know as well as I do, with Huiya's qualities, no other girl can compare. I shall not ask for much. Just a dowry of 100,000 yuan will suffice. The rest is for you two to discuss amongst yourselves. 100,000? Are you out of your mind? He retorted. How can you say such things? Given Huiya's standing, that amount is quite reasonable. And it does not even account for the 3 gold items, the wedding, or the banquet expenses. Do you think marriage is a simple affair? Aunt Feng, Huiya and I are merely friends. Discussing marriage is premature. Not at all. Huiya is no longer a child. At my age, I was already a parent. Besides, if you are together, even if you don't get a certificate, there should at least be some acknowledgement, right? Providing a dowry would offer our family some assurance, so the neighbors can understand your intentions. Otherwise, what are you two doing? Aunt Feng, spare your breath. I have no intention of marrying Huiya. As for the dowry, that is simply out of the question. If there is nothing else, I kindly ask you to leave. You insolent boy, what do you mean by that? We've raised our daughter with great difficulty, and you expect to take advantage of us? If you continue like this, I will ensure Huiya never seeks you out again. Be my guest. Farewell then, Li Xiaofeng concluded, not bothering to see her out. Feng Huiya's mother stormed off, taking the few apples she had brought along with her. A few days later, Feng Bowen swaggered up to Li Xiaofeng's doorstep, brimming with self-importance. Xiaofeng, you should give up on Huiya. My family has already proposed to the Feng family. Huiya is bound to marry me. Oh, is that so? Congratulations. Li Xiaofeng replied dismissively as he locked his door. When mealtime arrived, Li Xiaofeng, too lazy to cook for himself, typically opted to buy something to eat. After finishing his meal, he planned to head to the stock exchange. My dad is currently negotiating the dowry with the Feng family. Once that is settled, Huiya will surely marry me. We have a house, and my father just bought a second-hand Santana this year, which costs several tens of thousands. Li Xiaofeng retorted, a shabby Santana is worth boasting about? And it's second-hand. Your father is the factory director, and yet he has lost his dignity. Stop being so bitter. The money from your demolition will run out before long, and then you'll be left with nothing. Meanwhile, we have a car, a house, and savings. How can you possibly compare? Huiya's eyes aren't blind. Li Xiaofeng scoffed, weary of the argument, and turned to leave. At that moment, Feng Huiya hurriedly approached, reaching Li Xiaofeng's side with an anxious tone. Xiaofeng, let us go quickly. I barely managed to escape from home, and soon my mother will drag me back. Li Xiaofeng smiled and replied. Bowen mentioned that his family intends to propose to yours and claimed you would undoubtedly marry him. He must be dreaming. I will only ever be with you. Li Xiaofeng chuckled and pointed to his own face. Understanding the hint, Feng Huiya leaned in and gave him a quick kiss, then charmingly linked her arm through his. Feng Bowen's face turned pale, and he stuttered. Huiya, how can you do this? We've been together for so long, and you won't even hold my hand. Li Xiaofeng feigned surprise, saying, Ah, really? Feng Bowen, you are quite pitiful. Given your plight, let me generously shower you with some dog food right here. With that, he pulled Feng Huiya into his embrace and passionately kissed her lips, oblivious to the world around them. In a previous life, Feng Huiya had been taken from him, and Feng Bowen often flaunted his relationship before Li Xiaofeng. Initially, Feng Huiya struggled symbolically, Her expression filled with embarrassment, but eventually, she allowed Feng Bowen to have his way. Now presented with an opportunity for revenge, Li Xiaofeng had no intention of holding back. After a considerable time, he finally released the blushing Feng Huiya. He could now ascertain that, devoid of material influences, if given a choice between him and Feng Bowen, Feng Huiya would certainly choose him. Observing her expression, Feng Bowen turned and fled, his teeth clenched in frustration. Shifting his gaze from Feng Bowen's dejected figure, Li Xiaofeng smiled contentedly at Feng Huiya and said casually, "Just in time, I'm a bit hungry. Let us grab a bite to eat, and then I need to take care of something." "What is it?" "I bought some stocks earlier, and it seems they have risen significantly. If they reach my target price, I plan to sell them all." "Ah, you actually bought stocks? How bold of you. What if you incur losses?" "Mind your own business regarding men's affairs. Whether I gain or lose is my concern. Rest assured, I won't shortchange you on what you deserve." "Oh, understood." Chapter 17. The wealthy heir of the Feng family after their meal. Li Xiaofeng brought Feng Huiya to the stock exchange. As they gazed at the large screen displaying the fluctuating stock prices, they saw that Yian Technology stock had soared to 115 yuan. Li Xiaofeng immediately approached a trading terminal in the hall. "Young man, you're impressive. Holding so many shares of Yian Technology, when did you buy them?" "Just recently," Li Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, several seasoned investors gathered around, eager to inquire further. "Yian Technology has skyrocketed recently. Young man, you must have made quite a profit. To acquire shares of Yian Technology is truly commendable. Are you planning to sell or increase your holdings?" "Young man, do you possess some insider information?" Ignoring those around him, Li Xiaofeng sold all his stocks and promptly transferred the entirety of his funds into his bank account before decisively leaving. Feng Huiya, curious, whispered, "It seems you've made quite a profit from stocks. It's all right, why? Are you worried that I might lose my principal?" Observing the expressions of those around them, she continued, "It appears you've invested in a rather lucrative stock. Why not hold on to it for greater gains? One must possess self-awareness and avoid excessive greed. Once I've earned what I rightfully deserve, I must decisively withdraw. Otherwise, I risk ending up with nothing. So where shall we go now? Let's head home first. Transferring my money from the stock account to my bank might take 1 to 3 days. I'll rest at home for a few days, and once the funds arrive, I plan to purchase a new phone and then visit some car dealerships." Upon hearing this, Feng Huiya covered her mouth in shock and after a moment, exclaimed softly, "You intend to buy a car? Is that true? Cars are quite expensive." Li Xiaofeng chuckled, "I'm a wealthy man now. Not to buy a car would be incongruous with my status. I've already begun studying for my driver's license and should obtain it shortly after the new year. Once you have a car, you must take me for a spin." Feng Huiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course, but when you come to serve me, do change things up a bit. After all, we've been together long enough. Why are you shy? Oh, you are so annoying. This is the street. With so many people around, it would be mortifying if someone overheard. What is there to be embarrassed about? You seem quite pleased. And many times it was you who took the initiative. Oh, please, just stop. I'll agree to anything you want." A few days later, estimating that his funds had arrived, Li Xiaofeng took Feng Huiya out again, only to find Feng Bowen waiting at the alley's entrance in a second-hand Santana. As the two emerged, Feng Bowen raised an eyebrow triumphantly and said to Feng Huiya, "So, Huiya, this is our newly purchased car. Would you like me to take you for a spin?" Feng Huiya's eyes glimmered with envy, but glancing at Li Xiaofeng, she quickly replied, "I'm not interested. I need to accompany Xiaofeng to buy a phone." What is so impressive about a dilapidated sedan? Xiaofeng is currently in a phase of only expenditures. The little money he has won last long. Following him leads to no future. But we are different. My father is the factory director, and my mother is the workshop supervisor. I've started working at the factory too. I'm now my father's personal driver. And our family of 3 is earning well. Feng Huiya wanted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words, glancing at Li Xiaofeng. Her lips pressed together in silence. Clearly, Feng Bowen's words had struck a chord with her. Li Xiaofeng smiled and remarked, "Well, Bowen, now that your family has even purchased a car, you've become a rich second generation, haven't you? Since your family has prospered, let us put your status as a wealthy heir to the test. I am contemplating the purchase of a mobile phone. However, Huiya has yet to acquire one. If you truly harbor such affection for her, why not procure a phone for Huiya? Do not merely make empty promises." Feng Bowen was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at Feng Huiya, gritting his teeth as he declared, "If we are to buy, then let us buy. It is merely a phone, after all. What is so remarkable about it? I just received my salary a few days ago. Come, Huiya, get into my car. I shall buy you a phone. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng hailed a taxi and cast a glance at Feng Huiya, who unhesitatingly climbed into the cab. Li Xiaofeng smiled at Feng Bowen and said, "If you genuinely wish to buy a phone for Huiya, then you ought to catch up. If you are merely posturing, then scurry back home." With that, Li Xiaofeng entered the taxi and drove away. Upon arriving at the Grand Mobile Phone Marketplace, Li Xiaofeng first checked his account balance nearby. When he saw over 2.3 million in cash waiting for him, he felt a sense of satisfaction and took Feng Huiya's arm as they prepared to enter the mobile phone emporium. Just then, Feng Bowen hurried over, panting and smiling obsequiously at Feng Huiya. The nearby parking spots are hard to find. Li Xiaofeng smiled and called his bluff. It's the free parking spots that are scarce. There are still plenty of paid spots available. You're akin to someone who can afford meat but hesitates to buy green onions. Soon, Li Xiaofeng arrived directly at the Nokia store. In this era, Nokia's flagship phones are renowned for their durability and are quite fashionable, unlike flip or slide phones, which are prone to malfunction. Feng Bowen, eager to ingratiate himself, asked Feng Huiya, "Huiya, which phone do you fancy? I think this model looks quite nice." Li Xiaofeng took a closer look. It was the least expensive phone on display. Feng Huiya did not acknowledge him, instead surveying the array of phones on the counter, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Li Xiaofeng smiled and straightforwardly inquired of a female sales clerk at the store, "What is your latest model?" "Sir, this model 3210 is the newest Nokia release this year and is selling exceptionally well. How much is it?" "Currently, we are offering a promotion. It can be yours for just 3,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Feng Bowen exclaimed in disbelief, "So expensive? It doesn't seem that remarkable." The clerk replied, "Sir, this phone is the first on the market to fully integrate the antenna. It boasts an exceptional signal and many additional features. Previously, this model was priced at 3,500 yuan. So this current price is quite reasonable. If your budget is constrained, you may consider other options." Li Xiaofeng turned to Feng Huiya with a smile. "Huiya, do you like this phone?" Feng Huiya's face lit up with a smile as she exclaimed, "I like it." "Of course I do." Li Xiaofeng, with a provocative grin, turned to Feng Bowen and said, "Bowen, did you hear that? Huiya says she likes it. It's time for you to showcase your personal charm." Chapter 18. Shattering the confidence of the wealthy second generation of the Feng family. Seeing Li Xiaofeng's demeanor, Feng Bowen felt a pang of resentment. His teeth clenched in frustration. Yet he refrained from expressing his anger. Thus, he could only say, "Huiya, this is merely a ploy by the phone manufacturers. The newly released models are exorbitantly priced. We must not be the gullible ones. Feng Bowen, if you can afford it, then purchase it. If not, refrain from making snide remarks. They still need to conduct business." Indeed, Li Xiaofeng's words resonated with the female clerk. She cast a disdainful smile at Feng Bowen and, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "Sir, if you are interested, you may consider these models over here. They are older versions, and their prices are quite suitable for you. Feng Bowen, Huiya fancies this model. Will you buy it or not?" Listening to Li Xiaofeng's urging, Feng Bowen gritted his teeth and retorted, "If you wish to buy it, then do so. I refuse to be the gullible one here. I don't believe you can actually buy Huiya such an expensive phone." Li Xiaofeng chose to ignore him, smiling as he turned to the female clerk and asked, "Miss, how many colors does this model come in? Please show them to this lovely lady beside me." Feng Huiya, her face alight with surprise, inquired, "Xiaofeng, are you truly going to buy me such an expensive phone?" "Of course. I made a bit of money from stock trading a few days ago, and today we shall celebrate. Besides, since you accompanied me to buy a phone, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. I am not like some individuals who flaunt their father's old second-hand car. Do you think they would give it away? It's all just empty show. What we value is practicality." "Xiaofeng, thank you. I truly adore you," Feng Huiya exclaimed, planting a kiss on Li Xiaofeng's cheek. He reciprocated with a smile, saying, "Darling, I love you too." Indeed, Feng Huiya possessed a keen sense of appreciation. The female clerk, smiling, stated, "Our phone comes in several colors, including gray, blue, and pink. Here are the images for your consideration." Feng Huiya pointed and asked, "May I have this pink one?" Li Xiaofeng smiled and replied, "Why not? Pink is the most suitable color for a girl, and I will take a blue one." The clerk complimented, "Blue signifies stability and elegance, perfectly suited for someone of your stature, and it pairs beautifully with pink, the ideal couple's colors. Miss, you are quite the charmer." "Sir, If you have settled on these two colors, please swipe your card here. Wait, can you also provide phone cards? Of course. I mean those auspicious numbers ending with several eights. Absolutely, sir. We just received one with 6 eights at the end, though it is a bit pricey at 11,000. Feng Bowen, utterly astonished, exclaimed, a mere number costs that much? This is madness. Who would be foolish enough to pay such a price? However, Li Xiaofeng, with an expression of delight, asked, is there really a phone number with 6 eights? Let me see it. After the clerk showcased the number, Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed. Such a number, if he were to sell it before his demise, would likely fetch over 200,000. Having such a number would certainly create a favorable first impression in business dealings. All right, I'll take this number. Huya, come choose a number 2. It seems there are several with 4 eights available. Pick one. Sir, these numbers with 4 eights are considerably cheaper, ranging from approximately 1,000 to 2,000. Li Xiaofeng pointed to one of them, saying, let's go with this one for 2,000. Feng Huya nodded excitedly. Sure, you take the lead. Under the attentive service of the female clerk, amidst Feng Bowen's astonished expression and Feng Huya's adoring excitement, Li Xiaofeng effortlessly swiped nearly 20,000 yuan. In this lifetime, Li Xiaofeng intended to tackle any problem that could be solved with money, rendering sincerity unnecessary. Stealing a glance at Feng Bowen's despondent demeanor, Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of joy. In his previous life, he had often been ridiculed by that fellow. Seizing this opportunity to sprinkle some salt on old wounds felt well-deserved for his rebirth. Bowen, since you're here, why not buy a phone too? As a second-generation rich kid, it's rather unseemly to be without one. Look, over there is the cheapest Nokia, perfectly matching the used Santana your father bought to show off. It fits your identity as a scion of the Feng family quite well. You should really consider purchasing it. Feng Bowen's anger made his stomach churn as he finally managed to retort through gritted teeth. No matter how shabby our Santana is, it's still a car, costing us over 80,000 yuan. You're impressive, but how come you don't even own a vehicle? Li Xiaofeng smiled and replied, I hadn't obtained my driver's license before, and I'm still in the process of getting it. However, I plan to visit a dealership today to select a new car. Feng Bowen, feeling his nearly shattered confidence slowly rekindle, skeptically asked, what kind of car are you planning to buy? It wouldn't be a Japanese model, would it? Their products are hardly worth using, aside from their engines. Everything else is rubbish, lacking any driving experience. And what do you intend to buy? I'm planning to purchase a BMW. Feng Bowen's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, you must be joking. The cheapest BMW costs at least 300,000, nearly enough to buy a 3-bedroom apartment. Are you out of your mind, opting for a car over a home? Li Xiaofeng cast a proud glance at him, speaking nonchalantly, look at your limited aspirations. A mere BMW can astonish you to this extent. How can you still claim to be a second-generation rich kid? Feng Bowen blushed and protested. I never claimed to be a rich kid. That was your assertion. Then why flaunt that dilapidated Santana in front of me? Are you here to show off your wealth? Or to convince me how hard your life is as a wealthy heir? Feng Bowen, stung by embarrassment, shouted, all right, Li Xiaofeng, you're impressive, I concede. Since you're heading to the BMW dealership, I'll drive you there. Today, I want to see if you truly are as remarkable as you claim. Li Xiaofeng chuckled. Feng Bowen, your confidence is truly remarkable. Here I am, taking your goddess on a grand tour, and you're eagerly volunteering as my chauffeur. Now, that is what I call impressive. Thus, all of us hail from the same alley. Why should we let the fertile waters flow to outsiders? On a future day, when I take Huya to a hotel, I shall hire you as our driver. Fear not, I shall not shortchange you. I will offer you double the fare. Feng Bowen, seemingly enraged, gritted his teeth and declared, Li Xiaofeng, you are quite something. Today, I shall indeed play the role of your driver. And I am eager to see how you manage to smooth things over. Chapter 19. In this day and age, even ruffians comprehend the importance of investing more. Hearing Feng Bowen's words, Li Xiaofeng chuckled merrily. Huya, let us go. I have traveled in many vehicles before, but this is the first time I have a rival serving me so eagerly. This is truly an experience to relish. Feng Huya, immediately understanding the sentiment, rushed ahead to open the car door for him. Xiaofeng, how could he possibly be your rival? In your presence, he is not worthy even to carry your shoes. Besides, my heart belongs solely to you. In this life and the next, I shall love only you, and there is no room for anyone else in my eyes. Once they settled into the back seat of the Santana, Li Xiaofeng, with a beaming smile, remarked, One must be generous, since he is acting as our driver. We ought to show our appreciation. Let us sprinkle some dog food for Bowen. Thus, Li Xiaofeng wrapped his arms around Feng Huiya and indulged in a passionate kiss, to which Feng Huiya reciprocated with fervent affection. Bowen, isn't this beautiful? No matter how lovely it is, one cannot be fixated on the rearview mirror. Do pay attention to the road ahead. Bowen, you have no idea. Huiya's dancing over the past 6 months has not been in vain. Her body has become quite supple, allowing her to perform many difficult maneuvers. Have you ever redreamed of the Red Chamber? I suspect that as a member of the privileged Feng family, you have never laid eyes upon it. I would believe you have read Jean Ping Mei instead. Allow me to enlighten you. There is a passage in Dream of the Red Chamber that describes a young lady. Once a man approaches her, she becomes entirely soft, as if lying on brocade. I believe Huiya surpasses that lady by far. How to describe that sensation? It is something to be felt, not articulated. Oh, pay attention to the road ahead. Do not let your eyes wander. Suddenly, a loud crash startled both Li Xiaofeng and Feng Huiya. It turned out that Feng Bowen's vehicle had collided with the one in front, the emblem on the other car glaringly visible, causing his complexion to drain of color and his body to tremble. Bowen, how do you drive? There are countless rules when driving, but safety is paramount. Did you purchase your license? I warned you to be cautious, yet you disregarded it. Now look what trouble you have caused. Wow, that car is a BMW. Did your miserly father even get insurance? Given his character, he likely only bought the minimum liability coverage. If that is indeed the case, your family may have to sell the car just to cover the damages. Remember, one must exercise caution when trying to show off. Timing and mindset are crucial. If one's mindset is unstable, it is better to remain humble. As Li Xiaofeng continued to taunt Feng Bowen, a driver from the BMW emerged, his face filled with fury. Adorned with tattoos and imposing arms, a clear indication that he was not to be trifled with. Soon after, several individuals surrounded them, roughly dragging Feng Bowen out. You fool! Are you blind? Look what you've done to Long Gu's car. Upon witnessing the imposing demeanor of a group across the street, Feng Bowen suddenly found himself kneeling on the ground. Brother, I implore you, spare me this time. My vehicle only has basic insurance. Spare you? Who will spare me? The leader retorted angrily. I just drove this pristine car out of the dealership, and now it's been wrecked by you. The crucial point is, this is my boss's car. Brother, I will give you all the money I have. Just let me off this once. Feng Bowen pleaded, emptying his pockets. With a sharp slap, he received a heavy blow to the face. Are you mocking me? This meager sum is nothing more than a pittance. You insolent wretch. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know that the king of hell has 3 eyes. With that, several individuals began to rain blows upon Feng Bowen. After a thorough beating, the one called Long Gu menacingly asked, Are you planning to settle this publicly or privately? Privately. I'll settle it privately. Feng Bowen quickly responded. Then hurry and call your family, Long Gu said, handing over his phone. After the call, Long Gu sneered. You insolent fool, why waste words? Do you have any idea how much that call cost me? Consider that little sum you gave me as my phone bill. Seeing that the situation was nearly resolved, Li Xiaofeng finally took Feng Huiya's hand and emerged from the car. In a calm tone, he addressed Long Gu. We are merely passengers, unrelated to this matter, and we are not familiar with this young man. Please continue with your business. Noticing that they were not being obstructed, Li Xiaofeng turned to Feng Bowen with a smile. Earlier, when I suggested you buy a phone, you didn't listen. Now look, your phone bill is exorbitant. With that, he led Feng Huiya away. Since they had arrived at the BMW dealership, a few more steps would take them inside, where the ruffians would surely think twice before causing trouble. Once inside, Feng Huiya sighed in relief, patting her chest. That was terrifying. Those men were so fierce. It seems they specialize in scamming in this area. Did you not notice how others were lurking nearby? But who would use a BMW to scam? Feng Huiya questioned. That so-called BMW is likely either a salvaged vehicle or flood damaged. It's not worth as much as you think. Otherwise, why would that person be willing to settle with Feng Bowen? Oh, I see. Yes, without surveillance in the vicinity, he could easily settle with Feng Bowen, extort some money, and then have Feng's family collude with him to pocket a sum from the insurance company. How wicked. Such individuals dwell in the gray areas. It's their livelihood. Xiaofeng, are you truly considering purchasing a BMW? That car is quite expensive. In this day and age, even the ruffians recognize the need for substantial investment. Only through willingness to invest can one yield returns. Do you think my banter with Feng Bowen about buying a car is merely to show off? He is insignificant. Feng Huiya, somewhat perplexed, asked, then why do you wish to buy such an expensive car? Certainly. The intention is to impress those of greater value and to fully showcase one's abilities. Observing Feng Huiya's bashful demeanor, resembling a blissfully ecstatic young woman, Li Xiaofeng coldly remarked, do not misunderstand. You are merely one of my women, not worthy of such investment. The individuals I truly aim to impress are my classmates. Are they male or female classmates? Regardless of their gender, it bears no relevance to you. However, I can inform you that there are both male and female classmates with whom I interact primarily for the purpose of utilizing and integrating resources. Oh, I see. Nonetheless, should the right opportunity arise, the prospect of befriending a girl is not entirely out of the question. Yet, this remains unrelated to you. Do you comprehend my meaning? Chapter 20. Interacting with Feng Huiya through strength in his dealings with Feng Huiya, Li Xiaofeng's approach was akin to a slap followed by a date, ensuring she remained aware of her position and refrained from overstepping her bounds. Upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's words, Feng Huiya felt a twinge of disappointment, but her expression quickly shifted to concern as she inquired, if you were to get a girlfriend, would I still be able to be with you? Li Xiaofeng smiled. As long as you are willing and do not interfere with my matters, you may certainly continue to be with me. What I owe you will still be given. That's wonderful, Xiaofeng, I love you. Entering the BMW dealership, after the salesperson's introduction, Feng Huiya gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. After a moment, seizing the opportunity while the salesperson went to retrieve some documents, she whispered to Li Xiaofeng, I know BMWs are expensive, but I didn't realize they were this costly. The cheapest one could buy a house. Perhaps we should prioritize purchasing a house first. Li Xiaofeng chuckled, rest assured, we will acquire a house. But we must purchase a car now. I won't opt for anything extravagant. A BMW 3 Series will suffice for transportation. How much do you earn? After buying the car, will there still be enough for a house? Just then, the salesperson approached, prompting Feng Huiya to obediently fall silent. Li Xiaofeng promptly placed an order and paid the deposit. In this era, BMWs were still imported and required transportation from abroad. Fortunately, Li Xiaofeng was quite lucky. A fresh batch of BMWs was soon to arrive, and he would be able to collect the vehicle in about half a month. After paying the deposit and exiting the dealership, Li Xiaofeng smiled at Feng Huiya, saying, to alleviate your concerns, I can also demonstrate my financial capacity in your presence. Would you like to know how much I possess? Yes. Feng Huiya, previously glum, brightened at the prospect. Come, I will take you to the bank to check the balance. Soon, Li Xiaofeng opened a savings account at the bank, intending to impress both Feng Huiya and his roommate with the balance. As she gazed at the figures on the passbook, Feng Huiya meticulously counted the digits, repeating the process several times before once again covering her mouth in astonishment. After a considerable pause, her voice trembled as she asked, You currently have over 2 million. How did you acquire this money? Li Xiaofeng feigned nonchalance as he remarked, Did I not take you to the stock exchange? All of my wealth has been accrued from the stock market. Could you possibly guide me as well? She inquired. I cannot. Why? He replied. Because I shall not engage in stock trading any longer. This venture was prompted solely by an accurate insider tip. Observing the disappointment reflected in Feng Huiya's gaze, Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brow and, with a serious tone, advised, Huiya, one must learn to be content and to recognize when to advance or retreat. One should only pursue what one has rightfully earned. If a person becomes overly greedy, they may not only fail to acquire what they are entitled to, but also risk losing everything they currently possess. Dispel those unrealistic notions. Reflect upon your life before and after you met me. Consider the considerable transformation in your circumstances. Always be aware of your own worth and earn what you deserve. Since the moment Li Xiaofeng revealed his bank balance to Feng Huiya, she had been inseparable from him, her ingratiating demeanor greatly pleasing him. However, the Feng family was less than pleased. You foolish girl, during the new year, instead of helping at home, you are gallivanting elsewhere. At your age, you should know better. I will do as I please, thank you. After all, I have been raised by you, and now you dare to speak to me like that? Xiaofeng is my boyfriend. What is wrong with me spending time with him? He even bought me a phone, treating me so well, while you refuse to provide me with living expenses for college. A mere phone has won you over? He won't even provide a bride price. Xiaofeng is not yet of marrying age. Your eagerness is rather unbecoming. Besides, why should he owe you a bride price? It would not even reach my hands. It would all go to my brother. I raised you, only to see you sold off like this. Oh, so you raised me merely to sell your daughter, is that it? Perhaps feeling the judgment of onlookers. Feng Hui's mother stormed away in anger. Feng Hui closed the door to Li Xiaofeng's home and approached him, adopting a tone of playful supplication. Xiaofeng, you have so much money. Could you spare me a little more? Absolutely not. Li Xiaofeng retorted firmly. Why not? Hui, do not forget that our relationship is merely a transaction. Your earnings depend on the local market value and the emotional worth you bring me. The phone I purchased for you, along with the SIM card, cost me an additional 5,000. You ought to learn to be content. If you are dissatisfied, we can part amicably. It matters not to me. Observing Feng Hui bowing her head in silence, Li Xiaofeng's patience waned, and he coldly declared, If you do not wish to be with me, then leave. I have the means to find another woman who will not scorn me. He increasingly recognized the advantages of resolving matters with wealth. Engaging with Feng Hui sincerely paled in comparison to exercising power over her. In a previous life, he had treated her with utmost kindness, yet she had still departed. In this life, he was not inclined to repeat those past gestures. Xiaofeng, that is not what I meant. Feng Hui, remember this. When I give you money, you must hold on to it well. When I grant you favors, you should cherish them. What is rightfully yours, I shall provide. What is not yours, even if you desire it, will be of no use to you. Be mindful of this in the future. Xiaofeng, do not be upset. I promise I will not behave this way again. Just observe my future conduct. Very well, then come forth and demonstrate your sincerity. Indeed, while genuine affection may be thrifty, money undeniably secures a higher quality of emotional value. A profound truth. If a problem can be resolved with money, it is truly no problem at all. At that moment, Feng Hui nestled against Li Xiaofeng like a docile kitten, her tone gentle as she engaged him in conversation. Xiaofeng, let me share something amusing. After Feng Bowen had his accident, his family sold the car, likely incurring a considerable loss. His father punished him severely for days. Li Xiaofeng smiled and nodded. I have heard that Feng Bowen ended up in the hospital due to his father's wrath. It seems this year, the entire family will be spending the new year in the hospital. Feng Hui gazed affectionately at Li Xiaofeng and softly declared, Xiaofeng, in the future, during the new year, I will be by your side, and you shall never feel lonely again. This manner of interaction was truly delightful, and Li Xiaofeng greatly appreciated it. Chapter 21. If you wish to smash, then smash away. The wheel of time slowly rolled into the year 2000, marking the beginning of a new year and the official commencement of Li Xiaofeng's new life. After acquiring a new car and completing all the necessary procedures, Feng Hui excitedly urged Li Xiaofeng to take her for a drive. He was eager to practice his skills and readily acquiesced to her request. A girl once remarked that she would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. To many, this may seem superficial and vain, a reflection of misguided values. However, crying in a BMW and laughing on a bicycle are merely artificial snapshots of existence. A rational individual, even on a bicycle, would choose to laugh if given the chance. In reality, the girl in the BMW is unlikely to perpetually weep upon exiting the vehicle. She is probably blessed with favorable material conditions and fewer worries. Conversely, the girl on the bicycle is unlikely to remain in perpetual laughter when she dismounts. She is likely to be burdened by the mundane struggles of life, where even trivial matters can spark intense conflicts. Soon, the start of university approached. Xiaofeng, the new semester is about to begin. Would you be able to take me to school, preferably dropping me off right at our dormitory? Feng Hui bit her lip. Feeling somewhat shy, Li Xiaofeng understood that she wished to showcase her relationship before her classmates. It is human nature to possess a touch of vanity. In this era, owning a car is already a significant achievement, let alone a brand new BMW. All right, no problem. As long as you do not cause trouble or disrupt my life. You may tell others that you are my girlfriend. I will certainly give you the respect you deserve. Really? That's wonderful, Xiaofeng. I love you so much. As soon as they exited the narrow alley of their hometown, they unexpectedly encountered Feng Bowen. It was uncertain whether he had intentionally waited there or if it was merely a coincidence. At that moment, Feng Bowen appeared disheveled and lethargic, yet upon seeing Li Xiaofeng, his eyes immediately reddened. He picked up a large stone from the ground and rushed towards Li Xiaofeng's car, seemingly intent on smashing it. Feng Hui screamed to intervene. Feng Bowen, what do you think you're doing? Don't act recklessly. Li Xiaofeng remained unfazed, smiling calmly as he replied, It's fine. Let him smash it. Feng Bowen, go ahead and do it if you want. After all, there are surveillance cameras here. Moreover, Huya can testify for me, and my car is equipped with a dash cam. Last time, your family sold the car after the accident. If you break mine this time, I suppose your family might have to sell the house. Li Xiaofeng, you scoundrel. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the accident last time. Feng Bowen, you truly are amusing. You were the one driving the car and the one who brought us along. How can you blame me for your accident? If it weren't for your distraction, how could I have possibly crashed? You were the driver, with the steering wheel in your hands and the brakes under your feet. You could have chosen not to listen to me, and since it was your car, you could have asked me to be silent. It was your desire to hear me speak, to witness me kiss Huya, that made you so distracted, right? Furthermore, I had warned you numerous times to be cautious, to pay attention to the road ahead, and to prioritize safety. Who can you blame for not heeding my advice? Upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's words, Feng Bowen found himself at a loss for words. Li Xiaofeng continued with a smile. And you? Fool, those people were clearly attempting to scam you. Your best course of action would have been to call the police and let them handle the chaos. Their vehicle was hardly legitimate. It was likely a wreck or a flood-damaged car, utterly worthless. Besides, there was no surveillance footage, so the division of responsibility would have been ambiguous. If we were to testify for you, the liability would likely be split evenly, at worst 60-40. Perhaps your compulsory insurance would suffice, yet you foolishly insisted on settling privately. Who can you blame for that? Li Xiaofeng's words left Feng Bowen astonished, followed by an outburst of anger as he demanded, since you knew they were scamming, why didn't you tell me? Feng Bowen, you must understand our relationship. You chose to settle privately. Why should I risk offending those thugs for your sake? What benefit would that bring me? What if those thugs decided to retaliate against me? I have Huya with me. What if they posed a threat to her? A barrage of inquiries left Feng Bowen momentarily speechless, and after stuttering for some time, he finally found his retort. What do you mean, no relationship? You grew up in my father's factory, and your adoptive father worked there. Without my father, you would have starved. Ah, the audacity of your family. The Hongqing Bicycle Factory is a state-owned enterprise, and your father is merely the factory director. Do you truly believe that makes the factory your personal property? Stepping back for a moment, even if the factory were indeed your family's, what difference would it make? It is a natural and rightful expectation to receive wages after completing work. Your suggestion that I should pass my foster father's salary to you makes it sound as though it were a gracious gift from your family, which is quite presumptuous of the Feng clan. Furthermore, I have heard from my foster father about the bullying he endured at the hands of your family in the past. If he were to discover that I assisted you, he might very well resort to using his belt on me. Xiaofeng, regardless of the circumstances. We have grown up together since childhood. It would not be an exaggeration to consider us friends, especially since we see each other frequently. So why do you attempt to snatch Huya from me? You dare speak of friendship, yet one must never betray a friend as spouse. Are you not aware of this principle? Feng Bowen momentarily found himself at a loss for words, yet he continued to clutch the stone in his hand, unwilling to relinquish it. Li Xiaofeng, with a smile, taunted, are you a coward who only bullies the weak? If you're going to throw it, do it quickly. I have no time for your nonsense, as I need to take Huya to school. Feng Bowen appeared utterly dejected, the stone slipping from his grasp and landing squarely on his foot, causing him to yelp in pain. Huh. This is what happens when one lifts a stone only to drop it on their own foot. Serves you right. Li Xiaofeng pressed the accelerator and drove away. Upon arriving at Feng Huya's school, the security guard, upon seeing Li Xiaofeng's car, did not ask any questions and promptly raised the barrier to allow him entry. Li Xiaofeng, showing no hesitation, parked directly beneath the dormitory. Envy, jealousy, and astonishment filled the eyes of countless students as Feng Huya exited the vehicle with a radiant smile, embracing Li Xiaofeng for a kiss before proudly making her way back to her dormitory. It is certain that with Feng Huya's intelligence and perceptiveness, she will make the most of the advantages Li Xiaofeng has bestowed upon her. Now, it was time for Li Xiaofeng to showcase his prowess. Chapter 22. The moment to demonstrate capability has arrived as Li Xiaofeng pulled his BMW to a stop beneath the dormitory. Countless heads emerged from the windows. In this era, even in Huhai City, and particularly at the competitive Huhai University, a BMW is undoubtedly considered a luxury vehicle. Although it was merely a BMW 3 Series, its purchase price approached nearly 100,000 yuan, with current housing prices hovering around 300 yuan per square meter. That amount could easily secure a spacious 3-bedroom apartment in Huhai City. Such a property, 2 decades hence, might fetch 7 to 8 million. In other words, driving a BMW 3 Series to school now is akin to arriving in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan 2 decades from now. Wow, whose car is that? It seems to belong to our building. Look. The driver is not an adult, but one of our classmates. Could it be true that their family allows them to drive such a fine car to school? Surely, this must be a rental to show off. It is quite plausible. After all, what student would drive such a vehicle to school? Indeed, Xiaofeng quickly became a celebrity among the students. Yet being a star means one must also endure the slings and arrows of gossip. He had long since prepared himself for this. He first placed his luggage with the building manager downstairs, requesting temporary assistance, before driving his car to the parking lot. Returning to the dormitory, he collected his belongings. And Xiaofeng finally made his way back to his room. The moment to showcase his prowess had arrived. Approaching him first were the sarcastic jibes from the leader. Xiao Jinping. Oh wow, third brother, impressive indeed. You've even got a BMW. Where did you rent it from, and how much per day? If I'd known, I would have rented one to show off as well. Following suit was the second in command, Elgendong. Third brother, you really are something else. I must admit, your family background is quite ordinary, yet you insist on masquerading as someone grand. Are you planning to eat dirt for the next semester? With a smile, the fourth member, Cheng Ziyuan, remarked, Third brother, we are all brothers. There's truly no need for this. In the face of their mockery, Xiaofeng remained composed, responding with a smile. This car is indeed mine. Didn't I mention that I was trading stocks? I made a bit of money in the market. What is money if not a means to enjoy life? So, I decided to splurge a little and buy a car for convenience. A little splurge? You're just boasting. How much did you actually earn in the stock market? Elgendong exclaimed in surprise. Xiaofeng casually replied, Not much, just around 2 million. By the way, what is your phone number? I bought a new phone and would like to save it. Elgendong quickly provided his number and added, What is your new number? I'll save it too. I'll give you a call. Xiao Jinping, feeling a tinge of jealousy, interjected, Didn't you say before that phones are useless? Why buy one now? What brand is it? Cheng Ziyuan looked on in astonishment, saying, Third brother, you've really struck it rich. You bought the latest Nokia 3210, which must cost at least 3,000. Wow. Third brother, what an impressive number you have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, wow, 6 eighths. You must have spent quite a bit on that number. Elgendong's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiaofeng smiled and explained, I'm different from you all. Your families provide for you, and you have no worries about food and clothing, whereas I must earn my own living. Buying a phone and choosing a lucky number are both for business purposes. The car serves a dual purpose, enjoyment and business, not merely for showing off. You're all not ordinary people. You should understand this principle. If I don't present myself well, people may not even glance my way, let alone offer me business opportunities. Xiao Jinping, still somewhat skeptical, asked, Third brother, did you really earn that much money? Without further ado, Xiaofeng pulled out a savings book from his bag and tossed it for him to see. By the way, I did wager with you all before. I lost, and now must call you my godfather. Xiao Jinping quickly caught it with both hands, while Elgendong and Cheng Ziyuan gathered around. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Wow. Third brother, you really earned that much. Indeed, after buying the car, I still have over 190,000 left. Can you take me along? Everyone is a good brother, so include me as well. You guys should call out foster father for us to hear. Xiaofeng, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us what is going on. Gazing at the eager expressions of his companions, Xiaofeng smiled and said, By a twist of fate, I stumbled upon some insider information and decided to take a bold gamble, and to my surprise, it paid off. However, if I were to involve you brothers, and the stock market turns against us, what then? I plan to take my winnings and step away. The stock market is fraught with risks and far too exhilarating for my heart to endure. Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, the group's demeanor shifted to one of disappointment. Xiao Jinping returned his passbook to him, and the other two resumed their places on their beds. After a brief smile, Xiaofeng confidently remarked, In truth, none of you are ordinary. Your families possess extensive connections. If you truly wish to make money, numerous avenues are available, and you could easily reap substantial rewards without venturing into the stock market. Xiao Jinping retorted, somewhat vexed, It's not as simple as you say. My family business doesn't allow me to get involved, and I can't insert myself into it. Who says you can't? Xiaofeng countered. Your family is in real estate. Just a small project could ensure your financial security. but I wouldn't know how to manage it. If I fumble, my father would undoubtedly berate me. I can manage it. I understand interior and exterior painting projects. You only need to help me land the contract, and I will take care of everything else. You can simply relax and reap the profits, and I'll give you a 5 commission, which is the standard rate for such projects. Xiao Jinping regarded Li Xiaofeng silently. Shifting his gaze to Lu Zhendong, Li Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Second brother, doesn't your family run a construction company? Typically, real estate developers outsource interior and exterior painting projects to construction firms. Whether we do it for someone else or undertake it ourselves, it's still the same. I have no demands. I'll match their prices and adhere to their requirements. Moreover, while others receive commissions based on progress payments, as long as you help secure the contract, I'll pay you the commission up front. And you won't have to worry about anything else." "Really?" Lu Zhendong seemed intrigued. Xiao Jinping, however, expressed his concern. "What if there's an issue with the construction quality?" Li Xiaofeng smiled reassuringly. "If problems arise, I will take full responsibility. It won't concern you. Both the construction and real estate companies already have established management systems in place, so you need not fret over those matters." Chapter 23. Efforts are not in vain. Results begin to emerge after hearing Li Xiaofeng's words. Cheng Ziyuan smiled and said, "Third brother, I've heard from my family that soon our household will be renovating the facade of a nightclub. I'm not well versed in this, but it seems to involve some sort of metallic paint, covering an area of about 3,000 square meters. Are you interested?" Li Xiaofeng responded with enthusiasm. "Of course. I'm interested. When it comes to making money, one can never have too little. Merchants in Zhejiang are meticulous, earning every penny, even down to the tiniest fractions." "Very well. If you are willing to take this on, I shall return home and inquire. If everything aligns, we must prioritize our own brothers." "Thank you, and rest assured, once this is accomplished, I shall not neglect your due rewards." A few days later, Cheng Ziyuan cheerfully approached Li Xiaofeng and exclaimed, "Old third, this matter is settled." Consequently, Li Xiaofeng promptly took Cheng Ziyuan to the nightclub that intended to renovate its facade. Upon the arrival of the young master, the manager of the engineering department received them with great enthusiasm. "This is my classmate Li Xiaofeng, also a dear brother of mine. He possesses considerable expertise in exterior wall coatings, so I trust you will extend your utmost consideration." The manager smiled and replied, "Absolutely. Your recommendation is certainly reliable. Anyone who drives a BMW is beyond the reach of ordinary folk, am I correct?" After ushering them into his office, the manager, beaming with delight, stated, "We have selected a relief metallic paint for our project. The lowest quotation we have received stands at 120 yuan per square meter. We have already measured the entire exterior facade, which amounts to over 3,000 square meters. At this price, the total project cost is approximately 400,000 yuan. And typically, our payment schedule is quite prompt. However," he continued, "there is a stipulation regarding our renovations. 25 of the total contract amount must be allocated to recharge our nightclub's membership cards." Cheng Ziyuan glanced at Li Xiaofeng, who mentally calculated the figures. The cost of applying the relief metallic paint would not exceed 50 yuan per square meter. Coupled with invoicing, taxes, commissions for Cheng Ziyuan, and kickbacks for the engineering manager, there would undoubtedly be a substantial profit margin. Even accounting for the 25 required for recharging, there remained a lucrative 25 profit. With a total project volume of 400,000 yuan, the 25 amounts to 100,000 yuan. Furthermore, the other 25 is still monetary value, albeit restricted to consumption at the nightclub. Nevertheless, in the field of engineering, such expenditures for hospitality and dining are commonplace, ensuring that it would not go to waste. This venture is indeed feasible. In a prior life, Li Xiaofeng struggled at the bottom, where securing a project worth 100,000 yuan was already considered a significant deal, often stripped of its profit margins. Thus, he readily declared, "No problem, I will take on this work." While signing the contract, the engineering manager expressed surprise. "Impressive. Mr. Li, your number is quite remarkable. If anyone were to claim you are not a businessman, I would never believe it." Li Xiaofeng smiled and replied, "In business, one seeks auspiciousness." At this moment, all his previous efforts began to bear fruit. After signing the contract, Li Xiaofeng drove Cheng Ziyuan back to the dormitory. In the presence of L. Zhendong and Xiao Jinping, Li Xiaofeng produced a stack of cash, dramatically slapping it down. The 2 piles of money landing before Cheng Ziyuan with a resounding thud. "Here, this is your commission. No need for that." Considering how much you have recharged at my nightclub, it seems you might not profit much from this, Cheng Ziyuan replied. Li Xiaofeng, feigning a loud tone, insisted, enough chatter. Take it. We are brothers, and once a promise is made, how can one go back on it? Having signed the contract, I acknowledge that even if I were to sacrifice my undergarments, it remains my own affair. Moreover, I have yet to fully experience the delights of the nightclub scene. Indulging in such experiences could indeed be quite enjoyable. Xiao Jinping, taken aback, inquired, Lao San, why did you give Lao Shi such a substantial sum? Hadn't Lao Shi mentioned just a few days ago that his family owned a nightclub undergoing exterior renovations? They had recently signed a contract for a total project cost of 400,000, which necessitated a payment of 20,000 to Lao Shi. You truly paid him, exclaimed the second brother, Lu Zhendong, in astonishment. Li Xiaofeng retorted, Isn't that obvious? Who would undertake work without compensation? That would be deceitful. Regardless of our brotherhood, we cannot engage in such unethical dealings, even with outsiders. Lu Zhendong swallowed hard and seriously addressed Li Xiaofeng, saying, Xiaofeng, a while back, one of our construction sites was nearing completion. I am not entirely familiar with the details. Perhaps you could accompany me to inspect it sometime? No problem. However, Xiao Jinping remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng felt a sense of contentment, with Lao Shi Cheng Ziyuan's contract in hand. He considered this a successful start to his entrepreneurial journey. Indeed, the presence of connections makes a significant difference. The once elusive construction project was now effortlessly within his grasp. In his previous life, Li Xiaofeng had ample experience in this field. He understood the nuances well. Acquiring materials was straightforward as long as funds were available. As for the construction, he intended to enlist the help of his good friend Su Lei from his past life. Su Lei's father was also a worker at the Hongqing bicycle factory, but Su Lei struggled academically, dropping out after middle school to work on construction sites, eventually becoming a small contractor specializing in labor-only contracts. In such contracts, materials were not included. He would receive payment and then distribute wages to his workers. In his previous life, Li Xiaofeng had gradually learned the ropes alongside Su Lei. Su Lei was genuinely kind-hearted, diligent, and meticulous in his work. During Li Xiaofeng's past life, he had taken good care of him and imparted much knowledge. In this life, having achieved a slight semblance of success, Li Xiaofeng felt compelled to prioritize the welfare of his good friend. Additionally, he rented an office and sought assistance in registering a company. Establishing a company would lend a more formal and credible appearance to his business dealings. The barriers to entry in this industry are relatively low, while connections are undoubtedly important. To achieve any significant scale, one must register a company and present a polished facade. It is essential to recognize that while one may possess connections, others may equally possess their own. After the initial exchanges of favors, the next stage will undoubtedly involve a competition of comprehensive strength. What constitutes comprehensive strength? It encompasses the company, models, materials, vehicles, finances, charm, and all other elements related to engineering. It is all part of one's capability. Furthermore, while small endeavors may require personal involvement, scaling up will necessitate hiring others to manage tasks. An aspiring small business owner may engage hands-on, but a successful entrepreneur typically directs from a distance. Moreover, Li Xiaofeng still has his studies to complete. Remote management suits him far better. Chapter 24. Navigating the construction site requires more than just connections. A few days later, Li Xiaofeng drove with El Zhendong to his construction company. El Zhendong's contact was the company's executive vice president, Mr. Wei, who oversaw the overall engineering projects, with all project managers reporting to him, making him a powerful figure within the company. Mr. Wei warmly invited them to sit down and began to prepare tea on his desk. Master L, he said, under normal circumstances, your personal visit and first request would merit some respect. However, the company has its own processes and regulations. Given that we have not collaborated before, I must be cautious. Should any issues arise, I would bear the responsibility. El Zhendong felt somewhat bewildered and taken aback, turning to Li Xiaofeng for guidance. He had anticipated that his involvement would surely yield results, but he found himself facing an unexpected setback. Li Xiaofeng, however, smiled and replied, Mr. Wei, it matters not that we have not worked together previously. Every partnership has its first encounter. The individuals currently collaborating with you, Mr. Wei, also had their inaugural experiences. Mr. Wei graciously offered each of them a cup of tea, and Li Xiaofeng held his cup with both hands. Mr. Wei, with a smile, remarked, "Indeed. Every first venture entails a degree of risk. Having already faced risks in the past, why should we embrace further uncertainties now? A company of this magnitude, with such a vast project, means that even minor issues can escalate into significant problems. Once complications arise on the site, resolving them is not as simple as it may seem." Li Xiaofeng understood that managing a construction site required more than mere connections. Mr. Wei, recognizing El Jindong's lack of experience, was deliberately exaggerating to intimidate him, hoping to dissuade him from pursuing the project. It is essential to understand that every project involves intricate webs of interests. Should El Jindong involve himself in the site's affairs, Mr. Wei's interests could be jeopardized. Thus, Mr. Wei preferred to avoid complications altogether. The best solution to this predicament was to ensure that Mr. Wei's interests remained intact. In doing so, and considering El Jindong's status, Mr. Wei could provide a plausible excuse to his previous partners and simultaneously flatter El Jindong's father. However, this venue was not suitable for such discussions, and there were many matters that could not be addressed in front of El Jindong. Consequently, Li Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Mr. Wei, I understand that matters in engineering are complex, and a few words cannot encapsulate them all. It appears that mealtime has arrived, after all. Man is iron and rice is steel. Let us step out for a casual meal. No, I have much to attend to here, and I must return to work this afternoon. Mr. Wei, you must not overexert yourself. A balance of work and rest is essential. If you tire yourself out, it would be a considerable loss for the company. Besides, man is iron and rice is steel. The most crucial thing is to eat. Well, that might not be appropriate, not at all, Mr. Wei. I am brothers with your second son. I am inviting you to dine. Is there any transgression in that?" As Li Xiaofeng signaled him, El Jindong smiled and said, "Of course, what is the big deal about sharing a meal? Mr. Wei, let us dine together." During the meal, when Mr. Wei excused himself to the restroom, Li Xiaofeng discreetly followed him. "Mr. Wei, rest assured, the commission due to you will not be a single cent less." Mr. Wei glanced over and chuckled, saying, "What commission are you speaking of? You are overthinking." Li Xiaofeng understood that Mr. Wei harbored doubts about him. Although the commission was an open secret, taking it under the watchful eyes of the boss's son felt rather inappropriate. "Mr. Wei, I assure you that collaborating with me will bring you no losses. Should the second son express discontent and report back to his father, it would create an awkward situation for everyone involved." Mr. Wei remained silent, contemplative. "I have been classmates with the second son. Yet I am a person of principle, speaking when necessary and remaining silent otherwise. Additionally, I possess considerable expertise in interior and exterior wall coatings, ensuring that your interests will remain intact. However, I have my own associates. Are they less significant than your boss's son, or even than you?" Mr. Wei inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Are you also providing a commission to Jindong?" Li Xiaofeng replied with a smile, "It matters not. There is ample wealth to be shared, and I can operate on thin margins for higher sales. What do you intend to offer me?" "The standard rate of 5%, to be included with the progress payments. It will be disbursed upon signing the contract." "Mr. Wei, let us keep it aligned with the progress payments. We are embarking on a long-term partnership." Mr. Wei pondered for a moment and said, "To speak frankly, this construction site was already settled. If I were to engage you, I would be offending someone. Mr. Wei, as I have stated before, would you rather offend that individual or the boss's son, or even the boss himself? Besides, this site is inherently a collaborative effort. No one is indebted to anyone else. Moreover, with the boss's son now involved, I believe this rationale should suffice to navigate that situation without causing offense." Mr. Wei chuckled. "No wonder you were able to purchase a BMW at such a young age. You truly possess a silver tongue." Mr. Wei jested. "I shall rely on your continued support in the future." Soon, the two returned to the banquet, exchanging laughter and conversation. During this time, Lu Jindong attempted to steer the discussion towards the construction site, eager to inquire if Li Xiaofeng could secure the contract, but he was subtly halted by Li Xiaofeng, who signaled him to refrain from making any hasty moves. On their way back, Lu Jindong could not help but ask, "Xiaofeng, why didn't you allow me to speak on your behalf?" Li Xiaofeng smiled and replied, "When I stepped out with Mr. Wei, I had already discussed most of the matters. Had you interjected at that moment, it could have had counterproductive results. Let us await further developments. What if he withholds information and secretly awards the project to someone else? If all else fails, I will speak with my father." No. We can manage this ourselves without involving your father. Only if we truly cannot resolve it should we escalate it. People like Mr. Wei also value their reputation. If your father applies pressure, it may lead to his displeasure. If he becomes displeased, so be it. Before my father, would he dare to act rashly? In business, the more friends one has, the more paths one can traverse. Conversely, the more enemies one makes, the more barriers arise. If Mr. Wei were to harbor ill feelings and secretly seek to undermine us, it would indeed become troublesome. Do not rush. At most, wait 3 to 5 days, and you will undoubtedly receive news. Your father is akin to a nuclear weapon, best utilized for strategic deterrence and not to be employed lightly. LV Zhendong seemed somewhat unfamiliar with Li Xiaofeng, expressing his bewilderment. I have only just realized how knowledgeable you are. You are not merely a student, but rather a seasoned veteran who has navigated the complexities of society for many years. Unfortunately, due to a humble background, the children of the impoverished must mature early. In truth, I have merely imitated others, having neither experienced nor witnessed the intricacies of life firsthand. I have learned from others. Chapter 25. Is face more important than money? Indeed, Li Xiaofeng's words rang true. Within 3 days, General Wei called him to the office to sign the contract. The construction site assigned to him by General Wei was the first phase of a project named Emerald Garden, with the exterior wall paint covering an area of approximately 20,000 square meters and the interior wall paint covering around 100,000 square meters. The exterior wall paint employs a textured silk luster latex paint, with a unit price of 40 yuan per square meter, while the interior wall utilizes standard matte latex paint, priced at 15 yuan per square meter, bringing the total project cost to 2.3 million yuan. Li Xiaofeng made a rough estimate. The cost of the textured silk luster latex paint was around 18 yuan per square meter, yielding a gross profit of approximately 440,000 yuan. The cost of the matte latex paint was about 8 yuan per square meter, generating a gross profit of around 700,000 yuan. LV Zhendong and General Wei's kickbacks would amount to no less than 230,000 yuan, with invoices requiring at least 6 and other operational and business expenses nearing 4. Overall expenditures would approximate 460,000 yuan. Moreover, to maintain appearances, the kickback for LV Zhendong would certainly be slightly higher. Thus, after all was said and done, Li Xiaofeng conservatively estimated he could earn around 650,000 yuan. Truly, his efforts were not in vain. That BMW was well worth the investment. Securing 2 contracts was equivalent to acquiring 2 BMWs. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Xiaofeng presented the freshly signed contract to LV Zhendong. After a cursory glance, LV Zhendong's gaze turned expectantly towards Li Xiaofeng. Understanding his intent, Li Xiaofeng retrieved a stack of cash from his bag, tossing each bundle towards LV Zhendong. Do not show me pity simply because I am a delicate flower. Strike me with the RMB fiercely. I can handle it. LV Zhendong was overjoyed, welcoming each stack of cash with his chest, as if savoring the power of money, which left the other 2 roommates utterly astonished. A total of 12 stacks of cash amounted to 120,000 yuan. If this money were in a bank account, it would merely be a string of numbers, especially in the presence of these wealthy heirs, giving a lackluster impression. However, when transformed into cash and laid before them, the effect was certainly altogether different. Brother, as you can see, the estimated total project cost is about 2.3 million yuan, which should entitle you to 1.15 million. However, we brothers are not concerned with such trivialities, so I rounded it up for you. Thank you, brother. You are like my reborn parents. Now I can finally breathe easy with my finances. Chao Jinping cast a jealous glance at the contract above, immediately leaping to his feet. Third brother. This emerald garden is developed by our family. The commission for this construction site should belong to me. In most instances, real estate companies contract their development projects entirely to construction firms, which then further subcontract to various parties. Li Xiaofeng chuckled and replied, Big brother, matters cannot be viewed in such a simplistic manner. Those who exert effort deserve compensation. At the very least, could you not share half with me? Big brother, how you negotiate with second brother is your affair. It has nothing to do with me. All I know is that this site was secured for me by second brother, and thus the commission rightfully belongs to him. Before Li Xiaofeng could finish his sentence, second brother El Zhendong had already stuffed the money into a bag and swiftly darted out, presumably to deposit it in the bank. Elgendong, you scoundrel. After all I've done for you, you truly intend to deny me even a little? Xiao Jinping attempted to chase after him, but Li Xiaofeng smiled and restrained him. Big brother, let it go. This sum is trivial for you. Trivial? This amounts to over 100,000. My family only provides me with 2 or 3,000 for living expenses each semester. How can I manage? If you want to give it to you, then you should ask me. Big brother, since your family is in real estate, securing a few interior and exterior wall coating projects should be child's play. The only real estate project my family is currently developing is this one. Where else could I possibly find more? Big brother, are you so stubborn? If your project is temporarily on hold, what about others? Surely you have friends in other real estate or construction companies. Why not seek their assistance? Xiao Jinping frowned and lamented. That is true, but it's rather difficult to manage. What makes it difficult? Jiang Shuiying's family is also developing a real estate project. But as you know, she is currently upset with me. How could I possibly approach her? Big brother, what is more important, face or money? To forsake money for the sake of pride is beneath contempt. With that, Li Xiaofeng made a classic gesture of disdain towards Xiao Jinping. No. If I were to speak up now, I'd be forever trampled underfoot in the future. Cheng Ziyuan, interjecting with a teasing tone, remarked, what does it matter if you are trodden upon? A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Once you win her over, once you have the upper hand, it's not so easily managed. My father has been dominated by my mother his entire life. He always tells me that if he lacked authority before marriage, he would surely be subservient afterward. Moreover, I'm not done playing yet. If I bow to her now, she will undoubtedly dictate my life, and how can I enjoy myself then? Li Xiaofeng smiled and suggested, then you should sneak around and have your fun without her noticing. We're in the same school. It's not so easy to hide. Stubborn fool, why not seek someone from a different school instead? At this moment, Cheng Ziyuan seemed to have grasped the situation, and with a hint of curiosity, he inquired, Old 3. You don't mean to say you have a girlfriend at another school, do you? Li Xiaofeng chuckled softly, nodding in affirmation. Indeed. I have a girlfriend at a different institution. Much like our leader, we have grown up together since childhood. She is currently studying at the Shanghai High Film and Art School. Wow, the girls at film schools are all stunning. Old 3. Could you ask your sister-in-law to introduce one to me? Cheng Ziyuan suddenly perked up. Old Shi, your nightclub is filled with beauties. Do you really need me to introduce anyone? Li Xiaofeng retorted. Surely, you are aware of the caliber of women in nightclubs, which pales in comparison to the students at a film school. At that moment, Xiao Jinping joined in, grinning as he asked, Old 3, is that true? If so, count me in. Li Xiaofeng smiled and confessed, to be honest, I send my girlfriend 5,000 yuan each month, not including the gifts I buy her. If you think you can handle it, I could call her later. Chapter 26. If I had even a shred of dignity, it would be a sign of disrespect towards money. Xiao Jinping and Cheng Ziyuan exchanged astonished glances and simultaneously exclaimed, You give her that much? Hearing their surprise, Li Xiaofeng smiled and replied, Everyone has different needs. There is a reason for giving more, and I find it quite worthwhile. Old 3, have you been deceived? Cheng Ziyuan remarked. Old 1, it's hard to believe you're a rich second generation with such a narrow perspective. Just think. A pristine campus beauty at your beck and call, ready to fulfill any of your requests, and you only offer her a few tens of thousands a year. Don't you think that is modest? If you believe it's excessive, perhaps your spending capacity is inadequate. Cheng Ziyuan regarded Li Xiaofeng with a peculiar expression. His tone tinged with amusement as he said, Old 3, I truly did not expect that in just 6 months, you have transformed so completely. What is different? Your demeanor exudes the essence of a nouveau riche, sporting the countenance of a petty man who has achieved success. Li Xiaofeng chuckled, unhurriedly responding. One must inevitably traverse the phase of a nouveau riche before finding tranquility. As for your notion of a petty man achieving success, it's a similar principle. Haven't you heard the saying? First the petty man, then the gentleman. The original expression doesn't convey that sentiment. You've let your studies cloud your judgment. The richness of Chinese culture is profound, its language intricate, and its heritage deep. Why can't the same text have alternative interpretations? If there weren't a multitude of interpretations, from where would the cultural classics of future generations arise? As long as you grasp my meaning, that suffices. Xiao Jinping scoffed. So, you admit to being a nouveau riche and a petty man who has achieved success? Li Xiaofeng nodded. I confess, I may be a bit ostentatious. embodying the traits of a nouveau riche and a petty man who has achieved success. Yet this is an inevitable path toward success. Only when a person truly possesses wealth can they regard money as mere refuse. Only after satisfying their desires can one aspire to become a true gentleman. Without such experiences, one may observe individuals, regardless of their ostensible wisdom or elevated status, preaching at us. Even if they are esteemed professors or venerable elders, they may harbor the most unsavory of thoughts. Those who present themselves as paragons of virtue may simply be suppressing their desires, lacking suitable opportunities. Mark my words. Once given the chance, their true natures may be far more deplorable than mine. Xiao Jinping scoffed, "You certainly have a knack for self-justification." Li Xiaofeng shook his head and replied, "I am not defending myself, my friend. Just look at you. Among our peers, few come from more affluent backgrounds. Can you truly regard money as refuse? Can you dismiss beauty as inconsequential? Why should I treat wealth as worthless or beauty as ephemeral? Therefore, just because your family is wealthy does not mean you are. At this point, you have yet to reach even the stage of the nouveau riche. Perhaps you should contemplate how to earn your own fortune." Then Li Xiaofeng turned to Cheng Ziyuan and said, "Old Shi, your family has also experienced wealth when making friends. You do not expect to obtain everything for free, do you? In truth, nothing is more costly than something offered for free. It demands considerable investment of time and energy, and the outcomes are often uncertain. Even if results do materialize, you must continually provide emotional value. For ordinary individuals, their time and energy hold little worth. To find a girlfriend, one must expend their own resources. But you all possess connections and resources. Do you really intend to pursue a life of ordinary happiness and simplicity?" Cheng Ziyuan retorted, "Chao, I increasingly perceive you as a parvenu, reveling in your newfound status." Xiao Jinping quickly concurred. "What do you mean, like? He is indeed that. A truly shameless fellow." Li Xiaofeng chuckled. "Boss, for someone like me, who has risen from nothing, what need do I have for pride? Any semblance of dignity I possess would be a disservice to wealth. Goodness, I must concede to you. Truly," Li Xiaofeng continued, "since you are unwilling to bow to the illustrious school beauty, I shall take it upon myself to do so. When the project is secured, your share of the commission will be non-existent. I might treat you to a meal, merely as a token of gratitude. Let me be clear. My engagement with the school beauty is solely for monetary gain. Do not presume I am encroaching upon your territory, for I have a girlfriend." Having said this, Li Xiaofeng scrutinized Xiao Jinping's expression, eager to gauge his reaction. Ultimately, Li Xiaofeng hoped that Xiao Jinping would take the initiative. As his own interactions with the school beauty were minimal, merely classmates, and she may not extend him any consideration. In the realm of construction, connections and resources are paramount and fundamental. Cheng Ziyuan's gaze also shifted to Xiao Jinping. Xiao Jinping waved his hand dismissively, stating with irritation, "Go on, go ahead. I shall not concern myself with it, nor will I inquire further. Do not burden me with these trivial matters." Our esteemed leader exhibits quite the gallant demeanor. "Very well, since you have expressed such, I shall set off to amass wealth." At that moment, the second in command, Elgendong, rushed back, panting with excitement, exclaiming, "Amass wealth? Where do we go for that? Count me in, I shall follow you from now on." Li Xiaofeng chuckled and replied, "I intend to seek out our leader's former girlfriend, the illustrious Jang, our campus belle. Do you wish to accompany me?" Elgendong, taken aback, glanced at Xiao Jinping, then back at Li Xiaofeng, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Li Xiaofeng. "You must be mad. She is the designated daughter-in-law of the Chao family. Do you not fear our leader's wrath should you dare to interfere? I have already reported to our leader, and he himself consented to my interaction with Jiang, the belle." At this juncture, Cheng Ziyuan interjected with a smile, "Do not heed the third's nonsensical ramblings. He wishes our leader to beseech Jiang Shuang for a construction site. But our leader dares not, hence his bravado about pursuing our campus belle." "Oh, I see. I thought our leader harbored some peculiar inclination, wishing to bestow his former girlfriend upon the third." Xiao Jinping retorted, "What former girlfriend? We never had a romantic relationship. How could I forsake an entire forest for a single tree?" He continued, "Moreover, you have swallowed so much of my money. You better cough some up, or I shall have my vengeance." With that, Xiao Jinping lunged at Elgendong, attempting to search his pockets, while Elgendong struggled fiercely, refusing to relent. Chapter 27. This woman does not play by the rules. Observing that Xiao Jinping had no intention of seeking Jiang, Li Xiaofeng resolved to take matters into his own hands. hoping that Jiang would grant him a favor, considering the assistance he had previously offered her. He did not wish to act as a sycophant, yet the allure of Jiang, the daughter of a prominent real estate tycoon, proved irresistible. One should not oppose wealth. After several days of searching for Jiang Shuiying, he fortuitously encountered her at the finest restaurant of Huhai University. Ah, Jiang, what a coincidence to find you here. Who are you? Do we know each other? Begone. Li Xiaofeng was taken aback. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet he never anticipated that Jiang Shuiying would not recognize him. Jiang Shuiying, how swiftly you turn your back on those who once aided you. It has only been 2 or 3 months since we last met. And you truly do not remember me? You are? Xiao Jinping's roommate, the faux boyfriend you once captured, the strategist who offered you advice. Surely you remember me? Jiang Shuiying furrowed her brow and pondered for a moment, before finally recalling. Oh, it's you. What brings you here? Well, this is merely a chance encounter. Jiang Shuiying scoffed. It has been less than a week since classes began, and I have already sent away more than a dozen uninvited suitors. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily at a loss for words and quickly sought an excuse. How are you and our leader faring these days? What concern is that of yours? To be frank, I am here on behalf of our dormitory 402 to inquire about our leader's future partner and to gauge her sentiments. Will she forgive him, I wonder? I am in quite a cheerful mood, and as for forgiveness, that is a matter for the divine. When I see him next, I shall send him to meet the Almighty, as Jiang Shuiying bitterly remarked. Li Xiaofeng chuckled lightly. What are you laughing at? What's so amusing? Do you recall the advice I, your astute strategist, offered you? Given your current disposition, you could surely win our leader's heart. Why would I want to win him over? He is merely an unremarkable man. What is there to commend him? Let him pursue Lu Qianqian instead. Why can't I lead my own life? Li Xiaofeng appeared somewhat taken aback. Has the romantic mind of the illustrious Jiang awakened? Thus, Li Xiaofeng promptly altered his approach, exclaiming in exaggerated tones, My goodness! Behold the emergence of a new era of independent women who have grasped the very essence of femininity. Jiang Shuiying, perplexed, inquired, What essence of femininity? Not relying on men. Possessing one's own logical reasoning and maintaining financial independence. Jiang Shuiying shyly responded, But I am still a student. Where can I earn money? Financial independence is a distant concept for me. An opportunity to earn is now before you. Would you not seize it? No, I would not. Goodness. This woman's thought process is unconventional, defying all norms. Li Xiaofeng hastily probed, Why not? I am not in need of money. My family provides me with sufficient funds. Even if it were insufficient, I could always ask my brother. He dotes on me, and whatever I request, he will gladly grant. Li Xiaofeng, exasperated, thought to himself, I loathe the privileged offspring. However, he desired to earn money and could not avoid engaging with these affluent individuals. Li Xiaofeng steeled himself and continued, How much do your family members allocate to you each semester? Your spending habits seem rather lavish. 50,000, what of it? In the year 2000, even at Huhai University in Huhai City, a mere 5,000 was considered a generous living allowance for an average student per semester. I believe that while 50,000 may suffice for others, in the case of the illustrious Jiang, it appears somewhat inadequate. Jiang Shuiying regarded Li Xiaofeng with a bemused expression, her tone laced with mockery. Ah, I remember now. Your name is Li Xiaofeng, isn't it? Do you think me a fool? Are you under the impression that I am unaware that Xiao Jinping's living expenses for a semester are merely a little over 20,000? While my roommates range from 3 to 5,000. Do you think I know nothing? Li Xiaofeng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, defended himself. I did mention that it would be sufficient for others, but you, Jiang Shuiying, are of a different caliber. 50,000 per semester is hardly enough. Jiang Shuiying scoffed disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at him, and retorted, May I inquire how much you spend in a semester? Li Xiaofeng steadied his mind, cleared his throat lightly, and smiled as he said, I am the kind of man who can stand tall above and firmly on the ground. In my youth, a few thousand a semester sufficed. As for the higher amounts, it is difficult to say. Hundreds of thousands, or even millions are not out of the question. You may scoff, but I assure you, I recently purchased a BMW 3 Series. Li Xiaofeng began to flaunt his prowess. Keep boasting, he retorted. I have always spoken the truth. Just look at my phone, the latest Nokia 3210. A single phone number cost me over 10,000. I wonder how much further you can embellish your tales. With a commanding tone, Li Xiaofeng said, Do you have your phone with you? Share your number, and I shall call you to demonstrate the value of this number. Noticing Jiang Shuiying's momentary bewilderment, Li Xiaofeng, growing impatient, urged, "Hurry up. Today, I will show you what it means to be the real deal." Perhaps due to Li Xiaofeng's assertiveness or Jiang Shuiying's curiosity, she ultimately shared her number with him. After he dialed, Jiang Shuiying, astonished, began to count, and after several attempts, she incredulously asked, "6/8? Is this truly your number? Do you think I borrowed it? Would you like to take a ride in my newly acquired car to see my registration?" Observing Li Xiaofeng's smug expression, Jiang Shuiying teased, "What brings you here today? Surely, you aren't merely here to flaunt your BMW." At that moment, Li Xiaofeng finally realized the nature of the affluent young lady before him. To the Jiang family, a mere BMW 3 Series might truly be no more than a grocery getter. With a downcast demeanor, he confessed, "I heard from our boss that your family has a recent project for interior and exterior wall paint. I thought I might come here to seek your favor and see if you could consider awarding it to me." "Favor? What standing do you have with me?" Indeed, this woman was no pushover. She was quick to sever ties when it suited her. Nevertheless, out of courtesy for their shared academic history, she offered, "I can inquire at home for you." Moved to tears of gratitude, Li Xiaofeng exclaimed, "Jiang the campus belle, you are truly a wonderful person." Chapter 28. For the sake of money, I shall endure. Seeing Li Xiaofeng's emotional state, Jiang Shuiying expressed with disdain, "Why do I feel a bit nauseated by your current demeanor? That's all right. One can get used to it. It might even help with weight loss." Jiang Shuiying chuckled. "All right. If I ever wish to lose weight, I shall come to you." "Absolutely. But you must certainly speak well of me in front of Uncle Jiang." "Depends on my mood." Li Xiaofeng fell silent once more. The essence of being valued in someone else's eyes lies in the perception of one's worth. In contemplating this, he concluded that his only value in Jiang Shuiying's eyes was the intelligence he could provide about Xiao Jinping. Thus, he cheerfully continued, "Jiang the great beauty. Now that we have exchanged numbers, would you like me to keep you updated on our boss's every move?" Jiang Shuiying glanced at him and nonchalantly remarked, "If you find yourself with nothing to do, that's fine, but please refrain from bothering me with trivial matters. For significant issues, just send me a text." So, what qualifies as a significant matter? You can't even distinguish between major and minor issues, yet you have the audacity to present yourself before me as a sycophant? At that moment, Li Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming urge to knock down the woman before him and administer a firm reprimand. How could she disregard him so blatantly? Nonetheless, considering the financial incentives, he managed to restrain himself. If this esteemed campus beauty could indeed assist him, the rewards could range from several 100,000 to over 1,000,000, a substantial sum indeed. In this era, 1,000,000 could easily secure 2 decent apartments in a prime location in Huai City. To forsake money for the sake of pride would be a gross disrespect towards finances, contravening the very principles of his existence. Having lived a life already, was it truly difficult to make such a choice? Nothing is more crucial than having money. With this thought in mind, Li Xiaofeng smiled and cheerfully responded, "All right, I understand. Have you eaten? If you're satisfied, let us take a little drive." Jiang Shuiying tossed her hair and replied with an indifferent tone. Li Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded with a smile. Jiang Shuiying settled into the passenger seat. Her slender, elegant legs adorned in stockings revealed, prompting Li Xiaofeng to steal a few glances. "How do you like my legs? Are they attractive?" Quite lovely. What wicked thoughts are you concocting?" Grinning like a sly fox. "It's clear you're not a good person. I mainly think it's a pity for those legs not to be pedaling a tricycle." Jiang Shuiying was momentarily stunned, then playfully delivered a few light punches to him. "You should be the one pedaling a tricycle. Your entire family should." "Well, my family consists solely of myself. Pedaling a tricycle is essentially the same." I apologize. I was unaware of your family situation. I meant no offense." "No worries. It's a fact. Nothing to be offended by. Besides, I quite enjoy my freedom. As long as I'm full, my family doesn't go hungry. In truth, you're doing quite well for yourself, supporting yourself and managing to buy a car, a BMW. No less. Not to mention, most people, even beyond students, lack your prowess." As Li Xiaofeng started the car, he smiled and said, "You were right. I bought this BMW largely to impress others. However, it isn't solely to satisfy my desire to flaunt. It's primarily because my roommates don't regard me highly, and I must prove my worth to stand on equal footing with them. Only then can I hope to integrate within their circle." "Why must you seek to integrate with them? Isn't it better to be yourself?" Li Xiaofeng smiled and replied, You don't understand the world of those at the bottom. We lack the luxury of choice. Most societal resources are wielded by people like you, the affluent. If we aspire to elevate our social standing, we can only rely on your kind. In truth, all of us university students endure years of arduous study. Yet the ultimate fate of the average student is to seek employment, attaching ourselves to individuals like you. Jiang Shuiying fell silent, choosing not to respond. Li Xiaofeng continued with a smile, expressing his confidence in breaking free from his previous fate, determined to amass wealth and achieve financial independence. Once he acquired riches, he believed he would possess the freedom to express himself without regard for others' feelings, much like you do, speaking candidly without the burden of consideration. Would my words leave others feeling uneasy? In my view, your approach is commendable, since you possess the innate ability to assert yourself. You ought to cherish it and not alter your essence for anyone. It is crucial to understand that one cannot be universally liked. Regardless of how well you perform, there will always be those who disapprove. Should you manage to please everyone, you would become invisible, a mere pleaser, or even less than human. Is there truly anything wrong with being a good person? There exists a saying, spitting back at someone's face. Are you familiar with it? Upon seeing Jiang Shuiying shake her head, Li Xiaofeng smiled and elaborated. It means that when someone spits in your face, you should refrain from wiping it off. As it may offend them, it is preferable to allow the saliva to dry on your face. Would you aspire to be such a person? That's revolting. I have no desire to become that. Li Xiaofeng chuckled. If you wish to be the kind of person everyone praises, you must embrace such behavior, selflessly benefiting others, burning yourself to illuminate their path. It sounds somewhat daunting. Indeed, thus I believe that as long as one does not break the law, there are times when not being overly virtuous can be advantageous. We are all human. Why should I endure unwarranted grievances? Jiang Shuiying sighed and leaned back in her chair, softly affirming, you are right. I, Jiang Shuiying, need not subject myself to unnecessary suffering. Li Xiaofeng glanced at Jiang Shuiying and smiled. You're not referring to our leader, are you? If that is the case, consider that I said nothing. Jiang Shuiying shot him a glare and retorted. Then I shall inform your leader that you are attempting to seduce me and harboring unsavory thoughts, which may jeopardize your stay in the dormitory. Li Xiaofeng quickly conceded. All right. I admit my fault. Miss Jiang should be as free as a bird, unrestrained and joyful every day. That sounds more like it. I will take your matters to heart. But remember, you are currently on my side. You belong to me, and you are forbidden from assisting that scoundrel, Chao Jinping. Upon hearing Jiang Shuiying's genuine intention to help him, Li Xiaofeng brightened, promptly responding with a smile. Very well, I am at your service, Miss Jiang. Ready to follow your directives. After taking Jiang Shuiying for a few rounds, Li Xiaofeng returned her to the dormitory. Although many were aware of Jiang Shuiying's background, the impact of a BMW in this era still held significant weight, creating a stir within the female dormitory. Chapter 29. Gathering with roommates in the days that followed. Li Xiaofeng found himself exceedingly busy, juggling his academic responsibilities while ensuring the successful completion of 2 construction sites he had taken on. Fortunately, with Su Lei's assistance, an experienced hand, most tasks entrusted to him were managed effectively. Li Xiaofeng essentially needs to focus on 2 critical matters, ensuring construction safety and the prompt disbursement of workers' wages. The importance of construction safety cannot be overstated. The paramount concern is to ensure that safety harnesses are secured. Should a worker fall, it would spell disaster for Li Xiaofeng. Consequently, he has designated an individual to photograph the site, with the stipulation that any instance of a worker neglecting to wear a safety harness results in a penalty of 2 days' wages. Li Xiaofeng does not keep this money. Upon project completion, it will be entirely allocated for a celebratory meal for the workers, serving as a form of team building for the company. Regarding the management of wage payments, this is to prevent contractors from absconding with funds, particularly at the Emerald Garden site, where the construction area is extensive. Su Lei's own crew would undoubtedly be overwhelmed, necessitating the employment of various subcontractors. If a contractor were to abscond with funds, it would not only create trouble for the workers, but also lead to a detrimental impact on the site, potentially jeopardizing future contracts. During moments of leisure, Li Xiaofeng occasionally invites his roommates to sing at Cheng Jia's establishment, fostering camaraderie among them. His friend, El Zhendong, mischievously suggests, "Third brother, why don't we invite your beautiful girlfriend from film school to bring a few of her classmates along for our singing session?" Li Xiaofeng smiles and responds, That would be on old Shi's turf. He should be responsible for that. If I were to bring women from outside, it would be a slap in old Shi's face. Cheng Ziyuan, also known as old Shi, quickly interjects, no offense taken. It's a place meant for singing, and the ladies often come prepared. Xiao Jinping, brimming with excitement, adds, indeed, it would be splendid to assess the quality of your family's beauties. If they are exceptional, we might find ourselves frequenting this place in the future. Li Xiaofeng replies with a smile. I can certainly summon Huya at once, but given the short notice, it may be challenging for her to gather several companions. If you truly wish to find someone from film school, perhaps it's best to wait for another occasion, allowing Huya to make suitable arrangements. However, do prepare your funds, as they are not inclined to engage in any sentimental pursuits. The group readily agrees, no problem. It is evident that their wallets are sufficiently padded. Prompting the elder brother to remark, you must step up your efforts. Your meager living expenses won't suffice for the beauties from the film school. Xiao Jinping retorts, mind your own business. I'll figure it out myself. Soon, the group arrives at a grand establishment owned by Cheng Jia. Upon entering the private room, an array of beverages, fruits, and snacks is promptly delivered. A procession of hostesses enters, forming a line for the group to select from. Just as Xiao Jinping considers choosing one, Li Xiaofeng, after a cursory glance, waves his hand dismissively, grumbling, bring in a new batch. Watching the parade of beauties exit, Xiao Jinping becomes somewhat agitated. Third brother, what are you doing? Aren't these ladies quite attractive? Li Xiaofeng replies, somewhat exasperated. Elder brother, your taste is rather questionable. The lighting is dim, and they are heavily made up. Stripped of their makeup, they would likely be quite alarming. Furthermore, upon entering this place, it is akin to perusing a bustling marketplace. One ought to compare offerings rather than hastily make a purchase. With that, he turned to the side and exclaimed to Cheng Ziyuan, Old Shi, you are being rather unscrupulous. I refuse to believe that all the princesses from your establishment are of such caliber. Are there not any worthy ones? Do not keep them hidden. Cheng Ziyuan, somewhat helpless, gestured toward Li Xiaofeng, shaking his head. Old San, you truly are astute. It is not that I am neglecting my brothers. I have inquired already. Unfortunately, the prime selections have all been reserved in advance. Thus, why not choose from the remaining princesses? I will speak with them shortly to arrange for a lovely one to grace our gathering. Old heir, Elgendong, chided playfully, Old Shi, you are quite the rogue. Had it not been for Old San's cleverness, we would have been easily deceived. Come now, you must face a penalty drink. Very well, I shall pour myself a drink. Following the commotion instigated by Li Xiaofeng, indeed, the quality of the second batch of princesses surpassed the prior selection. Both Xiao Jinping and Elgendong could no longer contain their excitement, and each made a choice. Cheng Ziyuan, with a bemused expression, inquired of Li Xiaofeng, Old San, why do you not select one? Surely, it is not to save money. Li Xiaofeng retorted, why do you not choose one? It does not require your funds. Cheng Ziyuan shrugged his shoulders, an expression of resignation upon his face. Alas, my family does not permit me to get too close to them. Li Xiaofeng shot him a look of disdain. I find them unremarkable. As long as Huya accompanies me, I am content. She will be here shortly. Just then, Feng Huya pushed open the door and entered. Today, Feng Huya wore a subtle touch of makeup and had dressed with great care, enhanced by the ambient lighting. She appeared extraordinarily beautiful. The present-day Feng Huya was a far cry from the past. The designer clothes she once admired from afar were now within her reach. Previously unaffordable cosmetics were now hers to use. She had even styled her hair into fashionable waves, adorned herself with earrings and a necklace. Her pure and delicate visage, paired with this sophisticated and stylish attire, rendered her exceptionally alluring. The others were momentarily spellbound. After nodding in acknowledgement to the group, Feng Huya turned apologetically to Li Xiaofeng. I apologize for my tardiness. I encountered some traffic. I even applied my makeup en route. Li Xiaofeng embraced her without a care. No worries. It is splendid that you could make it at this hour without prior notice. Xiao Jinping swallowed hard, his tone laced with envy. Old San, you are indeed fortunate. How did such a beautiful and gentle girl become yours? Your ancestors must be smiling from above. Li Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. Huya and I have grown up together. Do you not have a childhood sweetheart from school? She is not lacking in beauty, and her family background is commendable. You two would make a fine match. It is different, entirely different. Xiao Jinping retorted. That is merely stating the obvious. No two people are alike. The beauties around you are not identical, are they? He then smiled at Feng Huiya and asked, I heard from Old San that you attend the Huhai School of Film and Arts? Indeed. Feng Huiya nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Cheng Ziyuan leaned in with a beaming smile and said, Sister-in-law, I am Cheng Ziyuan from the Old West. This establishment belongs to my family. I've heard that your place is replete with beauties. Could you kindly introduce me to one? Li Xiaofeng smiled and replied, Old West, with so many beauties in your family. Do you really need Huiya's assistance in finding one? Ah, it's different. The women in nightclubs are rather pragmatic. Where can one find a student girl as delightful as them? Feng Huiya glanced at Li Xiaofeng and, noticing his lack of a significant reaction, smiled and asked, All right, what type do you prefer? Just a pretty one will do. The more beautiful, the better. Ideally, someone as lovely as you, my sister-in-law. Elgendong also joined in. Grinning broadly and feigning a dramatic tone, Sister-in-law, I am Elgendong, the second brother. Count me in. I too desire someone beautiful, preferably as gorgeous as you. Chao Jinping, with a half-joking, half-serious demeanor, remarked, I am Chao Jinping, the eldest brother. My family is in real estate, so finances are no concern. Frankly, there's no need to go through all that trouble. Why not find one for the third brother, and you could simply consider me? After your graduation, I'll surely elevate you to stardom. Li Xiaofeng's expression darkened immediately, and he furrowed his brows, shooting him a couple of glances. Chao Jinping, are you out of your mind? Chao Jinping quickly plastered on a grin. I was merely joking. Third brother, why are you so anxious? Elgendong hastily chimed in, exactly. Third brother, our eldest is just jesting. His intention is the same as ours, to find someone as stunning as Feng. Cheng Ziyuan began to mediate. Indeed. Our eldest is merely teasing. When out for fun, one must be able to take a joke and not be overly concerned. Li Xiaofeng snorted coldly, replying in a nonchalant tone, Very well, eldest. Isn't your family in real estate? With all that wealth, you should be the one to treat us tonight. Chao Jinping's expression faltered. What? Isn't your family also in real estate? Surely you can afford a meal. That's not it. I thought we agreed that you would treat us. I didn't want to undermine your stature. What stature do I have? My reputation is worthless. It's trampled underfoot and hardly sought after. It's your stature, Elder Chao. That holds value. With your family in real estate, treating us to 1 or even 10 meals is no issue. Seeing that Li Xiaofeng was genuinely angered, Elgendong and Cheng Ziyuan lowered their heads to eat, avoiding further conversation. Chao Jinping, realizing he was in a tight spot, reluctantly conceded, All right. I'll treat you all. Li Xiaofeng smirked, giving Chao Jinping a thumbs up. Excellent. An elder is indeed an elder, straightforward. Tonight is your moment to showcase your prowess. Elder Chao. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and a charming girl with an exquisite figure and delicate features entered. Such a lively atmosphere. Forgive my intrusion. I too wish to partake in the merriment. Cheng Ziyuan smiled and introduced. This is one of our establishment stars, Xiaofeng. What do you think? Isn't she beautiful? Li Xiaofeng chuckled, gesturing to the seat beside Chao Jinping, and boisterously called out to Xiaofeng. Come over here. This gentleman is our esteemed guest, Boss Chao Jinping, who is quite affluent in the real estate business. Indeed, Boss Chao is remarkably young and strikingly handsome. He must captivate countless young ladies, Xiaofeng remarked, playfully brushing her delicate hand against Chao Jinping's neck. Chao Jinping grinned widely, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Yet he feigned humility, saying, Oh no, not at all. Come on, Boss Chao, allow me to toast you with a bottle. Xiaofeng twirled in a small whirl, swiftly finishing a bottle of beer. Chao Jinping promptly followed suit, downing his drink in a few gulps. The beers were in small bottles, making it rather effortless to consume one. After another round of drinks, Xiaofeng smiled and remarked, You gentlemen, why do you always opt for beer? It lacks a certain masculine flair. Perhaps we should switch to some white wine. Cheng Ziyuan furrowed his brow slightly and replied in a calm tone, Anna, these gentlemen are my classmates. They may not possess your capacity for alcohol. I think it's best to refrain. Unwilling to concede, Xiaofeng continued with a smile. Young Master Cheng, you're being rather overprotective. I see these gentlemen are all grown men, especially Boss Chao, who exudes a strong masculine presence. Besides, what man hasn't he indulged in a drink? It's a rite of passage, after all. We can take it slow. How about we start with a bottle of red wine? It has a lower alcohol content, right, Boss Chao? As she spoke, she gently swayed Chao Jinping, her hand subtly slipping into the opening of his shirt. Chao Jinping appeared somewhat dazed, cheerfully responding, All right, let us open a few bottles. Xia Anna eagerly seized the moment. Since everyone is having such a delightful time today, let us go for a bottle of Bordeaux. Bordeaux? What is that? Queried Elgendong, somewhat puzzled. Cheng Ziyuan smiled and explained, Bordeaux is a renowned wine-producing region in France, famed for its high-quality red wines. We carry one of its brands here. He then turned to Chao Jinping and cautioned, Boss, don't say I didn't warn you. Our Bordeaux wine is priced at 2,999 per bottle. Li Xiaofeng snickered. Boss Chao's family is in real estate. A mere bottle of Bordeaux, costing less than 3,000, is hardly a concern. The group had reserved a large private room, which cost around 800, plus the service fees for 2 hostesses, bringing the total to approximately 1,500. Although Chao Jinping's family was wealthy, his parents provided him with a limited allowance of 20,000 for the semester, averaging about 1,000 per month. Spending 1,500 in one outing was already a source of discomfort, and now the prospect of ordering a $3,000 bottle of wine was certainly daunting. At that moment, Elgendong stepped in to alleviate the tension. Actually, enjoying beer together is quite pleasant, I assenti it. However, his words received no response. This is the business of Cheng Ziyuan. Previously, he was able to shield it somewhat, and even reminded others of the wine prices. He has already exhausted his goodwill. How could he possibly jeopardize his own business? As for Li Xiaofeng, he had kindly invited everyone over to enjoy themselves, only for Chao Jinping, the leader of the dormitory, to openly seduce his brother's girlfriend. Does he truly consider Li Xiaofeng a mere decoration? Upon seeing Li Xiaofeng's anger and Chao Jinping's demeanor, Feng Huiya instantly grasped the situation. Not only did she remain silent, but she also wrapped her arms around Li Xiaofeng's waist, clearly demonstrating her stance. At that moment, Xia Anna nestled beside Chao Jinping, gently caressing his earlobe with her delicate, fair hand. She leaned closer, her ruby lips brushing against his ear as she softly exhaled, causing his heart to race and his face to flush. Then, with a sultry and enchanting tone, she purred, Hey, handsome, are you up for it? If not, just tell me. I won't hold it against you. Chapter 31. Chao Jinping is trapped with 3 bottles of Bordeaux red wine. There is a saying, a man can say anything, but he must never admit to being incapable. Clearly, Xia Anna is well aware of this. At this moment, Chao Jinping, ignited by her teasing, felt a fire in his eyes. Gathering his resolve, he gritted his teeth and declared, All right, let us open a bottle. Xia Anna's face lit up with joy, and in a sultry, beguiling voice, she exclaimed, I knew it. You, handsome, are definitely up to the task. Upon hearing Chao Jinping's consent to open the wine, Xia Anna, in mere seconds, adeptly removed the cork and poured a glass for everyone, disregarding whether Chao Jinping agreed. With just 1 bottle of red wine, the private room was filled with 4 boys and 4 girls, 8 in total, each receiving a glass. Come on, let us toast with a cup, she said, pulling Chao Jinping's arm towards her, entwining it, and nuzzling her chest against his arm, leaving him utterly entranced and blissfully lost in the moment. Oh, handsome, don't you want more? You barely got a taste. So why not open another bottle to soothe your throat? I've heard that on the wedding night, one must drink 3 cups of the toast. Upon hearing her insistence to open more wine, Chao Jinping seemed to snap back to reality, feigning ignorance. Really? I thought it was just 1 cup. But our tradition dictates 3 cups. He replied playfully, tentatively wrapping his arm around Xia Anna's waist, appearing delightfully tipsy as he chuckled. I haven't read much. Don't deceive me. They say after the toast, it's straight to the bridal chamber. Xia Anna chuckled, ignoring his advances, and instead smiled brightly, saying, Oh, handsome. Are you really up for it? With that demeanor, you wouldn't still be a fledgling rooster, would you? Impossible. I am a connoisseur of women. If you don't believe me, just put it to the test. Their banter grew increasingly suggestive, oblivious to their surroundings. Yet, one of Xia Anna's hands remained clasped around her phone, seemingly having sent a message amidst their flirtation. Just as the 2 individuals seemed to have reached a level of tender intimacy, a group of tattooed men burst in from outside. Among them was one whose arms were adorned with large floral tattoos, and his back was inked as well, suggesting he was the leader. Anna, what's going on? Why hasn't she returned yet? I paid for this. Cheng Ziyuan furrowed his brow and addressed the group in a calm tone. Along, are you drunk? Do you dare cause a scene here? Oh, I didn't expect young Master Cheng to be here. With you around, how could I possibly cause trouble? I am merely here as a customer. The customer is king, wouldn't you agree? Consumption is certainly welcome, but your demeanor suggests you're not here merely to indulge. Young Master Chung, you misunderstood. I am indeed here to enjoy myself. I had booked Anna days in advance, and now that she has disappeared after I've paid. What kind of situation is this? Chung Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words and merely replied, along. Isn't it quite normal for the princess of the booth to mingle? Why make such a fuss? At that moment, Xia Anna smiled softly and said, Brother Long, please do not be upset. This young gentleman hails from a distinguished family. His family is involved in real estate, and he just ordered a bottle of Bordeaux wine. Uft. Brother Long scoffed disdainfully and sneered, You little brat, still in your youth, pretending to be a big shot. Nowadays, anyone claims to be in real estate. This remark ignited a spark of anger in Chao Jinping, who, emboldened by Chung Yuan's presence, shouted, Who are you cursing? Have you even matured? Do you really think I was raised to be easily intimidated? Don't think that just because you have tattoos, you're part of the underworld. I know you lot are mere small fry. Have you ever encountered real gangsters? Brother Long was not angered. Instead, he chuckled and said, Oh, little brother, you have some courage. Want to see if your brother Long has any hair? Come on, let me show you. With that, he began to unbuckle his pants, causing several girls to scream in fright. Chung Yuan shouted sternly, Along, are you out of your mind? Do you want me to have someone cut it off for you? Brother Long laughed heartily, completely unfazed, and replied, Young Master Chung, the atmosphere was too tense earlier. I was merely joking. With Sister Anna here, how could I do such a thing? Then, as he fastened his pants, he smugly turned to Chao Jinping and said, Kid, aren't you so impressive? What is so great about a bottle of Bordeaux? I can order two. Saying this, he reached out and pulled Xia Anna into his embrace, stealing a kiss on her cheek. Xia Anna blushed deeply, then turned to Chao Jinping with a pitiful expression. I'm sorry, little handsome guy, but I must take my leave. Brother Long laughed boisterously, his hands playfully slapping Xia Anna's backside while exclaiming, What nonsense about real estate? Are you developing pigsties? Can't even afford a bottle of wine. Seeing Xia Anna's pitiful demeanor, which seemed to call for a hero's rescue, coupled with Brother Long's arrogant display, Chao Jinping's anger flared up instantly. Stop. What is so impressive about 2 bottles of red wine? I can easily handle 3. Anna, you stay here and pour me 2 more. With that, Xia Anna swiftly extricated herself from Long Ji's embrace, sticking out her tongue playfully as she quipped, Long Gu, my apologies, but I can only accompany you next time. As she spoke, Xia Anna adeptly opened 2 more bottles of Bordeaux red wine. One would have thought Long Gu would protest, yet surprisingly, he merely uttered a few harsh words before striding away. The 3 bottles of wine amounted to nearly 9,000, and with the other basic expenses, Chao Jinping would be spending at least over 10,000 tonight. As Long Gu departed, it seemed that Chao Jinping began to realize he had been played, becoming the unwitting fool of the evening. However, at this point, there was little he could do. Sitting there, disheartened, he felt a pang of regret, while Xia Anna gently comforted him, saying, Little handsome, don't be upset. These 2 bottles of wine are enough for us to share 3 cups of toast. At that moment, even though Chao Jinping continued to sip from the cup shared with the beautiful woman, his earlier enthusiasm had waned considerably. Xia Anna, linking her arm with his, teasingly remarked, Little handsome, have you forgotten? After we finish 3 cups of toast, we can retire to the bridal chamber. Hearing those words, Chao Jinping perked up immediately. Really? Of course. Young Master Chung is here. How could I dare to lie to you? With excitement illuminating his face, Chao Jinping clinked glasses with Xia Anna for the 3rd time and, somewhat impatiently, exclaimed, Once we finish, let us go. Chapter 32. Brothers are meant to be sold. Xia Anna beckoned to a server from a nearby private room, her voice soft and alluring. What is the rush? Don't you need to settle the bill first? After saying this, she nestled into Chao Jinping's embrace, allowing him to indulge in his desires. Faced with a bill exceeding 10,000. Though beads of sweat formed from the sting of spending, the allure of the beauty in his arms, exuding all manner of charm, stirred his passions, compelling him to pay the bill despite his hesitations. Li Xiaofeng felt as though his bank card was about to spark from the rapid swipes. Now it should be settled, right? By now, Chao Jinping's hands were wandering over Xia Anna's body. As Xia Anna rose from his embrace, slightly adjusting her hair, she smiled and said, Little handsome, you really have no sense of propriety. The price for sitting here is one thing, but if you want me to leave with you, that comes at the cost of another bottle of Bordeaux. Young Master Chung is here. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Chao Jinping glanced at Chung Yuan, who turned his head away, engrossed in munching on seeds, ignoring him entirely. You're playing me. How is this playing you? Young Master Chow? I am the top performer here. Do you think I would just leave with anyone? 3 bottles of Bordeaux are my prerequisite. If it weren't for your youth and decent looks, coupled with young Master Cheng's presence, do you think 3,000 would be enough for me to go out with you? Dream on. But I've already spent over 10,000. Master Chow, I must remind you that when you next visit, these 3 bottles of red wine shall no longer suffice. You will need to procure an additional 3 bottles to qualify for my company, and it shall also depend on my mood. To speak candidly, my business has been somewhat slow this evening, which is why I have come to entertain myself with a charming young man like you. During busier times, it would take at least 30,000 for me to consider stepping out, so take pleasure in this moment. Xiao Jinping gritted his teeth and shouted in anger, fine. 3,000 it is. I shall go all out today. With that, he swiped again on the device held by the waiter, growling through clenched teeth. Just watch how I handle you tonight. Xia Anna smiled alluringly. Very well. I shall see if Master Chow is truly bold or merely a fade. As she spoke, she linked her arm with Xiao Jinping's and strolled out of the private room. Once they had distanced themselves, Eljindong clicked his tongue and said, somewhat apprehensive, old she. No wonder people say this place is a den of indulgence. The schemes run exceedingly deep. Cheng Ziyuan replied nonchalantly, what is this? If you were to visit the nightclubs in my area, this level of expenditure wouldn't even grant you entry. Just the room fees alone would be several thousand. Li Xiaofeng smiled and remarked, old too. Your family is not much different from the Chow family. Running a construction company, you must earn quite a bit. What? Is this little expenditure enough to intimidate you? Eljindong retorted, enough of that. Don't try to fool me. I believe it would be far more reliable for my sister-in-law to help me find a girlfriend at the film school. Cheng Ziyuan chuckled heartily. Eljindong asserted, it's not that I cannot afford it. It's just that the beauties from the film academy offer greater value. If my girlfriend were to become a big star in the future, that would be even more advantageous for me. Then, with an ingratiating grin, he turned to Feng Huiya, saying, sister-in-law, my future happiness depends on you. Feng Huiya glanced at Li Xiaofeng's expression and smiled in agreement. All right, no problem. I shall help you find a lovely girl. The group continued to drink for a while longer, and Cheng Ziyuan suggested, we've had enough? Let us head back together soon. Li Xiaofeng chuckled, you two can return. I've had some drinks tonight and cannot drive, so I shall not be going back. Old 3, if you do not wish to drive us, just say so. Haven't you heard that saying? No drinking and driving, and no driving after drinking. I have never heard of such a thing. There are plenty of people who drink and drive on the streets. Others are others. I am me. I am a law-abiding citizen. Regardless of what you say, tonight I am going with Huiya to the hotel across the street. Is that your true intention? Li Xiaofeng smiled and planted a kiss on Feng Huiya's cheek, playfully caressing her, and stretched lazily, saying, haven't you heard the saying? It is a waste of youth not to indulge in romance. Some things should be done while one is still young. Should one wait until they are old and gray to experience them? Life is but a brief span of decades. One should seize the opportunity to do what they can, lest they be left with regrets. Eljindong, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, old 3rd, you truly lack compassion. With both you and old First gone, it leaves only me and old West in the dormitory. Li Xiaofeng, laughing heartily, responded, isn't that perfect? You and old West can engage in a duel. Eljindong gritted his teeth and retorted, Li Xiaofeng, you scoundrel. Cheng Ziyuan chuckled and said, never mind, I shall return home. Tonight. Old 2nd is fuming after being provoked by you and old 1st. This fellow is a night owl, and I cannot outlast him. Should he bear any ill will and decide to stab me in my sleep, I would be at a considerable loss. Old West, you scoundrel. I shall have my reckoning with you. Li Xiaofeng linked arms with Feng Huiya and waved at the 2 raucous individuals. You two carry on. Huiya and I shall take our leave. Old 3rd, come save me. Old 2nd has gone mad for women, and he is actually contemplating a lecherous act. What a rogue. You already know he is old 2nd. Isn't that quite evident? Old 3rd, you are lacking in loyalty, favoring women over friends. We are brothers. Brothers are merely commodities to be traded. Upon arriving at the hotel, Li Xiaofeng sent a text to Jiang Shuiying. Boss Chow spent over 13,000 tonight with a box princess named Xia Anna and booked a room at the hotel. Jiang Shuiying replied, that's impossible. You must be lying. If he spends that much, will he be living on air this semester? Li Xiaofeng responded, impulsiveness is a devil. Sometimes, a man's impulse is uncontrollable. Jiang Shuiying questioned, What is your purpose in sending me this message? Li Xiaofeng replied. To fetch a good price for our boss from you. Jiang Shuiying scoffed. He is worthless to me. Li Xiaofeng insisted. Anything is better than nothing. Jiang Shuiying retorted. They say sisterhood is plastic. I find your brotherhood equally superficial. Li Xiaofeng asked. Have you seen the bodyguard of Zhong Nanhai? 20 years from now, you may realize that sometimes the villain's words hold wisdom. Jiang Shuiying inquired. What words? Li Xiaofeng replied. Brothers are merely commodities to be traded. Just then, Feng Huiya leaned in and asked, Who are you messaging? None of your business. I'm busy with business matters. I've had quite a bit to drink today and lack the energy to attend to you. Chapter 33. You value money more, while I treasure other things. When the group gathered again the following afternoon, El Zhendong approached Xiao Jinping, who appeared quite pleased with himself, and asked, Boss, how was your night? One word, splendid. I haven't felt this good in 20 years, Xiao Jinping proclaimed with great enthusiasm. When El Zhendong turned his gaze to Li Xiaofeng, Li smiled and said, I am unlike the boss. I must be asleep by 10 o'clock. Staying up late is detrimental to one's health. No matter how splendid a woman may be, after 10, she is merely meat to me. However, should I feel inclined in the morning, I might indulge in a little extra study. El Zhendong then turned to Cheng Ziyuan, who quickly added, Our household is strict. We retire early as well. Subsequently, Cheng Ziyuan, wearing a sly expression, inquired, Second brother, you didn't resolve it by yourself last night, did you? Damn it, of course not. I went to bed early, all right? At that moment, Xiao Jinping suddenly smiled at Li Xiaofeng and said, Third brother, by the way, how many points did you say you'd give for the business you're handling? 5 points, why? Li Xiaofeng replied with a smirk, sensing that Xiao Jinping had suddenly had a revelation. He was aware that this was due to Xiao Jinping having spent too much the previous night and now seeking to earn some extra cash from him. Despite a minor disagreement the night before, he believed that one should never let financial opportunities slip away. Although he had modest wealth, he was still far from financial freedom and was determined to seize any chance to earn. I've come to a realization. We are all brothers. And we should earn together. I'll return home soon and help you secure the business. Is it possible to get a bit more? Boss, that's the standard rate. After deducting various expenses, my actual earnings are quite modest, and I still have to cover the principal and assume additional risks. The intricacies of this matter cannot be summed up in just a few words. All right, 5 points it is. Once the contract is signed, you must promptly deliver. Of course, that is something I have long promised to my brothers. A few days later, while Li Xiaofeng was having lunch in the cafeteria, Jiang Shuiying unexpectedly approached and sat down opposite him with a tray. What a coincidence, encountering the illustrious Jiang school belle here. Jiang Shuiying shot him a glare and retorted, I specifically came here to find you. Oh, has the sun risen from the west today? Li Xiaofeng glanced around, as if genuinely searching for the sun. Jiang Shuiying smiled slightly, remaining silent. After a while, seeing that Jiang Shuiying was ignoring his jest, Li Xiaofeng could only awkwardly laugh at himself and focus on his meal. Was the message you sent me yesterday true? Of course it was. Is that girl named Xia and a really beautiful? She is decent, but not as stunning as you. So why did she act that way? She is more flirtatious than you. Li Xiaofeng seized on the main point, causing Jiang Shuiying to lose her composure slightly. A blush rising on her face as she playfully hit his arm. Are all men like that? Not entirely. At least, I am not. You're the worst. Li Xiaofeng smiled and replied, I'm being honest. I am not like you wealthy second-generation individuals who have no worries and can do as they please. I have to fend for myself and don't have the luxury of time to dwell on trivialities. My primary goal right now is to earn money. As Jiang Shuiying sipped her soybean milk, she delicately poked at the food on her tray with her chopsticks, speaking in a calm tone. I returned home a couple of days ago and consulted my father. He said he could separately contract the interior and exterior wall painting to you. But you must adhere to the rules and complete the work properly. Really? Shuiying, thank you so much. If it comes through, I'll give you a commission. In our family business, I inquired about your commission. As long as you accomplish the tasks effectively, that suffices. I am not short of money. Very well. You have said so, so do not have regrets later. How much? Typically, it is 5% of the total project volume. That is not excessive. Li Xiaofeng chuckled helplessly, saying, All right then, should Miss Jiang have any requests in the future, feel free to bring them to me. I will certainly do my utmost to fulfill them. Very well. You have said so, so do not have regrets later. Jiang Shuiying cleverly tossed a boomerang back at Li Xiaofeng. He scratched his head, seemingly puzzled. I suddenly feel that our thoughts might not be on the same wavelength. Perhaps you place greater value on money, while I prioritize other matters. Li Xiaofeng nodded with a sense of clarity, smiling as he remarked, indeed, an individual's experiences, living environments, family backgrounds, and education all yield distinct logical frameworks. Perhaps therein lies the allure of life. Diverse individuals and events intersect, creating sparks and giving rise to novel substances. He chuckled, how peculiar we are, as we converse. It feels akin to discussing the origins of life on Earth. The progress of this world is driven by those who, in their leisure, ponder the most curious of questions. Only when individuals take time to reflect can societal advancement occur. If everyone were to remain perpetually occupied, merely attending to tasks without contemplation, humanity would stagnate, akin to ants, forever trapped in a cycle of monotony. Jiang Shuiying shot him a glance, retorting, are you implying that I am idle? Suggesting that I am merely passing time? Not at all. In truth, I envy your lifestyle, yearn for it, and look forward to a day when I can live as carefree as you do. Jiang Shuiying sighed. With a hint of ennui, in reality, I too have my troubles. It is not as blissful as you imagine. Are the troubles you speak of related to Boss Chow? Could you refrain from dampening the mood? I am feeling quite well and prefer not to mention him. All right, no problem. In a few days, I plan to return home. Please escort me back, and I will help you finalize the business. Li Xiaofeng rubbed his hands together with excitement, cheerfully responding, absolutely. I am always at Miss Jiang's service. Since we are friends, there is no need for such formalities. Just call me Shuiying from now on. Very well, Shuiying. No issue at all, Shuiying. What other instructions do you have, Shuiying? Jiang Shuiying laughed softly, rolling her eyes at him, and said with playful exasperation, why are you so full of banter? I have no choice. I have always relied on my words to make a living. Chapter 34. Securing the grand contract at Jinlan Bay. After a few days, Li Xiaofeng finally received a call from Jiang Shuiying. Come pick me up. Soon. Li Xiaofeng arrived at the female dormitory of Huhai University in his BMW. Amidst the envious glances of numerous girls, he gallantly opened the passenger door for Jiang Shuiying before driving off. Upon reaching Jiang Shuiying's villa, Li Xiaofeng opened the trunk and retrieved the pre-prepared bird's nest and deer antler. Jiang Shuiying, taken aback, inquired, you brought something? Li Xiaofeng replied with a smile. When visiting someone's home, one cannot arrive empty-handed. However, I was uncertain of Uncle John's preferences, so I merely purchased a few health supplements as a token of goodwill. Yet, upon entering together, they discovered that Chao Jinping was also present. How did you come to be here? Both Chao Jinping and Jiang Shuiying exclaimed in unison. Jiang Shuiying was addressing Chao Jinping, while he was referring to Li Xiaofeng. Jiang Shuiying, not quite grasping the situation, huffily retorted, this is my home. Why shouldn't I be here? Conversely, what brings you to my abode? Jiang Zong, somewhat reproachful, interjected, Shuiying, how can you speak like that? It is not easy for Dapeng to visit us. Why must you be so rude? Who cares if he comes to my house? You two have known each other since childhood. You used to pester him to play with you every day. Just last year, you were singing his praises. Yet this year you seem indifferent. Humph. Jiang Shuiying turned her head in defiance, remaining silent. Jiang Zong then turned to Chao Jinping, asking, so, have you and Shuiying had a disagreement? Chao Jinping chuckled awkwardly. Well, we had a minor squabble. I tried to appease her several times, but to no avail. I shall continue to try once I return. With a more serious tone, Jiang Zong addressed Jiang Shuiying, Shuiying, as a young lady, a little charm will suffice. Do not harbor such a foul temper. How do you expect to marry in the future? Humph, I shan't marry anyone in the future. Enough of this childish sulking. You young people should have a proper discussion. What great conflict could be insurmountable? With that, Jiang Zong retired to his study. At that moment, Chao Jinping disregarded Jiang Shuiying entirely and, frowning, whispered sharply to Li Xiaofeng, Old 3. What do you mean by this? Why are you here? Li Xiaofeng, with an innocent expression, replied, I came to sign a contract. Shuiying has already spoken to her family, arranging for them to allocate the interior and exterior wall painting project of their Jinan Bay Phase 1 exclusively to me. Are you stealing my business? I was here first. You know. Jiang Shuiying, seemingly catching on to the underlying tension, pushed Chao Jinping aside and stood protectively in front of Li Xiaofeng, asserting, what do you mean stealing? I arranged this with my father days ago. Li Xiaofeng quickly interjected, it's all right. It's all the same. As long as the project is secured, we are all on the same team. Let us not damage our camaraderie. Who considers him part of the team? I clearly had an agreement first. At that moment, Jiang Zong emerged from his study, holding a contract. Having overheard the commotion, he smiled and said, Shuang, what is this talk of yours and mine? Do you and Jinping really distinguish between yourselves? Well then, let this project be considered for both of you, shall it? As he spoke, Jiang Zong's gaze turned toward Li Xiaofeng. A perceptive man, he understood the situation immediately. Whoever secured the project would receive a commission, and his look was meant to convey to Li Xiaofeng that both parties would share in the bounty. Li Xiaofeng spread his hands with a smile and said to General Jiang, General Jiang, I have always stated that we are all on the same side. Harmony breeds prosperity. And naturally, everyone should share in the wealth. Money is something that cannot be fully earned by just one person. General Jiang smiled faintly. This young man has great potential. As he spoke, he handed the contract to Li Xiaofeng. Hearing both her father and Li Xiaofeng express such sentiments made Jiang Shuang unwillingly glare at Xiao Jinping, who, hiding behind General Jiang, mischievously made a face at her. Upon receiving the contract from General Jiang, Li Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement. It was exhilarating to secure a collaboration with the principal party. Previously, at LV Zhendong's place, the price for exterior wall textured latex paint was 40 yuan per square meter, while General Jiang offered 60 yuan per square meter. For the interior wall matte finish, the previous price was 15 yuan per square meter, and General Jiang provided 20 yuan per square meter. Even more gratifying for Li Xiaofeng was the fact that the construction area for the exterior paint in the first phase of Jinlan Bay was 30,000 square meters. And for the interior paint, it was 150,000 square meters. The total project amount for both interior and exterior paints amounted to 4.8 million yuan. Li Xiaofeng estimated that, calculated at a cost price of 18 yuan per square meter for the exterior, the gross profit would be 1.26 million yuan. And for the interior at 8 yuan per square meter, the gross profit would be 1.8 million yuan. Although Jiang Shuang mentioned not wanting a commission, Li Xiaofeng still prepared her share. She could forego it, but he felt it necessary to have it ready. Additionally, for the project received from the principal, it was unnecessary to provide too many benefits to the engineering department or project manager. A simple meal would suffice. Thus, Li Xiaofeng's total expenditure would be 20 of the total project amount, equating to 960,000 yuan. In other words, the net profit from this project would be around 2 million yuan. General Jiang, with a beaming smile, remarked to Li Xiaofeng, Young man, you are quite capable. Being able to persuade both my daughter and my future son-in-law to speak well of you. Dad, what are you talking about? I certainly do not want him as my future son-in-law. Jiang Shuang pouted defiantly. It seemed General Jiang hinted at a preference, clearly indicating that he only accepted Xiao Jinping as his son-in-law and no one else. However, Li Xiaofeng was solely focused on making money and had no intention of pursuing Jiang Shuang further. Could it be that returning with Jiang Shuang led to a misunderstanding on General Jiang's part? Thus, with a smile, Li Xiaofeng explained, I am roommates with the boss. We are good brothers, and I got to know Shuang through him. If that is agreeable, let us sign the contract. This project may take some time before it commences. I will arrange for someone to coordinate with you regarding the specific construction schedule. General Jiang cheerfully continued, I have no other requests. Since your relationship with them is so good, please keep an eye on them and mediate as needed, and everything regarding the project will be smooth. Certainly. I share a dorm with the boss, and I will definitely communicate well with him and Shuang regarding any matters. That is great. General Jiang patted Li Xiaofeng on the shoulder and said meaningfully, Young man, work diligently. As long as you do not stray from the right path, your future holds immense promise. Chapter 35. The King of Hell cannot dissuade the deserving souls. It was truly exhilarating. This is the realm of the affluent. A testament to the advantages of networking and resources. In a previous life, I toiled at the bottom, struggling and begging for scraps, merely managing to secure a few hundred square meters of a small construction site. If I could obtain a few thousand square meters, it felt as though I had struck gold. Yet, even that was after enduring significant losses. It appeared substantial, but in reality, it yielded little profit. Still, it brought me joy for a while, leading me to believe my career was about to take off, when in truth, it was merely a bone thrown my way by others. Now, with the assistance of insiders, the high price and substantial profits of this construction site felt as effortless as serving a platter of pastries to guests. A net profit exceeding 2 million was both exhilarating and terrifying, akin to engaging in illicit trade, yet seemingly more lucrative than those illegal dealings. If I were to reflect on my past life, I might never have earned such a sum in a lifetime. Upon returning to school from General Zhang's residence, Li Xiaofeng promptly transferred 260,000 to Chao Jinping. Now that everyone had grown accustomed to one another, and having purchased his BMW, Li Xiaofeng felt there was no longer a need to create a dramatic effect with physical cash. Moreover, withdrawing large amounts of cash from the bank was quite a hassle. Boss, the total project cost is estimated at 4.8 million. By rights, I should give you 240,000, but since that number sounds unappealing, I've added an extra 20,000, making it a total of 260,000. Beside them, Elgendong gazed at him with envious eyes, exclaiming, "Boss, that's impressive. You've landed such a significant project in one go. Truly extraordinary." Chao Jinping, brimming with pride, replied, "Indeed, I didn't pursue this earlier because it wasn't worth my effort. Now, I primarily want to assist Lao San, who is struggling with his responsibilities." Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain flickered across Li Xiaofeng's face. Yet Chao Jinping was flushed with excitement. Despite his family's involvement in real estate, he had never possessed such wealth throughout his life. Through the recent nocturnal upheaval, having been raised in affluence, he now grasped the power of money. Clenching his fists, Chao Jinping gritted his teeth, declaring, "Humph, Xiaofeng, I now have the means to crush you with wealth." Elgendong, somewhat concerned, cautioned, "Boss, have you lost your mind? Why spend money on that woman? She's nothing but a trap. Can't you see that? Lao Shi, you should reason with the boss." Cheng Zhuan remained silent, tidying his bedding, though they were classmates and roommates. This was ultimately a family business. The more Chao Jinping spent, the more advantageous it was for his family, which held a significant stake. Noticing Lao Shi's silence, Elgendong seemed to understand something, turning to Li Xiaofeng and saying, "Lao San, you should also persuade the boss." Li Xiaofeng retorted, "Why should I persuade him? The boss is already an adult, entitled to make his own decisions. In my view, he and Xiaofeng are quite well matched. He is not foolish. This fellow, now flush with cash, exhibits a rather ostentatious demeanor. Should he squander his money on Xiaofeng, or entertain any improper thoughts towards Huya? What a mismatch. No matter how admirable that woman may seem, she is merely a nightclub girl. Do you truly believe that your family would permit you to bring such a woman home?" Chao Jinping chuckled nonchalantly, responding with an air of indifference. "Who wishes to take her home? I merely seek some amusement. Once I tire of her, I shall disregard her." "Boss, I am not trying to discourage you, but that woman clearly possesses the cunning of a seasoned player. You will find it difficult to outmaneuver her. It would be wiser to have the third brother's wife introduce you to someone, although it may still require expenditure. They are students and thus far more innocent and reliable than those seasoned women. Why should I shy away from her? I am determined to embrace the challenge. After all, she is just a woman. I must first conquer her before considering any further actions. Boss, you ought to ponder this carefully. Enough of your prattle, second brother. Do you take me for a child?" Lu Zhendong fell silent, watching as Chao Jinping strutted out of the dormitory with an air of confidence. Li Xiaofeng patted his shoulder, solemnly advising, "Second brother, you must understand a fundamental truth. The king of hell cannot persuade a doomed ghost." On Li Xiaofeng's end, several projects had already been contracted, though some had yet to commence, and even those underway would not reach completion in the near future. The site provided by Old Shi, Cheng Zhuan, while substantial in value, was limited in size and required a short timeline, so it would be completed swiftly. However, the two sites secured with the assistance of the boss and Jiang Shuiying would progress at a much slower pace. For a building to begin the application of interior and exterior wall coatings, it must first reach the completion of its roof. This process is not simultaneous for all buildings, leading to delays in the coating work until all adjacent structures are finished. Furthermore, once a roof is completed, it requires a drying period to allow nature to eliminate the alkalinity in the cement. Rushing the construction could result in paint alkali return, thereby compromising the quality of the work. Currently, Li Xiaofeng must balance his studies while vigilantly monitoring the progress of his projects. Fortunately, he had pre-studied the upcoming semester's curriculum in the earlier half of the year and maintained modest academic expectations, with no intention of pursuing further studies. A passing mark of 60 sufficed. Obtaining his university diploma was his primary goal. For ordinary individuals, university serves as a means to acquire skills for future employment. Yet for someone like Li Xiaofeng, laboring for others is not an option. He aspires to cultivate a prestigious reputation for future interactions. Ever since the boss, Xiao Jinping, received over 200,000 yuan from Li Xiaofeng, he has frequently spent nights away from home. Initially, second brother Lu Zhendong persistently urged him to exercise restraint, emphasizing that earning money was not as effortless as he perceived, yet Xiao Jinping remained obstinate, adhering to his own whims. Lu Zhendong's superior understanding of the difficulties of earning money compared to Xiao Jinping stems from his family's construction company, which primarily serves the real estate sector. In contrast, Xiao Jinping's family operates a real estate business that predominantly engages in capital operations and manages relationships with various government departments, appearing effortless and lucrative. Eventually, Lu Zhendong ceased to concern himself with Xiao Jinping's affairs. Despite their long-standing acquaintance and close ties, they were ultimately not family. Feng Huiya introduced Lu Zhendong to a female classmate named Miao Peipei, and to his own surprise, he found himself in a romantic relationship with her. Was he apprehensive about spending money? Such behavior was indeed unbecoming for a rich heir. Chapter 36. An unforeseen encounter with Xiao Jinping. Since their leader, Xiao Jinping, began to occasionally stay out all night, the other members of the dormitory busied themselves with their own pursuits. This was not due to Xiao Jinping's elevated status within the dorm, but rather because each individual had embarked on their own endeavors. While Xiao Jinping was preoccupied with courting Xia Anna, Lu Zhendong was engrossed in his romance with Miao Peipei, and Li Xiaofeng was occupied with matters on the construction site. As for Cheng Ziyuan, he seemed to have forged a friendship with Sun Wenshuan from the previous year. Sun Wenshuan's father was the director of Huhai television station, a figure of considerable influence in the entertainment industry. Was it possible that Li Xiaofeng intended to venture into the entertainment realm? I helped you secure a substantial project. How do you plan to express your gratitude? Although Li Xiaofeng was exceedingly busy, he still felt compelled to accommodate Jiang Shuiying's request. What would you like me to do to show my appreciation? Jiang Shuiying pondered for a moment before smiling and suggesting, how about you accompany me on a shopping trip? Li Xiaofeng chuckled and nodded. That sounds fair, but I have a packed schedule during the day with classes and construction work. Would it be all right if I joined you in the evening? That works for me. However, as they arrived at a shopping mall to choose clothing, they spotted Xiao Jinping with his arm linked around Xiaoyanna's. What on earth is going on here? Xiao Jinping exclaimed, visibly irritated. Li Xiaofeng inhaled deeply and replied in a calm tone. I came here to accompany Shuiying shopping. Is it not the same for you and Anna? Xiao Jinping stormed over, shoving Li Xiaofeng as he snapped. What do you mean by this, third? Knowing my relationship with Shuiying, you still choose to intervene. What is your intention? Li Xiaofeng, suppressing his anger, maintained a composed demeanor, stating, Xiao Jinping, I harbor no ulterior motives. I am simply here to accompany Shuiying. Do you take me for a fool? Who would believe that? Xiao Jinping attempted to shove him again, only to be swiftly deflected by Li Xiaofeng's quick reflexes. Oh, so you dare to retaliate now, do you? Li Xiaofeng scoffed. Xiao Jinping, do you think you are above reproach? You initiated this. Why should I refrain from defending myself? Try me again, and I shall make you regret it. Initially taken aback, Jiang Shuiying, witnessing the rising tension, rushed forward to intervene. What are you two doing? I will not allow you to fight. As she spoke, she forcefully pushed Xiao Jinping away and pulled Li Xiaofeng aside. Observing Jiang Shuiying's actions, Xiao Jinping expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Jiang Shuiying, what do you mean? Instead of supporting me, you are helping him. Be honest, what is your relationship with him? Jiang Shuiying, fuming, retorted, what relationship? We are merely ordinary classmates. Besides, what right do you have to question me? Who is that woman by your side? At this moment, Xiao Jinping realized he might not be in the right. Feeling slightly embarrassed as he explained, she is just an ordinary friend of mine. I came out today to accompany her shopping. Jiang Shuiying turned her head away dismissively, saying, Humph, who would believe that? The boomerang that Xiao Jinping had thrown had returned to strike him. He continued to weakly explain, Shuiying, please let me explain. It's not the same. Li Xiaofeng, with a calm tone, interjected, it is indeed different. I am accompanying Shuiying while she spends her own money, whereas you are accompanying someone and paying for her. Xiao Jinping, filled with anger, shouted, Old three, what do you mean? Are you trying to completely meddle in our affairs? He then turned to Jiang Shuiying, lowering his voice, saying, Shuiying, listen to my explanation. My relationship with Anna is not at all as he described. However, Nearby, Xia Anna paid him no mind. Placing a large pile of clothes on the checkout counter, arms crossed, looking at Xiao Jinping with an air of indifference. These clothes total 13,888. May I ask who will be paying? Xia Anna gestured with her chin toward Xiao Jinping. Sir, the total is 13,888. Do you think you could settle this now? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Jinping glanced at Jiang Shuiying, hesitating for a moment before ultimately swiping his card to pay. Old 3, you're something else, just wait. I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Xiao Jinping threw down a harsh remark and, linking arms with Xia Anna, strode away. Jiang Shuiying watched Xiao Jinping's retreating figure, her eyes slightly moist as she bit her lip in silence. After a while, she seemed to remember something and looked up, asking with a hint of grievance, where did he get so much money? Li Xiaofeng, with a resigned expression, replied, I gave it to him. I lent him 260,000. Are you out of your mind? Why would you give him so much money? I made a promise to several roommates that if I could help them secure a construction contract, I would give them a 5% commission. Conflicts aside, I cannot go back on my word. It's all your fault. By giving him so much money, how could he not go out and fool around? If I don't give him money, would he not go out and fool around? He is already an adult and has the right to make his own choices. Jiang Shuiying, angrily extending her hand toward Li Xiaofeng, said, I have helped you too. So why don't you give me money? Besides, I was the one who actually negotiated this deal for you. Li Xiaofeng smiled nonchalantly and replied, I have already prepared your money, just like for Xiao Jinping. I will also give you 260,000. Give me your account number, and I will transfer it to you at the bank tomorrow. Jiang Shuiying glanced at him, lowering her head, and said irritably, Actually, I never intended to ask you for money. I'm just frustrated. Why does he deserve to have so much? Your father explicitly stated that this deal would be shared equally between the two of you when we were at your house. I believe you should give me your card number. I dislike the feeling of being indebted to anyone. I have already stated that I am not in need of money. With her head down, Jiang Shuiying walked outside. After a while, she looked up at Li Xiaofeng and said, Could you refrain from giving him money in the future? If he has no money, he won't seek out that woman anymore. Li Xiaofeng shook his head resolutely. I cannot. If Xiao Jinping can still introduce me to construction sites, I will continue to provide him with commissions. This is a matter of personal integrity and my means of supporting my family. Moreover, even if I could do that, it would only be a temporary solution. His family background is not much different from yours. There are plenty of ways to make money. For me, it is significantly more challenging to earn a living. Jiang Shuiying retorted, You are incredibly selfish, watching him go astray. There are no good men among you. Chapter 37. A beating might teach a lesson. Li Xiaofeng did not respond to Jiang Shuiying's complaints. He is not Xiao Jinping's brother and has no obligation or right to interfere in his life. Even if he wanted to help, could he truly make a difference? Adults' personalities, tempers, and dispositions are already set. Changing someone is profoundly difficult. Li Xiaofeng did not wish to make things harder for himself, especially since he had some unresolved issues with Xiao Jinping. Perhaps Jiang Shuiying sensed her words were a bit excessive, and her tone softened. You are his roommate and a good brother. Helping him should be expected. Li Xiaofeng replied coolly. In this world, no one owes anyone anything. It is challenging enough to manage one's own life. Who has the time and energy to tend to others? After wandering around the mall for a while, they spotted Xiao Jinping and Xia Anna in a heated argument at a street corner on their way back. Jiang Shuiying urged Li Xiaofeng to stop the car immediately. What do you mean? We've eaten, watched a movie, bought clothes, and now we're at the hotel, and you tell me it's inconvenient? Are you playing games with me? Xiao Jinping appeared frantic. Xia Anna, with a cigarette dangling from her mouth, exhaled lightly and replied nonchalantly, Inconvenient is just that. There is no need for so many whys. You don't think that just because I agreed to come out, I owe you something, do you? I've spent so much money on you, and this is how you repay me? Today, you must come with me to the hotel, whether you like it or not. You're going. Xiao Jinping's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Xia Anna flicked the ash from her cigarette and retorted, You really think you can intimidate me? Who do you think you are, making such grandiose demands? At that moment, Brother Long appeared with a few thugs, approaching the two, whether by coincidence or premeditation remained unknown. Anna, what's the matter? Dragon brother, it's fortunate that you have arrived. This scoundrel spent a few worthless coins, insisting on dragging me to a hotel. I refused, and he even attempted to force himself upon me. Dragon brother's expression turned grave as he pointed at Xiao Jinping's chest, saying, Do you comprehend the nature of your actions? This is a violation of a woman's will and could lead to imprisonment. Spare me your theatrics. Do you believe I am unaware that you two are in cahoots? I realized your connivance during our last encounter when you attempted to deceive me. Dragon Brother laughed heartily, smugly retorting. Then why do you continue to entangle yourself with Anna? Are you not being foolish? Xiao Jinping fumed silently, his anger palpable. Dragon Brother playfully lifted Xia Anna's chin, grinning as he remarked, Anna, you are becoming quite audacious. This young lad is utterly captivated by you. Dragon Brother, you are incorrigible. Why speak of her in such a manner? There are worse things to come. Come. Tonight I shall properly educate you and show you my prowess. Very well, let us depart. I initially thought this young lad was vigorous, but it seems he is merely a fade. I doubt he could last 3 minutes with me. With that, Xia Anna leaped into Dragon Brother's embrace, linking her arm with his as they headed towards the hotel. Xiao Jinping, incensed, seized Xia Anna's arm and shouted, Wretched woman, I have treated you well, lavishing you with money. Does that not evoke any feelings in you? Furthermore, did you not say today was inconvenient? How is it that being with him is suddenly convenient? Are you toying with me? Dragon Brother forcefully shoved Xiao Jinping aside, growling, You fool, open your eyes. Who do you think you are? Just because you possess a bit of money does not make you special. Now, get lost and do not hinder my affairs. Anna, you are not permitted to leave. Xiao Jinping persisted, refusing to relent. Dragon Brother swiftly delivered a punch to Xiao Jinping, then summoned his underlings, who proceeded to beat him mercilessly. Jiang Shuiying, witnessing the assault, anxiously pounded on the car window, calling out to Li Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng, De Peng is being attacked. You must help him. Li Xiaofeng scoffed, leisurely replying, There are several of them, each one burly. If I go, I would merely be delivering myself as a meal. Moreover, that Chao fellow is exceedingly pathetic, behaving as if he has never encountered a woman before. Developing feelings for a nightclub girl is laughable. A beating would serve him well as a lesson. You should assist him, Jiang Shuiying urged, pushing open the car door and stepping out, glancing back at Li Xiaofeng, who remained motionless in the vehicle. Why aren't you going? There are several large men. One woman may not suffice. You would be delivering yourself to them. They would be delighted. You, the beautiful Jiang school belle, with such an alluring figure, might even become their sole focus tonight, disregarding Anna entirely. Fuming, Jiang Shuiying stamped her foot. You are despicable. How can you speak like this? What of it? I, too, have matured through various experiences. Do you not believe that after this incident, Chao will not grow from it? After Long Gu and a few ruffians thoroughly thrashed Xiao Jinping, their gaze shifted toward Jiang Shuiying. With the alleyway being sparsely populated and the presence of a luxurious BMW, coupled with a beautiful woman, she felt somewhat apprehensive. Hastily, she slipped into the car and slammed the door shut. Li Xiaofeng chuckled softly, pressed the accelerator, and drove away with haste. Are we just going to leave De Peng lying there? One of the ruffians questioned. They merely intended to give him a beating, not to take his life. Rest assured, those ruffians are seasoned fighters. They know how to control their strength. Jiang Shuiying, still feeling uneasy, tentatively suggested, perhaps we should help him by calling the police? Li Xiaofeng replied with a hint of irritation in his tone, What would we report? That Xiao Jinping was attempting to harass a woman, and a few local thugs intervened to prevent his criminal actions? Jiang Shuiying was taken aback. She hadn't considered that aspect before. Moreover, we would have to spend several hours at the police station giving statements, and it might even require notifying the school, leaving a record for Chao Lauda. Just imagine. If he finds out it was you who called the police, wouldn't he resent you for meddling in his affairs? Miss Jiang, I lead a busy life and am quite exhausted. I sacrificed my evening of rest to accompany you shopping, and now you expect me to stay up late? I have a strict policy against that. After listening to Li Xiaofeng's reasoning, Jiang Shuiying fell silent for a moment and meekly asked, Then what do you propose we do? In this world, not everything can be resolved easily. We are all adults, and every action carries its consequences. No one is exempt from that. Days later, Xiao Jinping returned to school, the bruises on his face still visible. His companion, Lu Zhendong, inquired with concern, Boss, what happened? Who bullied you? Speak up, and we'll avenge you. Xiao Jinping let out a cold snort, glaring at Li Xiaofeng with animosity, and said through gritted teeth, Old 3. I want to ask about anything else. That BMW parked by the roadside last night, was it yours? Did you see what happened? Li Xiaofeng nodded, responding nonchalantly, Yes. It was mine. I saw everything. Chao Jinping continued with a clenched jaw. We're all brothers in the same dormitory. You stood there watching me get beaten. Why didn't you come to my aid? Lu Zhendong and Cheng Ziyuan turned their scrutinizing gazes toward Li Xiaofeng, with Lu Zhendong eagerly pressing on. Old 3. Is what the boss said true? We're all dorm mates. Even if there are some conflicts, you can't just stand by and let him suffer. What if something worse happened to him? Li Xiaofeng smiled, but his tone was unyielding. The main reason is that I feared it would be embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Chao Jinping's face flushed slightly, and his expression shifted to one of awkwardness, though he quickly resumed his angry demeanor. Lu Zhendong continued to press. Old 3. What do you mean by that? Li Xiaofeng let out a cold laugh and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Boss, I initially chose to keep your matters to myself. But since you insist on it, I must recount the entire story in detail. The situation is as follows. You are aware that the boss has taken a liking to Xia Anna, pursuing her and showering her with gifts, only to be met with indifference. Xia Anna, that woman, is indeed lacking in integrity, yet if she refuses, you, Boss Chao, cannot resort to force, as that would be against the law. Consequently, he found himself on the receiving end of a beating from a few of Long Ji's thugs. Following this, Li Xiaofeng, with a smirk, inquired of his 2 roommates, if you 2 had been present, would you have rushed to confront Long Gu and his crew? Lu Zhendong, somewhat unwilling, replied, but we can't just stand by and watch the boss get beaten. Second, do you not grasp the crux of the matter? What if she turns the tables and accuses us of attempted rape? I'd be branded an accomplice of Boss Chao. Chao Jinping, with a sullen expression, remarked, how could I be so foolish as to call the police? Those ruffians would never report it either. Li Xiaofeng sneered, if you can stir up trouble, you ought to resolve it yourself. Why rely on others? Those thugs are all burly. I'd be walking into a feudal situation. Third, I have shown you kindness by introducing you to a major construction site, and this is how you repay me? Boss, you introduced me to the site. I provide you with a commission. We merely have a business relationship. Do you think I owe you my life? Second, old Shi, speak honestly. In that scenario, would you have jumped in to help the boss? Even without the preceding events, shouldn't one act according to their capacity when assisting others? Lu Zhendong and Cheng Ziyuan exchanged glances, remaining silent. Since you cannot act, do not impose moral obligations on others. With a sigh, Lu Zhendong attempted to explain forcefully, no? Old 3, I believe that. Second, if you wish to assist the boss, that is perfectly fine. Old Shi, you must no longer go. You seemed quite familiar with him last time. Don't act as if you don't know him. Arrange for Long Gu to meet. And let Second confront him in a one-on-one duel to avenge our boss. I certainly lack the capability. Second, I have faith in you. Old 3, why are you speaking in such a petulant manner? Did you not wish to be a hero? Here is your chance to be one. At that time, Long Gu had several accomplices with him, so a duel would be in your favor. What? Are you getting cold feet? You speak passionately about others. Yet when it comes to yourself, you switch to double standards. Truly remarkable. Noticing Lu Zhendong and Cheng Ziyuan's silence, Chao Jinping gritted his teeth again and said, then tell me, regarding your outing with Jiang Shuiying, how do you explain that? Shouldn't you provide me with an account? Upon hearing Boss Chao's words, Lu Zhendong and Cheng Ziyuan's gazes again fell upon Li Xiaofeng. Boss, I first ask you, what is your relationship with Jiang Shuiying? I have known her since childhood. So, you mean to say that you are not in a romantic relationship with her, correct? I recall the time when you were pursuing Lu Qianqian, and old Shi inquired if you intended to juggle both. To which you casually responded that you would pursue whomever you pleased, correct? Chao Jinping found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Li Xiaofeng continued, moreover, I am currently in a collaborative relationship with Jiang Shuiying. To be candid, this construction site belongs to the Jang family. Jiang Shuiying had already made arrangements with her family. Without your involvement, this project would have been secured regardless. Considering our brotherhood, I have not held your contributions against you, and I have duly provided you with a commission. Yet, you still perceive this as a favor I have bestowed upon you. Am I not speaking the truth? L. Zhendong and Cheng Ziyuan turned their gazes toward Chao Jinping. Li Xiaofeng took a deep breath and persisted. The reason I accompanied Jiang Shuiying on her shopping excursion was that I offered her a commission, but she declined, stating that she was not in need of money and simply wished for my company. She forewent a substantial sum just to have me accompany her, and primarily, she purchased items with her own funds. Given her modest request, could I possibly refuse? Furthermore, let us clarify matters once and for all. That day when I was out shopping with Jiang Shuiying, I happened to encounter Boss Chao shopping with Xiaoyanna. After a brief argument with me, he left with Xiaofeng, presumably in a hurry to find a room, and I hardly observed him showing any concern for Jiang Shuiying. Later, as I was escorting Jiang Shuiying back to school, we fortuitously stumbled upon you in a dispute with her. As a man, you could have simply dealt with it physically. But should I not prioritize the safety of a young lady? Boss Chow, are you implying that you wish for me to deliver Jiang Shuiying to Long Guo and his associates, just because you believe she was not enjoying her evening? It is all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. Now that we have cleared the air, let us move past this. We are all brothers. And there is no need to let trivial matters jeopardize our camaraderie. Cheng Ziyuan attempted to mediate. Li Xiaofeng scoffed, Boss Chow, my interactions with Jiang Shuiying are solely for financial gain, yet you dared to flirt with my girlfriend in my presence. How do you account for that? El Zhendong scoffed disdainfully, Old 3, this has already been addressed. The boss was merely jesting. He used humor to convey a truth. And it is clear he harbors such intentions. Old 2, do not speak from a place of ignorance. Ultimately, the group departed in discontent, each lost in their own thoughts and enveloped in silence. Chapter 39. How about you assist me in folding the bedding? As the summer of 2000 approached, Li Xiaofeng learned that the demolition work in his hometown had progressed significantly, with many residents already relocated. He no longer wished to remain in that dilapidated house. Consequently, Li Xiaofeng decided to invest a portion of his savings to acquire a fully renovated one-bedroom apartment near the school, ready for immediate occupancy, establishing a small sanctuary of his own. This arrangement not only provided him a personal abode, but also offered an alternative to residing in the school dormitory or a place to call home should he choose to be with Feng. Feeling somewhat despondent, he inquired, could you spare some time to chat with me? Faced with Jiang Shuiying's request, Li Xiaofeng expressed his helplessness. Miss Jiang, I recently purchased a house and am currently engaged in a significant procurement of daily necessities. My old residence is about to be demolished. If I do not prepare my new home, I will be left homeless after the holidays. Although Li Xiaofeng's new house was already renovated, he still needed to acquire cookware, bedding, and various small appliances to truly settle in. I shall accompany you on your shopping trip, as it will be akin to a leisurely outing together. Jiang Shuiying's face brightened with a smile. All right, then tell me why you seem so gloomy lately. Jiang Shuiying lowered her head, fiddling with her clothing, remaining silent. It can't be because of Chow Laoda, can it? He went home and complained to my father, who scolded me quite severely. Li Xiaofeng replied with a smile. What he said in front of your father was certainly not entirely accurate, even if your father is somewhat biased towards him. If he were to discover that Xiao Jinping was jealous over a nightclub girl and got beaten for it, do you think your father would still side with him? However, I do have a hint of suspicion of turning a blind eye to his plight. Is he dead? No. Then how can you accuse yourself of neglect? Jiang Shuiying gazed at Li Xiaofeng with her large, watery eyes, somewhat bewildered by his words. You are truly humorous. You excel at self-criticism. While others engage in moral coercion against others, you instead impose it upon yourself. Sometimes, one cannot be overly kind. Goodness can lead to being taken advantage of. Have you heard the saying, abandon personal integrity and embrace a life of mischief? I haven't heard that. Who said it? A renowned master of psychology. Surely you jest. I assure you, it is not my own words, but I sincerely resonate with that sentiment. Jiang Shuiying covered her mouth, chuckling softly, choosing to remain silent. After Chow Laoda returned to the dormitory, he intended to ally with 2 other roommates to morally coerce me, but I left him speechless. He realized he could not bully me, so he targeted you instead, thinking you were easier to intimidate. I simply do not understand how a grown man can shame a vulnerable woman for not coming to his aid. Are you implying that I have no obligation to save him? Of course not. But our families have a good relationship. If the relationship is so cordial, why does Xiao Jinping bring you so much trouble? He should reflect on his own behavior rather than expect you to do so. Huh, with your words. I feel much better. Jiang Daxiua beamed, her spirits lifted. In truth, I do not advocate for complete selfishness, but one must always act within their capacity when helping others. Overstepping can lead to disastrous consequences. Just think about it. Those places are dimly lit, and those ruffians are burly. If you were to charge in, what would happen if they had ill intentions? Jiang Shuiying shrank her neck, biting her lip, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Indeed, I was quite frightened at that moment. Fear is indeed a natural instinct for self-preservation that humanity possesses. Most of the time, it is essential to trust one's instincts and not be ensnared by lofty moral slogans. While such ideals may benefit society as a whole, they can be detrimental to the individual. Those who propagate these moral maxims are accountable only to the broader community, not to you as a singular entity. As two individuals conversed while gathering supplies, Jiang Shuiying lent her assistance in selecting items, filling not only the trunk, but also the back seats of the car. Upon their return, she helped him move things into his home. How did you end up with such a small house? Is it sufficient for your needs? She inquired. What size do I need for just myself? A one-bedroom is ample. Anything larger would only complicate cleaning. He replied. What if you get married in the future? She pressed. Let's not dwell on what is yet to come. One cannot overthink life. It's more prudent to focus on the present. I purchased this apartment primarily for its proximity to the school, making it convenient to return home. After graduation, I am uncertain where my career will take me, and once I have established myself, I will consider settling down. Jiang Shuiying observed Li Xiaofeng busily organizing his space and felt a pang of guilt. Tentatively, she asked, Would you like me to help you? He glanced at her and, in a teasing tone, replied, Sure. Why not come and help me fold the blankets and make the bed? Initially, he intended to jest, yet to his surprise, Jiang Shuiying took him seriously and immediately began to assist him. Watching her, Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile with delight. What are you laughing at? Your grin is so mischievous. It's clear you are concocting some mischief. She teased back. Have you read Dream of the Red Chamber? He inquired. I've read part of it, but not the whole, she answered. In Dream of the Red Chamber, Jiao Baoyu says, how could one bear to fold the bedding and make the bed with a tender-hearted young lady in the same room? Jiang Shuiying blushed and shot him a disapproving glance. You are incorrigible. Here I am helping you, and you choose to tease me with such words. It seems you were right. Being a good person truly doesn't pay off. However, despite her words, she did not cease her task until she had finished making the bed. Li Xiaofeng smiled and said, Shall we have dinner together later? To which Jiang Shuiying replied, Of course. After all the help I've given, you ought to show your appreciation. Once they had completed their chores, they ventured to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Jiang Shuiying casually asked, What are your plans for this summer? Li Xiaofeng took a bite of his dish and replied, I have no specific plans, aside from the work at the construction site. I need to push forward with my progress. It would be best to master English at a higher level so that things become easier later on. I thought you might take the opportunity this summer to enjoy yourself, Jiang Shuiying remarked, seemingly inviting him. Li Xiaofeng chuckled. Where would I find the time to enjoy myself? If something arises at the site, I would be unable to address it promptly from afar. He sensed that Jiang Shuiying harbored some interest in him. Yet, Li Xiaofeng was acutely aware that the disparity in their family backgrounds was insurmountable, not merely something that a modicum of wealth could remedy. Furthermore, with Chao Jinping's influence looming over them, a future together seemed utterly implausible. Chapter 40. Feng Huiya, you truly remain the same. Before long, summer vacation arrived. Li Xiaofeng invited Feng Huiya to his modest abode, seeking her company to alleviate his loneliness and boredom, especially during the nights when he longed for solace. At this juncture, the Feng family had long ceased to provide her with living and tuition expenses, and her relationship with them had grown exceedingly strained. Presently, her sole financial support stemmed from Li Xiaofeng, whose earnings were steadily increasing, thus rendering Feng Huiya increasingly compliant to his wishes. Xiaofeng, do you think you will marry me in the future? Never. Why not? I have treated you so well. Feng Huiya, you seem to have it backward. It is I who have treated you exceptionally well. Then if you care for me so deeply, why are you unwilling to marry me? Goodness, this woman possesses a remarkable way with words. Her arguments are equally compelling from both sides. No wonder I found myself so thoroughly ensnared by her in my previous life. Li Xiaofeng, feeling somewhat displeased, remarked, Given the pleasant atmosphere today, perhaps we should refrain from discussing such disheartening topics. Please, do share. I am curious. Feng Huiya nestled beside him, playfully swaying. You once betrayed me. Feng Huiya looked bewildered. When did I ever betray you? Li Xiaofeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How could he convey to her that it was her former self who had betrayed him? Setting aside the absurdity of the situation, which would be hard to believe, if anyone were to accept it, it would only complicate matters for him. There was a risk he could end up confined in a dark room, never to see the light of day again. I once had a dream. After the college entrance examination, you came to me, wanting to be my girlfriend. In that instance, I abandoned my studies to work and support your education. However, once you graduated, you swiftly severed ties with me. Perhaps I was never truly your beloved. Feng Huiya furrowed her brow, feeling somewhat wronged, but that was merely a dream. Li Xiaofeng chose to disregard her protest and continued. Later, the Feng family became wealthy, and you married Feng Bowen, who paraded you before me, subjecting me to humiliation. Xiaofeng, that was genuinely just a dream. Subsequently, the Feng family amassed even greater wealth, and Feng Bowen lost interest in you, casting you aside. Yet, I remained deeply in love with you, becoming your reluctant suitor. Initially, I believed that we should let bygones be bygones and focus on building a future together. However, you once again entangled yourself with Feng Bowen, becoming his mistress. Why was I so foolish? You were not foolish. It was because Feng Bowen possessed wealth, capable of providing you with a more opulent life, while the me in that dream was merely a struggling laborer, barely scraping by at the bottom of society. Yet, do you not possess wealth now? That was merely a dream. It was only after I rejected your initial plea following that dream that I found prosperity. Feng Huiya, in a state of distress, gently shook Li Xiaofeng's body, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance as she implored, Xiaofeng, it was merely a dream. Are we not together now? I have devoted everything to you, my heart unwaveringly yours. My love for you is sincere. You cannot treat me this way. Li Xiaofeng offered a faint smile, his tone indifferent as he replied, at present, I am merely wealthier than Feng Bowen. But what if, one day, a man of even greater fortune stands before you? Xiaofeng, that will not happen. In this lifetime, I shall not heed anyone else. My heart belongs solely to you. What of our dormitory leader, Chao Jinping? His family is in real estate. He is quite handsome and possesses greater wealth than I do. If presented with both of us, how would you choose? Xiaofeng, you were present that day, and I paid him no mind. Feng Huiya's gaze flickered with a hint of unease. Li Xiaofeng replied coldly. Do you understand? Men relish boasting, especially in a student dormitory. All manner of words are spoken. Our leader has claimed that he sought you out, offering you a monthly stipend, enticing you to follow him, and you acquiesced. No. Feng Huiya's voice trembled with evident panic. Li Xiaofeng had spoken these words impulsively, aiming to provoke her, yet he inadvertently uncovered a troubling truth. He remained silent, fixated upon her eyes. At that moment, Feng Huiya, still an innocent student, could hardly withstand the scrutinizing gaze of Li Xiaofeng, a seasoned figure in the world. She lowered her head in defeat, her composure fraying as she confessed. He did approach me and offered 6,000 yuan each month. But I merely said I would think it over. I never agreed. Truly, the things he told you are fabrications. Humph, thinking it over. The very fact that you utter such words indicates a willingness to contemplate betrayal. Feng Huiya, you remain the same. You are still susceptible to temptation. Li Xiaofeng understood that in this world, few could resist the allure of wealth, a phenomenon often relegated to the realm of television dramas. One could not be overly judgmental. However, such sentiments are easily expressed from an observer's standpoint. Were one to find themselves in a similar situation, their perspective might shift drastically, leading to actions of vengeance against entire families, which is not uncommon. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaofeng resolved to further test Feng Huiya's current mindset. Why then? Do you not choose him? His family is involved in real estate, although he is slightly shorter than I am. He stands at a respectable height of 1.72 meters and is not unattractive. Tears streamed down Feng Huiya's face as she pleaded, Xiaofeng, I have not betrayed you. Please do not cast me aside. I have already given you everything. It dawned upon him that Feng Huiya had already invested herself in him, and to switch allegiances would render her less valuable. I ask you why you do not choose Chao Jinping. I wish to hear your genuine thoughts. Summoning her resolve, Feng Huiya bit her lip and replied, because I know he views our relationship as a mere dalliance. He could never truly be with me. This month he may be with me, yet next month he might discard me. Li Xiaofeng once again let out a cold laugh. It seems you are not as foolish as I presumed. It's good that you understand. Although my feelings for you have waned, I once held a genuine affection for you and do not wish to see you compromise yourself for tuition, engaging in reckless affairs. Now that I have wealth, rather than letting you fall into the hands of another, I would prefer to have you for myself. A few coins are inconsequential to me, but that is where my interest ends. My feelings for you have dissipated like the wind from a past life. You cherish money, do you not? You would forsake emotions for it, wouldn't you? That's fine. In this lifetime, I can provide you with financial support, but nothing more. Feng Huiya still wore a pitiful expression and, somewhat defiantly, responded, Xiaofeng, that is merely a dream of yours, not reality. The truth is, you are my first and only man. However, that dream felt all too tangible. For me, it is reality, merely an alternate branch of existence. Chapter 41. The complexity of emotions. Upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's words, Feng Huiya lay on her pillow and began to weep sorrowfully. In truth, Li Xiaofeng understood that this lifetime was markedly different from the previous one. Feng Huiya's feelings for him now were far deeper for many reasons. One reason was that in this life, he was her first man, and women often find it challenging to forget their initial love, which tends to evoke the strongest emotions. Regardless of the circumstances that may later cause a separation, the first experience lingers in the heart. This holds true not only for women, but for men as well. Another reason lies in the fact that in their previous life, during their university years, Li Xiaofeng and Feng Huiya never formally established their relationship and were seldom together. Feng Huiya was overly proud, while Li Xiaofeng was too earnest, lacking the courage to approach her and seize the opportunity of this exquisite flower. He merely hoped she would honor her initial promises and take the initiative. In this era, waiting for a woman to pursue a less fortunate man is indeed more challenging than a sow climbing a tree. Of course, aside from Li Xiaofeng's earnestness, another significant factor was his financial constraints. Regardless of the era, maintaining a relationship with a girl, dining, drinking, and purchasing small gifts entails considerable expenses, especially since Li Xiaofeng was also responsible for her tuition and living costs. Consequently, apart from providing monetary support, he felt hesitant to seek her out. Humans are emotional beings. Without frequent interaction, even familial bonds may gradually weaken. During high school, they saw each other daily, and at that time, Li Xiaofeng was a devoted admirer. Although Feng Huiya looked down upon him, she still held some feelings for him. By the time Feng Huiya graduated from university, their relationship had grown quite distant, reduced to mere gratitude for financial support. Thus, it was inevitable that she would seek her own happiness after reaching solid ground. Nevertheless, while onlookers can offer objective, subjective, or even whimsical commentary, the feelings of those directly involved are entirely different. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not interconnected. At that moment, Feng Huiya's phone rang. Li Xiaofeng glanced at it and confirmed that it was a call from Xiao Jinping. Feng Huiya lifted her head, looked at the phone, and intended to hang up. Li Xiaofeng snatched the phone from her, his tone calm yet firm. "Do not hang up, put it on speaker." As he spoke, he grasped both of her hands and secured them behind her back. With a face full of pleading, Feng Huiya implored, "I understand your intentions, but I assure you I have done nothing to betray you. This makes me uncomfortable. If I do not hang up and put it on speaker, will you please release my hands?" Reluctantly, Li Xiaofeng let go of her hands, but just as he intended to rise, Feng Huiya turned around, lay back on the bed, and pulled him into her embrace with one hand while holding the phone with the other. "Hey, beautiful, what are you up to?" Indeed, it was Xiao Jinping's insidious voice on the line. "What am I to you that you are so concerned? Why are you calling me? How have you considered what I mentioned last time?" "Not at all. Huiya, let me be frank. Following Xiaofeng leads to nowhere. The meager earnings he makes are solely due to my connections. If I decide he should not earn, he will soon find himself destitute. Even if he becomes impoverished, I will still love him. He is my first man and will remain the only man in my life." Feng Huiya wrapped one arm around Li Xiaofeng and tightly entwined her long, fair legs around his waist. "I am not joking with you. Li Xiaofeng merely earns a few pennies on construction sites. That is as far as he will go. I can easily take away his two most important clients. They will be mine whenever I choose. And so what? I am content with my current life and refuse to become someone who is easily discarded and trampled upon. You should abandon this futile pursuit. By the way, aren't you interested in Miao Peipei? You could pursue her. She is quite easy to handle. Spare yourself the effort with me." "What Miao Peipei? I have no interest in her. Stop pretending. Peipei has confided in me everything, saying how kind you are to her, how you buy her clothes and bags, and even grant her the freedom to love. Huiya, think carefully. My family owns a real estate company. We have plenty of money. I can provide you with any life you desire. You cannot offer what I seek. I only want to be with Xiaofeng, living happily every day. Fine, just wait. It won't be long before you regret this. However, I am magnanimous and will not stoop to the level of you women. If you ever need me, I am still willing to have you. And do not speak of Peipei. If I discover you have been gossiping, you will not have a pleasant outcome. No one will be able to protect you then." With that, Xiao Jinping hung up. Feng Huiya tossed the phone aside and clung tightly to Li Xiaofeng. Her voice laced with sorrow. "Xiaofeng, see? I have never done anything to betray you. I am aware that you harbor grievances against me. In the past, you treated me with such kindness, yet I failed to cherish you. Now, I ask for nothing more than a modicum of your goodwill. Is that not too much to ask? Li Xiaofeng remained silent, choosing instead to convey his sentiments through actions, allowing her to gradually comprehend the depth of his feelings. The intricacies of relationships are indeed profound. They cannot simply be summoned into existence or dismissed at will. However, he was taken aback to discover that Xiao Jinping had descended to such depths of desperation, not only pursuing Huya, but also encroaching upon the affections of Elgendong's partner. It is essential to note that the two had shared a childhood bond, their camaraderie deeply rooted, with Elgendong consistently treating him like an elder brother. Perhaps Xiao Jinping yearned for a unique experience. It is often said that the world of the affluent is unfathomable, and their indulgences extravagant. This notion is not without merit. The defining characteristic of the wealthy is indeed their abundance of resources, and once a woman commodifies herself, she inevitably finds her way onto the menus of the affluent. From the content of the phone call, Li Xiaofeng gleaned another piece of information. Xiao Jinping might also be venturing into the construction industry. This field has low barriers to entry. With the right connections, anyone can embark on such a venture. Thus, he must prepare for a potential career shift. It would not be a loss. Engaging in several construction projects could yield approximately 3 million, alongside the nearly 2 million he had previously amassed, bringing his total to around 5 million, sufficient to pursue another profitable endeavor. With the foresight gained from his previous life, opportunities for wealth in this era are indeed plentiful. Chapter 42. You all can partner up and start your own business this summer. Li Xiaofeng enjoyed a blissful respite. He could distinctly sense that his relationship with Feng Huya had become increasingly harmonious. Being with the same woman, whether she loves you or not, evokes entirely different sensations. Of course, their previous interactions had been quite amicable, but now they were even more so. A campus beauty, when in your company, tends to focus less on herself and more on your feelings. That experience is truly unparalleled. Occasionally, Li Xiaofeng would accompany Jiang Shuiying on shopping excursions, which Feng Huya was well aware of, yet she respected the agreement between them and refrained from any interference. The adage that men are incorrigibly fickle holds a kernel of truth. However, the nature of their initial relationship inherently dictated an imbalance between them. Previously, you did not love me. Now that I possess wealth, your affection has resurfaced. Such love is inevitably diminished. In truth, Feng Huya could choose to part ways with him, and he would not forcibly oppose her. Yet, she remains. Perhaps, upon careful reflection, she deems that even if Li Xiaofeng seeks merely a monetary relationship, he remains her optimal choice. The summer swiftly passed, and students returned to their studies, marking the commencement of Li Xiaofeng's sophomore year. Upon returning, it was evident that the current Xiao Jinping was no longer the same as the one from before. To speak more eloquently, one might call it an abundance of confidence. However, Li Xiaofeng felt that he had grown increasingly arrogant and insufferable, more dismissive than ever. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he carelessly lit it and exhaled a plume of smoke, saying, "Old three, you truly are a despicable fellow." Upon hearing his disrespectful tone, Li Xiaofeng was incensed. "Xiao Jinping, what do you mean? Clean up your language." He continued, "Did you eat excrement during this summer vacation? Your words reek. Moreover, if you wish to smoke, step outside. Do you lack any sense of decency by forcing everyone to inhale your secondhand smoke?" Xiao Jinping remained unfazed, calmly continuing to smoke as he replied, "Old two, Old West. Do you know how much this guy has earned from the construction sites he took over from both of you?" Lu Zhendong quickly inquired, "How much did he earn?" Cheng Ziyuan, nearby, also perked up his ears. "Old West, from your site, he made at least 200 to 300,000. Old two, from yours, he earned no less than 600 to 700,000. As for the site I referred him to, he must have made at least 2 million. Goodness. No wonder he comes from the most impoverished background, yet now he flaunts his wealth. It turns out there's substantial profit involved, but he has only given us a meager commission. Is he not a rogue?" After hearing Xiao Jinping's words, both men turned their gazes toward Li Xiaofeng. He had long been psychologically prepared for this situation. From his previous conversation with Feng Huya, he had sensed that she intended to sever ties with him and pursue the construction business independently. Thus, Li Xiaofeng smirked and remarked, "You may inquire around. Is a 5% commission not the standard rate for construction referrals? I did not concoct this figure arbitrarily. Furthermore, Referral fees typically align with the progress payments of the project. Are you aware of this? Given our brotherly ties, I settled the accounts with you in advance. Is that not generous of me? Old 3, you still cannot pocket such a large sum while distributing so little to us. We are all brothers. You are being rather unfair. Indeed, Old 3. I thought there were only 3,000 square meters, and I even invested a considerable amount of money. Believing your earnings would be limited, I did not realize you could profit so much. You only see the thief enjoying the feast without witnessing the thief getting beaten. Do not forget, the capital for the construction comes from my own pocket. The materials, labor, and construction management, along with the safety responsibilities during the process, are all my burdens. Moreover, is this not how business is conducted? The one who undertakes the most deserves the most. Is this not reasonable? Even brothers must keep the accounts clear. Lu Zhendong's brow furrowed in discontent as he said, that may be true, but it should still be somewhat equitable. We are partners in this endeavor, and your earnings seem excessive. Li Xiaofeng chuckled derisively. Old 2, when I mentioned partnership, did you genuinely believe we were equals? A partnership implies shared responsibilities and mutual benefits. Our relationship is at best a collaboration. I do not wish to elaborate further. In any case, it is a collaboration. If it works, splendid. If not, we part ways. And do not forget, without my involvement, you would have never stumbled upon this business opportunity. Upon seeing the old acquaintance Cheng Ziyuan, Li Xiaofeng, with a calm demeanor, addressed him, saying, Old Shi, if we were to adhere to your theoretical framework, then when we visit your establishment, you ought not to offer that price. What is the cost price of the Bordeaux red wine purchased by the boss at your store? Shouldn't the room fee be waived for us? If the boss has been taken advantage of, it is your duty to remove that woman. Cheng Ziyuan, somewhat troubled, replied, Old San, one cannot articulate it in such a manner. In business, the concept of cost is not as straightforward as you perceive. There are numerous latent risks involved, which I cannot elucidate to you in a moment, and prices cannot be indiscriminately lowered. Otherwise, the business would be unmanageable. Old Shi, does this qualify as a business transaction? Why can the inherent risks in my dealings not be considered part of the cost? Why is it permissible in your view for me to indiscriminately lower prices? L. Zhendong's tone softened, yet he still expressed some dissatisfaction. We are not asking you to lower prices. Rather, we are suggesting that, given our brotherhood, you should allocate a bit more to us. Chao Jinping interjected, Old San, refrain from engaging in this debate. I am well acquainted with this industry now. Not only have I clarified the costs, but I also understand that the most vital aspect of this industry is resources, not the disparate nonsense you mentioned. As long as resources are secured, everything else falls into place. Once a construction site is obtained, it is merely a matter of finding a construction team to do the work, and then one can sit back and wait for the profits. Li Xiaofeng smiled faintly. Do you truly believe this matter is so simple? If that is your conviction, then it is easily resolved. Once these construction projects are completed, I shall cease my involvement in this industry. After all, you possess resources. It should not be difficult to procure some capital for business from your families. You all can partner together and manage on your own, and the profits will be yours. Does that sound agreeable? Chao Jinping scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Those resources were always ours. Your generosity stems from the impending demise of your business, does it not? L. Zhendong waved his hand dismissively, addressing Chao Jinping. Old duh, let it go. What has passed is in the past, and there is no need to dwell on it. Thus, the three of them resumed their isolation of Li Xiaofeng, engaging in jovial conversation amongst themselves while scarcely acknowledging him. Chapter 43. After the start of the second year, Li Xiaofeng estimated that in 2 months, all the construction projects under his purview would reach completion. He would no longer work on construction sites and needed to provide his good friend Su Lei with an explanation, allowing him to seek alternative avenues for his livelihood. Su Lei smiled and said, Xiaofeng, it's quite all right. Once the construction is finished and there are no new projects, that is entirely normal. I am grateful that you think of me as your brother. Li Xiaofeng patted his shoulder and replied with a wry smile. Su Lei, the situation is as follows. I have saved some money, and it is quite possible that I may not continue in this line of work, working on construction sites, enduring the sun and wind, with a myriad of chaotic affairs, and having to appease others, is not something I wish to continue. I aspire to venture into other business pursuits. In truth, you may continue to engage with those classmates of mine. I have encountered some discord with them, making it awkward for me to initiate conversation. However, I possess their contact numbers, so you could reach out to them directly. Xiaofeng. I am aware that this situation was instigated by Feng. Feng, does he possess any competence? Recently, having witnessed the profitability of my endeavors on the construction site, he persuaded his father to approach mine, requesting to accompany me in my work. Unable to refuse, and considering our shared upbringing, I acquiesced. Yet, I am perplexed by how he managed to strike up a conversation with your classmate, surnamed Chao. I feel somewhat remiss about this matter. Li Xiaofeng chuckled. No worries. The entry threshold in this field is quite low. Once one gets the hang of it, anyone can manage. However, working and contracting are not entirely synonymous. And Feng certainly has audacity. This is entirely my fault. I was unguarded around him. He inquired about matters, and I answered all his questions. But whether he can perform well remains uncertain. Li Xiaofeng patted his shoulder reassuringly. No problem. I've had my fill of this line of work. You are simply too kind-hearted. Su Lei chuckled lightly, expressing a sense of resignation. Even clay figurines have their pride. Once I finish my current tasks, I shall seek work elsewhere. I would rather starve than toil for them. Why take such a stance? As long as there is money to be made, working for anyone is still work. My father once advised me that living in this world requires a sense of dignity. Without it, what differentiates one from the dead? I would rather perish than labor for them. Li Xiaofeng again patted his shoulder, smiling. I hadn't realized before, but you are truly stubborn. During your time with me, you must have earned some money. Within your family's means, do consider purchasing a few more properties. From my observations, housing prices will gradually rise in the future. Once you acquire properties, try not to sell them. My next business venture will be in real estate speculation. Trust me, you cannot go wrong. All right. I will heed your advice. After making arrangements with Su Lei, Li Xiaofeng returned to the dormitory. Although he owned a residence near the university, the dormitory offered greater convenience and opportunities for interaction with classmates. His primary objective in college was to seek and utilize resources. Hence, he aimed to engage with his peers as much as possible. Despite having conflicts with several roommates and even experiencing clashes of interest, it was relatively easy to mend disputes during student life. He also took care to avoid conflicts of interest. Consequently, he typically returned to his small abode only on weekends. Though he often invited Feng over to relieve the pent-up desires he had accumulated over several days. On an unexpected day, Chao Jinping proactively approached Li Xiaofeng, saying, Lao San, I'm inviting a few brothers out tonight. Will you join us? Perhaps fearing a refusal, he added mysteriously, there will be a special program. You'll witness something spectacular. Faced with the olive branch extended by his roommate, Li Xiaofeng resolved to accept graciously. After all, one should not strike a smiling face, especially when residing in the same dormitory. Is it still at Old Shi's place? Indeed. Thus, Li Xiaofeng drove several individuals once again to that establishment. This time, Chao Jinping did not summon the usual private room hostess, but instead, directly called over Xia Anna, which took Li Xiaofeng by surprise. What astonished him even more was that Xia Anna's demeanor towards him had shifted. Previously flirtatious and teasing, she now exhibited fear and a desire to please. Additionally, Lu Zhendong brought his girlfriend Miao Peipei along, while Li Xiaofeng was accompanied by Feng Huiya. As for Cheng Ziyuan, he remained solitary as ever. Ziyuan, we are already in our second year. Why have you yet to make a move? If you don't act soon, all the good girls will be taken. In response to Lu Zhendong's triumphant teasing, Cheng Ziyuan smiled and remarked, what is so great about women? I've seen plenty throughout my life. They hold no allure for me. You all enjoy yourselves. Li Xiaofeng chimed in. Old heir, why are you fretting? Just consider Old Shi's upbringing. He might have already experienced more than you can imagine. You, a naive young virgin who has just begun dating, have not even held Peipei's delicate hand, yet you dare to pose as a romantic expert before him. Lu Zhendong's face flushed crimson, as if someone had stepped on his tail, and he exclaimed loudly, who says that? Just a few days ago, I held Peipei's hand, all right? Beside him, Miao Peipei, blushing, playfully punched Lu Zhendong multiple times, leaving him basking in the sweetness of love, exclaiming with excitement and pride, it was delightful, truly delightful. However, Li Xiaofeng found this scene somewhat distasteful. From Feng Huiya's conversation with Chao Jinping, Li Xiaofeng had already surmised that Chao Jinping might have already made advances towards Miao Peipei, perhaps even forming a clandestine relationship. Should he inform old heir about this? Li Xiaofeng had never entertained the thought. Given the strong ties between their families and the fact that they had grown up together, would Lu Zhendong even believe him? Feng Huiya was his partner. and her words could not be trusted. Miao Peipei would never tarnish her own reputation. Without concrete evidence, mere words would likely lead to a united front against him from Lu Zhendong and Xiao Jinping. Most importantly, why should Li Xiaofeng engage in such thankless endeavors? In conversations within the dormitory, Lu Zhendong primarily focused on Xiao Jinping, treating Li Xiaofeng rather indifferently. Friends typically avoid delving deeply into sensitive topics, and discussing such sordid matters would only provoke intense reactions. Observing the affectionate exchange between the two, Feng Huiya paid them no mind, her heart solely on Li Xiaofeng, who merely smiled faintly, sipping beer and enjoying sunflower seeds and fruit. Chapter 44. It turns out he just wanted to show off in front of everyone. Xiao Jinping planted a kiss on Xia Anna's cheek and, with a smirk, addressed Lu Zhendong. Old heir, you are quite fortunate. Pei Pei is a wonderful girl, truly exceptional. You must treat her well. Lu Zhendong, brimming with pride, replied, needless to say, I am well aware of how great Pei Pei is. Rest assured, I will cherish her. Subsequently, he turned towards Feng Huiya, offering a grateful smile as he remarked, thank you, dear sister-in-law. If it weren't for your introduction, how could I have encountered such a wonderful girl like Pei Pei? Feng Huiya chuckled awkwardly, responding, as long as you're happy, that's what matters. I'm merely the matchmaker. Should you two ever quarrel, don't come to me for assistance. Sister-in-law, how could you say such a thing? With someone as splendid as Pei Pei, how could I ever argue with her? I cherish her too much. Li Xiaofeng interjected with a smile, that's hard to say. Every couple has their disagreements. Let's be honest, whose parents have never quarreled? At that moment, Xiao Jinping interjected, raising his glass towards Li Xiaofeng. Third brother, the couple is doing just fine. Are you trying to break them apart with your incessant chatter? Then he turned to Miao Peipei, saying, come, Peipei, let us toast to you becoming even more beautiful and blissful. Miao Peipei quickly lifted her glass, clinking it with Xiao Jinping's, her smile radiant as she sweetly said, thank you, Brother Peng. Please take good care of our Zhendong in the future. Of course, without question. After a swift clink, they both downed their drinks. Yet Li Xiaofeng noticed their pinkies discreetly brushing against each other beneath the glasses. It was then that he suddenly realized the seating arrangement was somewhat peculiar. A large sofa had Cheng Ziyuan seated at one end, angled away from the rest. The others were gathered at the wider section, with Xiao Jinping positioned between Xia Anna and Miao Peipei, while El Zhendong sat beside Miao, and Li Xiaofeng was next to him. Feng Huiya, however, seemed to deliberately avoid sitting next to Li Xiaofeng. Logically, if Xiao Jinping were aware of the sensitivities, he would have arranged for Xia Anna and Miao Peipei to sit together, but he did not. It appeared he had no consideration for such matters, merely wishing to enjoy the company of both women. The others seemed oblivious to this nuance, perhaps believing that as friends in such a relaxed setting, casual seating was entirely appropriate. In this context, any arrangement might seem normal. However, Li Xiaofeng, having prior knowledge of the underlying dynamics involving Xiao Jinping, remained observant of the subtle interactions between him and Miao Peipei, leading him to perceive the situation differently. Just then, Brother Long gently knocked on the door from outside, entering with a humble demeanor and greeting everyone, entirely devoid of his previous domineering bravado. Upon seeing Brother Long, Xiao Jinping appeared invigorated, puffing out his chest as he mockingly addressed him. Ah, if it isn't Brother Long, what brings you here? Are you here to challenge me to a drinking contest? Steal Anna away, or do you plan to gang up on me with your numbers? Xia Anna quickly chimed in, playfully pouting at Xiao Jinping. Brother Peng, I was thoughtless before, but now my heart belongs solely to you. Brother Long hastily sought to appease. I wouldn't dare, in front of Brother Peng. I am not even worthy to hold your shoes. Previously, I failed to recognize your greatness and acted inappropriately. You have scolded and struck, and I have offered all my money in apology. I implore you, Brother Peng, to spare me this time. The words exchanged between these two individuals are laden with significance. From their demeanor, Li Xiaofeng deduces that Xiao Jinping appears to have found a formidable ally, managing to hold both Xia Anna and Long Go in check, likely due to the influence of his family. No wonder he has become so audacious in just a summer break. At this moment, Lu Zhendong gazes at Xiao Jinping with a look of astonishment, while Miao Peipei regards him with admiration. As for Cheng Ziyuan, he sits with his head bowed, indifferent as he consumes his food. It seems that Cheng Ziyuan is the only one privy to the underlying truths, given that his family is involved in dubious enterprises. And Xia Anna is among his subordinates, with Long Ge being quite familiar to him. Li Xiaofeng finally comprehends why Xiao Jinping is displaying such benevolence today, inviting him along to feast. It is merely to put on a grand display before everyone. Xiao Jinping, with a disdainful expression, retorts, "Do you even have the audacity to mention that meager sum of money?" Long Gu, with a forced smile, responds, "Brother Peng, in our line of work, money comes swiftly and departs even faster. It's not that I wish to withhold it. I simply cannot manage to save. What do you intend to do then? Are you planning to act like a rogue and refuse to pay?" Xiao Jinping chuckles condescendingly. "Listen, you can owe me the money for now. I won't hold it against you, but we will calculate it at a threefold interest. However, you may work for me to offset your debt. Once you repay me, we shall be even." Absolutely, absolutely. Working under anyone else pales in comparison to being with Brother Peng. It is a blessing from my previous life. Long Gu exclaims as he moves to pour wine for Xiao Jinping. However, Xiao Jinping swiftly kicks him, causing him to stumble precariously. In response to Long Ji's puzzled and vexed expression, Xiao Jinping bellows, "You insolent fool! Who permitted you to come here? Do you think you are worthy to stand on equal footing with me? Since you are with me, you ought to kneel and call me big brother." Long Gu casts a pleading glance towards Cheng Ziyuan and implores, "Young Master Cheng, could you possibly say a kind word for me? I, Long, have some standing in the underworld." Cheng Ziyuan, casually discarding a sunflower seed shell, sets aside his snack and brushes the crumbs off his hands, responding in a nonchalant tone, "Long, I cannot assist you in this matter. You know that the elders have already intervened. It is beyond the purview of someone like me to interfere. Furthermore, you are indeed in the wrong here. After all these years navigating the underworld, have you not learned to keep your wits about you? You have been prancing about with such arrogance, believing yourself to be a dragon. The situation has changed. Everyone is busy cleansing their own names and has no time for you." Xiao Jinping, reclining with his legs crossed, smugly remarks, "What's the matter? Are your legs too stiff to bend? No worries, we can find a stick to remedy that ailment another day." Long Gu glanced at Xiao Jinping, hesitated for a moment, and finally steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he knelt before him. Xiao Jinping let out a triumphant laugh, while Xia Anna, standing beside them, cast a sympathetic glance at Long Gu, her head turning away slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 45. Do you think this will control me? Xiao Jinping's laughter echoed in the room, yet among the group gathered in the private booth, he was the only one reveling in amusement. Others seemed lost in their own thoughts. Cheng Ziyuan looked up at Xiao Jinping briefly before lowering his head again, resuming his seed spitting. Miao Peipei's eyes brimmed with admiration for Xiao Jinping, laced with a hint of fear. El Gendong, who was closest to him, kept glancing between Xiao Jinping and Long Gu, appearing quite bewildered. Li Xiaofeng scoffed quietly, remaining silent, while Feng Huiya tightly embraced him, resting her head against his shoulder. "Enough, get up. Come here and pour me some wine. In the future, be more perceptive and considerate." "Ah, thank you, Peng Gu. Thank you for your generosity." Long Gu hurriedly rose and rushed to pour wine for Xiao Jinping. However, it seemed that Xiao Jinping was not yet finished with him, teasingly inquiring, "Long, I heard you and Anna were once close. Just friends, merely friends." Long Gu forced a smile, his expression strained. "I don't care if you're friends or something else. You need to maintain your distance from Anna from now on, understood?" "Yes, Peng Gu, I understand. Later, I plan to go to a hotel with Anna. You help me record a few clips. I can use them to spice things up in the future." "Sure, Peng Gu. I'll arrange for someone to help you film." "No, I want you to do it personally." Seeing Xia Anna's head still turned away, seemingly unable to witness the unfolding scene, Xiao Jinping seized her hair and pulled her head around. "You said I wasn't tea-capable, didn't you? You claimed I was all show and no substance? I have prepared several little pills. Tonight, I will surely have my way before your beloved. Make sure to perform well, or I might just sell you abroad. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand, young Master Peng. I will serve you well." Xia Anna forced a smile, infusing her tone with a hint of flirtation. Subsequently, Xiao Jinping released her hair and effortlessly pulled her into his embrace. "I see now, this woman must be trained. Without training, she won't comply. Once properly taught, she will be entirely obedient. Otherwise, she'll quickly take advantage of you." Xiao Jinping raised his glass, taking a sip of beer, proudly imparting his wisdom on seduction to the onlookers, exuding an air of self-proclaimed romantic expertise. Noticing Long Gu's somber expression, Xiao Jinping smirked, rising to his feet, patting Long Gu's face with an air of arrogance as he declared, "What's the matter? Do you have an issue?" It's not as if I haven't been with your beloved before. Are you feeling hurt? Since your companion has chosen this profession, it is only fitting that I support her business, and you ought to express your gratitude towards me. Why were such a mournful expression? Brother Long forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears and repeatedly said, Brother Peng speaks the truth. I am truly grateful to Brother Peng for looking after Anna. I would not dare to voice any complaints against him. Now that sounds more appropriate. Xiao Jinping returned to his seat and once again embraced Xia Anna. Brother Long, with a beaming smile, said, Brother Peng, unless you have further instructions, I shall not intrude upon your enjoyment. Please summon me if needed. Then be gone. Once this affair concludes, I shall call you. If you dare to ignore my call, I shall break your legs. Yes, I shall heed your commands, Brother Peng. Whatever you request, I shall comply. After speaking, Brother Long nodded to everyone as a form of farewell and then exited the private room. Brother Peng, you are quite impressive. Allow me to raise a toast to you. Miao Peipei lifted her glass, her voice soft and enchanting, and Xiao Jinping's tone softened as he smiled broadly. After they finished their drink, Lu Zhendong, filled with curiosity, asked, Boss, when did you become so formidable? I was unaware. Xiao Jinping chuckled and replied, I too was unaware until recently. Our family once operated in the sand business and supplied construction materials. We wielded some influence in the underworld. Eventually, my family shifted focus, acquired land, and established a real estate company. During my summer return, I learned of my troubles, which my uncle helped resolve. Since childhood, my uncle has been far kinder to me than my father. When I faced bullying, my father remained silent and advised me against stirring trouble. How can one endure such treatment? Furthermore, my father even tried to prevent my uncle from assisting me. It makes me question if I am truly his biological son. Cheng Ziyuan glanced at him with mild irritation and remarked, Boss, it would be wise to avoid provoking your family further. They have only just begun to cleanse their reputation. Do not bring shame upon them again. Given the current tense situation, your family cannot always come to your rescue. Isn't it more prudent to keep a low profile and focus on earning money? Once you have wealth, what sort of woman could you not attract? Why insist on complicating matters? What of it? Am I not entitled to seek justice after being so grievously wronged? Boss, if you persist in this manner, our cooperation as brothers may come to an end. You and the second can do as you please. I shall refrain from intervening. Xiao Jinping sighed in resignation. Very well. I shall heed your advice. Cheng Ziyuan then turned to the silent Xiaofeng, smiling as he said, Third brother, regardless of whether you are included in our activities, we are classmates and roommates. Our bond is special. We are brothers. Today, as we converse, we do so openly and in the presence of outsiders. You should speak wisely and refrain from indiscretion. Surely, you grasp this point. Li Xiaofeng sensed that Cheng Ziyuan's demeanor today was unusually commanding. Though he did not wish to offend him, he had no intention of being easily manipulated. Old Shi, the business you and your companions are engaged in was taught to you by me. You must acknowledge this. Cheng Ziyuan glanced at him but remained silent. As for me, I am not one to chatter excessively, nor am I one to shy away from confrontation, and certainly not someone easily manipulated by others. Our leader still believes we are in the era of gangsters, deliberately trying to show off in front of me, thinking that this would give him the upper hand? Do you also find him rather ridiculous? Old 3, you are quite arrogant. Xiao Jinping spat out a sunflower seed, seemingly displeased that Li Xiaofeng did not regard him as a true leader. Li Xiaofeng ignored him and continued speaking to Cheng Ziyuan. Ziyuan, you underestimate me. You all are merely playing with the remnants of my efforts, thinking I need you to guide me? With that, Li Xiaofeng took Feng Hui's hand and strode away. Chapter 46. You are truly a troublesome individual. Witnessing Li Xiaofeng leave in such a manner, Xiao Jinping was infuriated and exclaimed, This kid is far too arrogant. I must find someone to teach him a lesson. Cheng Ziyuan furrowed his brow and reproached Xiao Jinping. Boss, do not resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Do you think dealing with a Long is the same as confronting Li Xiaofeng? What? Does old 3 possess some extraordinary powers? A Long is merely a local thug, involved in petty crimes, and with a sullied reputation. He is afraid to offend others for fear of losing his livelihood, which is why he can be manipulated. However, Li Xiaofeng is a university student. Although he lacks a wealthy background, his character is indisputable, and he possesses a bit of money. If he were to resolutely escalate matters, believe me, it would be your family that suffers. Should we then allow him to remain so arrogant? Boss, he is right. This is no longer the era of gangsters. The old tactics no longer apply. In today's society, making money is the ultimate pursuit. Elgendong, who had been listening, also advised, indeed, boss, regardless of old Three's behavior. He is still our classmate and roommate. It is a matter of fate that we are together, and there is no need to create tension amongst ourselves. Humph. Xiao Jinping chose not to respond further, though his expression betrayed his dissatisfaction. A few days later, Li Xiaofeng called Jiang Shuiying, requesting a meeting in the cafeteria. Jiang Shuiying seemed in high spirits, smiling as she asked, "What brings you to me?" "I have a favor to ask." Jiang Shuiying hesitated and replied, "Regarding the construction site. I might not be able to assist you. You should know, Xiao Jinping is insufferable, constantly trying to curry favor with my father, making it so that my words no longer hold weight." Li Xiaofeng chuckled, shaking his head. "It's not about the construction site. I wish to purchase a few apartments and would like your father to offer me a better deal." "Oh, that is not an issue. Currently, our properties are not selling well, and the pace of capital recovery is sluggish. My father is quite distressed. Your purchase would indeed be a favor to him. When are you free? I can accompany you home." As soon as the words left Li Xiaofeng's mouth, he felt a tinge of awkwardness, as if there was a misunderstanding. Sure enough, Jiang Shuiying's face flushed bright red. "That's not what I meant. I meant, you understand." Jiang Shuiying fanned her cheek with her hand, casting him a sidelong glance. Her voice tinged with playful reproach. "I understand, you big fool. You can't even express yourself clearly." At that moment, the two of them were taken aback to find that, for reasons unknown, Lu Qianqian had also arrived at the cafeteria. To their surprise, she was not only surrounded by Sun Wenxuan, but also by Xiao Jinping, who had joined the gathering. "Qianqian, did you know? I'm planning to start my own business. Isn't that impressive?" Xiao Jinping exclaimed excitedly. "What project?" Lu Qianqian asked. Her curiosity piqued. Xiao Jinping, brimming with enthusiasm, quickly responded, "It's a project involving interior and exterior wall coatings, and I'm personally overseeing it. I've been quite busy with it lately. I remember that one of your roommates, Li Xiaofeng, is involved too, right? Did you partner with him?" Lu Qianqian inquired. Xiao Jinping's face flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he sensed his bravado unraveling. To mask his awkwardness, he raised his voice indignantly, declaring, "He's nothing but a fraud. I would never partner with him." "What did he deceive you about?" Lu Qianqian probed. "He made so much money on his own and only gave us a pittance. Wasn't the profit distribution agreed upon beforehand, or did he change the terms midway?" "Yes, we did discuss it beforehand, but what he offered was far too little." "Well, if it was agreed upon, then you must be the one who changed your mind. Besides, isn't it only logical for those who contribute more to receive a larger share? If you find it unreasonable, then why not do it yourself instead of disparaging him?" "Qianqian, why are you siding with an outsider?" Lu Qianqian responded coldly, her displeasure evident. "What do you mean by insider or outsider? What connection do we have? I'm merely stating the facts. We are just ordinary classmates. Don't try to get too close to me. If someone didn't know better, they might think we have some special relationship." Xiao Jinping, feeling deflated, fell silent. Meanwhile, Sun Wenxuan, seizing the opportunity, chimed in cheerfully, "Young Master Peng, I heard you've been getting cozy with a nightclub girl lately. What brings you here for a casual chat? Did she not take good care of you? You're so eager to start a business. Did you spend all your money on her?" Xiao Jinping, visibly irritated, retorted, "Sun Wenxuan, what nonsense are you spouting? What nightclub girl? If you keep slandering me, I won't let this go." Sun Wenxuan smirked, "Slander you? This doesn't even require my embellishment. Your little escapades are already common knowledge in the nightlife scene. Do you really think your actions have remained discreet?" Then, with a smile directed at Lu Qianqian, he continued, "Qianqian, did you know this unscrupulous fellow took little pills to entertain the nightclub girls and even insisted that their boyfriends watch? Just think about it. How could such scandalous gossip not spread like wildfire? Now, even the Chow family's background has been uncovered. It turns out they used to run a sand business and would forcibly deliver construction materials at exorbitant prices to various construction sites, creating chaos if their supplies were refused. The Chow family amassed their wealth through such means, and later, employing unknown tactics, acquired a parcel of land to venture into real estate, gradually cleansing their image." Lu Qianqian regarded Sun Wenxuan with a half-smile, her tone nonchalant as she remarked, "The nightlife scene? It appears you are quite familiar with it." Sun Wenxuan hastily clarified, "Qianqian, it's not like that. I was dragged to a bar by friends just once, overhearing some gossip. I found such places unappealing and left after just a couple of drinks." Xiao Jinping grew impatient. seizing Sun Wenshuan by the collar, threateningly stating, "You speak nonsense. If you dare continue with your absurdity here, I will ensure your downfall." Unfazed, Sun Wenshuan wriggled free from his grip, engaging him in a scuffle, while Lu Qianqian swiftly stepped aside to avoid any collateral damage. Nearby classmates quickly intervened to separate the two. Adjusting his attire, Sun Wenshuan disdainfully remarked, "What a fool. The nation is cracking down hard. Yet you still delve into underworld dealings. You'll drag your father down with you. You're nothing but a burden." Observing their commotion, Lu Qianqian frowned and addressed them. "Neither of you are virtuous. Your antics are vexing. Keep your distance from me henceforth. Should you continue to follow me, I will report you to the school for harassment." And the consequences could range from reprimand to expulsion. With that, she cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiaofeng, lightly flicking her hair as she gracefully departed. Chapter 47. The curiosity of Jiang Shuang. Wherever Lu Qianqian went, she radiated the aura of a star, surrounded by admirers. Once she left, the crowd dissipated. As they conversed, Jiang Shuang listened intently, biting her lip, and once they dispersed, she wearily turned to Li Xiaofeng and inquired, "Is what he said true? Who are you asking about? Is De Peng truly involved with that nightclub woman? Haven't I already told you? You've seen that nightclub woman. She's the one Chow Lao bought clothes for, only to later team up with her partner to beat him up. You even wanted me to rescue him, and I refused, which left you somewhat displeased. Have you genuinely forgotten, or do you doubt your own eyes?" "It's not that I disbelieve entirely, more like I have my doubts." They both lowered their heads, silently consuming their food for a considerable time. Li Xiaofeng felt somewhat helpless. Women can sometimes be blind in love, often determined until the bitter end. Perhaps due to the emotional investment they've made, subconsciously reluctant to accept failure. "Xiaofeng, do all men desire what they cannot have?" Jiang Shuang's face was a portrait of disappointment. Indeed, she still clung to hope. Li Xiaofeng understood that continuing to speak ill of Chao Jinping at this juncture would be futile. It would be wiser to shift the perspective. Thus, he smiled and jested with Jiang Shuang. In truth, women can be quite fickle as well. Jiang Shuang playfully pouted, feigning an intent to strike Li Xiaofeng. "If you dare to speak nonsense again, I swear I shall punish you." Li Xiaofeng pretended to dodge, prompting Jiang Shuang to retract her hand, appearing to grant him a temporary reprieve. "I speak the truth. In such matters, men and women are indeed alike. In nightlife, there are princesses and young masters, mermaids who have ventured into the depths, as well as midnight gigolos. Pray tell, for whom do you suppose these young masters and gigolos are prepared? It seems you are quite familiar with the nightlife as well." Li Xiaofeng replied with a subtle smile. "I wouldn't say I'm well-versed, but I possess a smattering of knowledge about various walks of life. One of my roommates, Cheng Ziyuan, hails from a family that operates a nightclub. To secure a contract for their exterior wall coating business, I deposited 100,000 yuan with them. I had hoped to make use of it, but now that I am no longer on construction sites, I suppose I shall gradually spend it, though I can't tell when I'll exhaust it." Jiang Shuang, with a mischievous grin, inquired, "What is so hard about spending it? Just seek out a few nightlife girls to indulge in, and it won't be long before it's all gone." "I would rather not." "What's wrong? Afraid to spend? Reluctant?" "No, it's just that I find it unsavory. What if I contract some unsavory disease? I earn money to enjoy life, not to risk my health. But don't you ever consider it?" Jiang Shuang, a recognized beauty of our cohort, retorted, "Look at the nature of your question." Her cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip and softly murmured, "Please, tell me. I am genuinely curious about how you boys perceive these matters." Li Xiaofeng, with a wry smile, responded, "Shuang, is it not true that after lights out, you girls in the dorm discuss these emotional topics about boys? Are you seeking validation for your confusion? How did you know? Did someone inform you?" Jiang Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Did I not mention that men and women are alike? The boys in our dorm often discuss girls, and by deduction, I assume you girls frequently talk about boys as well. Furthermore, when it comes to emotional matters, you girls tend to be more gossipy. Ugh, you boys are the gossips." Jiang Shuang playfully retorted. Li Xiaofeng shook his head with a smile. However, studies conducted abroad on emotional matters have shown that, in fact, women can be more fickle than men. That's impossible. How so? Once a man develops feelings for a woman, it is often difficult for him to shift his affections. Even if he engages with another woman, it may not necessarily mean he has feelings for her. Jiang Shuang scoffed. "Oh please. You think you can maintain your loyalty while having flings outside? This is the folly of you men. You seem to possess quite a bit of insight. Humph, regardless. Men are indeed quite unfaithful. Li Xiaofeng, with a serious tone, stated, the phrase about maintaining loyalty at home while seeking pleasure elsewhere exists because men are often rational. They understand their own nature. However, women are different. They tend to be emotional and can be swayed by superficial temptations such as material wealth and physical appearance. What is even more alarming is that when women act impulsively, it is often accompanied by a physical fervor that can surpass that of men's emotional intensity. Jiang Shuiying cast him a sidelong glance, pouting slightly as she retorted, in any case, I am not that kind of woman. I am quite devoted in matters of the heart and would never engage in frivolities outside. Li Xiaofeng smiled and replied, indeed. Theoretical concepts often lose their precision when applied to individuals, for humanity is an intricate tapestry. Each person's background, experiences, character, and insights vary, leading to diverse outcomes. You, having grown up in affluence and having experienced much, are naturally more resilient against external temptations than the average girl. This is why many advocate for raising girls in wealth. However, not every girl is nurtured in an environment like yours, nor can every girl withstand the allure of the outside world. Speaking of men, why do the discussions always circle back to us women? Are you feeling guilty, afraid to unveil too many of your secrets, and thus turning the tables on me? Jiang Shuiying teased. In truth, I am quite curious about you men as well. You seem to have a fair understanding of women, almost akin to a champion for their causes. What piques your curiosity? Li Xiaofeng chuckled at Jiang Shuiying's words, and she stifled a laugh behind her hand. Learning is a lifelong endeavor. Humans are complex beings, and a lifetime may not suffice for thorough comprehension. How about we study each other? Jiang Shuiying shot him another disapproving look, turning her head away in irritation. Li Xiaofeng, reveling in his amusement, declared with a hint of pride, see, I knew women were rather self-centered. Here I am, bearing my soul to you, and you remain silent. Jiang Shuiying shot him another glare, retorting, I sense your intentions are dubious. You are trying to hoodwink me. Impossible. I am renowned in our dormitory as the epitome of honesty and reliability, always straightforward, never deceitful. Jiang Shuiying rolled her eyes once more. Do you really think I would fall for your nonsense? Li Xiaofeng chuckled and shifted the topic. When are you heading home? I intend to visit your family. What do you plan to do? She inquired. You're overthinking it. I wish to purchase several properties from your family and hope for some discounts from your father. Oh, Jiang Shuiying nodded, curiosity sparking as she asked, are you genuinely visiting my home solely to buy property? Li Xiaofeng found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 48. I plan to purchase real estate worth 1 billion. A few days later, after receiving a message from Jiang Shuiying, Li Xiaofeng drove her to the Jang residence. As customary, he brought along some nourishing supplements like bird's nest and deer antler. Mr. Jiang greeted him with great hospitality, preparing tea and inviting him to sit. Shuiying has informed me about your desire to purchase several properties and to seek additional discounts. No problem. Currently, our development is offering a 2 discount, but considering Shuiying's regard, I can extend a 4 discount to you. Li Xiaofeng smiled politely and inquired, Uncle Jiang, do you have any idea how much real estate I intend to purchase during my visit? General Manager Jiang, lifting his cup of tea, casually asked, how much are you planning to buy? I am looking to acquire real estate worth 100 million. Upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's declaration, Jiang Shuiying's mouth fell open in surprise as she glanced between him and her father, uncertain of how to react. General Manager Jiang nearly choked on his tea. Coughing as he echoed, how much? 100 million. Li Xiaofeng's words were earnest and resolute. Young man, one must remain grounded and not boast recklessly. Can you even produce 10 million? Li Xiaofeng shook his head. Young man, have you come to our Jiang family merely for amusement? General Manager Jiang, visibly irritated, placed his teacup heavily on the table. Jiang Shuiying quickly moved to sit beside her father, attempting to placate him. Dad, Xiaofeng is my friend. Please speak to him kindly. General Manager Jiang, exasperated, smacked his thigh. Look at what your friend is saying. How can I respond to that? Li Xiaofeng, with a smile, remarked, Uncle Jiang, isn't our property development distinct from others? Must a home purchase be made in full cash? If that is the case, I apologize for intruding. General Manager Jiang retorted bluntly. Of course, you can take out a loan, but the down payment must be at least 20%. For 100 million, that amounts to a 20 million down payment. And you yourself admitted that you cannot muster even 10 million. Since your property development is akin to others, I have heard that some developers offer 0 down payment options. as mandated by national policy. Is it true that your Jiang family's properties cannot accommodate zero down payment? In this era, to stimulate the real estate market, banks indeed introduced zero down payment policies, which various developers followed suit. However, this policy only lasted a few years, and once housing prices began to rise, it was discontinued. At this moment, General Manager Jang finally regarded Li Xiaofeng with seriousness, smiled, and said in a calm tone, "Xiaofeng, perhaps you have misunderstood this policy, thinking one can acquire a house without any expenditure. Currently, large-scale demolitions are being implemented nationwide. I can inform you that a true zero down payment involves using an old property as collateral. It is not a matter of receiving a house for free. Naturally, we developers have devised our own zero down payment scheme. This entails us, the developers, initially covering the necessary down payment, subsequently inflating the property price for sale, and then obtaining repayment through bank loans. Essentially, the down payment is still the owner's money, merely circulated through bank financing." Li Xiaofeng smiled and nodded. "Uncle Jiang, I am aware of these matters. Since I am here to discuss favorable terms, I certainly did my homework in advance. So, are you still willing to purchase? And in such a substantial amount?" "Absolutely. Xiaofeng, allow me to remind you that even if you acquire a property, it does not necessarily mean it is yours outright. You must continue to make monthly payments, and should you fail to do so, the bank will reclaim your house and subsequently auction it off. It is important to note that the auction price is typically below market value, which could result in you not only losing your investment, but also incurring substantial debt to the bank. I am well aware of these risks. However, this is my personal matter and does not concern you. Uncle Jiang, would you not agree? Once I purchase the property from you, the relationship will be solely between myself and the bank, correct? You will receive my payment from the bank, resolving the sales issue for the development and alleviating your company's financial strain. Am I right?" Li Xiaofeng's repeated inquiries rendered General Manager Jiang speechless, though he managed a faint smile, appearing indifferent. "Since you have already stated your position, very well, I shall arrange for a zero down payment shortly. Uncle Jiang, please do not rush. We have yet to finalize the price. Did we not agree on a 4 discount? Ah, Uncle Jiang, you truly are a businessman. I have already reviewed your development. The advertised discount is 2, but the actual transaction rate is 4. Did you not mention earlier that, in light of Shuiying, you would grant me a greater discount? Is Shuiying's goodwill worth nothing?" General Manager Jiang appeared slightly awkward, yet quickly adopted an innocent demeanor. "Oh, is that so? To be honest, I am not directly responsible for sales. Perhaps I should have our marketing department discuss this with you later." Li Xiaofeng chuckled and shook his head. "General Manager Jiang, if I were to negotiate with your marketing team, there would be no need for my visit today. It is essential for you to make the decision yourself. As I understand it, some organizations have secured discounts of 6 or even 8 when purchasing in bulk from you. And I am not overly ambitious. A flat 10 discount would suffice." In truth, Li Xiaofeng's statement was a tactic to pressure General Manager Jiang. He had indeed researched the current real estate market in Huhai City and was aware of the substantial discounts available for bulk purchases. However, he had never engaged with any bulk purchasing entities associated with the Jiang family's properties. This was merely a strategy in his negotiation with General Manager Jiang. The General Manager shook his head vigorously. "That is impossible. Selling at a 10 discount would lead to our loss. And I have never even heard of the 6 or 8 discounts you mentioned. General Manager, I intend to purchase real estate worth 100 million from you in a single transaction. As I understand it, your company is currently facing a tight financial situation, with a risk of rupture at any moment. Do not forget, I am also overseeing your company's Jinlan Bay Phase 1 project, where your personnel themselves have indicated that funds are scarce and payments to various teams are delayed. Ah, Xiaofeng, you may only grasp part of the situation. The finances of real estate companies are invariably strained, but that is merely a narrative. Solutions can always be found. The profits in real estate are, in truth, not as substantial as the outside world imagines. When we embark on business, we cannot afford to incur losses. Thus, I can offer you a slight concession. Let's settle at a 93 discount, shall we?" Chapter 49. 1 billion truly is a great deal. Upon hearing General Manager Zhang's offer, Li Xiaofeng chuckled lightly and replied, "Not quite satisfactory, General Manager Jiang. This is a deal worth 1 billion, not just 10 million or even 1 million. In his previous dealings, General Manager Jiang was accustomed to a more subtle form of communication. Conversations were often veiled to avoid any remarks that might disturb the cordiality. Meeting someone as forthright as Li Xiaofeng, especially one so young and evidently of a different social caliber, was a first for him, leaving him somewhat perturbed. Young man, do you truly think 1 billion is a lot? General Manager Jang sipped his tea, exuding a demeanor of unwavering calmness. Logically, given his stature, one might expect the other party to feel a sense of trepidation or at least reflect on the need for humility in the presence of a business magnate. However, Li Xiaofeng, having lived a full life, was not swayed by such conventions. He nodded decisively and stated, "Of course it is substantial." General Manager Jiang was taken aback momentarily before letting out a light laugh, responding in a nonchalant tone, "Currently, the land for our Jinlan Bay project alone costs over 10 billion. When you factor in construction costs and various expenditures, what do you think the total is? Have you calculated it? I haven't, nor do I need to. Presently, domestic real estate companies are grappling with debt ratios exceeding 80 to 90%. Considering your company's current standing, while it may not be entirely accurate, I estimate it is nearing 90%. How much liquid capital does your company currently possess? How much cash can you mobilize at once? Is there even 1 billion available? If there were, you wouldn't be in such a tight position now, would you?" Impressive as an old hand, General Manager Zhang's expression remained unchanged as he continued sipping his tea, firmly grounded, yet silent. Clearly, while Li Xiaofeng's assertions might not have been entirely precise, they struck a chord. Observing the tension, Jiang Shuiying sensed her father's displeasure and feared he might dismiss Li Xiaofeng in a fit of anger. Thus, she clung to her father's arm, playfully coaxing him not to be upset, while subtly urging Li Xiaofeng to utter something more agreeable. Yet, Li Xiaofeng seemed oblivious to her hints. General Manager Jiang glanced at his daughter, then at Li Xiaofeng, and with a wry smile remarked, "Shuiying, your friend truly is a challenge to deal with. For your sake, let us do this. Instead of a 92 discount, how about we meet halfway at a 93 discount?" Jiang Shuiying was overjoyed and promptly exclaimed to Li Xiaofeng, "Xiaofeng, my dad has never been this accommodating. Getting him to budge is quite a feat. You should thank him." Li Xiaofeng continued to ignore Jiang Shuiying and smiled at Mr. Jiang, saying, "Uncle Jiang, today I came with Shuiying to visit you, genuinely hoping you might offer us a bit more concession. This is not merely a child asking for candy, something that can be given or withheld, but rather a mutually beneficial collaboration. If you find this partnership unworthy, that is perfectly acceptable. Consider my visit merely as a social call, and you need not feel compelled due to Shuiying's presence. A 100 million yuan real estate sales order, regardless of which real estate company I approach, will undoubtedly create a stir. I am confident that I will find a company willing to meet my terms." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuiying was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in astonishment, while nervously glancing at her father. Mr. Jiang smiled faintly, responding in a calm tone, "Very well. We do not have many guests at our home. I am pleased to have you as a visitor. Shuiying, please inform your mother to add a couple more dishes for lunch today." Jiang Shuiying shot a glare at Li Xiaofeng, pouting in displeasure as she walked towards the kitchen. "Do you know how to play chess?" "I know a little. What level do you think you are?" "Perhaps around the amateur level of 93. Mr. Jiang looked somewhat puzzled. Li Xiaofeng quickly realized that in this era, there was no platform like Tian Xiang Qi, and explained, "I'm unsure of my exact level. I play on a small website, and that's their evaluation standard. Shall we play a game then?" "Sure, Uncle Jiang, since you have such a refined interest. I will gladly play a few games with you." Li Xiaofeng's skill was akin to that of a top amateur player at the county level. While he may not have been invincible, he was certainly formidable. Originally, Mr. Jiang had planned to temper Li Xiaofeng's demeanor through chess, hoping to win a few games to disrupt his mindset. However, to his astonishment, Li Xiaofeng exhibited remarkable prowess, winning several consecutive games. Li Xiaofeng's victories left Mr. Jiang frowning, restless, yet he had ample time to admire the elegant decor of the Jiang residence. Letting him win was not an option, setting aside trivial matters. Li Xiaofeng's intentions were clear. His visit to the Jiang household was not merely that of a son-in-law meeting his future father-in-law. He was there to invest in real estate. If he could secure the desired concessions, he would proceed with the purchase. If not, he would seek out other developers. In truth, Li Xiaofeng had already sensed that Mr. Jiang was wavering regarding his terms. However, as a seasoned negotiator, Mr. Jiang would not concede so swiftly. He intended to test Li Xiaofeng's patience. In his past business dealings, it was often the first to falter who would yield. Nevertheless, in this partnership, Li Xiaofeng held the upper hand as the buyer, and the current real estate market favored him. This era was not like the future. Properties were not easy to sell. Consider that in an effort to invigorate the real estate market, the government had implemented zero down payment policies, along with tax rebates, and even household registrations for homebuyers. Securing a household registration in Huai City later became a coveted prize. If Mr. Jang wished to stall, he could. Allowing him to lose a few games would only serve to further unsettle his composure. Jiang Shuiying emerged from the kitchen, her face alight with excitement as she inquired. Who won? Jiang Zong furrowed his brows while Li Xiaofeng remained silent, leaving the question unanswered. Despite her limited social experience, Shuiying possessed an astute intellect. Although she was unacquainted with the intricacies of chess, she could easily count the remaining pieces on the board. Xiaofeng, you're being rather mischievous, aren't you? Can't you be more tactful? Dad, shall we eat first? Jiang Zong nodded, his tone heavy and serious as he replied, Very well, let us dine first. Chess is a trivial matter, while dining is of utmost importance. Li Xiaofeng chuckled. Indeed, Aunt's culinary skills must be exceptional. Chapter 50. What on earth is happening here? After finishing their meal, the group settled on the sofa for further conversation. Li Xiaofeng suggested, Uncle Jiang, it's getting late. I ought to head back. Shuiying, do you wish to accompany me back to school, or would you prefer to stay at home and return another day? Jiang Shuiying glanced at Li Xiaofeng, then at her father, and with a hint of resignation replied, I suppose I should return to school. It would be convenient to catch a ride. As the two prepared to leave, Jiang Zong called out to them, clearing his throat, Shuiying, why rush back to school? It's perfectly fine to stay home until after the weekend. As for Xiaofeng, well, it's settled then. I won't fuss over the 9/10 discount. I'm getting older and prefer not to be too demanding with the younger generation. Jiang Shuiying joyfully clung to her father's arm, exclaiming, Thank you, Dad. You're the best. With their objectives achieved, the negotiation concluded, and there was no need for Li Xiaofeng to maintain a tense demeanor. Thus, he offered a modest smile and humbly expressed, Thank you, Uncle Jiang. How about this? We have plenty of vacant rooms at my place. So you could stay with us this weekend. I'll arrange for someone to assist you shortly. What type of real estate are you interested in? I'm considering purchasing an office building or a mixed-use residential commercial property. Jiang Zong nodded and kindly cautioned, the rental yield for office buildings is indeed higher. Yet the occupancy rate tends to be lower. You must weigh your options carefully. Yes, I've given this considerable thought. While residential properties have lower rental yields and higher future mortgage pressures, I have greater confidence in office buildings. Our country is experiencing rapid economic growth and is negotiating membership. Even if we don't join this year, next year is quite likely. Once we gain membership, the pace of development will accelerate, leading to a significant increase in demand for office and mixed-use buildings. Jiang Zong patted his shoulder, smiling as he remarked, Xiaofeng, your insights are quite rare among the youth. Your ambition and willingness to take risks, accumulating such a portfolio of properties, is truly commendable. Li Xiaofeng replied with a grin, I have no choice. Individuals like me, lacking a family background, must be more daring to succeed. In the ensuing days, Li Xiaofeng busily traversed the city, inspecting properties, selecting layouts, signing contracts, and securing loans. Thoroughly engrossed in his endeavors, while Jiang Shuiying remained by his side, providing assistance. However, upon returning to the Jiang residence after a long day, they were surprised to find Chao Jinping had also arrived. Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Li Xiaofeng smiled and replied, Oh, Shuiying is accompanying me to purchase a few properties from Uncle Jiang. Following this, Li Xiaofeng yawned and stretched, addressing Mr. Jiang. Uncle Jiang, I am rather tired today. I shall head upstairs for a moment of rest. With that, he ascended to the second floor. Dad, I too feel a bit fatigued. I will also go upstairs to rest. All right, you both have had a long day. Make sure to get some early rest, Mr. Chao said. Watching the two figures disappear into the corridor, left in a state of bewilderment, pointing at them and stammering, What? What exactly is going on here? Oh, do not misunderstand. It is indeed as Xiaofeng stated. He came here to buy a few properties. The process was rather hectic and involved quite a bit of paperwork. So I allowed him to stay at my home for a couple of days. As for Shuiying, she is merely assisting him with the formalities. Do not overthink it. Their relationship is perfectly innocent. Mr. Chao, feeling somewhat dejected, sat in silence. Dapeng, what has transpired between you and Shuiying lately? It seems your interactions have become rather infrequent. I understand your aspirations for entrepreneurship, and I support your endeavors. However, A truly successful individual knows how to balance their career with family life. I have watched you both grow up, and I sincerely hope you two can ultimately be together. Uncle Jang, I am aware that there is nothing significant between Xiaofeng and me. We had a minor disagreement recently, but we are gradually resolving it. Peng, as someone who has experienced life, I can assure you that even the strongest of affections require nurturing. When you find the time, take Xiaofeng out for a stroll or to see a movie. Do not allow your bond to weaken. I understand, Uncle Jang. Rest assured, once I finish this busy period, I shall invite Xiaofeng for a date. Mr. Jang nodded, but his brow furrowed once more as he addressed Mr. Chow in a subdued tone. Peng, I have heard unsettling rumors about you lately. Of course, I do not believe these rumors. I have known you since childhood, and I know what kind of person you are. However, where there is smoke, there is fire. You must exercise greater caution and prudence in your future endeavors. Feeling slightly awkward, Mr. Chow replied with indignation, Uncle Jang, you may not be aware, but it is likely due to my recent entrepreneurial pursuits that I have obstructed certain individuals' interests, prompting them to speak ill of me in the shadows. Uncle Jang, I recognize your goodwill. However, not everyone harbors benevolent intentions. You are a busy man of high standing, and it is unnecessary for you to personally entertain everyone. With this, he cast a resentful glance toward the second floor. What? Are you suggesting that Li Xiaofeng is the one spreading rumors about you? Mr. Chow felt a twinge of guilt, but maintained his stance. Uncle Jiang, I lack concrete evidence, but I have not wronged anyone recently, and upon reflection, it seems I may have offended him. In truth, I did not intend to encroach on his business. You see, the situation has become excessive. A few of us from the dormitory helped him with some work, and he offered us a mere 5%, barely enough to make a difference. Did you discuss the percentage with him beforehand? While the words were spoken, the sentiment lingered. In the spirit of brotherhood, the division of rewards felt rather meager. An affront to fairness. General Jiang chuckled softly, nodding in acknowledgement. A seasoned player in the game, he perceived the eloquence of Chao Jinping's statements as a fade riddled with inconsistencies. Li Xiaofeng, lacking a notable family background, possessed neither the wealth nor the influence to amplify Chao Jinping's affairs to such an extent. Moreover, General Jiang, not a novice himself, was well acquainted with the intricacies of the circle and understood the Chao family's lineage. In his estimation, the rumors bore a significant degree of truth. However, for someone of Zhang's caliber, the lens through which he viewed matters was multifaceted. At his level, considerations transcended familial squabbles and romantic entanglements, delving instead into the realm of tangible benefits. To him, Chao Jinping appeared as a mere child, now slightly matured, yearning for exploration, yet the ties to the Chao family remained paramount. Chapter 51. You cannot possibly be suggesting I become your boyfriend. After 2 days of diligent effort, Li Xiaofeng finally consummated the deal, escorting Jiang Shuang back to school. He was quite pleased with the fruits of his visit to the Zhang family. From the Zhang's real estate, he procured a property valued at 1 billion, benefiting from a zero down payment, essentially securing a loan of 1 billion from the bank with a 30-year term, requiring an annual principal repayment of 33 million. Presently, the bank's mortgage interest rate stood at 6.03, while the return on the office space was notably favorable, approximating an 8 yield annually, absent any vacancy periods. This would offset the bank's interest, resulting in a surplus of 2 million each year to contribute towards the principal. Naturally, this scenario represented an ideal situation. The stark reality, however, indicated that the current office market was sluggish, ensuring a likelihood of vacancy periods and necessitating initial discounts to attract tenants. Thus, in the first year, it was improbable that rental income would cover mortgage interest, requiring additional financial input. Nonetheless, Li Xiaofeng possessed nearly 5 million, and aside from the principal repayment of 33 million, the remaining sum should suffice to sustain him for a year. Would property values appreciate? Undoubtedly. Moreover, the real estate he acquired was priced at 10 below current market rates, and with the anticipated increase in property values, his net worth was destined to rise. As long as property prices ascended, even if he invested his entire 5 million, he could devise ways to persevere, whether through further bank loans or liquidating a portion of his assets. Engaging in real estate speculation was indeed exhilarating. A mere 10 appreciation in property values could yield him 10 million in profit. In fact, the properties he purchased were already 10 below market price. signifying an immediate gain of 10 million. Upon returning to school, Jiang Shuiying vocally demanded that Li Xiaofeng express his gratitude, prompting him to carve out some time to treat her to a meal at a tea house. After all I've done for you, a simple meal is all you can offer? Jiang Shuiying pouted, feigning displeasure. Li Xiaofeng inquired with a smile, how do you intend for me to be thanked? Jiang Shuiying glanced at him, seemingly bashful, and cautiously scooped a spoonful of ice cream into her mouth, lowering her head in silence. What is the matter? We are already quite familiar with each other. Is there anything that cannot be spoken? Jiang Shuiying's expression appeared somewhat despondent as she tilted her head and said listlessly, seeing my roommates pair off one by one while I remain single is a bit disheartening. Hee, if the illustrious Jiang is seeking a boyfriend, it would be a matter of mere moments. Just a flick of your finger, and a line of suitors would form behind you in 5 minutes. But I do not fancy those types, she replied. They all have shifty eyes, and when they look at me, it feels as though they wish to swallow me whole. It makes me uncomfortable, even a bit nauseous. Li Xiaofeng, not feigning ignorance, chuckled and directly asked, you don't mean for me to become your boyfriend, do you? Jiang Shuiying, somewhat shy, stammered, well, among the people I know, you are the only one who seems somewhat agreeable. Now that I am in my second year, if I do not enter a relationship soon, what would be the point of attending university? Shuiying, you come from a good family, are beautiful, and possess many admirable qualities. However, pursuing a relationship with you is not as simple as it seems. Why not? Firstly, you have an ex-boyfriend, our dorm leader, Chao Jinping. Although he is currently wandering aimlessly, he considers you his possession. If I were to date you, conflicts with him would be inevitable. Li Xiaofeng's intention in saying this was to prompt Jiang Shuiying to clarify her stance regarding him and Chao Jinping. If she were ambiguous, what was the point of pursuing anything? Jiang Shuiying promptly refuted, what does he count as an ex? We merely know each other well. We have never officially confirmed a relationship. Furthermore, if he wishes to seek companionship elsewhere, let him. Why should he interfere with my life? Rest assured, I will not allow him to harm you. Li Xiaofeng felt that Jiang Shuiying's declaration was indeed worth considering. Thus, he smiled, sighed, and continued, dealing with Chao is manageable. If I truly became your boyfriend, I would not fear him, nor would I hide behind you for protection. However, what about your family? You must remember, your father has explicitly stated in our presence that he only recognizes Chao Jinping as his son-in-law. You do not need to date my father. You are to date me. What does it matter to him? Her response was a clear attempt to sidestep the topic. Yet, this was understandable. Who would embark on a romantic relationship while disregarding their family? Li Xiaofeng anticipated her response, but still felt compelled to inquire. At the very least, Jiang Shuiying's stance indicated that she would not sever ties with her family, yet she would strive to support him as her boyfriend. Ultimately, he said, the primary concern is you. Do you genuinely intend to pursue a relationship with me? Bear in mind, you previously had feelings for Chao Jinping. If you choose to be with me, do not fall back into old habits. Before this, Li Xiaofeng was aware of her past affection for Chao Jinping. They had grown up together, childhood sweethearts with a profound bond. Such connections cannot simply vanish. To put it bluntly, even in the absence of romance, there remains familial affection. I no longer harbor feelings for him. You've already mentioned he is merely a fallback option. Why should I indulge in that? Moreover, he has sought companionship with another woman. I, Jiang Shuiying, am not devoid of suitors. Why should I wait for him? I am not so cheap. Li Xiaofeng was rather pleased with her declaration. At least she was honest and did not conceal her true feelings. Emotions are never static. They can be nurtured over time and will undoubtedly deepen. It is not that Li Xiaofeng craves a challenge. Rather, Jiang Shuiying's attributes are simply too remarkable. She possesses beauty, an admirable family background, and shares a similar educational pedigree with him. Such a woman cannot be won merely with wealth. Seizing the opportunity is essential, otherwise, life may be filled with regrets. Furthermore, if the girl herself has already expressed interest, how can a man lack the courage to pursue her? Does he truly deserve the chance granted to him by fate? Li Xiaofeng understood that navigating a relationship with Jiang Shuiying would be fraught with challenges. However, if he aspired to amass wealth and elevate his social standing, he must be prepared to overcome obstacles. To him, Jiang Shuiying represented a rehearsal for his future in society. When one exists at the bottom, there is little external strife. Yet, once one achieves prosperity and begins to ascend, they will inevitably face both overt and covert opposition, necessitating a fierce struggle for survival. Those glamorous moguls often harbor untold stories behind their polished exteriors. Chapter 52. The first kiss with Jiang Shuiying gazing at the expectant yet slightly bashful campus beauty before him. Li Xiaofeng spoke earnestly. Shuiying, it brings me immense joy and honor to win your favor, and I am eager to be together. However, I must clarify that being in a relationship with you does not mean I will be your follower or a mere admirer. Mutual respect is paramount. Of course, Jiang Shuiying nodded in agreement. Moreover, I will engage in all the activities typical of couples. If you are not prepared for that, or do not have such intentions, then it would be better for us not to begin. Jiang Shuiying covered her flushed cheeks, timidly exclaiming, "Ah, we are just starting to date. Why are you saying such things?" Li Xiaofeng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "I am not suggesting that we must rush into anything. Those matters will naturally unfold in due course. What I mean to convey is that a relationship requires mutual effort. I cannot be the only one invested." "Got it. You are quite verbose. I observe other couples, and none are as talkative as you. Who begins a relationship by laying down conditions? It feels as though we have signed a voluminous and unequal treaty. I have one final question, and once I ask it, I shall not bring it up again. Go ahead. Should we make our relationship public?" This question seemed to strike a chord with Jiang Shuiying, causing her to hesitate. After a considerable pause, she shyly remarked, "Could we refrain from making a public announcement for the time being? Let us first converse and see how we feel about each other. If it turns out that we both feel positively, then we can announce it." Li Xiaofeng chuckled, a hint of helplessness in his expression as he replied, "Oh, you little minx. So, you intended to sample the taste first, did you? How delightful. After all, I've never truly engaged in a serious romantic relationship before, so I am a bit anxious." Jiang Shuiying seemed somewhat embarrassed by her own stipulation and resorted to her charming ways. "No problem. During our university years, having the opportunity to date our esteemed Jiang beauty would certainly make attending university worthwhile." Upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's words, a joyful smile illuminated Jiang Shuiying's face. Once they decided to embark on a romantic relationship, Li Xiaofeng began to strategize their future together. "Shuiying, as you know, I recently acquired a significant number of office buildings in your family's development. I need to hasten the process of leasing them out. Additionally, the interior and exterior wall coatings for the first phase of Jinlan Bay are not yet completed, so if we were to date, could we perhaps do so in the evenings?" Jiang Shuiying nodded and smiled, saying, "Actually, we could also spend time together during the day. For instance, when we go to the cafeteria for lunch, I would love to chat with you. As long as I am on campus, that is certainly feasible. In fact, I will soon have more free time, as the construction at Jinlan Bay will be finished shortly. Once the office buildings are leased out, the tenants are generally stable and often renew their leases for the following year. Management will not be too burdensome, and at that point, we will have ample time to be together. To celebrate our official status as a couple, shall we share a kiss?" Li Xiaofeng's suggestion left Jiang Shuiying blushing. Caught somewhat off guard. "I merely wish to kiss your cheek. Is that too much to ask?" Having experienced the complexities of relationships, Li Xiaofeng was not an inexperienced novice. He understood that to advance a romantic relationship with a woman, physical contact was essential. Otherwise, it would be akin to a wheel spinning in place. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Shuiying ultimately acquiesced. "You may only give me a gentle peck." Perhaps she too was looking forward to it. Thus, Li Xiaofeng leaned in, grasping her hands tenderly before placing them behind her back, and then he softly kissed her cheek. Women are often drawn to strength, regardless of their formidable exterior. They harbor a yearning to be conquered by a man. After the kiss, Li Xiaofeng refrained from any further intimate gestures. Engaging in excessive intimacy when their closeness had not yet fully developed could leave a woman feeling overwhelmed and insecure. Lacking sufficient security, women often reject further intimate advances, which can hinder the growth of their relationship. "How does that feel?" Li Xiaofeng inquired, feigning ignorance. Jiang Shuiying covered her flushed cheeks with both hands, her face adorned with shyness, intermingled with a hint of delight and exhilaration. However, she feigned annoyance, saying, "It's just passable, I suppose." Merely passable, is it? If that is the case, might I steal another kiss?" Li Xiaofeng feigned an advance towards her, causing Jiang Shuiying to hurriedly retreat in alarm. Upon realizing that Li Xiaofeng was merely jesting to frighten her, she pouted and pretended to be displeased as she settled back down. "Quite well indeed. My face has turned crimson. Surely that suffices." Li Xiaofeng replied cheerfully, nodding. "In a marriage, honesty is paramount. with no progression in actions. He sought to advance their relationship through address. This tactic proved effective with women, even in a half-joking, half-coercive manner. Once a woman becomes accustomed to calling a man husband, she subconsciously begins to perceive him as such, although rationality may inform her that this man is not her spouse. The bond between them invariably deepens. Who says we are a couple? Jiang Shuiying retorted. How should we refer to one another then? Of course, you shall call me Shuiying. And I shall call you Xiaofeng, she declared. Such a manner of address makes our relationship seem rather ordinary. Suddenly, Jiang Shuiying appeared somewhat irked. Her gaze fixed intently upon Li Xiaofeng. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? I've just realized, you seem rather adept at taking advantage. Do confess, how many relationships have you had before? Li Xiaofeng inwardly marveled at Jiang Shuiying's keen intellect. He adopted a demeanor of earnestness, feigning vulnerability as he replied. Just half a time. What does half a time mean? She inquired. Unrequited love, the fabled one-sided affection. I scarcely believe you. You seem quite articulate. As though you've been caught in your own web. Impossible. Perhaps it's because a child of the poor learns to fend for themselves early. I've spent the last 3 years navigating life alone, dealing with everything on my own. And who was the object of your unrequited affection? A high school classmate. But you wouldn't know her. They conversed joyfully for quite some time, and fearing the dormitory gates would close, Li Xiaofeng offered her a ride back. Chapter 53. Strike first, suffer later. Despite the absence of official acknowledgement, their occasional rendezvous would lead even the most oblivious observers to surmise that a romance was blossoming. Upon returning to the dormitory, their leader, Chao Jinping, awaited them, his expression dark and his gaze simmering with anger. Third brother, confess your intentions. What do you mean by this? What do you mean? You are well aware of my relationship with Jiang Shuiying. Why then do you intrude? You even scuttled over to the Jang family. Are you attempting to climb the social ladder? Let me assure you, do not harbor such dreams. The Jiang family will never accept you. Li Xiaofeng chuckled lightly, responding with a calm demeanor. To be honest, my prior interactions with Jiang Shuiying were purely for monetary gain. There were no ulterior motives. However, later, you kept insisting, and I suddenly realized that our beautiful Jiang Daxua is indeed quite stunning, far surpassing your Xiaoyana. Your taste is truly lacking. Engaging in a romance with Jiang Shuiying will inevitably lead to a confrontation with Chao Jinping. Especially now that Chao has usurped his business and their interests have diverged, rendering further politeness unnecessary. It is high time to reckon with the past grievances between him and Chao Jinping. Beside them, El Zhendong furrowed his brow and remarked with a tone that was anything but amiable. Third, this is where you went wrong. One must not covet a friend's wife. Surely, you understand this fundamental code of honor. Li Xiaofeng scoffed. Of course I understand. It is our boss Chao who seems to lack comprehension. Third, you are being rather amusing. Initially, in the private room, the boss merely jested with you. Yet here you are, incessantly repeating it. Second, our boss Chao did not merely jest. During the summer break, he called my girlfriend, offering more money to entice her to be with him. I heard it with my own ears. Impossible. The boss is not that kind of person. El Zhendong immediately refuted. However, Cheng Ziyuan, standing nearby, cast a puzzled glance between Chao Jinping and Li Xiaofeng, remaining silent. Li Xiaofeng sneered once more. Boss Chao? When you called Huiya, did you not consider that I was right beside her and the phone was on speaker? You speak nonsense. This is all fabricated. It never happened. Chao Jinping vehemently denied, his expression tense and his face ashen. Li Xiaofeng knew that he was more afraid of exposing his relationship with Miao Peipei. Originally, he had no desire to meddle, but now that Chao Jinping was attacking him, he felt compelled to retaliate with all available means. Strike first to gain the upper hand. For retaliation often leads to misfortune. In their verbal skirmish, it was crucial to compel the adversary to prove their innocence, avoiding the trap of self-justification, as in most cases. Ordinary individuals lack the ability to vindicate themselves. Thus, without hesitation, Li Xiaofeng launched a bombshell. Second, do you know? Our boss Chao not only wishes to undermine me, but he also seeks to undermine you. El Zhendong's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Chao Jinping, then at Li Xiaofeng, ultimately focusing back on Li Xiaofeng. Third, you have lost your mind, barking like a rabid dog. How does your issue with the boss involve me? I believe Peipei is not that kind of person. Nor is the boss. Chao Jinping glared fiercely at Li Xiaofeng, pointing at him as he addressed El Zhendong. Second, do not believe his nonsense. He is merely a cornered dog, biting wildly. Li Xiaofeng retorted with a cold laugh. Second, I have not witnessed with my own eyes Boss Chow with Miao Peipei, but I can deduce from his conversation with Feng Huiya that he is indeed entangled with Miao Peipei. El Zhendong's eyes reddened, gritting his teeth as he said, Third, if you dare to speak such nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart. Tear my mouth apart? What does that mean? Do you wish to silence me? Are you afraid of the truth I speak? Unable to face this harsh reality? Old Second, your adversary is over there, too afraid to confront you. Thinking me a soft target, easily bullied? Finally, Cheng Ziyuan broke the silence. Old Third, since you are aware of this matter, why did you not speak up sooner? Humph. I had no intention of mentioning it. After all, it does not concern me. Their relationship is so amicable that I felt it unnecessary to intervene. Speaking up would benefit me not at all. But today, Chao Jinping had the audacity to question me, accusing me of stealing his woman, and thus, I must clarify the situation. Who is truly stealing from whom? Noticing the quietness among the onlookers, Li Xiaofeng coldly chuckled as he settled onto his bed, continuing, regardless of whatever relationship I have with Jiang Shuiying, that is my prerogative. Chao Jinping, since you believe I have taken your woman, what exactly is your relationship with Jiang Shuiying? If you do not pursue her, what right do you have to expect her to wait for you? Why should others refrain from pursuing her? Cheng Ziyuan, with a serious demeanor, interjected, Old Third, your affair with Jiang Shuiying is between you and old boss. I am not interested. As you stated, Jiang Shuiying and Chao Laoda have not established a definitive relationship, so whoever wins her affection is entitled to it. And that is only fitting. Upon hearing Cheng Ziyuan's words, Chao Jinping cast him a resentful glance, but remained silent. Although Old Fourth typically kept a low profile, everyone had come to realize that he was not to be underestimated. I wish to know, do you possess any concrete evidence regarding Old Boss's relationship with Miao Peipei? Old Second has already confirmed his relationship with her, and he even announced it among the brothers. Unfortunately, I did not record the call at the time because I was too incensed by Chao's attempts to woo Huiya and did not think much of it. What other evidence do you have? Without substantial proof, if anyone here has the capability or interest, you may investigate Miao Peipei's school. The truth cannot be concealed forever, and something will inevitably come to light. Moreover, do recall that during our last visit, Old Boss was seated beside Miao Peipei. Also, perhaps you did not observe closely, but when they clinked glasses, their pinkies often touched, and occasionally, there was a spark of silent communication. You speak nonsense. At that time, we were all casually seated together, and I did not think much of it. Chao Jinping seemed increasingly agitated as he fervently defended himself. Li Xiaofeng ignored him and sneered at Lu Zhendong. Old Second, you are a true fool. Having been with Miao Peipei for so long, you have yet to make any progress. The girl Huiya introduced to you, do you truly believe she is interested in romance? You are a wealthy heir. Issues that can be solved with money are hardly about love. She is here to make a profit, and Old Boss offers more, not to mention his family background surpasses yours. Isn't it clear why Miao Peipei would prefer to be with him? Do you truly find this difficult to comprehend? Furthermore, during our last encounter, when Old Boss was showing off in front of us, did none of you notice the way Miao Peipei looked at him? Chapter 54. A battle of wits and words at this moment. El Zhendong and Cheng Ziyuan once again cast their gaze upon Chao Jinping. With a disdainful sneer, Chao Jinping remarked, Humph, third brother, with such baseless accusations and attempts to sow discord between me and second brother, do you not fear the wrath of heaven? Perhaps you and Miao Peipei share a clandestine romance. After all, it was Feng Huiya who introduced her to you, with Feng as your intermediary. You possess greater advantages than I, making your pursuits far easier, wouldn't you agree? Chao Jinping, displaying an impressive cunning, had managed to conjure such a disorienting narrative in such a brief period, leaving the truth obscured. Upon hearing his words, both El and Cheng shifted their attention to Li Xiaofeng. Chao Jinping, reveling in his perceived superiority, continued to embellish his claims. I see now. You're enraged because I have severed your financial avenues, and we have excluded you from our endeavors. You've been harboring this resentment for quite some time, haven't you? This tirade of yours must have been premeditated. Do you think such statements will absolve you of the blame for poaching from your own comrades? Blame? Chao Jinping, you jest. Just moments ago, Old Shi stated that there has been no official announcement regarding your relationship with Jiang Shuiying. Whoever wins her over shall claim her. Nonsense. I officially announced our relationship as soon as the semester began. Jiang Shuiying and I have grown up as childhood sweethearts, and we are destined to marry. Destined? Are you implying that you and Jiang Shuang have an arranged engagement? Ask her if she consents. What era do you think this is? This is not the old society. At that moment, Cheng Ziyuan stepped forward to mediate. Enough. Let us cease this bickering. Without evidence, we should refrain from making accusations. As for your affairs with Jiang Shuang, let us not discuss them in our presence. You two are free to compete. Whoever wins her heart shall claim her. I will not interfere. Second brother, what say you? I believe Pei Pei is not that kind of person, and neither is the eldest. Cheng continued. While it is true that the eldest has not publicly declared his relationship with Jiang Shuang, we are all aware of the nature of their bond. Why must you forsake brotherhood for a woman? Brothers are akin to limbs, while women are but garments. Do you not grasp this simple truth? Li Xiaofeng scoffed derisively, retorting, Second brother, spare us your self-righteousness. With your foolish demeanor, what audacity do you possess to lecture me on brotherhood? The moment Huiya informed me that Chao Jinping intended to pay her 6,000 yuan monthly to accompany him, he ceased to be my brother. Chao Jinping immediately interjected. Do not listen to his lies. There is no such arrangement. He is merely retaliating against me for taking his business. Li Xiaofeng, do not forget that this business is built upon the resources provided by our brotherhood. We can choose to grant you these opportunities or withhold them as we see fit. Do you truly believe these resources belong solely to you? I, Li Xiaofeng, have ample avenues for business. Do you think I am entirely reliant on construction work? Rest assured, you may continue to toil in the arduous realm of construction, while I have chosen to embark on a different venture, effortlessly amassing wealth. Cheng Ziyuan lifted his head, his expression imbued with intrigue as he inquired, Old San, what business are you currently engaged in? What? Do you expect me to share my secrets with you, only for you to cast me aside afterward? Then, with unabashed pride, you would extol your own prowess, claiming all resources belong to you, while I am merely a bystander. I am curious to see just how long you, the privileged offspring of wealth, can endure this laborious undertaking. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Understanding business is one thing, but executing it is an entirely different endeavor. Beside him, Elgendong, feeling somewhat affronted, retorted, Old San, I believe you are overly self-assured. Why should you succeed where we cannot? Just because you've earned some money here, does that truly make you an entrepreneur? Moreover, with many hands comes strength. You are one, while we are three. 3 humble craftsmen can indeed rival a sage. And pray tell, are you a sage? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on yourself? Li Xiaofeng initially scoffed, then burst into laughter, finding the situation quite amusing. I dare say, you ought to take a moment to reflect as well, to see if there's a vast expanse of grassland atop your head. Old San, very well. I shall inquire with Pei Pei tomorrow to ascertain the truth. Li Xiaofeng chuckled heartily, gesturing at Elgendong and addressing Cheng Ziyuan. Old Shi, look at our fool of a second brother. He claims he will ask someone. Is that not amusing? I predict that when Miao Pei Pei dismisses my claims as nonsense, he will return with an air of indignation, ready to refute me. Am I right, old heir? Elgendong, momentarily speechless, opened his mouth to counter, but found himself at a loss for words. Cheng Ziyuan said nothing, stretching lazily before lying down with his head against the wall. Drifting into slumber, Chao Jinping adopted a serious demeanor, addressing Elgendong. Old heir, Old San is undoubtedly spouting nonsense. I have Xia Anna by my side and would never seek another, especially not your girlfriend. Our brotherly bond over the years should assure you of my integrity. I have no reason to act in such a manner. Indeed, he had reason. With Xia Anna, Chao had discovered a new world and was currently seeking thrills. The allure of a friend's wife would undoubtedly heighten his excitement, particularly that of his close companion. Do you recall that day? He was fully aware that Long Gu and Xia Anna shared a connection, yet insisted on dragging her to the scene. Can you guess his motive? She ventured into the depths for survival, and ignorance is bliss. This way, they might deceive themselves and find solace. Yet Chao insisted on capturing the moment on film. What a betrayal of trust. Old San, do you wish to brawl? Come then, do you believe I fear you? I know your heart is troubled, struck by my revelations, inciting your ire, is it not? If you were truly untroubled, old heir would believe you, and you would be exonerated by your own clarity. Chao Jinping found himself in a quandary, unsure whether to stay or leave. After a moment's contemplation, he returned to his original position. Li Xiaofeng, slightly taller and irregular at the gym, made Chao Jinping acutely aware that if a confrontation arose, He would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage without the support of his second-in-command. Would the second-in-command assist him? Previously, it was a certainty, but now, uncertainty loomed. Lu Zhendong's countenance darkened. Having broached the subject, he could harbor no doubts. Yet, he struggled to believe. Third brother, you are the one speaking here. Words are mere fabrications. Who can claim righteousness? I could just as easily allege that the eldest has already entangled himself with Feng Huiya. If you possess any proof, present it. Chapter 55. The subtle schemes and cleverness of women abound. Li Xiaofeng chuckled softly. Second brother, what are you pondering? Why should I be tasked with procuring evidence for your affairs? For what purpose? To bolster your image? If I were to unearth such evidence, not only would you fail to express gratitude, but you would also resent my meddling, potentially jeopardizing your beloved Miao Peipei. As for my own affairs, you need not concern yourself. Unlike you, I am not oblivious to the dynamics at play. I have my own methods of navigating relationships with women. Chao Jinping retorted with a cold smile. Li Xiaofeng, do not become too complacent. You genuinely see yourself as a romantic sage. Tomorrow, I shall inform Shuiying that you already have a girlfriend. Let us see how you explain that. My matters require no oversight from you. Focus instead on tidying your own affairs and ensure that you handle Miao Peipei delicately, concealing any traces of your entanglements from the second brother. Cheng Ziyuan turned and interjected. Enough of this, you lot. Look at the time. If you choose to remain awake, others require their rest. In the future, endeavor to resolve such matters externally. The following day, Li Xiaofeng summoned Feng Huiya to his humble abode. He was prepared to confront Chao Jinping head-on, ensuring that his own backyard remained unscorched. He spoke in an unpretentious tone. I have something to discuss. I am contemplating entering a romantic relationship. Feng Huiya's complexion paled slightly. Are you breaking up with me? Our relationship does not hinge on the notion of breaking up. It has always been transactional. I had made that clear from the outset and wish not to engage in further banter. I merely wanted to inform you of my intentions, serving as a reminder for you to uphold our agreement. You may continue to be with me, but do not intrude upon my personal life. Of course, you are free to part ways and seek someone better or pursue a genuine relationship, living life on your own terms. Although this month has only just begun, I count it as a full month. I do not wish to leave you. Feng Huiya's face was a portrait of grievance and helplessness, her expression pitiful. Li Xiaofeng was acutely aware of her desires. The age-old dilemma presented itself. Could one have both wealth and love? She yearned for both. The notion of a domineering CEO falling in love with her, devoted and unwavering in his affections, seemed a fantasy reserved for others. Surely, such dreams are born from a mind untroubled by reality. What needed to be said has long been expressed. There is no necessity for daily reiteration. Problems that can be resolved with money do not require heartfelt sincerity. Moreover, monetary solutions often come with superior service guarantees. Li Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Since you are willing to continue our relationship, you ought to have a clear understanding of how to proceed. I understand. During this period, you may be approached by someone seeking to lure you away from me. While I do not oppose your pursuit of better opportunities, I request that you inform me in advance. Let us part amicably and remain friends. However, I detest betrayal. Should you choose to betray me, I shall not show mercy and will cast you into the depths of despair. I possess wealth, and with wealth comes the ability to pursue one's desires. Do you comprehend? I understand. Rest assured, I will not leave you. Feng Huiya nodded timidly. Li Xiaofeng nodded once more. Starting this month, I will increase your monthly allowance by 2,000 yuan. Additionally, as young women today often desire handbags, when I find the time, I shall take you to purchase one, sparing you the envy of others' bags. By providing her with financial support and gifts, Li Xiaofeng aimed to enhance his allure and strengthen Feng Huiya's resistance to external temptations, unwilling to let her slip away easily. After all, Feng Huiya had once been a campus belle, possessing both beauty and figure. She was now obedient and compliant, and Li Xiaofeng was reluctant to relinquish her unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, men possess a strong sense of possessiveness and pride. Any woman who has been with them is not easily tolerated in the company of others, even if she has lost significance in their lives. Furthermore, he was in a particularly demanding phase of life, and with Jiang Shuiying still unattainable, life would undoubtedly be difficult without a woman by his side. Even if he succeeded in winning Jiang Shuiying, she could never match Feng Huiya's level of obedience, creating an entirely different dynamic. Feng Huiya initially radiated excitement, but quickly shook her head, cautiously stating, "There's no need. The money you provide is already sufficient for my needs, and you are currently facing financial constraints. So there is no necessity for unnecessary expenditures. Li Xiaofeng smiled knowingly and inquired, "Why do you say I am financially strained?" Feng Huiya lowered her gaze, nervously twisting the hem of her garment in silence. Li Xiaofeng seized her hair, tilting her head back and demanding fiercely, "Look into my eyes and tell me." "Oh, that hurts. I heard it from Miao Peipei. She told me that Xiao Jinping has taken your business, and you will soon find yourself without funds." "Humph. Do not presume I am unaware. It was indeed Xiao Jinping who informed you, correct? He has already mentioned it to me." "No. It was Miao Peipei who first spoke to me about it. Later, Xiao Jinping did call to discuss the matter, but I did not engage with him. I truly did not. If I had, you could punish me however you wished, and I would bear no grievance. Truly, the subtlety and cunning of women can be abundant. However, when men become rational, such cleverness often reveals itself as mere folly. In their attempts to obscure the truth, women frequently expose their own inconsistencies while believing themselves to be inconspicuous. It is indeed the foolish Lu Zhendong who finds himself ensnared by a woman's whims." Although Feng Huiya claims to have ignored Xiao Jinping, she nevertheless answered his call, indicating that she still harbors thoughts of keeping a backup. This reveals that her previous declarations of love and devotion to Li Xiaofeng were merely a facade, a desire for more, not only his affection but also all the wealth he possesses. In this era, it seems almost natural for men to play the role of devoted suitors to women. Once a couple is formed, women appear to assume the right to control every aspect of a man's life. Offering a few pocket money is deemed a gracious act, while a man hiding some savings is considered a grievous offense. It is utterly absurd. Upon sensing something amiss in Feng Huiya's demeanor, Li Xiaofeng merely tested her slightly, and she divulged everything. Even if her words were not entirely truthful, it mattered little. Women are generally not adept at deception. Their lies are often riddled with inconsistencies, easily exposed. To cover one lie, a multitude of others is required, creating even greater discrepancies. As long as Li Xiaofeng maintains his composure, the truth will inevitably come to light. Chapter 56. First, fortify the fence in one's own backyard to prevent a fire from spreading. Li Xiaofeng felt that Feng Huiya's words were likely devoid of falsehood, at least. He could not discern any deceit based on his experience. He released her and replied coldly, "Just because I am no longer working on construction sites does not mean I am not earning money. I can pursue other ventures. You know I have previously dabbled in stock trading. I have now embarked on a new business endeavor, which will yield even greater profits. Rest assured, the amount I give you is inconsequential to me." Feng Huiya quickly embraced Li Xiaofeng, adopting a tone that was both flattering and slightly coy. "I knew you were the most capable of all. I won't hinder you from seeking other women, nor will I cause you any trouble. Please don't leave me. I have already fallen out with my family, and you are the only one I can rely on." Li Xiaofeng stroked her silky hair and smiled, saying, "The reason I make friends and expand my social circle is largely to access higher resources. With such resources, I will have more opportunities to earn, and life will only improve. If it's purely about needs, you are the most suitable. Your beauty and figure are exceptional, and you are obedient, understanding, and compliant with all my requests. As long as you are happy, I will always be yours, exclusively yours. Do you understand why I choose to support you rather than indulge in a hedonistic lifestyle, constantly switching partners? Part of the reason lies in what you just said, but the most significant reason is your purity. When we are together, you are still a girl, and men value this aspect greatly. Moreover, I harbor a profound fear of illness, which serves as a crucial reason for my constant reminders to you. Betrayal is simply unacceptable. While parting amicably is one thing, any clandestine actions are entirely out of the question. Should you inadvertently contract an ailment from another, I would undeniably suffer the consequences. Rest assured, no other man shall ever lay a finger upon you. In truth, I am rather indolent, were it not for the pursuit of wealth and the desire for advancement. Accompanied by your presence, I would have little inclination to engage in the frivolities of romance. As long as you remain by my side, I shall provide for you for a lifetime. However, should you choose to depart, it is highly unlikely that I would seek you again. I have achieved a modest level of success and shall continue to amass wealth, with money in hand, what cannot be acquired. If unnecessary, I have no desire to utilize items previously employed by others. You may be assured that throughout this lifetime, I shall provide solely for you, and you may use as you wish." Feng Huiya tightened her embrace around Li Xiaofeng, as if she intended to hold him tightly, never to release him again. Li Xiaofeng understood that once he resolved to pursue a relationship with Jiang Shuiying, a confrontation with Qiao Jinping was inevitable. Thus, he needed to fortify the defenses of his own territory to prevent any potential disaster. One might wonder if, by avoiding any entanglement with Jiang Shuiying, he could sidestep conflict with Qiao Jinping. Is it truly worth it for a woman? My fate is mine to command. To achieve greatness, one must seize opportunities rather than passively await them, or worse, kneel in supplication for others' generosity. Qiao Jinping's decision to distance himself from Li Xiaofeng and pursue construction work speaks volumes. His relationship with Jiang Shuiying is not merely a means to extract wealth from her, but rather a pathway to greater opportunities through association. To put it succinctly, when others recognize him as Jiang Shuiying's boyfriend, they will regard him with a measure of respect. To have captured the affections of a prestigious university's belle is no small feat. At the very least, they will scrutinize him for any remarkable qualities, and their manner of conversation will be imbued with a touch more courtesy. Having settled matters with Feng Huiya, it is now time to attend to more pressing affairs. Huiya, once you return to school, I need you to assist me with a task. What sort of task? I shall provide you with an additional 5,000 yuan. Procure a voice recorder and, at an opportune moment, discreetly record a conversation with Miao Peipei, particularly concerning her relationship with Qiao Jinping. This is a critical juncture of intense confrontation between him and Qiao Jinping, who is bolstered by his familial background and exerts considerable influence within the dormitory, easily imposing pressure upon Li Xiaofeng. Should he obtain evidence of collusion between Miao Peipei and Qiao Jinping, it would not only sever ties between him and Elgendong, but also instill a sense of caution in Cheng Ziyuan. Feng Huiya hesitated, expressing, Xiaofeng, I am not trying to evade responsibility. My interactions with Miao Peipei are quite limited, and she is notably discreet, seldom speaking carelessly. I will endeavor to find a way, but I cannot guarantee success. Li Xiaofeng pondered briefly before retrieving a card from his pocket and presenting it to Feng Huiya. This is the membership card I obtained from the Cheng family, into which I deposited 100,000 yuan. However, I haven't spent much of it. You may use it freely. I impose no restrictions on your expenditures, but keep in mind to exercise some restraint. The Cheng family owns various night venues in Huhai City, including nightclubs, bars, and dance clubs, and this card can be used for consumption at any of them. 100,000? Such a substantial amount. Feng Huiya's eyes widened as she accepted the membership card, thoroughly astonished. There's nothing to be surprised about. The actions I take may be beyond your comprehension, which is entirely normal. Miao Peipei, typically cautious, becomes less so after indulging in drinks and revelry. You know how to navigate this without my guidance, don't you? Feng Huiya exclaimed with delight. No need for that. I may not be well versed in many things, but taking a few friends out for fun is certainly within my expertise. Li Xiaofeng playfully pushed her onto the bed and planted a kiss on her lips, teasingly saying, I knew it. You're a little money grubber. Feng Huiya wrapped her arms around his neck, grinning, I'm a little money grubber, and you're a great fortune bringer. Together, we make the perfect pair. They had long since settled into a comfortable familiarity, where words were unnecessary. After their escapade, during a brief intermission, Feng Huiya curiously asked, Xiaofeng, what business are you engaged in at present? You needn't concern yourself with such matters, Li Xiaofeng replied. Although his real estate ventures were not particularly secretive, he preferred not to broadcast them widely. In any business, having an additional competitor is always disadvantageous. I can't help but feel regretful. Your paint business was quite lucrative. As Peipei mentioned, you earn 2 to 3 million a year. And yet, it has come to nothing. There's no cause for regret. Working on construction sites is rather arduous, and the earnings aren't substantial. I never intended to remain in this line of work for long. I merely sought to accumulate some startup capital while awaiting better opportunities to profit. I believe that as long as one can earn, there's no hardship. No matter how exhausting it may be, I am willing to endure. Chapter 57. He is nothing but a cad. While Li Xiaofeng was occupied, Qiao Jinping was certainly not idle. He likely rushed to report to Miao Peipei at the first opportunity, subsequently severing any connection with her. His next move would undoubtedly be to disrupt the relationship between him and Jiang Shuiying. At noon, Li Xiaofeng and Jiang Shuiying were seated across from each other in the school cafeteria, facilitating their conversation. However, Qiao Jinping, with a bold demeanor, insisted on joining Jiang Shuiying at her table. Although Jiang Shuiying frowned slightly, she refrained from dismissing him, subtly shifting to the side instead. Once seated, Qiao Jinping eagerly declared, Shuiying, don't fall for his tricks. This guy is not to be trusted. Make sure you're not deceived by him. My affairs are none of your concern. And who do you think you are? Go find your nightclub girl. The sight of him repulsed her. Shuiying, you may not know this, but Li Xiaofeng has a girlfriend. Everyone in our dorm has seen her. Jiang Shuiying glanced at Li Xiaofeng, but chose to remain silent. Indeed, the young woman is named Feng Huiya, and the individuals in our dormitory have encountered her several times. She attends the Huhai Film and Arts School and possesses striking beauty and an admirable physique. Oh, it appears you have quite the discerning eye for young ladies. However, Shuiying, that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is that Li Xiaofeng already has a girlfriend. Despite this, he still pursues a romantic involvement with you. What a cad. Jiang Shuiying, with her head bowed, continued to eat, avoiding eye contact with Li Xiaofeng. After taking a bite, she poked her chopsticks into her plate and stated in a calm tone, Xiaofeng and I are not in a romantic relationship. We are merely classmates engaging in conversation. Upon hearing this, Qiao Jinping wore a smug expression, throwing a provocative gaze at Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, Qiao Jinping, one must speak with evidence. You flap your lips. And suddenly, I find myself in a precarious position, do I not? If I were to claim you were Lu Qianqian's boyfriend, would that make it true? Have you consulted Lu Qianqian for her consent? To Li Xiaofeng's surprise, a voice from behind interjected, Of course, I do not agree. I have no connection with him. If he wishes to be my boyfriend, he is merely dreaming. Li Xiaofeng turned to see Lu Qianqian standing there. After exchanging polite greetings, he turned back to Jiang Shuiying and said, Shuiying, I do know a girl named Feng Huiya. She is my neighbor, and our relationship resembles the one you had with Qiao Jinping. We grew up together. Coincidentally, I once harbored feelings for her, but she did not reciprocate. That is mere evasion. We witnessed the two of you in an embrace. Do you think we are blind? Li Xiaofeng, without hesitation, picked up his phone and dialed a number. Huiya, it's me. I need your assistance with a matter. Someone has accused me in front of my girlfriend of being in a romantic relationship with you. Would you be able to come to our school right away? After ending the call, Li Xiaofeng placed his hands on the table, fingers intertwined, and wore a gentle smile. Recently, I had a dispute with Qiao Laoda and have no desire to argue about these trivial matters. Let's simply have Feng Huiya come over so we can clarify everything in person. Jiang Shuiying lifted her gaze, looking at Qiao Jinping and then at Li Xiaofeng. Her tone filled with concern as she asked, What happened? What conflict arose between you? Li Xiaofeng replied with a smile, Have you forgotten? I mentioned it to you that night. Perhaps you found my words tedious and did not pay them heed. Jiang Shuiying quickly responded, I did not. I remember. Your conflict isn't about me, is it? Li Xiaofeng replied with irritation. Do you really think that? Why do you think Qiao Jinping came to seek you out today? You know full well he has been fawning over Lu Xiaohua. Jiang Shuiying remarked coolly, Rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, I shall not revisit past relationships. Upon hearing Jiang Shuiying's words, Qiao Jinping replied with a hint of helplessness, Shuiying, I recognize my past shortcomings. I have let you down. Can we reconcile and start anew? I promise to treat you well from now on. Boss Qiao, what's the matter? Have you grown weary of that nightclub girl named Xiaoyana? Third brother. Cease your nonsensical chatter. There is no such thing as a nightclub girl. Even if you're tired of the nightclub girl, it's of no concern. After all, you just flirted with second brother's girlfriend, the one named Miao Peipei. Surely you haven't grown tired of her as well. Li Xiaofeng, it was bad enough that you slandered me in the dormitory, but now you do it in public. What is your intention? Do you possess any evidence? And what of your slanders? Do you have proof? Proof? Second brother and fourth brother both witnessed it. Second brother and fourth brother are currently in business with you. Their support for you is hardly perplexing. After a heated exchange, Feng Huiya entered the cafeteria, adorned with a designer Hermes bag and dressed in high-fashion attire. Exuding elegance and drawing the gaze of many. As she sashayed in, her posture confident, she approached Li Xiaofeng and, with a radiant smile, inquired, Xiaofeng, what is the matter? How is it that I, from such a distance, can find myself caught in your quarrel? Am I truly that captivating? Li Xiaofeng chuckled and gestured toward Qiao Jinping, stating, He claims you are my girlfriend. Uft. You are quite mistaken. I wouldn't even glance at you. Go look in the mirror. And as for him, your boss Qiao has called me several times, but he is even less appealing. I have no interest. With that, Feng Huiya retrieved her phone, scrolled through it, and presented it to Jiang Shuiying. Beautiful lady, you are Xiaofeng's girlfriend, right? Tell me, is this not Boss Chow's number? She then produced a compact mirror from her bag and commenced inspecting her reflection, demonstrating an air of indifference. After casting a glance at Chao Jinping, Jiang Shuiying returned the phone to Feng Huiya. Feng Huiya accepted her phone and, with a nonchalant tone, remarked, "To be honest, I find neither of them appealing. I merely chatted with Xiaofeng occasionally since we were neighbors. If you feel uncomfortable, I can block him. It doesn't bother me at all." Chapter 58. I knew dating you would be challenging. Li Xiaofeng silently applauded Feng Huiya, impressed by her acting skills, which were truly remarkable. Had he not been privy to the entire situation, he might have been deceived himself. Hearing Feng Huiya's words made Jiang Shuiying feel quite embarrassed, and she quickly countered, "That is not what I meant. I have no interest in your intentions, and it matters not to me. I have spoken my piece, believe it or not. It is of no concern to me." Feng Huiya, somewhat impatient, interrupted Jiang Shuiying and turned to Li Xiaofeng with a smile. "However, Xiaofeng, since I made the effort to come here today, it cannot be for naught. Consider this a favor owed to me. A true man should not be remiss." Li Xiaofeng donned an expression of exasperation, clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication. All right, Feng Daybody, I owe you a favor, and I shall certainly repay it when the opportunity arises. It is settled then." Upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's words, Feng Huiya blossomed into a radiant smile, promptly slinging her bag over her shoulder and rising to bid farewell. "Well, I've said all that needs to be said, and I am quite busy, so I shan't delay you any further. Farewell." With that, Feng Huiya gracefully strode out of the cafeteria, her movements fluid and purposeful. Li Xiaofeng, having lived 2 lifetimes, had never perceived this facet of Feng Huiya. How true it is that humanity is inherently complex. Witnessing her demeanor, Chao Jinping appeared to question the very essence of his existence. Clutching his head, he exclaimed in frustration, "This cannot be. I witnessed them in a very intimate embrace." Li Xiaofeng turned to Jiang Shuiying with a wry smile. "Shuiying, I knew that courting you would not be straightforward. I can only imagine after a year and a half. I would owe a plethora of favors, possibly never to be repaid in this lifetime." Jiang Shuiying quickly grasped Li Xiaofeng's hand, her expression tinged with guilt. "Xiaofeng, please do not be upset. I did not mean to imply disbelief." Noticing Li Xiaofeng's continued despondency, Jiang Shuiying bit her lip, her cheeks flushing slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, "How about I agree to one of your requests?" "Really?" Li Xiaofeng's spirits lifted. "However, it must not be excessive." He nodded fervently. Meanwhile, Chao Jinping, in utter despair, interjected, "Shuiying, it is not as it appears. Li Xiaofeng is not a trustworthy individual. Do not heed his words." Shuiying, the cafeteria is quite noisy and filled with irrelevant company. Shall we find a quieter place to converse? Li Xiaofeng suggested, bending his arm slightly to create an opening. Jiang Shuiying glanced at Chao Jinping and, after a moment's hesitation, slipped her hand through the gap. Chao Jinping, overwhelmed by despair, watched their retreating figures with a sense of hopelessness. Nearby, Lu Qianqian raised her gaze to their departing silhouettes, bit her lip, and resumed her meal. After exiting the school cafeteria, Jiang Shuiying looked up and inquired, "Where are you taking me? How about we go to my home?" "Ah, you've been there before. What is so surprising? My cat can perform backflips." "Do you truly have a cat? I seem to recall there being none." "Well, if you come over, you will see my adorable little kitty." "Humph, I am no cat, nor can I perform backflips." "Who said that? Your physique is no less alluring than that of a catwoman. Those long legs alone are enough to be captivating." Jiang Shuiying, feigning anger, pointed at Li Xiaofeng. "What wicked plans are you concocting? I now find you rather suspect. Do not presume that just because I have acquiesced to one of your requests, you may act with impunity. I have made it clear that your request cannot be excessive. Should it be so, I reserve the right to decline and render you regretful. I was praising your physique. Did you not perceive it? Now, do share your requirements. I am all ears. Otherwise, I shall not foolishly accompany you to your abode." Li Xiaofeng chuckled. "My requests are not excessive, akin to last time. Is that agreeable?" Jiang Shuiying's face flushed crimson, and she dared not meet his gaze. Pretending to be oblivious, she replied, "Last time? What last time? I do not recall what you did then. Was it a shopping spree? Are you feigning ignorance? What would a grown man like me be doing shopping? If I were to shop, it would be accompanying you. Then it is fine if you accompany me shopping." Jiang Shuiying jested, diverting the conversation. Li Xiaofeng, exasperated, retorted, "Do not play coy with me. It was on the night we officially became a couple that I proposed we celebrate, and you acquiesced. You consented last time. So my current request should not be deemed unreasonable. What was your request last time? I seem to have forgotten. Jiang Shuiying blushed, smiling mischievously at Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng, unfazed by her antics, replied with a grin, "No worries. I remember. When the time comes, simply follow my lead." "Bah, you scoundrel, I refuse. Do you not recall? That night, we exchanged kisses, dozens of them, and you left my face quite swollen. Do you truly not remember?" Jiang Shuiying playfully punched Li Xiaofeng. "Who said that? We only shared a single kiss, and it was you who initiated it." "Ah, so you do remember. You are incorrigible." Jiang Shuiying leaned against his arm, delivering another playful punch. As they arrived at his community, Jiang Shuiying hesitated to leave, but Li Xiaofeng playfully urged her into his home. "Just like last time, we can only share a brief kiss." Jiang Shuiying defensively crossed her arms over her chest, clearly on guard. Li Xiaofeng smiled and nodded. Indeed, just as before. With that, he gently grasped her hands, guiding them behind her back in a semi-embrace. Jiang Shuiying felt a mix of shyness and trepidation, retreating until she found herself against the bed. "You are being naughty," Li Xiaofeng whispered in her ear. With that, he leaned in and pressed her down onto the bed. This time, he did not kiss her cheek, but directed his attention to her soft, rosy lips. Initially, Jiang Shuiying resisted, tightly sealing her lips, but seeing his determined expression, she gradually relented. Slowly, it seemed Jiang Shuiying's emotions began to stir. She withdrew her hands from behind her and gently wrapped them around Li Xiaofeng's back, and they kissed passionately, both eager and fervent. Chapter 59. Seizing the moment as Li Xiaofeng's hands began to wander over Jiang Shuiying's form, she caught his hand, exclaiming, "You rascal, you have already taken so much advantage of me. Do you seek to go further?" Li Xiaofeng, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, "Isn't this a tad too exhilarating? You're not keeping your word. When did I ever break my promise? I merely said I would give you a kiss, and I did just that." "Humph. Didn't you say you would kiss my cheek?" "No, I said just a kiss." "Regardless, you've certainly shown your mischievous side." After a playful exchange in the room, Li Xiaofeng refrained from taking any further steps with Jiang Shuiying. At this moment, their acquaintance was still relatively new, and their familiarity with one another was insufficient. Although he had seized two opportunities to forcibly enhance their intimacy and deepen their bond, a lack of familiarity necessitated patience. Otherwise, he risked causing her discomfort. It remains paramount that, before the timing is ripe, one must not neglect to create a sense of safety for the girl while fostering an ambiguous atmosphere. If a girl feels insecure in your company, she may instinctively refuse to visit more private places in the future, which would be detrimental to the development of their relationship. Moreover, knowing when to hold back can convey respect to the girl, thereby increasing her fondness towards him. Consequently, after sharing a dinner with Jiang Shuiying and strolling about, Li Xiaofeng escorted her back to school. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Chao Jinping sitting on his bed with a grim expression, awaiting his arrival. The reason he returned to the dormitory today was to confront Chao Jinping head-on. Taking advantage of Chao Jinping's recent defeat, he aimed to strike while the iron was hot and diminish his arrogance. People often exhibit tendencies of blind conformity and following the crowd. Chao Jinping had already allied himself with two other roommates, forming a natural coalition. Should Li Xiaofeng show any sign of weakness, he might easily become the target of their collective aggression. Naturally, in the context of school, such a siege does not entail physical confrontation, but rather involves finding fault. Akin to bullying. It would be a grave misconception to believe that bullying is exclusive to elementary and middle school students, even in university or the workforce. If one is perceived as easy to bully, they will encounter similar harassment. Today, they might toss your soap, tomorrow your towel, the day after that. They could cut a hole in your sheets, and the next day, burn a hole in your clothes, effectively making your dorm life unbearable. Seeking help from counselors or the school. Do you possess any evidence? Who would care about such trivial matters? Do you think renting an apartment off campus would shield you from these issues? That is far from guaranteed. Imagine the scenario. While dining in the cafeteria, 3 individuals surround you, openly discussing your affairs in front of your peers, embellishing them with exaggerations and fabrications. How can you counter when your voice is but 1 against 3? Moreover, these 3 happen to be wealthy heirs. With a little incentive, they could easily recruit a few sycophants to torment you day and night, making your life a living hell. Enduring for a moment may bring peace, but how long can you truly endure? 3 days? 3 months? Or perhaps 3 years? If you manage to endure for 3 years, you might as well become a ninja turtle. Upon observing Chao Jinping's unsightly expression, Li Xiaofeng smiled at Cheng Yuan beside him and inquired, "Old Shi, do you understand why the campus bell is referred to as the campus bell?" Cheng Yuan, bewildered by the question, replied, "If she is not called the campus bell, then what should she be called?" Li Xiaofeng, with a playful tone, elaborated, "You see, the campus bell is termed as such because she embodies beauty, akin to a flower that holds sweetness within. Oh, the nectar." Cheng Yuan chuckled, recognizing the jest aimed at Chao Jinping, and chose to remain silent. His stance was gradually leaning towards neutrality, which was quite advantageous for Li Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, although Lu Zhendong appeared unchanged, he was noticeably less talkative than before. "Today, our leader spoke ill of me in front of both me and Shuiying, claiming that I already have a girlfriend and am not a decent person, advising her not to trust me. Can you guess what happened next?" Cheng Yuan, curious despite his desire to stay uninvolved, could not help but ask, "What happened?" "I summoned Huiya before Jiang Shuiying and declared that Huiya is not my girlfriend." At that moment, even Lu Zhendong's gaze shifted towards them. Cheng Yuan, taken aback, questioned, "How could that be? Does your girlfriend not feel jealous?" "Old Shi, what are you saying? Jiang Shuiying is my girlfriend." Cheng Yuan then pointed at Li Xiaofeng, realization dawning upon him. "Oh, so you and Feng Huiya share that kind of relationship. Indeed, I have mentioned it to you before, Haven Ti. I provide her with 5,000 yuan each month. That is quite reasonable." Li Xiaofeng smiled, adding, "Of course, it is not merely that kind of relationship. There is another significant reason. Feng Huiya and I are childhood friends, and I have indeed harbored feelings for her in the past, which she is well aware of. Moreover, we are well acquainted with each other's backgrounds, instilling mutual trust. Therefore, even if we are in this arrangement now, and should we part ways in the future, we shall do so amicably, without betrayal or harm." At this juncture, Li Xiaofeng turned to Lu Zhendong with a smile, asking, "Old heir, how much do you give Miao Pei Pei each month?" "Give money? For what? Why must I give her money every month?" Lu Zhendong looked utterly bewildered. Li Xiaofeng, pointing at him, remarked with a mix of amusement and disbelief, "Old heir, I must say I'm astounded by you. You are, after all, a wealthy second generation. Yet you are so stingy when it comes to spending on women." Unable to bear Lu Zhendong's expression any longer, Cheng Yuan leaned in and whispered something in his ear. Once they finished their hushed conversation, Li Xiaofeng, with a smirk, quipped, "Now you understand who Miao Pei Pei really is, right? I had Huiya introduce her to you for you to pursue, not to revere as a matriarch. What do you think she seeks from you? If you refuse to provide her with anything, is it any surprise if she seeks someone of higher status? And if you doubt her character, then perhaps she is indeed that kind of person." Lu Zhendong stood there, frozen in shock, as if his entire worldview had been shattered, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. Hearing Li Xiaofeng's candid admission, Chao Jinping, fuming, exclaimed, "I knew it. What I witnessed with my own eyes could not possibly be false. Today, I have been played for a fool by you. But do not revel in your triumph just yet. I shall have another word with Shuiying another day." Li Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Boss, you truly are my superior. How do you intend to explain Huiya's situation to Shuiying? Only we few are privy to this matter. Do you possess any tangible evidence? Moreover, your affair with Xia Anna has already become the talk of the town. It is unnecessary for me to elaborate, as everyone is well aware." At that moment, Zhendong, appearing somewhat distracted, abruptly inquired of Li Xiaofeng, "If she desires money, why does she not approach me directly? I could offer it to her." Chapter 60. The conflict begins to escalate. Observing Zhendong's demeanor, Li Xiaofeng retorted, "That is precisely because she perceives your current state and wishes for more. She fears that her efforts may ultimately yield nothing, so she seeks to secure some funds as a safeguard." "Third brother, what exactly do you mean? I find your words somewhat perplexing." "Simply put, she sees your disposition and considers the possibility of marrying you and becoming a wealthy lady. Our family may not be considered affluent, but in comparison to the average person, your family's financial standing certainly qualifies as wealthy." Li Xiaofeng rolled his eyes at him and continued, "However, marrying into wealth is not as simple as it seems. She must also contend with your parents and endure a lengthy courtship, and there is no guarantee she will gain anything in the end. Those in her line of work are acutely aware that youth is their capital. Even if they lacked this understanding before, they certainly grasp it upon entering film school. Thus, She wishes to play the part of both a courtesan and a virtuous woman before you. Even if her attempts at winning your affection fail, she can still secure a fallback option, allowing her to have the best of both worlds. Her only flaw, however, lies in her excessive greed. She is unable to discern clearly and has foolishly chosen someone from your dormitory, suggesting a rather desperate mindset. I am merely asking why she does not request money from me. Isn't it obvious? She wishes to maintain her innocent facade before you. If she were to ask you for money, what would that make her? How could she continue to play the role of a pure-hearted maiden? Third brother, why did you not share this information with me sooner? Li Xiaofeng regarded him seriously and replied, Second brother, I am merely your classmate, not your father. Assisting you in finding a girl to satisfy your desires is already more than enough. Moreover, you appear to be enjoying yourself. What more can I say? If she were to ascend the social ladder, what would become of me? At that moment, Xiao Jinping sensed a shift in the atmosphere and promptly interjected, Second brother, do not heed his nonsense. He is speaking utter drivel. I cannot speak for others, but I assure you that there is nothing between Pei and me, truly. You must trust me. Li Xiaofeng chuckled. I trust you about as much as I trust a ghost. You are a notoriously cunning old man. Third brother, what nonsense are you spouting? I am merely a year older than you. How have I become an old man? Do not take pride in your position. For even if Shuiying supports you, it will be of no consequence. Her family is firmly on my side. Let us see how this unfolds. Having said that, Xiao Jinping turned to El Jindong and continued earnestly, Second brother, after all these years of brotherhood, do you truly doubt my loyalty? I have some delightful news to share. Our family has acquired another piece of land, and we are poised to initiate a new project. This time, I shall certainly devise a way to secure the bid for you. A radiant smile graced Lu Jindong's face. Boss, after all these years of camaraderie, how could I possibly doubt you? I am aware that the third brother is vying for our beloved Jiang Daxua. In his desperation, he is resorting to all manner of tactics. Third brother, you should refrain from uttering such words in my presence. They hold no sway over me. Exactly, Lu Jindong continued. Our bond as brothers has endured for years. To us, the third brother is but an outsider. Assist me in confronting him, and together, let us reclaim Shuiying. Clearing his throat, Lu Jindong turned to Xiao Jinping, somewhat sheepishly. Boss, matters between men and women are truly beyond my comprehension. Perhaps I should first educate myself on these affairs, lest I inadvertently complicate things for you. At that moment, Cheng Ziyuan interjected with a smile, Boss, please do not put pressure on the second brother. It is not that we are unwilling to assist. It is simply that such matters are delicate, and we find it difficult to intervene. Moreover, you are our brother, and so is the third brother. Ultimately, our paint business owes its existence to the third brother's fortune. Wouldn't you agree? Seeing the two finally gravitate towards a neutral stance, Li Xiaofeng's face lit up with a brilliant smile. As long as he was not ostracized in the dormitory, he could establish his footing in school. After some time, the projects Li Xiaofeng managed were completed, and he had successfully leased out a substantial portion of his real estate. The remaining tasks primarily involved collecting payments and retrieving outstanding balances. His relationship with Jiang Shuiying was also gradually warming. They could now frequently embrace and kiss, having conquered all barriers save for the final step. One day, he visited a construction site to inquire about the outstanding payments, and upon returning, he found himself surrounded by 3 individuals dressed as laborers. Are you boss Li Xiaofeng? When will you pay us the wages you owe? However, Li Xiaofeng, with a mere glance, sensed something amiss. What kind of laborers sport elaborate tattoos? Not just one, but all 3 bore such markings, and their demeanor exuded a distinctly thuggish air. In his previous life, Li Xiaofeng had worked in this field, and he was quite familiar with the essence of laborers. He could discern their skill levels with just a few casual exchanges. Furthermore, he placed great importance on the timely disbursement of wages to laborers, thus, on his sites. After providing the foreman with progress payments, he personally oversaw the distribution of salaries, leaving no room for delays. His vigilance stemmed from a concern that unscrupulous foremen might abscond with the laborer's wages, leaving him to deal with the aftermath, because he frequently monitored wage payments. Although he could not name every laborer on his site, their faces were quite familiar to him, and they treated him with utmost friendliness and undeniable camaraderie. One is a migrant worker who is aware that he must rely on the big boss for his livelihood. The other is the timely paying employer, a rarity on the construction site, which the migrant worker finds unappealing. Working on a construction site does not allow one the luxury of lounging at home. Even with Su Lei managing most of the trivial matters, certain critical aspects must be personally overseen. Otherwise, if issues arise, a mere rework is trivial. But a safety incident could pose significant problems. As three tattooed men dressed as migrant workers approached, Li Xiaofeng calmly inquired, "You are under Su Lei's command, are you not? How much do you claim is owed to you?" One replied, "Each of us is owed 5,000. These individuals were clearly unskilled, likely grasping at excuses. Wages for migrant workers are calculated daily, varying in amount. The day's work differ, as do the roles of skilled and unskilled laborers. Not an issue. I shall pay you right now." The three ruffians exchanged glances before responding cheerfully, "All right, give it to us now." Chapter 61. If you don't abide by the rules. I shall not hold back. Li Xiaofeng entered his vehicle, retrieving a notebook and a pen from the passenger's seat, which he offered to them. "What do you want this for?" "We demand our hard-earned money." He retorted fiercely, "Do you not understand the rules? Write a receipt. If you take the money without a receipt, and then return to Su Lei demanding more, what then?" Seemingly enlightened, the three greedy ruffians promptly leaned against Li Xiaofeng's BMW hood to write the receipt. "You lot right over there on that car. This is a BMW. If you scratch it, can you afford the damages? Hurry up. Why are you staring at me? If you wish to collect money from me, go over there and write the note. If you don't want the money, then go ask Su Lei instead." With an imposing demeanor, Li Xiaofeng temporarily subdued the three avaricious ruffians, who hastily scribbled the receipt. Noticing they had distanced themselves slightly, he swiftly started the car, closing the electric window while accelerating away. Realizing they had been tricked, the ruffians sprinted after him, but how could their legs outpace the wheels of a vehicle? They could only shout angrily in futility. On his way back to school, Li Xiaofeng began to ponder the situation. Although these men were dressed as migrant workers, they clearly were not from the construction site. If not from there, then they were from the school. Over the past 6 months, he had mostly been either at the construction site or back at school, or returning to his small abode. Moreover, after much contemplation, he realized his only enemy was the dormitory leader, Xiao Jinping. The three ruffians knew his name and were aware that he was a construction boss, indicating that their hidden supporters must be familiar with him. Additionally, Xiao Jinping's background hinted at connections to the underworld, and he seemed to have enlisted the help of someone named Long Go. Upon reflection, Li Xiaofeng suddenly recognized the three ruffians as familiar figures, likely henchmen of Long Go. At this juncture, the threads of this matter had begun to unravel in his mind. Observing their current demeanor, it seemed they intended to confront him. Yet if they were unsuccessful, they would undoubtedly seek another opportunity to settle the score. How outrageous it was that, unable to confront him directly, they resorted to underhanded tactics. A blatant disregard for honor. Very well, if they eschewed principles, he too would abandon restraint. He resolved to notify the authorities. Even if the police could not immediately apprehend these thugs, he needed to ensure that a record was established at the precinct. Given that they had failed this time, it was likely that the man named Chao would not rest until he sought retribution, and should another confrontation arise, he would be better positioned with the police on his side. During lunch with Jiang Shuiying, Li Xiaofeng spoke in a casual tone. "Shuiying, I want to be able to accompany you for shopping in the near future. Let us simply stroll around the campus." Jiang Shuiying, somewhat disheartened, inquired, "What is the matter? Did I do something wrong? Do you no longer like me?" Li Xiaofeng chuckled and shook his head. "It's not you. It's my own predicament. I've encountered some trouble recently." "What kind of trouble?" she pressed. "This morning, I went to the construction site to collect payment, and a few thugs approached me intending to cause harm. I managed to escape, but if I had taken you along, what if you were in danger? How could this happen? Have you offended someone? As a student working at the construction site, I have conducted myself properly, and everything has been progressing smoothly. I have no enemies, apart from the bully in our dormitory, Chao Lauda. Surely he wouldn't stoop so low. If the school found out, he would be expelled. Yet, he need not be directly involved. As long as those ruffians do not implicate him, he remains unscathed. And as for his motivations, surely you are not oblivious to them." Li Xiaofeng shared this with Jiang Shuiying because his past experiences taught him that when faced with insurmountable challenges, one must not recklessly engage in a futile confrontation. Such actions are not valorous, but rather foolish. It is essential to leverage one's circumstances to respond in kind to their tactics, ensuring that even if the issue cannot be resolved immediately, the surrounding dynamics favor him. Only as a last resort should one consider a direct confrontation. The crux of his conflict with Xiao Jinping revolved around Jiang Shuiying. If she were to align with him, it would greatly benefit his position. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Shuiying finally looked up and said, I will have a serious discussion with him. If that fails, I shall speak to my brother to intervene. Hearing her words, a weight settled in Li Xiaofeng's heart. Although Jiang Shuiying stood by his side, her influence was limited. She could only offer moral support, but could not directly resolve the issue. What was there to discuss with Xiao Jinping? What could possibly be negotiated? Can Xiao Jinping truly let Li Xiaofeng go simply because of her words? Certainly not. As for discussing this with her brother, that seems even less reliable. The Jiang family's stance will undoubtedly favor Xiao Jinping, and who knows how her brother will respond. It's unlikely he would concern himself with such matters. Speaking with Jiang Shuiying about this, given her current demeanor, has only fulfilled a minuscule part of his expectations. It appears that to genuinely resolve this issue, he must ultimately rely on himself. Relying on others is far less effective than relying on oneself. To ascend in life, one must endure fierce conflicts. And Li Xiaofeng is mentally prepared for this. A better life is not a gift from others, but rather something one must strive for. While striving does not guarantee success, not striving will certainly lead to failure. Since Jiang Shuiying has already expressed her stance, Li Xiaofeng cannot remain silent. In truth, I initially hesitated to bring this matter up, but I realized it must be addressed to prevent any misunderstandings. I certainly do not wish to provide Xiao with any opportunities against you. Jiang Shuiying retorted, somewhat irritated. How annoying. Am I the sort of person who wavers and lacks fidelity in matters of the heart? Women can indeed be quite fickle, yet at this critical juncture, Li Xiaofeng could not voice such thoughts. Thus, he smiled and replied, Of course, you are not. I can handle this matter myself. I merely wanted to keep you informed. You have the right to be aware of my affairs, do you not? As for assisting me in resolving this issue, perhaps it would be best to refrain from that. There is no need for you to confront Xiao Jinping or consult your brother. Matters between men should be resolved by men themselves. Jiang Shuiying seemed a bit embarrassed and timidly inquired, Do you truly not need my help? No, I can manage, he affirmed. That is good. But I still feel compelled to mention it to my brother. What if De Peng were to harm you? Li Xiaofeng, somewhat exasperated, replied, Do you so underestimate me? Why not say that I might be the one to defeat him? Jiang Shuiying widened her eyes and exclaimed, Didn't you say he hired thugs to attack you? Are you really planning to fight him? Fighting is not advisable. One could be expelled from school. Chapter 62. Finally, I awaited your words. After parting ways with Jiang Shuiying, Li Xiaofeng began preparing for the impending situation. He first purchased several cans of pepper spray. If he cannot win, he can at least defend himself. What need is there for martial ethics when survival is at stake? Next, he acquired a few short clubs, placing them near several car doors and in the trunk for easy access. A short club, merely a stick, can serve as a means of self-defense in the vehicle. Even if the police discover it, they cannot contest its purpose. I say this is merely a rolling pin I bought. What is the problem with that? Finally, he ventured to a computer store and purchased several voice recorders. As he reiterated, if one cannot win, one must leverage the situation, be it the police's authority or the law's power. After all, he does not lack money, time, or energy to engage in such matters, unlike those from lower strata who harbor such concerns. Regardless of the Chao family's past affiliations with the underworld, what does it matter now? In this modern era, righteousness cannot be suppressed by evil. Although some unscrupulous individuals still exist, in a metropolis like Huhai City, no one dares to act recklessly in public affairs. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Jinping was taken aback to find Li Xiaofeng unharmed. After scrutinizing him from head to toe, his expression darkened. What is the matter? Boss Xiao? Surprised that I wasn't beaten up? Li Xiaofeng had initially assessed the situation with an 80% certainty. But observing Xiao Jinping's demeanor now left him utterly convinced. What are you talking about? I can't understand. Li Xiaofeng retorted scornfully. No wonder Jiang Shuiying looks down on you. Sneaking around and being cowardly, do you even consider yourself a man? It's only natural she doesn't fancy you. Cheng Ziyuan, somewhat astonished, inquired, Third, what happened? This morning, 3 thugs posing as laborers attempted to beat me up, but I managed to shake them off. Are you all right? Absolutely, not a hair was harmed. Li Xiaofeng turned back to Xiao Jinping, declaring, Xiao Jinping, you're something else. Unable to confront me directly, you resort to underhanded tactics. Shuiying has already said she looks down on you, claiming you're not a real man. You're talking nonsense. Shuiying would never say that about me. Why wouldn't he? Shuiying is drawn to genuine men, those who dare to stand up for themselves. Among us in this dorm, we know each other well. There's no need for pretense. I'll be frank with you, I recognize those three thugs. They're underlings of Long Gu. I've seen them several times. And since Long Gu is affiliated with you, how can you deny it? Xiao Jinping fell silent, not uttering a word. Liu Zhendong cast a surprised glance at him, but remained quiet. Cheng Ziyuan, with a calm demeanor, glanced at him briefly before returning to tidy his bed. Li Xiaofeng had his own agenda and did not expect his two roommates to champion his cause. Justice was always something one had to fight for. Thus, he continued to press Xiao Jinping, adopting an air of self-importance as he said, Shuiying even said she would apologize to me on your behalf and promise to compensate me. This is what they call a blessing in disguise. With Shuiying's compensation, even if I had truly been beaten by those thugs, it would have been worth it. Xiao Jinping clenched his teeth, pondering for a moment before he resentfully said, Li Xiaofeng, how about we strike a deal? What deal? As long as you break up with Shuiying, I'll let this go. Let it go? What do you mean by that? Be more specific. Are you saying that if I return to the dorm and refrain from arguing with you, that would count as letting it go? I mean, if you break up with Shuiying right now, I want to let along and the others lay a finger on you again. From now on, we'll keep our distance. How does that sound? Great, that's exactly what I was waiting for. With that statement, he solidified the evidence of Xiao Jinping inciting others to commit a crime, which would undoubtedly lead to his downfall. However, in order to cultivate a more favorable position for himself in the future, Li Xiaofeng sought to push further. He deliberately laughed heartily and, with a hint of disdain, said, Xiao Jinping, you should let that Long Gu take action against me. I'm a man. If I were to cower and break up with my girl just because someone intimidated me, would I still be considered a man? You presume to compare yourself to me. Mingling with that Xiaoyana, handing out 3,000 yuan each time. Are you aware of this? Your actions are undoubtedly illegal. My affairs are none of your concern. I indulge as I please, enjoying the convenience of paying as I go. I can choose to engage or withdraw at my whim, appearing to spend lavishly while, in reality, it proves more economical than a monthly subscription. Unexpectedly, he has unwittingly added another charge against himself. Although not grave, it is sufficient for expulsion from school, and wealthy individuals are particularly sensitive to reputation. Such a blemish could linger for a lifetime. This matter is potent enough to leverage against Xiao Jinping, should the situation escalate. What if the elders of the Qiao family intervene? Li Xiaofeng speculated that it was highly likely both parties would convene to discuss and reach an amicable resolution. To his knowledge, the Qiao family had painstakingly restored their reputation and would be reluctant to tarnish it again, especially given their current stature, which undoubtedly attracts scrutiny from many. For someone like Li Xiaofeng, a mere minnow, confronting the Qiao family is akin to a barefoot individual fearing no shoes. Without substantial benefit, it is improbable that the Qiao family would take serious action against him. If they truly sought to retaliate, Li Xiaofeng was prepared to risk it all, for he felt he had gained in this life and was mentally ready. With this thought, Li Xiaofeng chuckled coldly, addressing Xiao Jinping. My relationship with Jiang Shuiying is entirely wholesome. If you possess the capability, pursue her openly. Let us compete fairly. As one family seeks the hand of a woman from another, engaging in underhanded tactics is a mark of cowardice. If your family is your only strength, what skill do you possess? Absent your family's support, do you genuinely believe Long Gu would obediently follow your commands? Dream on. Not long ago, he even beat you to court her. Li Xiaofeng intended to further entangle Xiao Jinping and implicate his family. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiao Jinping boasted, what of relying on my family? A prosperous background is a skill in itself. I was fortunate in my birth. You need not concern yourself with my methods. That along now obeys me without question. Whatever I command, he must comply, or he will find it impossible to survive in Huhai City. I have no intention of engaging with you. I refuse to play your game. You are ungrateful, rejecting my goodwill, drinking the punishment for refusing my invitation. You'd better be cautious once you step outside the school gates. Every encounter will result in confrontation, and soon, I shall have you begging on your knees. Li Xiaofeng, unfazed, retorted, you are impressive indeed. By your tone, it seems the underworld of Huhai City is under your family's thumb. Once we leave the school grounds, your family's spies and affiliates are everywhere, am I correct? According to your assertion, this grand Huhai City is devoid of law, and no one can reign in the Qiao family. Is that so? Chapter 63. The soft fear the hard fear the reckless. Xiao Jinping, brimming with arrogance, declared, "Then go ahead, try to discipline me. Look in the mirror first. Our Chao family can command the winds and reign in the underworld. Envy us." Li Xiaofeng chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "I have Shuiying, and she loves me. What is there to envy? No matter how powerful your family is. Can it prevent me from being with Shuiying?" Chao Jinping retorted fiercely, "Just keep talking tough. One day, when you get beaten, your bravado will vanish. You can evade the initial encounter, but you won't escape the inevitable. I await the day you kneel and plead for mercy beside them." Cheng Ziyuan seemed unable to bear the tension any longer and interjected, "Boss, we are all brothers here. There's no need to escalate it to that level." "Who considers him a brother? I stand in stark opposition to him." Li Xiaofeng replied with a faint smile. "All right then, you said it. If this recording were to leak, and if any audacious media dared to cover it, it would spell significant trouble for Chao Jinping and his family." Soon, the school's designated lights-out time arrived. After the lights were extinguished, Li Xiaofeng concealed the recording in his backpack, planning to make several copies when he returned to his residence the next day, ready to utilize it when the opportunity presented itself. For Li Xiaofeng, the issues that needed confronting would eventually require his attention. He was unsure if the Jiang family had intervened, but the final payment for the Jade Garden belonging to LV Jindong had already been settled, while the final payment for the Jinlan Bay from the Jiang family remained unresolved. Typically, projects initiated by real estate developers are easier to settle since the development company is the source of funding, while LV Jindong's construction firm is merely an intermediary. However, this matter lacked certainty, as the settlement process does not follow a specific pattern, and given the current timeline, it was not excessively delayed. It was entirely reasonable to settle accounts before the new year, and thus, Li Xiaofeng felt reluctant to approach Jiang Shuiying over such a trivial matter. It is known that in romantic relationships, it is best to minimize financial entanglements, as such matters can distort feelings and create imbalances in status. Jiang Shuiying hailed from a powerful background, yet Li Xiaofeng earned his own income, ensuring he did not feel inferior. However, seeking help would inadvertently place him at a disadvantage. This sensation was one he profoundly disliked. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to resolve matters on his own. Furthermore, even if he did not seek to settle accounts, he still needed to manage his real estate holdings, making it impossible for him to remain within the school grounds indefinitely. Before long, upon returning to the construction site at the previously agreed time with the project manager to urge for the remaining payments, he noticed a few individuals lurking in the corner, casting furtive glances in his direction. Sensing danger, Li Xiaofeng dashed towards his vehicle, only to find 3 thugs in pursuit, seemingly the same ones as before. Realizing the trio was closing in behind him, Li Xiaofeng swiftly retrieved his self-defense spray from his pocket and unleashed it towards their eyes. "Ah, my eyes. This kid is sneaky. He has pepper spray?" one of them cried. "Brother Long, come quick. We can't open our eyes." Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaofeng flung open the driver's door, but one thug managed to grasp his clothing. "Where do you think you're running off to? Seize him. Do not allow him to escape. Last time he slipped away. This time I shall extract his very essence." However, Li Xiaofeng swiftly drew a short stick from his right hand and struck at a small thug. The thug yelped as the blow landed on his back, instinctively shielding himself with his hands and retreating to the side. "Watch out, this fellow has a stick." The other 2 rushed forward, intent on seizing the weapon from Li Xiaofeng's grasp. With a couple of swift sprays, Li Xiaofeng unleashed his defensive pepper spray from his left hand, causing one thug to shield his eyes and flee, desperately rubbing them. The second thug, instinctively turning his head away, waved his hands in front of Li Xiaofeng, seemingly attempting to halt the spray. As their claws reached out, Li Xiaofeng showed no mercy, delivering a fierce blow to the thug's arm with the stick. A crack echoed, reminiscent of a bone fracturing. Softness fears hardness, and hardness fears recklessness. If you wish to beg for mercy, do so in your next life. In this lifetime, one must strive to rise above the rest, and that requires a fight. Thus, abandoning any thoughts of retreat, he swung the stick with fervor, determined to strike down these thugs. "Want a block? First, I shall break your arm. Want to flee? Then I shall shatter your legs. Want to crawl? A blow to your back should suffice to see if you can still move." At such a moment, one must show no leniency. It is imperative to utterly defeat these thugs, instilling fear within them, so that when others contemplate confronting him, they shall think twice about whether Li Xiaofeng is truly worth the trouble. Li Xiaofeng was aware that this ruthless approach could lead to repercussions, Should he injure these thugs, he might find himself in dire straits. Yet, he felt he had no other choice. Either be trampled underfoot for life or forge a reputation that commands respect. Though much was said, the time from Li Xiaofeng's counterattack to the present had been fleeting. At that moment, Long Gu, who had been lurking behind, rushed forward. Stop! Li Xiaofeng dared not relent. If he did not completely incapacitate the three thugs, facing Long Gu, the leader of the gang, would leave him with no chance of victory. Thus, he continued to strike fiercely at the trio. Today, I shall contend with you scoundrels. Long Gu, a robust figure, endured the pain for the sake of his comrades. Taking a brutal hit from Li Xiaofeng on his left arm, his head instinctively twisting to the side to evade the spray, and he grasped at Li Xiaofeng's pepper spray with his right hand. As he turned back, triumphant, Li Xiaofeng steeled himself, crashing his head into Long Ji's nose. Ah! Long Gu recoiled, hands clutching his nose, as Li Xiaofeng seized the moment. Retrieving the fallen pepper spray from the ground and charging at Long Gu with a flurry of sprays. Ah, brother, I concede, have mercy. The adversary was not as resilient as he had envisioned. Blinded by the spray, Long Gu instinctively raised his hands to block Li Xiaofeng's onslaught, pleading for mercy. I shall spare you, my dear sir. Li Xiaofeng unceremoniously raised his stick and struck fiercely at Long Ji's arm. Ah, my arm is broken. Long Gu wailed in agony. Subsequently, he rained down several more blows upon Long Gu, who lay on the ground, pleading for mercy, too frightened to move. Mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Having come this far, it was imperative to instill fear in this band of ruffians, to make them shudder at the mere sight of him. Chapter 64. Mutual assault mediation this time. It was due to the opponent's underestimation and carelessness, a situation where one could outsmart the other. Next time, he might not be so fortunate. Not to mention, if the adversary brought a few sticks of their own, it was likely that he would find himself hospitalized for a month or so. After the ordeal, Li Xiaofeng promptly dialed the police. Given the formidable influence of the Chao family, the only leverage he had was the light of righteousness. I need to report an incident. A group of individuals suddenly attacked me, and I managed to fight them off. My current location is. Soon enough, 3 police cars arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the aftermath, the officers were taken aback. Are you saying that you single-handedly caused this to them? Li Xiaofeng nodded, brandishing his can of pepper spray and short stick, asserting, indeed, it was with these 2 items. If not for them, it would be me lying on the ground. Don't move, don't move. Hand over what you have. Upon seeing the grim scene before him, one officer drew a taser from the police car, cautiously warning Li Xiaofeng. Officer, please do not misinterpret. I am the victim here. Just because they are severely injured does not mean I am the aggressor. Look at their tattoos. And I am merely a student. He added, besides, I am injured as well. Where are you injured? One officer inquired. My forehead. Can't you see it's swollen? A few officers exchanged glances, speechless. The assailants were rolling on the ground in agony, while his forehead was only slightly swollen. Was it truly worth mentioning? To be frank, do you have any accomplices? One officer asked, a hint of doubt in his tone. No, it's just me. If you don't believe me, ask those on the ground. After a brief inquiry, the officers took Li Xiaofeng and the injured ruffians into custody and transported them to the police station. Upon arrival at the station, after a round of questioning, an officer surnamed Lin stated, "This appears to be mutual assault. Do you agree to mediation?" Agreed. Agreed. Li Xiaofeng secretly wished to decline, considering his position of justifiable defense, especially since it was the others who had charged at him with the intent to inflict harm. However, in this era, the criteria for justifiable defense were exceedingly stringent, with most claims resulting in judgments of excessive defense. Under such circumstances, it was best not to trouble the officers. After all, they were human too. If he caused them inconvenience, they would reciprocate. Long Gu and the 3 ruffians undoubtedly had far more experience dealing with the police than Li Xiaofeng. Let us articulate our respective grievances. Brother Long glared at Li Xiaofeng before assertively commencing. This fellow is excessively violent. Look at the state he has left us in. Perhaps we are all fractured. We demand no more than 500,000. If you grant us this sum, we shall refrain from pursuing further action. Otherwise, I will certainly take legal measures against you, compelling you to toil for years at a sewing machine. He chuckled. If brute force fails, then we shall resort to subtler tactics. Even the underworld has learned to leverage its influence, now arming itself with legal recourse. Understanding the law is advantageous. Wealthy individuals appreciate those who comprehend it. Li Xiaofeng may not be affluent, yet in comparison to these ruffians, he certainly possesses a degree of wealth. With financial resources, one can employ superior legal counsel, untroubled by expenses or the prospect of protracted litigation. The longer it drags on, the more advantageous it becomes for him, providing greater latitude for negotiation. Contemplating this, he smirked. What nonsense. 500,000. I would sooner offer you 50. Are you even aware of your own circumstances? You speak of mutual combat, but do you genuinely believe it was equitable? A handful assaulting me alone constitutes legitimate self-defense. Moreover, why did you strike me? Have you reported this to Officer Lin? He was not particularly concerned about the 500,000. If that sum could truly resolve the matter, he would not hesitate to part with it to avert the threat of servitude at a sewing machine. However, he could not easily capitulate to these thugs. To do so would render all his prior efforts futile. Once he shows weakness, he would be entirely subjugated by Xiao Jinping, enduring daily humiliation and being subjected to arbitrary rules. These ruffians might even perceive him as a cash cow, returning to harass him whenever funds ran low. It would matter not how much money Li Xiaofeng earned. At this juncture, he must stand firm. Only by maintaining his resolve can he establish his position in society. As a student, if he cannot manage these bullies, how will he confront future adversaries of greater stature? Brother Long, brimming with aggression, asserted, "You owe wages to the migrant workers. We approached you to discuss this, and you immediately struck us with a stick. Furthermore, you used that spray. Look at what it did to our eyes. If you blind us, your compensation will be far greater." I owe migrant workers? Who are these workers you speak of? Name them. I have already disbursed all wages, including the foreman's fees. Each worker under my employ signed for their payment. If even one has not received their due, I will grant you 100,000. Now provide me with a name. Upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's resolute tone, Brother Long softened slightly, hastily attempting to rectify his stance. I merely heard it from others. Li Xiaofeng, with a sardonic smile, gestured towards the group and addressed Officer Lin. Officer Lin, observe these individuals adorned with tattoos. Do you genuinely believe they are valiant champions of justice? Brother Long gritted his teeth, steeling himself. Regardless, you were the one who struck us first. Officer Lin, the location of our altercation is near a construction site, which should have surveillance cameras. Officer Lin regretfully replied, our team just went back to investigate, and indeed there are cameras, but unfortunately, they have been malfunctioning and are currently under repair. Upon hearing this, Long Gu smugly remarked, Humph, Mr. Li, this is merely mutual combat. If you refuse to mediate, we shall pursue legal proceedings. Young man, the injuries sustained by several of us constitute minor wounds. Do you understand the implications of this? It means you will bear criminal responsibility. Officer Lin, although there is no surveillance footage, my dashcam retains some records of our altercation. Our team is currently reviewing it, and we are keen to ascertain your stance. If you genuinely seek mediation, we are willing to facilitate it. However, should you refuse to mediate, we will transfer the case for you to pursue litigation. Chapter 65. Is there any reasoning like this in the world? Li Xiaofeng chuckled. I hope for mediation, but the demands from the other party are excessively harsh. Furthermore, I am clearly the victim. Why should I compensate them so much? I cannot accept that. Additionally, 3 of them previously attempted to assault me near that construction site, but I managed to escape and reported it to the police. How can this be considered mutual combat? If they wish to bury this matter today, I might consider providing them with a token compensation due to their predicament, and we can all part ways. Otherwise, let the litigation process commence. Seeing Li Xiaofeng's resolute stance, Long Gu proposed 500,000, an outrageous demand, knowing full well their own culpability. Thus, Long Gu tentatively inquired, then how much can you offer? 5,000 at most. Since the other party was making exorbitant demands, it was imperative to respond with a grounded offer, demonstrating that he was neither to be trifled with nor easily swayed. Are you treating us like beggars? Aren't you the ones extending your hands for money? Do you possess legitimate occupations? Come, enlighten me about your respectable professions. Long Gu, we have met before. I know who sent you to confront me. If you seek money, go demand it from the one who orchestrated this. Attempting to extort me? Not a chance. Let me clarify. I will assert self-defense. I will follow this through every level of court. Since I know who is behind this, do you think I lack evidence? Humph. Do you believe that because the surveillance is down, you can twist the truth? If you provoke me, I will ensure that all of you are implicated. Li Xiaofeng was gambling. His dilemma lay in the future litigation with Long Gu and his associates. Delaying the case for 2 to 3 years would not pose a significant issue, as he could devise a strategy to turn the tide later on. Behind Long Gu stands Xiao Jinping, and the predicament lies in the fact that Li Xiaofeng can now present evidence to accuse Xiao Jinping of inciting others to commit crimes. This, coupled with another charge, could lead to Xiao Jinping facing severe consequences, perhaps even expulsion from the school. Those in high society are particularly protective of their reputations. With so many blemishes on his record, he risks becoming a target for ridicule in the future. Moreover, his defiance against Long Gu stems from the understanding that the resolution of this matter does not hinge on Long Gu, but rather on Xiao Jinping and possibly the Qiao family. What good does it do to compromise with Long Gu? He is merely a pawn. It is the Qiao family that must concede. Hearing Li Xiaofeng's resolute words, Long Gu found himself momentarily at a loss, sitting in silence. Observing that neither party could reach a resolution, Officer Lin proposed, "Given that you all appear to be quite injured, how about you pay a fine first and then head to the hospital? Once you've recovered, we can continue our mediation. How much is the fine?" "Each person will be fined 1,000. "Ah, that is quite a sum. We don't have that much on us. Considering your numbers, this qualifies as a brawl, which typically warrants both a fine and detention. To let you off without detention is already lenient. Have your families or friends come to pay the fine. Failure to do so will result in 15 days of detention." Li Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Officer Lin, I will pay the fine." Long Gu rummaged through his pockets, and the other ruffians did the same. Together, they couldn't even gather 50 yuan, causing Li Xiaofeng to double over with laughter. "Long Gu, I recall you once drove a BMW. How is it that now your pockets are emptier than your face? Have you repaid all your debts to Xiao Jinping? Be honest with me, how much do you still owe him? For each fight, what debt does he forgive?" It's said that the underworld lends at high interest, but this is the first time I've encountered the underworld being indebted. Long Gu's expression turned awkward as he forced a smile, pulling Li Xiaofeng aside. And with a facade of camaraderie, he whispered, "Brother, we've had quite the encounter. It's fate that brought us together. I too have principles. Lend me 1,000 yuan, and I shall write you an IOU. I'll deduct it from our medical expenses later." Li Xiaofeng scoffed, "You thugs talk of principles? You would do anything for money. Who wishes to be associated with you? Do you truly believe I am an easy target? A group of you comes to assault me, and then demands money? I can either give you 5,000 to settle this, or we shall take this to court. You're something else. Don't regret it in the future. From the moment your gang pursued me, I had no regrets. If you wish for my life, you cannot expect me not to retaliate. Is there such a logic in this world? I have the means to endure this. I will defend myself justly. You are several against one, and I possess ample evidence to prove you acted under instructions, instigating trouble. Once we take this to court, you will surely face charges of public disorder." Li Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, exuding an air of formidable intensity. Long Gu appeared momentarily subdued by Li Xiaofeng's presence, perhaps reluctant to further provoke such a troublesome adversary. With a sigh, he remarked, "Brother, please do not misunderstand. We never intended to take your life. You and your companions have repeatedly attempted to harm me. Do you truly believe I would trust you?" Long Gu, in a state of resignation, had no choice but to call upon Xia Anna to assist them in settling their fines. A ruffian reduced to such a state, having failed to inflict harm and instead receiving a beating, resorting to seeking a woman's help for redemption. What a disgraceful predicament. Would he ever regain his footing in this world? Li Xiaofeng merely watched the spectacle with a cold smile. He had no intention of meddling in their affairs. He drove back to campus, intent on confronting Xiao Jinping and presenting him with the recording device, eager to witness his reaction. After searching the campus, he found no trace of Xiao Jinping, and his calls went unanswered. The phone evidently switched off. Li Xiaofeng chuckled to himself. This fellow has become a coward. Indeed, it was likely that Xiao Jinping had received word of the recent events, including Long Gu and the other small-time thugs being thoroughly beaten. How many students would remain unafraid? Should Li Xiaofeng unleash his fury, it would likely be more than Xiao Jinping could endure. This is the advantage of daring to fight. A single bout can secure one's reputation, instilling a sense of caution in those who might otherwise consider confrontation. With Xiao Jinping evidently intimidated, Li Xiaofeng felt little urgency to seek him out. Instead, he decided to indulge in a soothing bath, relishing the spoils of victory. Chapter 66. Do you understand the consequences of this matter? Please don't touch that. It hurts. Li Xiaofeng grimaced, feigning severe injury. Jiang Shuiying quickly withdrew her hand. Concern etched across her face. How could this happen? It's all right. Being with you, the esteemed Jang, is no easy feat. One must endure countless hardships to achieve a worthy union. Jiang Shuang playfully retorted, You've got a bump on your forehead and still have the audacity to jest. No worries, I can always become a hermit in Antarctica. Jiang Shuang shot him an exasperated glance, then dialed a number. Brother, it's me. Can you please handle the punk? Is he out of his mind? Why does he keep seeking to confront my boyfriend? Yes, I do have a boyfriend now. I want to let this go. If you don't intervene, I want to be returning home. This is my own affair. I'm upset. If you insist on saying that, I might as well consider you no longer my brother. With that, Jiang Shuang hung up the phone in a huff. Li Xiaofeng, grinning, inquired, Shuang, are you planning to introduce me to your family? Is this your way of announcing our relationship? Bah, as if. Who would want to announce anything with you? I'm merely trying to help. Before long, a Maybach entered the campus. The driver swiftly opened the rear door, revealing a young man clad in a tailored suit. The driver and a bodyguard followed closely behind, and the young man waved them off, saying, You all wait here. I have matters to discuss with my sister. As the young man approached, Jiang Shuang joyfully waved her hand at him, exclaiming, Brother, I'm over here. Xiaofeng, let me introduce you to my brother, Jiang Qingye. Brother. This is Li Xiaofeng. A hint of shyness colored Jiang Shuang's introduction. Jiang Qingye glanced at his sister and calmly inquired, So, you are the so-called boyfriend of my sister? Indeed, it's a pleasure to meet you. Li Xiaofeng replied with a smile, extending his right hand. It was evident that he was the future heir of the Jiang family, destined to take the helm. However, Jiang Qingye showed no inclination to shake his hand, prompting Li Xiaofeng to awkwardly retract his gesture. I wish to speak with you privately, Jiang Qingye declared. Why can't I listen in? Jiang Shuang pouted. Dear, this is a conversation among men. If you truly care for your boyfriend, it's best to heed my words. Jiang Shuang relented, saying, Fine, I need to head to the library to borrow a book anyway. I'll be back soon. So don't leave without me. Jiang Qingye smiled and assured, Of course, I will be sure to say goodbye to you before I depart. As he watched Jiang Shuang walk away, the smile on Jiang Qingye's face quickly faded, replaced by a furrowed brow and an expression of displeasure. Li Xiaofeng, I am aware of the situation between you and Da Ping, but I have no desire to interfere. As a man, you must learn to bear the consequences of your actions. Seeking a woman to back you up is hardly commendable. I didn't ask Shuang to call you. She chose to do so herself. Moreover, I can manage my own affairs. Jiang Qingye waved his hand dismissively, impatience creeping into his voice. I have no interest in hearing your excuses, nor is it necessary. Today, I am in a good mood and do not intend to hold your intentions toward my sister against you. However, you would do well to suppress your ulterior motives and distance yourself from her. Do not entertain any foolish thoughts, or the consequences will be dire. Faced with such rudeness and recalling the earlier attitude, Li Xiaofeng felt his temper flare, retorting boldly, And what might those consequences entail? I'm curious to hear your explanation. The severity of the consequences will far exceed your worst imaginings. Li Xiaofeng let out a cold laugh, deliberately adopting a perplexed expression as he asked, Just how severe could it be? Is it worse than what transpired today? I just incapacitated a small-time thug, leaving multiple fractures. Are you familiar with someone named Long? He added, I'm certain Xiao Jinping knows him. Are you referring to a Long? That's impossible. You can't possibly defeat a Long. Jiang Qingye's face was a picture of astonishment. It's not a matter of whether I can defeat him. I've already taken him down. Given their injuries, they likely require a month's stay in the hospital. Jiang Qingye queried, puzzled. Didn't Shuang say you were the one who got beaten? Indeed. Li Xiaofeng pointed to his forehead, his expression earnest. I was indeed struck. According to the principles of physics, action and reaction are reciprocal. When I delivered a blow, causing a Long's nose to crumple, I sustained an injury to my forehead as well. Striking him effectively means he struck me, does it not? Jiang Qingye realized he was engaging in mere banter, rolling his eyes at him in utter exasperation. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello. Is this a Long? I heard you got injured. Oh, I see, understood. After hanging up, Li Xiaofeng looked at him with a half-smile, deliberately asking, Young Master Jiang, you mentioned the consequences are quite serious. Is it more severe than this incident? Certainly, it is far more serious. Do not revel in your amusement. It is quite perplexing you can still smile. You are committing intentional harm and could face imprisonment. What intentional harm? It was merely self-defense. Do you believe that self-defense lawsuits are so easily won? Li Xiaofeng chuckled, producing a recording pen. Whether my case is easy to navigate is a matter for the future. As long as I wish to pursue it, dragging it out for 2 or 3 years is hardly a challenge. However, I know that Xiao Jinping is soon to face dire consequences. As he spoke, Li Xiaofeng activated the recording pen. The more Jiang Qingye listened to the conversation between Li Xiaofeng and Xiao Jinping, the tighter his brows furrowed, and his expression darkened progressively. Li Xiaofeng spoke in a calm tone. This recording sufficiently proves that Long Gu and his associates were incited by Xiao Jinping to inflict unlawful harm upon me. If these later remarks fall into the hands of the discerning, even the Qiao family may find themselves under scrutiny. Do you comprehend the consequences of this matter? What consequences? They sent someone to attack me and then intended to accuse me of intentional harm, forcing me into a corner. Why should I concern myself with consequences? Are you jesting? Since Xiao Jinping has chosen to target me, let us all descend into hell together. Inciting others to commit crimes is more than enough to bring him down. As he spoke, Li Xiaofeng reached to reclaim his recording pen. However, Jiang Qingye was quicker and seized it first. Li Xiaofeng smiled nonchalantly. Your Zhang family is truly hypocritical. Did you not just say you would not involve yourself in matters between me and Xiao Jinping? What? Now you wish to intervene. Upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's taunts, Jiang Qingye frowned but remained silent. Li Xiaofeng continued with a smile. You seem to fancy this recording pen. No worries, considering shuiying sake. Take it if you wish. I have plenty. If you truly like it, I can gift you a few more another day. Jiang Qingye's expression darkened, but he managed to force a smile, saying, It is not merely because of Da Peng, but due to the Qiao family. I can overlook Da Peng, but when it involves the Qiao family, I cannot refrain from acting. You may know that our Jiang family shares a rather cordial relationship with the Qiao family. I intend to present this recording to them. Suit yourself. Since I have offered it to you, whether you use it as a favor or for something else is entirely your choice. In truth, you and Da Peng are classmates. There is no need for such animosity. Why not sit down and discuss the matter? Can you speak for the Qiao family? That coward Xiao Jinping has already gone into hiding and dares not show his face. I can represent a small portion. At least I can act as an intermediary. Now, let us discuss your demands. Li Xiaofeng spoke with a frigid tone. I believe it would be prudent for you to inquire about the Qiao family's demands. It would be wise to understand how they wish this matter to conclude. After all, they brazenly resort to violence in broad daylight. What aspirations could a mere individual like myself possibly entertain? My greatest desire is simply to live in peace. Jiang Qingye nodded in agreement, understood. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, Jiang Shuiying approached, cradling a book in her arms, and inquired with a smile, How did your discussion go? Jiang Qingye replied, Quite well. Li Xiaofeng added, Indeed, it was quite pleasant. I even presented your elder brother with a gift, which he seemed to appreciate, correct? Jiang Qingye managed a forced smile. Yes, I do like it. Jiang Shuiying joyfully responded, That's wonderful. Brother, De Peng has gone too far. He even bruised Xiaofeng's head. You must discipline him. Jiang Qingye's expression turned slightly awkward as he glanced at the subtly amused Li Xiaofeng and replied with a resigned smile. All right, I will manage it. I will certainly take care of this matter. Li Xiaofeng had secretly recorded a conversation with Xiao Jinping, intending to use it to leverage against him. However, with Jiang Shuiying's elder brother now involved, it seemed wiser to let him handle the situation. His demands were modest. He simply requested that Xiao Jinping refrain from employing underhanded tactics in the future and address matters openly, while also reconciling with the local thugs under Long Gu to alleviate his own concerns. With this support, Li Xiaofeng would naturally be in a position to exert pressure on Xiao Jinping moving forward. Reflecting on the situation, it was evident that despite Xiao Jinping's attempts to leverage his connections, he had ultimately faced a severe backlash from Li Xiaofeng, who had even managed to topple one of the local thugs. What was this if not the mark of a formidable individual? How would their peers perceive the two of them? What would their classmates think? What about the entire student body? However, what Li Xiaofeng did not foresee was that while there was no news from Jiang Qingye, Long Ji's associate, Xiaoanna, sought him out. I represent a Long to address our dispute. Oh, how much are you willing to compensate? Did I not already inform Long Gu? At most, I shall offer 5,000 as a token of consolation. Xiaoanna frowned, her displeasure evident. Do you comprehend the severity of their injuries? Without several thousand, they cannot be discharged from the hospital. And here you are, unwilling to part with a single cent. Do you possess any humanity? Li Xiaofeng, amused yet irritated, retorted. What humanity should I extend to those scoundrels, societal miscreants? Your humor is quite entertaining. Furthermore, it was they who attacked me, not once, but twice. I merely evaded the first encounter. Had I not retaliated, I would now be the one bedridden. Xiaofeng, somewhat exasperated, remarked. You know that Along has no personal vendetta against you. His actions stem from necessity. Your grievances do not concern me. All I know is that Along sent his men to assault me. He is my adversary. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. And I am not so foolish. They were all rather short of funds. Could you possibly assist by covering their medical expenses for the time being? The doctor has warned that if treatment is delayed any further, they may suffer from lasting repercussions. I am unwell myself, and yet I am expected to pay for their treatment after they assaulted me. Who instigated them? Go seek out that mastermind and have them cover the costs. Xiaofeng fell silent, offering no response. Li Xiaofeng let out a cold laugh. Anna, we are not strangers. We both know the nature of this situation. It was instigated by Chao Jinping through long ago, wasn't he it? He should foot the bill. Xiaofeng managed a bitter smile. I called him. But he refused to provide any assistance, insisting we should ask you instead. He subsequently stopped answering my calls, and he won't even take Alung's calls. Are you saying that Chao Jinping is unwilling to pay? What amount did you request that he refused? Li Xiaofeng expressed his surprise. Truly, Chao Jinping is quite something. He neglects to care for those who work for him. Who will be inclined to assist him in the future? I didn't ask for much, just an advance of 50,000 to treat Alung and the others. Li Xiaofeng chuckled lightly, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, wealthy individuals often prove to be rather miserly. They squander money on women without hesitation, yet become stingy when it comes to business. However, this matter does not concern me. I am preparing to initiate legal proceedings against Long Gu and his associates. Even if I were foolish, I would never give money to my enemies, would I? A charming smile graced Xiaofeng's face. Mr. Li, as long as you are willing to assist me, I can comply with any request you have. Get lost. I have no interest in you. Do you think I am like Chao Jinping, willing to entertain any woman? Mr. Li, you are magnanimous. I implore you, show some compassion. I would not have come to you as a last resort if I had any other options. Xiaofeng knelt before Li Xiaofeng, weeping uncontrollably. Stop crying. I detest it when women weep. It's quite bothersome. Xiaofeng quickly stifled her sobs, though she remained on the ground, unable to suppress her quiet sniffling. A few tens of thousands of yuan are trivial to me, and I could certainly provide assistance, but I have two conditions. Any conditions will do, as long as you are willing to provide the funds. First, I want a settlement to conclude this matter. Li Xiaofeng furrowed his brow slightly. What do you mean? You assaulted me, and you think it's enough to receive money for treatment without attempting to extort me further? That is not my intention, Mr. Li. Please continue. Xiaofeng quickly clarified, fearing that Li Xiaofeng might refuse to continue the discussion. Chapter 68. Resolve matters promptly to avoid giving the opponent an advantage. Li Xiaofeng continued. Second, I want them to personally write a confession, detailing the events as they transpired, including the mastermind, Chao Jinping. What do you mean by Do you really think money is so easily earned? Moreover, let me assure you, I am not solely reliant on their testimonies to implicate Chao Jinping. The confessions from Long Gu and his associates will provide additional evidence. If you do not believe me, I have a recording here. Listen to it. Upon hearing the recording, Xiaofeng's complexion turned pale. Li Xiaofeng sneered. Why was I able to defeat Along and his companions? It is simply because I was well prepared. Do you still believe that their confessions hold any significance for me? However, what is there to debate? Even if they admit to it, it would merely amount to brawling. It hasn't caused me any repercussions, at worst, merely a detention. That is not my point. I mean to say, if we betray the Chao family, we will no longer be able to survive in Huai City. Li Xiaofeng replied curtly, if we cannot survive, then so be it. What is the big deal? You two have lingered here for years, yet you have nothing to show for it, and are burdened with debts. In my opinion, it would be far better to return to our hometown and lead a stable life than to flounder aimlessly in Huai City. The law is becoming increasingly refined, and public safety is improving. If you continue down this path, you may very well end up working on a sewing machine in the future. Xiaofeng steeled her resolve, biting her lip as she said, 100,000 yuan. I do not ask for more. Just give us that amount. Part of it will go toward medical expenses, and the rest we will use as capital to start a small business back home. Li Xiaofeng chuckled, his tone nonchalant. In truth, you are not worth that much. However, To me, this sum is insignificant. Seeing you two recognize your errors is a form of merit for me. It feels good to do a good deed. Really? Thank you. Please discuss it with Brother Long and the others. If they agree, I will go to the hospital to witness them write it myself. Do not try to pull any tricks. Once completed, I will give you cash on the spot. May I make a small additional request? What request? Speak. Along and the others are not yet well enough to be discharged. Could you wait for half a month before making this matter public? I implore you. We need a little time to escape. I will do my best. In truth, while the medical conditions in Huhai City are excellent, the costs are exorbitant. If they can move, returning home for treatment would be more economical. Healing a fracture is not a matter of high technology. It largely depends on time. Li Xiaofeng was willing to part with this money for the same reason. If a problem can be solved with money, then it is no longer a problem. It is wise to resolve matters swiftly to prevent opponents from seizing opportunities. Moreover, in current legal disputes, the conditions for justifiable defense are stringent. Although it can be prolonged, victory is not guaranteed. Additionally, by driving Brother Long and his crew away, he has effectively severed Chao Jinping's support, rendering him temporarily unable to act against him. With his own troubles resolved, the remaining issues would now rest solely with Chao Jinping, placing Li Xiaofeng firmly in control of the situation. At this point, Li Xiaofeng had transformed significantly. He held 100 million in real estate, and with rising property prices, he could earn over 10 million annually. 100,000 yuan was a mere trifle. For Li Xiaofeng, the most pressing matters were to keep Chao Jinping in check and to secure Jiang Shuiying. After some time had passed, Jiang Qingya approached the school once more to find Li Xiaofeng. I have spoken with the Chao family. They do not wish to waste time with a young man like you. Now, tell me, how much do you desire? Li Xiaofeng chuckled softly. Ego? You truly underestimate me. Am I someone who is in dire need of money? Did I not mention to you before that I merely wish to live a peaceful and fulfilling life? Stop pretending. You pursue my sister solely for her wealth. Oh, Ego, you are mistaken. In truth, it was your sister who pursued me. She was the one who expressed her desire for a romantic relationship. I merely acquiesced to her request. Do you think I would believe that? Believe it or not, it matters not. You could always inquire with your sister. I have no desire to engage in this trivial conversation with you. Just tell me, how much do you want for all those recordings you have? Li Xiaofeng seemed to grasp something, smiling as he replied. Ego, do you truly consider me a child? You recorded Chao Jinping, and now you intend to record me. Only to accuse me of extortion? Jiang Qingya maintained his impassive demeanor, replying in a calm tone. I lack the time for such frivolities. Li Xiaofeng gave him a thumbs up. Ego, your self-cultivation and emotional restraint are truly admirable. Your control over your expressions is commendable. However, in light of Shuiying, allow me to impart a lesson. Genuine emotional management is about natural expression that misleads others' judgments. A stoic face does not effectively conceal one's emotions. Jiang Qingya remained silent, his expression unchanged. Li Xiaofeng smiled. See, although your demeanor remains composed, your words and expressions are not in sync, making it easy for others to discern that you have tacitly accepted my point. I have not tacitly accepted anything. The Jang family has no need for such petty tactics. Enough, do not feign innocence before me. A prominent family may seldom resort to petty schemes, but that does not imply they do not employ them. I have no interest in discussing trifles with you. I simply wish to convey that you truly underestimate me. Oh, what exactly do you think I underestimate about you? I genuinely do not require underhanded methods to earn money. I have no need for the charity of the Chao family, nor would I ever seek alms from the Jiang family. Then why are you with my sister? As Jiang Qingya insisted on believing that Li Xiaofeng was with Jiang Shuiying solely for the Jiang family's fortune, Li Xiaofeng raised his hands in disbelief and exclaimed, because your sister possesses ample curves and a captivating figure. Jiang Qingya appeared speechless. What's the matter? As her brother, have you not noticed these attributes of your sister? She was voted the campus belle in our year. Is that difficult for you to comprehend? Jiang Qingya furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him as he remarked, to my knowledge, a significant portion of the money you have earned was facilitated by my sister. How do you explain that? Li Xiaofeng shrugged nonchalantly. No need for an explanation. What is there to clarify? Referrals earn commissions. This is merely a business relationship. Several of my dormitory mates have sought referrals from me. Initially, I intended to give the commission to your sister, but she declined, later suggesting to keep it with me for the time being. It is as simple as that. Chapter 69. As for peace and conflict, that depends on Chao Jinping. Jiang Qingye continued to scrutinize him. I can't help but think that perhaps De Peng has encroached upon your business, prompting you to pursue my sister, only to reclaim your business in the end? Li Xiaofeng stood tall and confidently declared, Brother Yi, I told you not to underestimate me. If Chao Jinping enjoys laboring in such a grueling business, let him have it. I have no desire to continue. I am currently engaged in other ventures. What business are you in? That's a secret. What secret could you possibly have with me? Did you not just purchase 1 billion in real estate from our Jang family? Are you planning to hoard properties? Li Xiaofeng retorted, If you know, why ask? Are you aware of the risks involved in your endeavors? Of course. It could leave me utterly destitute in an instant. Then why proceed? Li Xiaofeng chuckled, a nonchalant expression on his face. I thrive on excitement. For someone like me, without a family background, taking risks is the only way to carve out a path. Jiang Qingye appeared somewhat exasperated, inhaling deeply before continuing. The alliance between our families was decided long ago. Regardless of your relationship with Shuiying, the Jiang family will never accept you. You should abandon the notion. You and Shuiying have no future. Li Xiaofeng coughed lightly, grinning as he replied, I never intended to become a son-in-law of the Jiang family. Shuiying merely asked me to accompany her in a courtship, and I simply obliged. Jiang Qingye regarded him in silence, seemingly awaiting further discourse. In their freshman year, Shuiying had indeed been infatuated with Chao Jinping, pursuing him relentlessly. However, having grown up alongside her, Chao Jinping failed to recognize her worth. Perhaps it was the nature of men to seek novelty that led him to pursue other women, including the previous year's campus belle, Lu Qianqian, frequenting nightclubs, and even courting his friends' girlfriends. He indulged in every thrill. In his quest to win over Lu Qianqian, Chao Jinping even struck Shuiying, a single slap that jolted her into reality. What? You say that Daping struck Shuiying? Jiang Qingye's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression faltering. Do you not believe me? You could inquire with Shuiying or Chao Jinping himself. There were many witnesses, and I suspect Shuiying's pride was severely wounded. This scoundrel. Just wait and see how I deal with him. Jiang Qingye gritted his teeth, his composure utterly lost. Li Xiaofeng smiled faintly, stating calmly, Now you understand why Jiang Shuiying wishes to date me and has ceased her engagement with Chao Jinping. Gradually regaining his composure, Jiang Qingye pondered for a moment before responding. If that is the case, I shall refrain from interfering in your relationship with my sister for the time being. However, upon your graduation, Shuiying must ultimately marry Daping. Do not speak to me of free love or the priceless nature of affection. Whether Daping can win her back during this period depends solely on Shuiying's desires. If you dare employ any underhanded tactics, just see what happens. Li Xiaofeng, with a hint of irritation, remarked, I currently share a strong bond with Shuiying, and our feelings are gradually intensifying. There is no need for any underhanded tactics. However, as for Chao Jinping, that's a different matter altogether. Jiang Qingye rose with a stern expression and stated, Let it be thus. Since you have no intention of accepting the Chao family's money, that conveniently saves us the trouble. This matter shall not be pursued any further. From now on, you and Daping must coexist peacefully. Is that agreeable? The notion of peace relied heavily on Chao Jinping's demeanor. Brother Yi, wouldn't you agree? If he continues his antics, I will certainly match him step for step. Within a private dining room at a restaurant, Chao Jinping's previously fawning expression suddenly twisted in discomfort. What does coexistence mean? Between him and me, there is an irreconcilable enmity. The possibility of peaceful cohabitation is utterly non-existent. I intend to sue him. I will see him imprisoned, ensuring he never rises again. And what grounds do you have for this lawsuit? He was asked. He inflicted severe injuries on Along and others. I have already consulted someone. If we were to pay for an assessment, it could undoubtedly be classified as minor injuries. If we pursue this, he could face imprisonment, and in that case, he would never attend university. Jiang Qingye let out a cold laugh. And where is Along now? Where else would he be? Surely in the hospital, came the reply. However, I have been informed that Along and Xia Anna have already fled. They are no longer in Huhai City and likely returned to their hometown. How could this be? Why would he leave? He cannot leave. Brother Yi, you must send someone to bring him back, and that wretched woman Anna. How dare she run without my command? Jiang Qingye, growing impatient, responded, Daping. Who do you think you are? What era do you believe this is? Do you think we are in the old society where you are the leader of the Qing gang? If Along wishes to carve out a place for himself in Huhai City, he has countless ways to handle it. But if he chooses to withdraw, how do you plan to deal with him? Will you pursue him across provinces? Have you been reading too many novels? Will we simply let this matter rest? What more do you desire? Even if you were to retrieve him, what would it achieve? He and Li Xiaofeng have likely already reached a private settlement. Otherwise, why would he have fled? You ought to reflect on your own situation. Currently, he holds leverage over you. With our two families backing you, he dares not act against you. But should you choose to self-destruct, no one can save you. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I should endure without retaliation? Not at all. He has conveyed that as long as you refrain from any underhanded tactics and conduct yourself with integrity, he will not resort to those measures. In truth, those matters are not excessively dire. Once the statute of limitations passes, they become irrelevant. The primary concern is the potential impact on your university admission. As long as you complete your studies, everything else can be negotiated. At this moment, Xiao Jinping's expression was one of profound disappointment, his head hanging low. After a brief interval, he finally lifted his gaze and inquired, "Brother Yi, what about Shuiying? She is currently ignoring me." At the mention of this, Jiang Qingye's temper flared, and he thundered, "How dare you even speak of this? At this juncture, is it not a consequence of your own actions? I have heard that you once slapped Shuiying. Is there any truth to this?" Xiao Jinping suddenly wilted, stammering, "I was careless. I didn't mean to." Chapter 70, A Friend is a Pathway. Jiang Qingye roared in anger. Careless? Unintentional? Do you understand that in our home, no one would dare to lay a finger on Shuiying? Even if she makes a mistake, we would never speak harshly to her. Yet you, how dare you strike her? Let me tell you, you must resolve this matter on your own. Regardless of the means you employ, you must win Shuiying back. But she is ignoring me now. Good. She should ignore you. The harm you have inflicted upon her, the humiliation she has endured, you must gradually atone for. You and Shuiying have grown up together, with a solid foundation of affection. Why should you lose to someone of no significant background? You need to reflect on your own actions. Oh, I understand now. Relying on Jiang Qingye's intervention, Xiao Jinping managed to quell the matter with long ago. Yet the conflict between Li Xiaofeng and Xiao Jinping persisted, both vying for Jiang Shuiying, engaging in a subtle battle of wits. In such a contest, alliances are inevitable, and Xiao Jinping possessed a natural advantage. His strong family background, coupled with a business partnership with two other roommates, made it easy for him to form a coalition that needed to be severed. In a secluded corner of the school, Li Xiaofeng handed Lu Zhendong a voice recorder. "This is a recording I had Huya obtain from Miao Peipei. You should listen carefully." Lu Zhendong held the recorder, and after a considerable time, his expression grew despondent as he said, "Forget it. I think I won't listen after all. Sometimes one must learn to face reality. If you don't listen, you'll continue to harbor illusions and deceive yourself. Better to endure the short pain than to suffer long." Li Xiaofeng helped him turn on the recorder. As Lu Zhendong listened, despair enveloped him, and soon he was crouching in the corner, sobbing with his hands on his head, while Li Xiaofeng stood by silently observing. After a while, Lu Zhendong wiped his tears and, with a serious tone, said, "I understand what you mean, but I cannot assist you. Our family relies heavily on the Chao family for many of our ventures. I cannot sever ties with the boss over a woman, nor can I afford to make enemies with the Chaos. It brings no benefit to our family." Li Xiaofeng smiled lightly, speaking in an indifferent tone. "I didn't intend to ask for your help. I merely wanted you to grasp the truth of the matter. If you can remain neutral, do so. Do not involve yourself too deeply in my issues with Xiao Jinping. We have no enmity, and as classmates and roommates, we may even collaborate in the future. I have no desire to turn you into an adversary. One cannot exist without enemies. Their absence indicates a lack of value, suggesting that others see no reason to contend with you. Conversely, one cannot be surrounded by foes. As the saying goes, a friend is a pathway, while an enemy is a wall. Too many adversaries reflect not only low emotional intelligence, but also a propensity for self-destruction." Smiled as he nodded, gently patting Li Xiaofeng on the shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, I am not a fool." A few days later, he unexpectedly announced in the dormitory, "I have broken up with Miao Peipei." Xiao Jinping, with a face full of astonishment, asked, "What happened? Why break up when everything seemed fine? Peipei is a wonderful girl." With this, he cast a furious glance at Li Xiaofeng before turning back to El Zhendong with a more amiable expression, saying, "Old 2. Have you been led astray by old 3's nonsense? Can you truly trust him?" El Zhendong smiled and replied, "Old Big, you misunderstand me. I simply find dating too troublesome, with its constant emotional ups and downs. It's quite exhausting, and I want to take a moment to recalibrate myself." "So you ended it for that reason?" Xiao Jinping questioned. In truth, Pei Pei's family background is rather ordinary. While I could enjoy spending time with her, my parents would never approve of me marrying her. After careful consideration, I realized that enduring a prolonged period of mutual discomfort is not worth it. It's better for both of us to part ways and seek our own paths. I believe this is for the best. Zhendong spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet Li Xiaofeng felt as though he had matured significantly overnight. One must invariably undergo certain experiences to grow. Xiao Jinping, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Old 2. You wouldn't actually believe Old 3's absurd tales, would you? I am truly innocent. Zhendong chuckled, seemingly indifferent. How could that be? We have been good brothers since childhood. If I cannot trust you, who else could I trust? Besides, I have already moved on. Even if you and Pei Pei end up together, that is entirely your affair and has no bearing on me. Xiao Jinping initially intended to say that even if Zhendong was no longer with Miao Pei Pei, he himself would not pursue her. However, as he recalled Miao Pei Pei's graceful figure and fair skin, the thought of being intimate with her was undeniably enticing, making him reluctant to let go. Especially with Xiaoana having run off with Along, the most straightforward way to satisfy his desires would be to win over Miao Pei Pei. Now that Old 2 had broken up with her, perhaps in time, they could be together openly. After some contemplation, Xiao Jinping shifted his tone, reproachingly saying, Old 2. You are quite heartless. To abandon such a good girl as Pei Pei so casually is truly hurtful. Li Xiaofeng, half smiling, remarked to Xiao Jinping, Old Big. It seems you know Pei Pei far better than Old 2 does. Your string of sentiments suggests a deep experience. Xiao Jinping retorted angrily, Old 3, if you continue like this, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Xiaofeng laughed. Come on, no need for pleasantries with me. Feel free to express yourself. Are you looking to challenge me one-on-one? Or shall we gather a few thugs for an ambush? I am willing to engage fully. Li Xiaofeng disdainfully remarked. Just a few days ago, you were trembling in fear, too afraid to answer even my calls, pleading with your family to intervene on your behalf. Out of respect for Shuiying and her brother, I refrained from holding it against you. So tell me, what has emboldened you now? Is it Liang Jingru who has given you this courage? Xiao Jinping, incensed and at a loss for words, cast his gaze toward Zhendong, who was busily tidying his bed, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Jinping's stare. Once he finished arranging his bedding, he headed straight for the restroom. Cheng Ziyuan, growing impatient, interjected, All right, enough of this. Since the second one has already broken up with Miao Pei Pei, let us not speak of this matter any further. From now on, Miao Pei Pei can be with whomever she pleases. Now let us all take a break. Chapter 71. You shall not harbor malicious intent against me. The conflict between Li Xiaofeng and Xiao Jinping had finally dulled. As the final payment from the Jiang family's Jinlan Bay had arrived, and the properties purchased from them had mostly been rented out, he now found himself with ample leisure time. Shuiying, I must say that having no burdens is truly delightful. Several construction projects have concluded, and those buildings have mostly been leased. Now, all that remains is to pursue a romance with you. Jiang Shuiying cheerfully responded, That sounds wonderful. Why not accompany me for some shopping tomorrow? It happens to be the weekend, and you haven't had the chance to spend a day out with me yet. Li Xiaofeng retorted with irritation, Shopping, that is all you think about. After finally finding some free time, can I at least enjoy a brief respite? I wish to celebrate the arrival of good times with you. And how do you propose we celebrate? She inquired. Come to my house. Huh, I refuse to go. There's nothing entertaining at your place. You once deceived me into believing your cat could perform backflips. Yet there isn't even a trace of a cat in your home. Just me being taken advantage of. I recently purchased a computer. We can eat while watching movies. Why not just buy a television? A television cannot provide the convenience of watching whatever you desire at any moment. Plus, it is riddled with commercials. Moreover, a computer allows for downloads, filled with treasures. What treasures? You'll find out when you see documentaries. On Li Xiaofeng's spacious 1.80 m mattress, Jiang Shuiying covered her eyes. Blushing as she exclaimed, You scoundrel, how could you show me such things? Yet, her eyes seemed poorly concealed, a significant gap between her ring and middle fingers revealing her curiosity. Do you not enjoy watching? You used to ask me all sorts of peculiar questions, probing into the secrets of boys. I thought you were interested in such documentaries. In truth, at our age, many medical students have already delved into these matters, studying human physiology quite thoroughly. Besides, didn't you learn about hygiene in high school? This is a legitimate documentary. You can watch it with confidence. Jiang Shuiying remained silent. though the gap between her fingers widened for easier viewing. Do you not enjoy it? If you do not wish to watch, I can switch to something else. I can accommodate your tastes. If you prefer, you can watch it on your own. Jiang Shuiying hesitantly expressed her thoughts. Li Xiaofeng smiled as he pulled her hand down. Playfully chiding, there are only the two of us in this room. There's no need to be shy. Those questions you asked earlier were quite provocative. He firmly held Jiang Shuiying's hand, preventing her from continuing to cover her ears and eyes. Realizing she could not resist him, she ceased her protests. Blushing as she leaned against the quilt, occasionally glancing at Li Xiaofeng's expression to see if he too was somewhat excited. However, Li Xiaofeng, having lived a full life, felt little stir from such matters. His previous existence as a hapless individual, compounded by the oppressive nature of Feng Huiya, left him without the opportunity to experience anything substantial before marriage. He could only resort to watching films to pass the time. Certainly, such distractions have a detrimental effect on the promising youth of our nation, leading them astray from their work. In his past life, many remarked that such content was merely for the less fortunate. Wealthy individuals hardly engaged with it, being far more inclined to practical experiences. The goddesses in one's heart were paraded in a myriad of ways before the affluent, who seemed to possess an understanding of romance and luxury, effortlessly driving Ferraris and leading vibrant lives. It was a call to action, a reminder to contribute to the nation's development. Seeing Jiang Shuiying's adorably flushed face, Li Xiaofeng leaned closer and could not resist planting a kiss on her cheek. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Li Xiaofeng remained silent, slowly enveloping her in his arms, discarding the bothersome outer layer of her clothing. "What do you think you're doing? Why are you taking off your clothes?" "It's too hot," she protested. "It's late autumn. Winter is approaching. Can't you just turn off the air conditioning? I'd be too cold without it." "You rascal. Just remove your own clothes. Why do you have to take mine off? You can't have any wicked thoughts. Actually, I simply wish to ascertain your lingerie size. I'm not well versed in such matters and, in the spirit of diligent inquiry, I must ask, what is your size?" Jiang Shuiying's face turned crimson, and she shielded her face with her hands. "I won't tell you." However, Li Xiaofeng's intentions lay beyond mere curiosity. He sought to take their relationship further. Every individual possesses their own strengths, while others may drive Ferraris. Li Xiaofeng had honed the skill of unfastening a bra with one hand. In his past life, lacking the means to drive a Ferrari, he had settled for acquiring a few useful skills. He casually tossed Jiang Shuiying's shirt aside and embraced her once more. "Xiaofeng, please don't. This should wait until after marriage." Jiang Shuiying's hands were protectively positioned over her chest, her expression tense, her tone pleading. "After all, you are destined to marry me. Aren't you? Consider this in advance." Jiang Shuiying turned her gaze away, refusing to meet his eyes or respond. "What's this? Do you not plan to marry me in the future? I must inform you that any relationship without the intention of marriage is merely frivolous. You wouldn't dare treat me in such a manner, would you?" Li Xiaofeng's tone was tinged with playful teasing. "Bah, you shameless one, you cannot do this. Quickly return my clothes. They are over there, go fetch them." At that moment, Jiang Shuiying's phone rang. "You've gotten up and messed up my hair. My phone is ringing. Perhaps someone urgently needs to reach me." Li Xiaofeng casually picked up her phone, saw that it was Chao Jinping calling, promptly hung up, then switched it off and tossed it far away. "The arrow is already on the string. This is not a drama. And I cannot allow such trivialities to hinder me from what I need to do. What urgent matters could there possibly be? It is the weekend, and you have no classes. Moreover, the caller is Chao Jinping. Do you intend to abandon me to seek him out?" "Xiaofeng, I merely wish to engage in a romantic relationship with you, to seize this beautiful moment, for we may not have a future together. Coincidentally, I too wish to embrace the beauty of the present. We can discuss future matters later." "Xiaofeng, please don't." As the sun dipped low, a shaft of its fading light streamed through the curtain's crevice, casting a warm glow upon the two young souls entwined upon the mattress. They lay languidly in each other's embrace, as if cherishing the exquisite moment, unwilling to release one another. Yet, the unmistakable marks upon the sheets betrayed the events that had transpired. Chapter 72. I only wish for you. What need have I for dignity? The beauty of the world is encapsulated in moments like these. Observing the occasional flutter of Jiang Shuiying's eyelids, Li Xiaofeng chuckled. "All right. I know you've been awake for some time now. Your body is already beginning to heat up. If you don't wake up soon, I shall resort to using my hand as an alarm clock." Jiang Shuiying promptly opened her eyes. her face a picture of playful annoyance as she pouted. What happens between us must not be disclosed. Oh, very well. And you must not treat me like this in the future. Oh, very well. Furthermore, you are not to hang up on my calls casually. Oh, very well. At that moment, one must agree to anything. Whether or not it can be fulfilled later is a matter for another time. One should not be excessively honest. Jiang Shuiying attempted to rise to use the restroom, but felt a wave of discomfort, compelling her to lie back down. It's your fault. I feel as if my entire skeleton has disassembled. I've never felt this exhausted, not even after a 1,000-meter sports test. It's all right. The first time is always like this. You will gradually feel better. Who wants to think about the future with you? Yesterday, I feel as if I was deceived by you. Celebrating what exactly? Celebrating our genuine togetherness. You infuriate me. It feels as if I willingly walked into this. Certainly not. It was I who invited you over. Invited me over to be bullied. This is not bullying. It is love. Love, you say? Li Xiaofeng grinned. You need not return tonight. Stay here with me. I absolutely refuse. But how will you return in such a state? Limping back. What will your dorm mates think upon seeing you? What will your classmates say when they see you on the way? Hearing Li Xiaofeng's words, Jiang Shuiying hesitated for a moment, and after some contemplation, she resignedly replied, Very well. But you must not touch me again. Otherwise, I shall not let this go. Seeing that your movements are somewhat restricted, I shall venture outside to procure some food for you. Bringing it back while you enjoy your television series at home. Jiang Shuiying hesitated and remarked, Please refrain from bringing that item, if you cannot resist once more. I fear I shall be utterly overwhelmed. Very well, he replied, There's a popular drama featuring Zhu Beiji recently. Shall I find it for you to watch? Jiang Shuiying nodded in agreement. That evening, Li Xiaofeng refrained from any advances, instead serving her tea and attending to her needs with the utmost care. Embodying the essence of a true gentleman. The experience following such intimate moments holds significant importance for women, as their impressions of men are profoundly shaped during these times. Often, a woman's perceived aloofness stems from a deeply unsatisfactory aftermath, leading her to instinctively resist similar situations. During dinner, Jiang Shuiying received yet another call from Chao Jinping, and Li Xiaofeng placed the call on speakerphone, positioning it before him. She shot him a disapproving glance, but did not switch off the speaker mode. Shuiying, what have you been occupied with? I called you at noon, but you hung up and then turned off your phone. It was out of battery when I answered, and I am presently dining. Do you require something? Nothing much. I merely wish to accompany you for some shopping this evening. No need. I am a bit fatigued and prefer not to shop. Besides, I have Xiaofeng to keep me company. You should attend to your own matters. Haven't the construction sites near you commenced work recently? Even amidst my busy schedule, I shall make time to be with you. Jiang Shuiying scoffed lightly and retorted, That won't be necessary. If you have that much free time, you might as well seek out Anna or perhaps Lu Qianqian. I have my boyfriend to accompany me. In the future, please do not call me frequently. I wish to avoid any misunderstandings with my boyfriend. We are merely friends now, and I hope you can respect that boundary. Shuiying, I acknowledge my past mistakes. Could you grant me another chance? I promise to treat you well. Where were you when I needed you? Now you seek a second chance? It is too late. We cannot revert to our previous state. That is not true. It is never too late. If you are willing to give me a chance, we can start anew, just as we did in our childhood. Li Xiaofeng beamed benevolently from the side. Women differ from men. Their bodies and emotions are often intertwined. A man's kindness towards a woman, no matter how profound, holds little weight if the relationship does not deepen. A woman can easily depart from him. Excessive flattery yields nothing. It is not that showing affection is futile, but merely showering a woman with adoration without fostering a meaningful connection is ineffectual. Many men fail to comprehend women, likely lacking an understanding of what it means to cultivate a relationship, opting instead to flatter and await the woman to bridge the gap. They may wait an eternity, until their hair turns gray, reminiscing about their poignant love stories, shedding tears over their unfulfilled longings. When the moment is ripe, one must act swiftly. Women are inherently emotional beings. What does it mean to be emotional? There exists no special bond. Women are often swift to waver in their affections. It is only when two individuals truly come together that a woman is less likely to abandon a man. Women are, indeed, meant to be conquered. Jiang Shuiying shot him a fierce glare, her eyes warning him to remain silent. Although Li Xiaofeng smiled without uttering a word, he moved closer, enveloping her in his embrace. Their actions decidedly intimate. Jiang Shuang glared at Li Xiaofeng, seething with anger yet refraining from voicing her displeasure, forcing herself to continue conversing with Chao Jinping. Dapeng. We have matured. We cannot return to our childhood. The purpose of attending university is to forge new friendships. I understand your desire to explore new experiences. In truth, it is beneficial for us to engage with various individuals and embrace new adventures, as it prepares us for our futures. At the very least, when we grow old, we shall not be burdened by regrets. Would you not agree? Shuiying, that Li Xiaofeng is not a good person. He is fine for some fleeting amusement. But do not fall for his tricks. Enough, I am aware. Focus more on your career and refrain from calling me so frequently. I am busy. Shuiying. Why are you so overly dramatic? Goodbye. Jiang Shuiying hung up the phone with a fierce determination, raising her delicate fist and unleashing a flurry of playful punches towards Li Xiaofeng. Dapeng was right. You are truly not a good person. You are taking advantage of a vulnerable moment. Do you understand? Li Xiaofeng chuckled mischievously. Of course, I only act this way towards you. What difference does it make? Look, your childhood friend is here chatting with you while I, your boyfriend, stand by your side. How rare is such a delightful scenario? Pah, you are shameless. I only desire you. What need have I for pride? The next day, Li Xiaofeng drove Jiang Shuiying back to campus, and gazing at her seemingly uncomfortable figure filled him with a sense of elation. He had risked confrontation with a few ruffians, faced the potential isolation of his entire dormitory, and dared to antagonize two prominent real estate families, all to secure his position as the boyfriend of the campus beauty. Yesterday, all his efforts bore rich rewards. He had won Jiang Shuiying over. In the eyes of the affluent, a beautiful woman is a rare treasure, and a beauty with connections is even more scarce. Simply taking her out for a stroll would attract the envy of countless onlookers, thereby affirming that Li Xiaofeng was no ordinary individual. At the very least, the way his roommates regarded him had noticeably changed. Old 3, I heard you returned Jiang Shuiying to her dorm this morning. You two aren't together, are you? Cheng Ziyuan's expression was somewhat peculiar. Li Xiaofeng donned a mysterious smile and began to sing. I want to tell you. I want to tell you. I just want to tell you. Uft. Look at your flirtatious demeanor. You definitely did something unsavory yesterday. Where did you two go? There was an incident at the construction site. They went there. Li Xiaofeng inquired in surprise. The construction site has just commenced. What could possibly have happened? It is said that the foreman pays the workers too little, causing them to flee to another construction site, leaving the current site devoid of laborers. Consequently, the project manager reprimanded the foreman. In response, the foreman summoned his subordinate to assist in recruiting new workers. He intended to treat the project manager to a meal in an effort to placate the situation. Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but chuckle at this development. Old West, what are you laughing at? He was asked. The paint job site is relatively easy work, yet you encounter such issues right at the outset. I suspect your future endeavors will not proceed smoothly. If you need workers, you must seek out a more reliable construction team. You ended up with an unreliable one. And now you must go out and recruit yourself. What dependable workers can you find now? There are seasons of high and low demand in construction. When it's busy, everyone is occupied, and when it's slow, everyone is idle. If you do not prepare in advance, how can the work continue? Cheng Ziyuan sighed. Old 3. You truly understand the industry. Why not come and work with us? No, you must earn this money. Otherwise, you will suffer great losses. The foreman has made it clear. Resources are paramount, and everything else is secondary. Old 3, the foreman was jesting. We are all brothers here. Do not be so calculating. I am calculating. But what is there for me to calculate? I have quit. What is there left for me to argue about? Work diligently, and I trust that before long, you will all find prosperity. That evening, Chao Jinping and Elgendong returned, looking exhausted. Cheng Ziyuan promptly inquired, how did you resolve the issue with the workers? Elgendong replied irritably, finding workers has become quite a challenge. We managed to recruit a few. At least having someone is better than having no one. Then, he noticed Li Xiaofeng and, with a forced smile, asked, Old 3, given that we are all brothers, could you lend us a hand? Can you connect us with your previous construction team? Li Xiaofeng shrugged with a look of helplessness. There is no work left for my team. We disbanded long ago. During this peak season, it is indeed difficult to find labor. Chao Jinping, with a bold face, said tiredly, Old 3, think of something. It seems that those who have worked in construction gradually develop thicker skins. What can I do? The only solution is to significantly increase the workers' wages to draw them from other sites. It is almost comical to think about. Others strive to treat workers well, while you, at this crucial moment, choose to withhold their wages. Given the high turnover in this industry, it is no surprise that workers would flee. Xiao Jinping lamented. Increase the workers' wages? Significantly? Will we still have any profit left? Beside him, El Jindong sighed in resignation. Old boss, it seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. Let us first get through this hurdle. Then, he turned to Li Xiaofeng, saying helplessly, it is not that we are withholding workers' wages. It is that the unreliable foreman, Feng Bowen, is the one doing so. Li Xiaofeng chuckled softly, his tone nonchalant as he remarked, the workers are indifferent to your internal disputes. They only care that their wages have diminished. If their pay decreases, they will simply cease their efforts, which is entirely reasonable. Upon hearing the hint of grievance in LV Jindong's words, Xiao Jinping, with a sarcastic tone, directed his words at Li Xiaofeng, saying, Old 3. I've heard that Feng Bowen is quite close to you. Are you colluding with him to undermine us? Li Xiaofeng scoffed, Xiao Jinping. You've made a mess of things, and now you wish to shift the blame. Feng Bowen was indeed recruited by you from me. Am I some sort of oracle, able to foresee your intentions to undermine me and anticipate whom you would take? If you're going to pass the buck, at least employ some intelligence. Your flimsy excuse is laughable and insults the intellect of others. Cheng Ziyuan quickly interjected, Boss, let's not dwell on this. Old 3 just offered us some advice. Old 3, don't take it to heart. The boss often speaks without thinking. LV Jindong chimed in, Indeed, boss. I can assure you that this matter has nothing to do with Old 3. Li Xiaofeng shot a disdainful glance at LV Jindong and retorted, I do not require assurances from anyone, nor do I need to prove my innocence to certain individuals. What is this? Just because some have dabbled in underworld activities for a few days, they believe themselves to be invincible? A few empty words, and everyone must treat them as decrees? Huh. You can't even attract a woman, yet you have the audacity to speak such nonsense. Cheng Ziyuan reproached Li Xiaofeng, Old 3, why bring this up? Old Shi, regarding my matters with the boss, you should stay out of it. You know that Shuiying is now my girlfriend, yet he continues to call her daily. Is that not shameless? What girlfriend? She is my childhood sweetheart. Our bond was strong. If it weren't for your interference as the third party, my relationship with Shuiying wouldn't be in such disarray. Childhood sweetheart, you say? She is already mine. You would be better off pursuing Lu Qianqian, but alas. She doesn't even regard you as a contender. Now that Old 2 has already broken up with Miao Peipei, you could pursue her. No one is stopping you now. Cheng Ziyuan sighed in exasperation. Here we go again. In Chapter 74, time has proven that those with ulterior motives cannot be restrained for long. Ever since Li Xiaofeng secured Jiang Shuiying, he commenced his journey toward a blissful life. Naturally, the first step in this pursuit of happiness must begin with persuading his girlfriend. Do not fret about the future. What kind of society are we in now, who still concerns themselves with such trivialities when it comes to marriage? As long as one is in good health, the rest is merely futile relics to be scorned. The concept of female chastity varies based on one's perspective. For men, being with women is often viewed with disdain. How else could one approach them? However, for a woman aspiring to wed, certain standards are expected, at the very least. They ought to be upheld. For women, possessing self-worth is not a remnant of feudalism. It is a manifestation of self-respect and self-love. I am an innocent girl. However, if I lack this, then such a notion deserves to be scorned, and any man who dwells on it should meet his demise. Is that truly the sentiment among men? Jiang Shuiying felt a flicker of doubt. Li Xiaofeng, with utmost seriousness, replied, At this very moment, I wholeheartedly believe it. If I were to deceive you, may the heavens strike me down. There exists a hierarchy in deception. Those who weave elaborate lies are of a low caliber. It is the skillful use of truth to mislead that constitutes a higher art. Nevertheless, Jiang Shuiying, possessing keen intelligence, did not outright deny Li Xiaofeng's assertions but pouted and retorted, Having given myself to you, you are certainly entitled to such opinions. It is easy to speak without pain while standing. Yet, I am not standing. I am indeed reclining as I converse with you, with my arms around you. Your waist shall not ache. Li Xiaofeng jested, grinning mischievously. Do you desire? Who would ask you for that? I am utterly exhausted. Let me rest first. Jiang Shuiying protested as she attempted to rise, only to be pulled back into his embrace. What are you doing? Shuiying, how about we cohabit? After all, the school is not far from here, and I have little desire to remain in the dormitory with Xiao Jinping. I find myself arguing with him daily. Jiang Shuiying hesitated, meekly expressing, Isn't it somewhat improper for others to see us? Shuiying, you are merely burying your head in the sand, adopting an ostrich mentality. Even if you wish to keep it private, others are already aware of our relationship. You haven't spoken of it to anyone in your dormitory, have you? I have not. My point is that others are already aware of our romantic involvement. As for the nature of our relationship, time will reveal it to those observant enough. Especially women, after experiencing the nurturing effects of love, exhibit a distinct aura when in the presence of other girls. Even without words, it becomes evident to onlookers. Is it truly that apparent? Jiang Shuiying gazed at Li Xiaofeng, incredulous. Li Xiaofeng nodded earnestly. The last time I returned, our dormitory's elder, Cheng Ziyuan, inquired whether I had engaged in any mischief the previous night. You see, such is the nature of men, and it is even more pronounced among women. Really? Indeed. Women are akin to flowers, and love is the water that nurtures them. The more it is poured, the more vibrant they become. Besides, you are already the campus belle, the center of attention. Do you truly believe others are blind? Jiang Shuiying, feeling somewhat resigned, remarked, no wonder my recent roommates have been teasing me. I thought they were merely jesting. Have you not noticed? Beyond your current charm and beauty, even your laughter has become considerably brighter. After contemplating, Jiang Shuiying shook her head. Let us leave things as they are for now. I need to reflect on this matter thoroughly. And how long will that take? Winter break is approaching. Can you provide me with a response after the new year? Hearing her words, Li Xiaofeng chose not to press further. Well, it is still early. Why are you in such a hurry to return? The night has just fallen, and after we dine, we shall have some time to linger a while longer. Oh, do you covet my life? No, I merely desire you. After escorting Jiang Shuiying back to the school, Li Xiaofeng returned to his dormitory. After all, the dormitory is more convenient, especially during the midday break. Upon seeing Li Xiaofeng's return, Chao Jinping, with a smug expression, proclaimed, I told you. The earth continues to revolve regardless of anyone. If others can accomplish it, so can I. Li Xiaofeng cast a puzzled glance at Cheng Ziyuan, who smiled and explained. The boss has hired another construction team. The site has now entered a steady phase of operation. Beside them, LV Zhendong added with a smile. Though the labor costs are slightly higher, I believe that as long as we can successfully complete the site, we will earn a considerable profit. Chao Jinping, brimming with pride, continued, we won't lose out. The contractor assured me that his skills are exceptional and can help me save on materials, which will balance out in the end. Li Xiaofeng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What marvels could a mere exterior paint job yield? The so-called savings on materials merely entail adding more water to the paint. However, should the proportions be mishandled, the paint may become too diluted, leading to streaking and the potential of revealing the underlying base materials. Streaking occurs when the paint runs like tears, resulting in uneven coloration. Revealing the base means the paint fails to obscure the color of the underlying materials, akin to wearing transparent undergarments. Hence, during his own projects, Li Xiaofeng never emphasized material conservation to the workers. In the current market environment, profits are relatively high, and the meager savings on materials hold little significance. Ensuring the smooth completion of the site is paramount. Novices in construction, still unsteady in their paths, are contemplating tightrope walking, awaiting their inevitable falls. Of course, Li Xiaofeng would not enlighten them on such matters. Noticing Li Xiaofeng's silence, Chao Jinping seemed even more pleased with himself and proposed to the others, Old West, now that our venture has gained traction. I believe we should buy a car. Having a vehicle will enhance our standing. After all, Old 3 purchased a car when he started. Cheng Ziyuan frowned slightly, but found some merit in Chao Jinping's words, inquiring, what kind of car do you wish to buy? I want a sports car. Boss, have you lost your mind? A decent sports car costs at least 2 to 3 million. We are just starting. Where would we procure such funds? Chao Jinping, brimming with excitement, quickly clarified, we need not buy a new car. We can acquire a second-hand sports car, which offers prestige without excessive expenditure. Moreover, we need not pay in full. We could opt for installments, making the purchase more manageable. Li Xiaofeng could only smile at the thought. A construction worker driving a sports car to the site would undoubtedly ruin the vehicle's undercarriage. After acquiring the vehicle, it was not solely for my use. Both of you could drive it as well. In due course, the 3 of us would become the most stylish figures on campus. Chao Jinping's words were quite persuasive, and seeing Li Xiaofeng's BMW only fueled their envy. After some deliberation, Lu Zhendong and Cheng Ziyuan readily agreed. Chapter 75. the three friends' joint purchase of a second-hand sports car before long. A Porsche 911 made its grand entrance into the campus of Huai University. Donning sunglasses, Xiao Jinping proudly navigated the vehicle, intentionally circling the campus repeatedly, claiming he could not find a parking spot. This particular model was a lower-end variant of the Porsche 911, with a new price around 1.5 million yuan. The exact age of this second-hand car was uncertain, though its exterior appeared relatively pristine. Li Xiaofeng observed the spectacle, but merely smiled in silence. "Hey, third bro, want to take it for a spin?" Xiao Jinping asked, brimming with pride. Li Xiaofeng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm busy. I need to accompany Shuang on a shopping trip later. What good is a beautiful car if there's no girl by your side? You're still a singleton." Instantly, these words seemed to strike a nerve with Xiao Jinping, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. Li Xiaofeng continued his playful jabs. "I advise you to find a garage for that car. If you hit a pothole on the road, you could easily damage the chassis. Additionally, it might be wise to keep a bicycle on hand. You certainly shouldn't drive it to construction sites where the roads are treacherous. Find a flat area nearby to park, then ride your bike onto the site for safety. That way, your second-hand sports car might actually be put to good use." In this era, the roads in Huai City were far from perfect. They were often narrow and riddled with unrepaired sections, with potholes appearing intermittently. As for construction sites, the conditions were even worse. "Mind your own business. It's my car, and I can do as I please." At this moment, a crowd of students had gathered around the vehicle. Hearing Li Xiaofeng's ridicule, Xiao Jinping raised his voice and affected an air of superiority. Li Xiaofeng continued with a smile. "Isn't this a car you three bought together? How has it become solely yours? Purchasing a second-hand car jointly is rather comical. If someone damages it, who will cover the repair costs? If funds are tight, why not opt for a reliable Japanese car instead? No one would mock you for that. But if the three of you buy a second-hand car and it breaks down, imagine the embarrassment, not to mention the potential for conflict." Xiao Jinping had originally intended to show off in front of his peers, but Li Xiaofeng's revelations and sharp remarks left him feeling humiliated. Many students wore expressions of amusement, and laughter echoed around them. What was meant to be a display of bravado now seemed more like a farce. Frustrated, Xiao Jinping retorted, "We are embarking on a business venture, do you understand? This isn't merely a jointly purchased vehicle. It's our company's business car." Li Xiaofeng, grinning, replied, "So it's still a car that the three of you bought together, then? You yearn to purchase, yet find yourself unable to afford it. The notion of being unable to buy is absurd. I have already acquired my wealth, while you have yet to earn yours. Regardless of your protestations, I shall not partner with anyone to purchase a vehicle, especially since I already possess one. A dilapidated BMW, no less than a Series 3, is hardly a cause for pride. I have never boasted about it, nor would I drive in endless circles at school. Moreover, I prefer new cars," eschewing the second-hand offerings of others. Just then, Xiao Jinping received a phone call, seemingly faced with an urgent matter. "I am preoccupied with work at the construction site. I cannot engage in idle chatter with you. Drive your shabby BMW, but be cautious. Remember to purchase a bicycle along the way. If you rush to the site, you might damage your car." Xiao Jinping appeared disinterested in further conversation, revving the engine and departing with a roar that provoked the disdain of many classmates. Li Xiaofeng shook his head with a wry smile. After classes concluded in the afternoon, he accompanied Zhang Shuang for a leisurely stroll, purchasing an array of delicacies for dinner. Upon returning to his modest abode, Li Xiaofeng devoured the culinary delights alongside Zhang Shuang, and thereafter contentedly transported her back to school, attending classes, enjoying the company of young women. While wealth accumulates effortlessly, such a life is truly delightful. Those wealthy second-generation roommates possess money, power, and resources, yet they toil tirelessly at the construction site, competing for jobs with ordinary workers. It baffles me to comprehend their mindset. Perhaps this reflects a disparity in perception. One can never earn beyond the limits of one's understanding. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, Li Xiaofeng noticed an unusual silence. All three roommates sat on their respective bunks, wordless. What is amiss? What has transpired with these affluent gentlemen? Have the frosts of winter rendered them speechless? The three glanced at him, but remained silent. Li Xiaofeng, with a grin, remarked, "I observed our leader seemingly driving a sports car to the construction site today. I wonder if he has damaged the chassis." Zhendong retorted with irritation, "Do not mention it. Not only has our leader damaged the chassis, but he has also ruined the front bumper." At the repair shop, they lacked the necessary parts, so they had to temporarily bind it with wire. Moreover, he did not take us along when purchasing the car. The repair shop indicated that this vehicle had previously been in an accident, and when our leader called the second-hand dealer, they denied any responsibility. Xiao Jinping, feeling somewhat aggrieved, said, "Did I not inform you all before purchasing the car? Besides, you know nothing about vehicles. Would you have recognized an accident if you had come with me? I have also been deceived." He then glared at Li Xiaofeng, indignantly exclaiming, "It is all the fault of the third one. Had he not provoked me in front of so many classmates, I would not have inadvertently damaged my car." Li Xiaofeng paused, then with a playful smile responded, "Oh, dear Xiao, you certainly possess a talent for shifting blame. I had kindly warned you about the poor road conditions near the site. With a low-chassis sports car, you must be cautious to avoid damage." Xiao Jinping spoke through gritted teeth. "Third brother, if you truly had good intentions, why didn't you voice them before we purchased the car? You only brought it up after I made the purchase. Elder brother, do you believe the entire world owes you something? I am your father, or rather, I was meant to be your adoptive father, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. We once shared a cooperative relationship, but now that has dissipated. Furthermore, when I advised against you acquiring a sports car, did you heed my counsel?" Li Xiaofeng then addressed the other two. "Perhaps you are unaware, but during lunch, the elder brother drove his sports car around the school incessantly, refusing to stop. When he saw me, he remarked on my modest BMW, insinuating I could not afford a sports car. Thankfully, I refrained from commenting. Had I spoken up, the elder brother would surely have mocked my envy of his car, and I would have faced his scorn." Chapter 76. The challenges of a joint venture. Observing Li Xiaofeng reveling in misfortune while seated on the bed, Cheng Ziyuan chose to ignore him. His brow furrowed as he turned to Xiao Jinping. "Elder brother, you are primarily responsible for the company's operations. Now that issues have arisen, you must bear the brunt of the responsibility." Xiao Jinping immediately protested, exclaiming, "On what grounds? The car was damaged on the construction site. This is a work-related injury and should be shared among us all." Cheng Ziyuan dismissed him, turning to the side to address LV Jindong. "Second brother, what is your perspective?" LV Jindong chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. "I am indifferent. The investment I made came from profits earned through third brother. I did not solicit funds from my family, so any losses are of no concern to me. I see it merely as a chance to indulge the elder brother. Besides, my stake is minimal. You two are the major shareholders. Such significant decisions are best left to you. I am merely a follower." Li Xiaofeng, intrigued, asked, "Third brother, how much did each of you invest in this partnership?" Cheng Ziyuan sighed, filled with regret. "I, too, find myself unfortunate. I invested a substantial 500,000, holding a 40 stake, yet I am not involved in the company's daily operations." The second brother mentioned he contributed 120,000 for a 15 share. The elder brother invested 380,000 for a 45 share. The elder brother and second brother jointly oversee the operations, with the elder brother at the helm and the second brother assisting. If one does not partake in the operational responsibilities, such a share distribution seems reasonable. Initially, I believed it fair since the elder brother and second brother were handling the operations, but I never anticipated that before the company could generate profit, we would encounter such a myriad of chaotic issues. Li Xiaofeng offered words of comfort. Engaging in a partnership is fraught with difficulties. It is quite normal for challenges to arise when a company is freshly established. You ought to bear some of this burden. It's merely a used sports car. If it was purchased, so be it. It could serve well for receptions, and as for the construction work, why not acquire a second-hand Japanese vehicle? Third brother, do you believe this is solely about the car? The elder brother's construction team, sourced from who knows where, claimed they would save us materials, only to leave the site in utter disarray, forcing the supervisor to mandate we redo the work. Xiao Jinping quickly defended himself. "How can this be blamed on me? I had no idea things would turn out this way. I was deceived by that contractor." Cheng Ziyuan shot him a glare, somewhat exasperated, and continued to address Li Xiaofeng. "This is not the end of it. He went to the construction site to confront that contractor, demanding that he redo the work for the company at no charge and compensate for the materials used. In the end, the contractor turned tail and ran, and now the workers at the site are causing a ruckus, claiming that up to this point, the contractor has not paid them a single penny and are demanding that we disperse their wages. Can I be blamed for this? I had no idea things would turn out this way. I was also deceived by that contractor." Cheng Ziyuan exclaimed with indignation, "If it's not your fault, then whose is it? Should I take the blame?" You are primarily responsible for the company's operations, and now that such a significant issue has arisen, if you do not take responsibility, who will? Xiao Jinping, with a defiant expression, retorted, "Why should I be so unfortunate? You sleep soundly in the dormitory every day while I toil under the sun. Why should I bear the responsibility? If that is the case, I might as well sleep in the dormitory too. My shares are at a discount, while yours are at a premium. We agreed beforehand that I would not participate in the operations. Otherwise, why should I suffer such a loss? What difference does it make? The contract we signed is a shareholding agreement, which clearly states that we share both gains and losses. Why should I bear the burden alone? Our contract does not stipulate this. If the general manager's performance does not affect the company's profits and losses, then what is the point in having a general manager? Why should I contribute additional funds? One could easily hire someone off the street to be the general manager for a mere 1 or 2,000 a month. Isn't that preferable? The leader should bear the responsibility. Responsibility, my foot. You want me to be the scapegoat? The majority of the business has been brought in by myself and the second in command. Those who bring in business should receive commissions, just as the third in command did initially. That is the fair arrangement. Right, third? Li Xiaofeng was thoroughly engrossed in their quarrel, but upon hearing Cheng Ziyuan mention him, he quickly waved his hands and shook his head with a smile, saying, "Your matters have nothing to do with me. Do not involve me. When I offered you commissions, you both unanimously declared it unreasonable. Now you say it is reasonable. You've truly left me confused. I genuinely cannot comprehend it." Xiao Jinping cast a cold glare at Cheng Ziyuan, gritting his teeth as he said, "Old Shi, do not be ungrateful. My family is either in real estate or construction. Yours is in nightlife. We secured this construction site through our connections. You are merely a freeloading partner. We considered you worthy of partnership. Do not fail to recognize the opportunity." What do you mean, Xiao Jinping? Do you forget that when you claimed to lack funds for the construction site and sought my investment, you begged me to join? Fine, if that is how you feel. Then I will withdraw. I will exit the partnership. I will not demand more from you. Just return my principal investment of 500,000. Beside them, El Zhendong hastily attempted to mediate. Old Shi, refrain from uttering such bitter words. Our company has merely commenced operations and is currently facing temporary challenges. Let us all strive together. We will surely weather this storm. The issue at hand is not merely about difficulties, interjected the second man, but rather the operational and managerial mechanisms of our company, which were inadequately established when we founded it. For the company to achieve long-term growth, it is imperative that we enhance our various systems. Otherwise, as our scale expands, so too will the complications we encounter. Xiao Jinping scoffed disdainfully. What nonsense about improving systems. You think I'm going to shoulder the burden when problems arise, while distributing more profits to you? Dream on. Fine, since you wish to withdraw your shares, I shall comply. Withdraw if you must, but the company currently lacks funds. We will reimburse you once we are financially stable. Do not overstep your bounds, Xiao. I, Cheng Ziyuan, am not easily intimidated. El Zhendong once again stepped in to mediate. Old Shi, please do not be angry. Even though you have not been involved in the company's operations, the reality is evident. It is not that the boss refuses to pay you. Rather, all the funds have already been invested. The costs of redoing work on the site and paying workers require substantial sums, which we cannot procure at this moment. Rest assured, once the company navigates through this period, you will not be overlooked. Cheng Ziyuan snorted coldly and fell silent. Xiao Jinping also scoffed and disregarded Cheng Ziyuan further. Chapter 77. It is not that Jiang Shuiying cannot afford it, but that Feng Huiya is the more cost-effective choice. As the days passed swiftly, the second-year winter vacation soon arrived, and the year 2001 was on the horizon. Before the break, Li Xiaofeng inquired of Jiang Shuiying, should I visit your home during the new year to pay my respects? Jiang Shuiying hesitated for a considerable time, lowering her head and softly replying, perhaps it is best if you do not come. My relatives are unfamiliar with you, and you with them, which might lead to awkwardness. Li Xiaofeng smiled and nodded. Very well, but Shuiying, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely worry that your relatives might pressure you into finding a boyfriend or even into marriage, causing you embarrassment. Should you require assistance, I can accompany you. Jiang Shuiying chuckled and shook her head. That won't be necessary. I am still young and have yet to graduate from university. I can enjoy a few more years of carefree fun. However, if I find some free time, I would love to invite you out for shopping. Just give me a call in advance. I may not always be available for spontaneous outings. If you call last minute, I may not be free. Jiang Shuiying widened her eyes, curiously asking, "Do you have plans that will keep you busy this winter vacation? Have you forgotten? I am currently unemployed and must find a way to support myself. Since I am no longer in the paint business, I need to seek other ventures." "Didn't you earn a fair amount from the paint business?" "It was not as much as you think. Besides, one cannot merely live off past earnings." Jiang Shuiying expressed some regret, saying, "Xiaofeng, it's not that I don't want to help you. Others might be more amenable, but with Peng involved, my family's business will certainly be managed by him. Even if I were to intervene, it would be futile." Li Xiaofeng smiled as he planted a kiss on her cheek, saying, "You owe me nothing, so why apologize? Moreover, there are countless businesses in this world, and as long as they are executed well, they can yield profits. There is no need to hang oneself on a single tree, wouldn't you agree? Oh, by the way, aren't you engaged in the real estate business? How is that going?" "Not particularly impressive, is it? The housing prices have hardly risen. It's a state of limbo, and I keep pouring money into it. If it becomes unbearable, perhaps you should sell the properties you hold. If real estate truly guaranteed profit, my family would have ventured into it long ago. They would find it much easier than you do." "I understand. Well, when it comes to matters of men, it's best for women to remain silent. You should hurry home and joyfully enjoy your winter break. Look, isn't that your brother Jiang Xingye? Your family has come to pick you up. Let me take you over." "Very well." After the Jiang family's car departed, Li Xiaofeng drove his BMW to pick up Feng from the film school. One ought to treat oneself well. Given that the relationship with Jiang Shuiying is destined to end after graduation, there is no need for excessive entanglement. Enjoy the pleasures of life. Eat, drink, and have fun. It's not that Jiang Shuiying cannot afford it. It's simply that Feng is a more worthwhile choice. If she doesn't value you, why should you be melancholic? Mutual benefit is quite satisfactory. As Li Xiaofeng's car approached Feng Hui's school and arrived at her dormitory building, she was already waiting downstairs, her luggage neatly packed. However, beside her stood a boy with braided hair, of average appearance and wearing glasses, exuding a somewhat bohemian artist vibe. "Huia, you know my father is a renowned director in our city. If you agree to be with me, I can surely help you rise to fame in the future. I am studying directing while you are studying acting. Once we graduate, we would make a perfect pair, stepping into the entertainment industry together. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" "I don't need that. I already have a boyfriend. Look, he has come to pick me up," Feng replied, pulling her suitcase toward the trunk. The artistic boy rushed up to his sister with her luggage, complaining, "Huia, just look at your boyfriend. He didn't even bother to get out and help you. It's just a small suitcase. There's no need for your overzealous assistance. Now, please don't follow me. I don't want my boyfriend to misunderstand." Feng shouted back, displeased, as she opened the door to the passenger seat. Li Xiaofeng smiled at her from the car, asking, "Is that one of your admirers?" "Just an annoying fly, really. He styles his hair into a braid every day, acting broodingly, luring several girls in our class into his web. Didn't he claim that his father is a prominent director? While it is true his father is a well-known director in our city, that's his father, not him. His father can barely manage his own connections, so how could he possibly concern himself with his trivial matters? He is merely leveraging his father's reputation to flaunt himself, deceiving others and engaging with women without spending a dime, while his grasp on his own field of study is utterly chaotic. He is destined to become a prodigal son. What is he studying, you ask? He is pursuing a degree in directing." Li Xiaofeng smiled and nodded, choosing silence as he started the car and drove away. On the journey back, Feng occasionally glanced at Li Xiaofeng, her expression betraying a desire to speak, yet holding back. "If you have something to say, please feel free to express it openly. There is no need for us to dance around the issue," she urged. "I wanted to mention that I'll be spending this winter break at your place. I hope that won't be a bother. What if she barges in one day?" Feng hesitated, leaving her thoughts unvoiced. Li Xiaofeng chuckled nonchalantly. "I've already informed her that I'm quite busy this winter break. If she wishes to visit, she must call ahead. Should she unexpectedly arrive, it wouldn't be a problem. We could all spend time together. I truly have no qualms about it." Feng stifled a giggle. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Is she truly that accommodating? Didn't you mention she's the belle of your school? With a family in real estate?" Li Xiaofeng shrugged with indifference. "She's merely a temporary girlfriend, someone I dated only to satisfy mutual needs. If necessary, we could always part ways ahead of time. Besides, I have you by my side. You're obedient, sweet, and far more considerate than she ever was. I certainly don't need her." Suddenly, Feng Huiya appeared to recall something and rummaged through her bag, producing a card which she handed to Li Xiaofeng. Here's your membership card. I've gone with Miao Pei a few times, and with some classmates as well. It has cost about 5,000 yuan in total. Here you go. Li Xiaofeng smiled. Keep it for now. As long as you don't squander it and use it for socializing with classmates, I have no objections. I won't need it for the time being. When the need arises, I'll have you treat, allowing others to envy the fact that I, Li Xiaofeng, lead such a delightful life of leisure. Feng Huiya chuckled, her eyes sparkling. All right then. I'll make sure to tell people that I'm the one supporting you. Chapter 78. The classmates' dinner party during winter break. The university students' holiday is the most delightful of their academic years, an extended period devoid of excessive assignments. His current primary endeavor revolves around real estate investments, serving as a landlord, a far cry from the frantic days spent on construction sites last year. Thus, during the holiday, aside from reading, he enjoys cuddling with Feng Huiya while watching television dramas, occasionally indulging in online gaming, leading a life of sheer contentment. What does it mean to enjoy life? Enjoying life entails possessing both wealth and leisure. Exhausting oneself to the point of servitude, regardless of the income earned, renders one a slave to money. On this particular day, while nestled with Feng Huiya watching television, he suddenly received a call from Cheng Ziyuan. Hey, are you free today? If you have some spare time, why not join us for a gathering? What gathering? I hardly know your friends. It seems pointless. Perhaps I should pass, he replied. It matters not, whether as classmates or merely friends. We are all young individuals, unencumbered by the presence of elders. Furthermore, our school's previous year's belle, Lu Qianqian, shall also be in attendance. The allure of popularity is lost on me. What significance does it hold? Old third, do me a favor, would you? My invitation for you to join is primarily to bolster my standing. Do not deceive me. Does the esteemed young master Cheng truly require a mere insignificant figure such as myself to lend him support? Ah, your words are amusing. Li Xiaofeng, you are the entrepreneurial prodigy who purchased a BMW during your freshman year, a fierce warrior who single-handedly confronted local ruffians, and the one who captured the heart of the campus beauty, Jang. How could you be but a trivial character, if you are indeed a minor player? What does that make the rest of us? I must confess, standing beside you elevates my own stature. It is an honor. Upon hearing Cheng Ziyuan's flattery, Li Xiaofeng chuckled. Indeed, your praise makes me feel rather distinguished. Naturally. Otherwise, why would I invite you to my gathering? Very well, suggest a time and place. However, allow me to clarify that I come merely to enjoy a meal and lend my support, not to bear the burden of the expenses. Old third, you are quite the character. With your burgeoning fortune, you still cling tightly to your purse strings. Fear not, I shall cover the bill. Old West, one cannot dismiss the distinction between wealth and being taken advantage of. I am willing to spend, but the expenditure must yield value, at the very least in emotional gratification. To be a fool with my finances implies that I deem my expenditure unworthy, which would surely dampen my spirits. Why should I part with my money only to be left discontent? Ha! Old third, it is no surprise you thrive in business. Your theories are astute. Rest assured, this gathering will not leave you out of pocket or in dismay. It is merely an opportunity for camaraderie. Upon arriving at the hotel suite, Cheng Ziyuan was already there. Warmly greeting Li Xiaofeng. I hope I have not interrupted anything with Jiang, our campus beauty? Jiang Shuiying is occupied with family visits and is not in my company. You are quite bold, unafraid that the boss might swoop in. If he wishes to take it, let him. I have already enjoyed the ride. My engine is sputtering, and my exhaust puffs smoke daily. If the boss has a penchant for second-hand cars, let him have it. Cheng Ziyuan, both vexed and envious, pointed at him, exclaiming, Old third, I once believed the boss to be the most audacious, yet it seems you surpass him. Jiang Shuiying is the goddess of our class. I dare not make a move out of respect for the boss, yet you not only confront him directly, but manage to win over the goddess. Li Xiaofeng replied with a grin, Life is but a fleeting few decades. What is it all for? Should one merely bow and scrape and live in submission? Life is about having a spirit. Given the opportunity to capture the goddess of ginger, why would I let it slip away? Moreover, you are well aware of who Chao Jinping is. Is there any reason to be courteous towards him? Indeed. Cheng Ziyuan smiled faintly. Just then, Sun Wenxuan and Lu Qianqian entered the room. Upon seeing Li Xiaofeng also present, Lu Qianqian appeared momentarily taken aback, before smiling and asking, What brings you here? Li Xiaofeng replied with a grin, Well, I couldn't find a meal, so I came to scrounge some food from our third brother. TSK, always with the banter. Your girlfriend is wealthy. Why not feast on her fortune? Lu Qianqian teased playfully as she took a seat beside him. Sun Wenxuan, with an air of nonchalance, settled down next to Lu Qianqian. Cheng Ziyuan, smiling, made an obligatory introduction. You may know him. This is our dorm's third brother, Li Xiaofeng. The first in our school to drive a luxury car, the reticent BMW man. Li Xiaofeng quickly pointed at Cheng Ziyuan and, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked to Lu Qianqian and Sun Wenxuan, he is the true reticent one. Don't be fooled by his unassuming nature. His household's women could easily form an independent regiment. Cheng Ziyuan, unfazed and with no intention of disputing, continued to introduce. And here is the illustrious Lu, a goddess in our school, whom our dorm's Captain Chao has been pursuing in vain. Lu Qianqian chuckled. Actually, I am not so hard to pursue. It depends on the person. If it's a boy I like, it should be rather easy. Sun Wenxuan, grinning, leaned in and asked, Qianqian, how about me? Am I easy to pursue? Lu Qianqian shot him a glare and retorted, how would I know if you are easy to pursue? I'm not interested in chasing you. Go find a girl who wants to pursue you and ask her. Sun Wenxuan hastily clarified, what I meant was, if I pursue you, am I easy to chase? Lu Qianqian turned her charming face towards Li Xiaofeng, remaining silent and unresponsive, leaving Sun Wenxuan in an awkward position. Cheng Ziyuan quickly intervened, smiling at Sun Wenxuan. Young master Sun, your question lacks finesse. The setting is entirely inappropriate. Girls are inherently shy. How could you expect Lu, the illustrious goddess, to respond in front of us, two gentlemen? Would you have her confess her feelings to you? Sun Wenxuan seemed to realize his blunder and promptly apologized to Lu Qianqian. Qianqian, I didn't mean it that way. Cheng Ziyuan continued, chuckling. Our third brother here is no ordinary fellow. Sun is a top student from Hu University, and his father is the director of Hu High Television, a true titan in the film industry. Chapter 79, The Classmate Banquet During Winter Break, Part 2, Sun Wenxuan, smiling and waving his hand, humbly stated, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person. Li Xiaofeng, extending his hand with a grin, politely greeted him. Pleasure to meet you. Sun Wenxuan quickly reciprocated with a handshake, also expressing, pleasure to meet you. At that moment, another individual entered from outside. Li Xiaofeng squinted, finding the newcomer somewhat familiar. Isn't this the bespectacled art guy who pursued Feng Huiya before the break? At that moment, Li Xiaofeng remained seated in the car, while the bespectacled artist was entirely captivated by Feng Huiya, completely oblivious to Li Xiaofeng's presence and thus failing to recognize him. Cheng Ziyuan promptly stood up to introduce. Allow me to present this distinguished individual, Feng Dehai, a stellar student from the Shanghai High Film and Art School, hailing from the directing department. His father is the renowned director Feng within our film circle. He then proceeded to introduce Feng Dehai individually to the others. You are acquainted with Sun Xiao. This is Lu Qianqian, our school's goddess. And this is our dormitory's third roommate, an entrepreneurial titan who, in his first year, earned enough to buy a BMW. A local ruffian once attempted to trouble him, only to find himself hospitalized after a confrontation with this true paragon of masculinity. Feng Dehai quickly nodded in acknowledgement to Li Xiaofeng, exclaiming, a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Li Xiaofeng reciprocated the gesture with a polite nod. The pleasure is mine. Let us look out for one another. Curiously, Lu Qianqian leaned in and whispered, I've heard about your exploits. Is it true? Did you really take down that local thug? Li Xiaofeng chuckled. There is indeed some truth to it. But it was more a matter of chance than intent. I had a stick and a can of pepper spray. Seizing the moment, I incapacitated their vision and then struck with the stick. Those ruffians, unarmed, were no match for me. Pepper spray? A man like you fears a wolf in sheep's clothing? Lu Qianqian giggled, covering her mouth. One must always be prepared. Even a dashing and handsome gentleman like myself may encounter a few predatory women. He replied with a playful smirk. How vain? She retorted. Nay, it is confidence. Haven't you heard? A self-assured man is the most charming. And with my blend of confidence and good looks, it is charm upon charm, he proclaimed. Lu Qianqian interjected with a grin. Cricket. Li Xiaofeng, unfazed by her teasing, laughed. Incorrect. I am indeed a paragon of charm, embodying beauty and wisdom, a hero and a knight, all in one. In my view, you are merely a cricket. Perhaps I misjudged. You might actually be a squashed cockroach. Lu Qianqian giggled once more. Your words betray jealousy. a pure envy of my dashing persona. At this juncture, Cheng Ziyuan chuckled. Now, third, do keep in mind that you already have a girlfriend. Do not go around flirting indiscriminately. Our Lu goddess is the object of Sun Xiao's affections. Are you really intending to encroach upon his territory at your very first gathering? Li Xiaofeng laughed. Nay, my friend. You are mistaken. It is precisely because I have a girlfriend and I am thus committed that engaging in conversation with Lu goddess is entirely innocent. Were I single and approached her with undue advances, that would indeed be a breach of decorum, right, Sun Xiao? Sun Wenxuan offered a perfunctory smile and politely remarked, We are all gathered here merely to converse. There is nothing amiss. Lu Qianqian cast a scornful glance at Cheng Ziyuan and retorted, Cheng, you young master. What on earth are you saying? I am still single and can converse with whomever I please. I can act as I wish. And no one has the authority to dictate my choices. Why do you boys seem to think I belong to one man or another? Who are you to privately decide my future? It's truly amusing. At that moment, the dishes began to arrive at the table, arranged by the attentive server. Faced with Lu Qianqian's displeasure, Cheng Ziyuan swiftly raised a glass of wine, pleading for her forgiveness. Fair Lu, I concede my fault. I shall drink this cup in penance. Please, do not be angry. With that, he lifted a glass of beer and downed it in one go. Lu Qianqian rolled her eyes but softened slightly, saying, That is more like it. Considering it's your first offense, I shall pardon you this time. Here's to you, but do refrain from meddling in my affairs henceforth. She then raised her own glass and drained it, eliciting cheers from the surrounding men, including Li Xiaofeng. It was evident that Lu Qianqian possessed a high emotional intelligence, maintaining her proud demeanor while also granting Cheng Ziyuan face. It was no wonder she navigated so adeptly among the boys and retained a commendable reputation. However, this might lead to complications. At a banquet, a charming girl who is poised and enjoys drinking will inevitably attract attention and become the target of others' toasts. Yet, it seemed Lu Qianqian was well aware that her actions would lead to such a predicament. Before anyone could raise their glasses, she declared, With the nonchalance of a proud peacock, let me make it clear, my tolerance for alcohol is rather limited. This drink is merely to honor you. Any further consumption will be but a sip. After this proclamation, she picked up a crispy duck foot and savored it with delight. With the goddess having spoken, and given her demeanor, none dared to counter, fearing the potential embarrassment it could bring. Seizing the moment, Li Xiaofeng added, Since I drove here, I'll substitute tea for wine. Cheng Ziyuan frowned, retorting, Xiaofeng, you sound like a coward, lacking any bravado. The principle is simple. Drink if you're not driving, and drive if you're not drinking. The other men made several attempts to persuade him, but upon seeing Li Xiaofeng's steadfastness, they ultimately relented. Fortunately, this was not the North. In the South, especially in major cities, the atmosphere surrounding drinking culture was not as pronounced. After several rounds of toasts, Sun Wenxuan suggested, Cheng, I have a proposal. We could establish an advertising production company together and embark on our entrepreneurial journey. Fueled by the effects of alcohol, he continued with enthusiasm, Look, both Qianqian and I have connections at the television station. We can draw some business from there. Qianqian specializes in advertising planning and can assume the role of company head. Brother Feng, being a director, can handle the filming. If you're willing to invest, we can set up this company immediately, and it would surely be a profitable venture. Cheng Ziyuan now feels a headache upon hearing the phrase guaranteed profit. Initially, Xiao Jinping had assured him that working on construction sites was an infallible way to earn money. Yet he never anticipated encountering so many troublesome issues along the way. Chapter 80. The Class Reunion Dinner During Winter Break, Part 3. Reflecting on this, he promptly patted Li Xiaofeng on the shoulder and exclaimed, Sun Xiao, in matters of investment, you've certainly chosen the wrong person. Among us, if anyone possesses substantial wealth, it must be the third brother. To claim he has assets in the millions is no exaggeration. At last, Li Xiaofeng comprehended the true purpose of Cheng Ziyuan's invitation today. Beyond merely being a supporter, he was to serve as a shield and a fallback for the unfamiliar crowd seeking investment. After all, he had more than enough money to spare. With a grin, Li Xiaofeng responded, Old Shi, how can you say such things? Millions in assets? You truly misjudge me. Cheng Ziyuan smiled and replied, Third brother, there is no need for denial among friends. If others are unaware of your background, how could I possibly be in the dark? Li Xiaofeng, still grinning, continued, No, Old Shi, what I mean is, you've underestimated me. I don't merely have millions, My assets have already surpassed 100 million. Though his assertion might seem boastful, it was indeed true. He had amassed assets exceeding 100 million, albeit with debts nearly matching that amount. Sometimes, stating the truth in a manner that sounds like exaggeration creates a powerful illusion. When the truth eventually comes to light, one can always find ample justification for their previous silence. Today, Esme, you may look down upon. Tomorrow, Esme, you will find unattainable. Indeed, upon hearing his proclamation, the crowd dismissed it as mere bluster, shaking their heads in disbelief. Sun Wenxuan decided to seize the opportunity for some playful provocation, cheerfully addressing Li Xiaofeng, President Li. Since you're so wealthy, we won't ask for much. A mere 1 million investment would suffice. What do you say? Li Xiaofeng immediately shook his head like a rattle, exuberantly declaring, I am wealthy, not foolish. Why should my wealth obligate me to invest in you? Am I in your debt? You likely don't know this, but I am akin to a Pichio, only taking in, never letting out. If you wish to receive money from me, that is no small task. His words sent the crowd into fits of laughter, while Cheng Ziyuan, feigning annoyance, retorted, Third brother, enough of your nonsense. You've gone too far. Li Xiaofeng, with a broad smile, pointed at him and playfully chastised, Old Shi, you are quite ungrateful. Not only do you underestimate me, but you also seek to undermine my confidence. Once this meal is over, I shall sever ties with you. Beside them, Lu Qianqian, giggling, inquired, why wait until after the meal to cut ties with him? Li Xiaofeng feigned a whisper, loud enough for all to hear. Isn't that obvious? A splendid feast is laid before us. I must indulge heartily to honor my appetite. Lu Qianqian, already amused, burst into laughter at his words, her mirth causing her to tremble with delight. After a brief moment of laughter, Sun Wenxuan, with a hint of annoyance, addressed Cheng Ziyuan, Young Master Cheng, if you have no intention of investing, it's best to say so outright. You are well aware of the connections I possess. Do you think I am merely trying to deceive you? Cheng Ziyuan, his expression full of regret, replied, Son, I am indeed interested in your project, but I must ask for a moment to deliberate. After all, you are not in a rush, are you? You may have heard that I, along with a few roommates, have started a coding company, but we are currently facing some challenges and not seeing significant returns. My family, seeing my investments yielding little, is reluctant to provide additional funding. It's a rule they have established. Sun Wenxuan replied in a measured tone. It's not entirely accurate to say there is no urgency. I intend to launch this project before heading to university, but preparing for it requires time. I need to keep an eye on the dynamics and relationships within the television industry, make introductions, establish the company, and recruit personnel. Each of these tasks demands ample time. Cheng Ziyuan turned to Li Xiaofeng and inquired, Old 3, are you not considering investing a share? Once the dividends come through from the boss, we could all invest together, each contributing 500,000. What do you say? Li Xiaofeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, Old Shi, to be frank, I am barely keeping afloat myself. Just in the latter half of last year, I poured in 2 to 3 million, and it seems I will need to inject nearly 2 million more this first half of the year. Cheng Ziyuan, puzzled, asked, Really? What business are you involved in that incurs such losses? You should cut your losses and stop. Li Xiaofeng chuckled, It's a trade secret, and I cannot divulge the details just yet. However, I assure you, I currently have no surplus funds to engage in any additional ventures. Nearby, Lu Qianqian expressed her surprise. Xiaofeng, I thought Cheng was joking with us. I had no idea you had such substantial funds. Li Xiaofeng humbly replied, In business, there are always gains and losses. Money earned yesterday could easily be lost tomorrow. It's unpredictable. Meanwhile, Feng Dehai, who had been relatively quiet, smiled obsequiously and raised his glass towards Li Xiaofeng, saying, Mr. Li, allow me to toast to you. As you know, my father is a director with a commendable reputation in the film industry. Should you ever be interested, you might consider investing in my father's productions. Perhaps we could collaborate in the future. Li Xiaofeng graciously lifted his glass in return. Of course, if the opportunity arises, we can certainly work together. Let us drop the formalities. We are all brothers here. Just call me Xiaofeng. Sun Wenxuan, feeling somewhat discontented, turned to Li Xiaofeng and asked, Xiaofeng, with your capabilities, can you not temporarily contribute 50,000 to our cause? With that amount, we could initiate our project, and the remaining 50,000 could be added later by young Master Cheng. Li Xiaofeng shook his head, smiling as he declined. It is most unwise to be caught between the bowl and the pot. desiring to do everything yet accomplishing nothing. Even if your venture is exceedingly profitable, it is imperative that I first attend to my own responsibilities. Would you not agree? Lu Qianqian chuckled and remarked, Xiaofeng, are you not with Zhang Shuiying? She is quite affluent. Why not find a way to borrow some money from her? Li Xiaofeng shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, do you truly believe I am dependent on the generosity of others? I have heard it said that you have profited significantly from Zhang Shuiying. You must have heard that from Chao Jinping, who is certainly not one to speak well of me. I have earned my share from him, as well as from Lao Shi and Lao Air. Those were merely business partnerships. Furthermore, the earnings in question occurred before my relationship with Shuiying. Subsequently, that venture was solely managed by Chao Lao, and I withdrew from it. Chapter 81. An unexpected encounter with Zhang Shuiying. Lu Qianqian continued to tease. Isn't that just living off someone else's success? It sounds to me like you profited from her and, feeling guilty, were compelled to become her boyfriend. Her words elicited laughter from the group, and Li Xiaofeng, slightly exasperated yet resigned, said, Lu Qianqian, why must you insist on branding me as a man living off others? What is your intent? With a defiant demeanor, Lu Qianqian replied, you are indeed that kind of man. Li Xiaofeng chuckled in resignation, very well. If that is how you wish to label me, so be it. As long as everyone is content, I am indifferent to the title. After they had indulged in food and drink, Sun Wenxuan intended to escort Lu Qianqian home. However, she declared, today is a rare opportunity. I wish to take a ride in President Li's BMW. President Li, do you grant me this favor? Li Xiaofeng had no reason to refuse, and, in a gentlemanly manner, opened the door for her, causing Sun Wenxuan's expression to darken slightly. I care not for your displeasure. You are merely an acquaintance of mine, with whom I have no vested interest. Princess, please step inside. Lu Qianqian beamed at him and cheerfully entered the vehicle. Li Xiaofeng waved goodbye to the group at the hotel entrance, started the engine, and drove away. Lady Lu, do you have a specific destination in mind? Lu Qianqian tossed her hair and smiled. What do you mean by lady? It sounds so distant. Just call me Qianqian. By the way, I do not yet have your contact information. Li Xiaofeng cheerfully provided his phone number. Lu Qianqian promptly dialed it and said with a smile, this is my number. Do remember to save it. Of course. After driving around the city for a while, Lu Qianqian suggested, circling around aimlessly is rather dull. There is a park ahead. Shall we sit there for a while? Absolutely. Li Xiaofeng had no reason to decline. He retrieved 2 cushions from the car, and they found a stone bench in the park to sit upon. Qianqian, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? Lu Qianqian chuckled, casually remarking, as you know, I am majoring in advertising planning and have been immersed in this field for quite some time, especially since my family possesses resources in this area. Therefore, even before entering university, my ambition was already clear, to embark on an entrepreneurial journey and establish my own advertising company. How admirable, he replied with a smile. It is indeed rare to encounter a woman as rational and resolute as you. You possess the potential of a true businesswoman. I understand that the most daunting aspect of entrepreneurship lies in the initial stages. However, we have resources here that can secure contracts right from the start. Thus, as long as we are willing to exert ourselves, our company is bound to flourish gradually. Li Xiaofeng smiled as well, saying, what I mentioned during the banquet was no mere flattery. At present, I genuinely cannot mobilize the necessary funds. Additionally, I am not particularly keen on partnering with a multitude of individuals in business endeavors. It is crucial to recognize that partnerships can be fraught with challenges. Old Shi is a living testament to this. His business had scarcely commenced before he encountered conflicts with the higher-ups. Even if we were to consider a partnership, it is imperative to minimize the number of partners involved. The remaining partners must share common goals and interests, and their personal relationships must be exceptionally close. In essence, partnerships require utmost caution. When do you anticipate being able to invest in our venture? Lu Qianqian inquired. Li Xiaofeng chuckled again, retorting with a question of his own. Do you have any connections at the bank? Why do you ask? She replied. What else could it be for but financing? Once I secure funding, I may be able to invest in your venture, of course, with collateral. I do not intend to engage in a venture without proper backing. Lu Qianqian pondered for a moment, biting her lip. My cousin is a credit manager at the bank, specializing in loan approvals. I could introduce you to her, and you can discuss matters directly with her. Li Xiaofeng nodded, smiling. That sounds good, but the timing is not yet right. This endeavor will have to wait for several months after the new year. Do not rush. Haste makes waste. Moreover, You are only in your third year of university, with coursework to attend to, and your thesis should be prepared in advance. It would be prudent to complete your immediate responsibilities before considering entrepreneurship. Lu Qianqian nodded with a smile. All right then, let me first outline the general business operations of the advertising company. The advertising production assignments sourced from television stations are typically pre-planned, and we are solely responsible for the production, which often results in a mere gross profit margin of around 15. However, if we can secure advertising projects independently, the gross profit margin could soar to approximately 45. This would require us to liaise directly with the clients, engaging in advertising planning followed by production. Just as Li Xiaofeng was engrossed in Lu Qianqian's exposition, he noticed two individuals approaching from an oblique angle, engaged in light-hearted conversation, Jiang Shuiying and Chao Jinping. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? What are you looking at? Lu Qianqian observed Li Xiaofeng's distracted demeanor and followed his gaze. As the two figures drew nearer, they soon recognized Li Xiaofeng as well. Jiang Shuiying was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Xiaofeng seated on a stone bench in the park, her face flushing with embarrassment as she could not help but inquire, "What are you doing here?" Subsequently, she noticed Lu Qianqian sitting opposite Li Xiaofeng and pressed further, "What are you two doing together? Why are you with her?" Li Xiaofeng fixed his gaze upon Jiang Shuiying and replied in a nonchalant tone, "We are discussing a project." Nearby, Chao Jinping scoffed, "Who would believe that? Who conducts project discussions in a park, especially a man and a woman?" Li Xiaofeng shot him a cold glance and retorted, "I have no obligation to earn your trust." Turning back to Jiang Shuiying, he queried, "What about you? Are you discussing a project with Chao Lada?" Chao Jinping, basking in his self-satisfaction, chimed in with a mocking laugh. "Indeed, I am certainly discussing a project with Shuiying. The Jinlan Bay paint project that you abandoned will now be my responsibility." "Oh," Li Xiaofeng responded with a stoic nod. Jiang Shuiying, feeling anxious, implored, "Xiaofeng, allow me to explain. It's not as you envision. My family asked me to take a stroll with Dapeng. There's nothing else between us." Li Xiaofeng disregarded her, turning to Lu Qianqian and suggesting, "Shall we conclude our discussion for today? I'll escort you home." Lu Qianqian nodded with a smile, "Sounds good." Jiang Shuiying cried out, "Xiaofeng, please let me explain." But Li Xiaofeng ignored her, taking Lu Qianqian's hand and departing. Chapter 82. Such matters must be faced eventually. The following morning, Li Xiaofeng was comfortably nestled in his small abode, watching television with Feng Huiya, when a sudden knock echoed from the door. Feng Huiya, feeling a bit anxious, turned to Li Xiaofeng and said, "It must be your girlfriend. What should we do? Should I hide in the bathroom? Perhaps we should just not answer the door. You could turn off your phone and pretend you're not home. Maybe she'll leave after a while," suggested Feng Huiya. Li Xiaofeng yawned and replied casually, "There's no need. We must confront this eventually. First, get dressed. And then I'll open the door." Once both were dressed, Feng Huiya tidied the bed while Li Xiaofeng approached the door. As Jiang Shuiying entered, she was about to say something when she spotted another woman inside, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she furiously pointed at Feng Huiya and demanded, "Who is she? What is she doing here?" Li Xiaofeng chuckled lightly, walking further into the room with a nonchalant demeanor. "She's my friend. You've met her before. Haven't you? She had a disagreement with her family and had nowhere to go. In the depths of winter, I couldn't let her sleep on the streets. So I offered her temporary shelter." "Offered her shelter?" Jiang Shuiying closed the door and stepped inside, incredulous as she questioned, "Li Xiaofeng, are you pulling my leg? There's only one bed. Tell me, are you two sleeping together?" Li Xiaofeng smiled faintly and shook his head. "Oh, we take turns sleeping on the floor." "Sleeping on the floor? Do you think I would believe such nonsense? I never anticipated that what Dapeng had previously said was indeed true. How dare you deceive me right before my eyes?" "Jiang Shuiying, what do you think I ought to do?" "What do you mean by what to do? What is it that you wish to accomplish?" "What I mean is, you are surrounded by loving parents, a caring brother, and a multitude of relatives who inquire about your well-being. You have your childhood sweetheart accompanying you to the park to unwind. Well, what do I possess? Am I destined to remain alone in this cold little room, watching soap operas, playing games, dining alone on New Year's Eve, and watching the Spring Festival gala by myself? Is that my fate? You could come and visit me," Jiang Shuiying said, her voice trailing off. Li Xiaofeng chuckled and continued, "Of course, these are my own circumstances. You, Jiang Shuiying, owe me nothing. Yet, must I be condemned to suffer alone? Throughout one's life, one must find ways to live a bit better, wouldn't you agree?" My relationship with Huya is simply one of mutual need, nothing more. Jiang Shuiying stood there in silence, not uttering a word. Perhaps you should return home for now. I appreciate that you still remember me, but I fear that had I not encountered you yesterday, we might not have seen each other until after the school term begins. Don't you think? Then you should not engage in such actions behind my back. What have I done? I have done nothing at all. I merely offered shelter to a neighbor with whom I grew up, much like your bond with Xiao Jinping. I simply wish to huddle together for warmth and celebrate the new year in a manner that is somewhat acceptable. Do you intend to continue this relationship with her? Certainly not. After the school term begins, Huya will have to return to her studies and reside in the dormitory. It would be quite inconvenient for her to remain here, so far from the school. Speaking of which, Li Xiaofeng chuckled and remarked, considering how close my place is to our school, sometimes I feel it would be more convenient to live in the dormitory. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so reluctant to move in, would you? Jiang Shuiying remained silent, standing there without a response. Li Xiaofeng smiled and said, Shuiying, you should head back now. I suspect that if you stay out too long, your family will start to inquire about your whereabouts. Did you perhaps tell a little white lie to sneak out this time? There's no need to worry about me. As you can see, I can take good care of myself. Xiaofeng, tears seemed to well up in Jiang Shuiying's eyes. Shuiying, don't cry during the new year. It's inauspicious. Besides, you have a whole crowd of family surrounding you, enveloping you in happiness. What is there to weep about? Now, your relationship with Chao Laoda has also begun to mend, hasn't it? Congratulations to you both. I was merely a transient figure in your life. Perhaps one who was never meant to exist. Xiaofeng, that's not the case. By the way, I still have your commission of 260,000 yuan, whenever you need it. You can come to claim it. I do not lack for money. However, I find myself in dire financial straits. Not only do I lack funds, but I am also in need of many other things. Thus, I must take it upon myself to rectify my situation. There is a saying that resonates deeply. If one does not care for oneself, heaven will bring about one's demise. The phrase may be blunt, yet the sentiment rings true. If one cannot treat oneself with kindness, how can one expect kindness from others? Would you not agree? Jiang Shuiying bit her lip and, with a quivering voice, asked, Xiaofeng, are you considering ending our relationship? Whether we part ways or remain together does not rest solely upon my shoulders. It is ultimately your decision. In the end, Jiang Shuiying stomped her foot in frustration, wiping away tears as she stormed off. Once she left, Feng Huya cautiously inquired, Xiaofeng, what shall we do now? Li Xiaofeng managed a strained smile as he replied, we shall proceed as necessary. Let us simply get through this winter break first. Throughout the winter break, Jiang Shuiying did not seek him out again, but Lu Qianqian called Li Xiaofeng several times, inviting him for a chat. Most of their conversations revolved around mundane matters, such as their respective life experiences. Lu Qianqian was particularly intrigued by Li Xiaofeng's journey to success. Naturally, Li Xiaofeng could not divulge the entire truth. Instead, he selectively shared certain aspects, embellishing them into engrossing tales, which she found captivating. Through their exchanges, Li Xiaofeng discerned that Lu Qianqian's family enjoyed a slightly elevated standard of living compared to the average, yet they remained within the realm of ordinary families. Far from the lavish lifestyle of Jiang Shuiying, a true heiress. This was understandable, as Lu Qianqian's family was connected to a stable government institution, which provided good benefits but offered little in the way of wealth accumulation. In contrast, institutions like television stations allowed for interaction with affluent individuals, exposing Lu Qianqian to the opulent lifestyles of the upper echelons, thereby intensifying her yearning for wealth. Nevertheless, as an educated young woman with a solid upbringing, she held disdain for the notion of sacrificing her dignity for financial gain. This explains why, despite the numerous suitors surrounding her, including several wealthy heirs like Xiao Jinping, she found herself drawn to Li Xiaofeng, who had risen from humble beginnings. As the school year approached, Li Xiaofeng purchased a one-bedroom apartment near Feng Hui's school, allowing her to stay there while also facilitating his visits. This arrangement was also a means to minimize the potential awkwardness of being discovered. Upon the commencement of the semester, Jiang Shuiying did not seek him out immediately, nor did Li Xiaofeng take the initiative to contact her. It was as if they had tacitly accepted their separation. If parting is to be, then so be it. After all, if they do not part now, they would inevitably do so upon graduation. During lunchtime at the cafeteria, where Li Xiaofeng had previously dined with Jiang Shuiying, he now found himself frequently accompanied by Lu Qianqian. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian's admirers, who had once surrounded her, had largely dispersed, for they were now in their third year of university, with many preparing to enter the workforce or seeking internships. It was time to contemplate their futures and destinies. Only those endowed with sufficient rationality can pierce through the clamor and vanity to discern the essence of life. Old 3, have you been wooing the beautiful Lu again recently? Inquired Lu Zhendong, curiosity evident in his tone. Li Xiaofeng smiled and shook his head, responding, no. During the winter break, Old Shi took me to a dinner party where Lu Qianqian and son Wenshuan presented us with a project, seeking our investment. Ultimately, Old Shi cleverly evaded the situation, leaving me to face Lu, who persistently pursued me to introduce her project. Are you interested? If so, you might consider investing. I believe our Lu Qianqian is quite reliable. Radiating the aura of a strong woman, Lu Zhendong quickly waved his hands, shaking his head vigorously. Old 3, spare me. I have no money. The little I possess has already been invested with Old Da. My only hope is to secure my degree, or else my father will surely take drastic measures. Li Xiaofeng smiled at Qiao Jinping, saying, Old Da, with your vast resources and Lu Qianqian being your dream goddess, have you contemplated making an investment? Perhaps, with your backing, Lu Qianqian might be won over, leading you to a life devoid of regrets. Qiao Jinping scoffed, Old 3, stop trying to deceive me. I've worked hard over the winter break to build a rapport with Feng. If you expect me to pursue Lu Qianqian, it merely suggests you wish to exploit my vulnerability to reclaim Feng. Forget it. I won't grant you that opportunity. Feng is mine. Li Xiaofeng retorted. Is it really that serious? Old Qiao, you are underestimating my intentions. Since the start of the semester, Feng and I have not exchanged a single word. Who would believe you? Believe it or not. At that moment, Cheng Ziyuan interjected, Old Da, in a while, the construction site from last year will be completed. Let us review the accounts and see how much profit we can distribute. Qiao Jinping grimaced, expressing his impatience. What is there to discuss? You know well that, given last year's troubles, the site barely made a profit. It's a miracle if we break even. Aren't you looking to withdraw your shares? Once the final payments come in, I'll return your investment of 500,000, and we'll be even. That way, you won't have to keep nagging me. We have undertaken several projects, 2 of which I brought in myself. Even if I take a commission, it's impossible for there to be no returns. Especially since I invested as well. I've already stated that I'll return your principal. That's more than fair. If you continue to pester me, I may have to reconsider. Qiao, managing construction is not an insurmountable challenge. Although I wasn't directly involved in the operations, I can certainly calculate the approximate costs and profits. Despite last year's setbacks and the increased costs, the profit margins on coatings are substantial. Earning 1 or 2 million is still quite feasible. I hold shares in Xiqing, and I do not wish to ask for much. A mere 1 million, inclusive of both capital and dividends, would suffice. 1 million? Dream on. Last year, we earned a considerable sum. Fine, if you don't want 50,000. Then you may as well forfeit everything. I still need to continue my construction work and must retain some capital. You seem to be doing well. Carry on with your endeavors, as I have no need to be involved in the operations. I am patient, lying back and waiting for dividends. Eager to see how you will manage. Li Xiaofeng sighed and patted Cheng Ziyuan's shoulder, saying, Old Shi, heed my advice. Partnerships in business are fraught with difficulties. Since discord has arisen, it may be best to withdraw amicably, as long as no losses are incurred. In business, there is no guarantee of profit. We must avoid reaching a point where relationships are irreparably damaged, as it benefits no one. Elder brother, you should also counsel the eldest. Let us each take a step back and resolve this issue before it escalates. The longer we delay, the deeper the conflicts become, and it is truly unnecessary. LV Zhendong, somewhat hesitant, addressed Qiao Jinping. Elder brother, the third S words hold merit. We are brothers. There is no need to let our disagreements fester. The Cheng family is respected in society. Who knows when we might require their assistance? It is not worth it over such a trifling sum. Qiao Jinping pondered for a moment, reluctantly conceding. Fine, for the sake of our brotherhood, I shall personally contribute an additional 100,000, bringing the total to 600,000. Is that acceptable? That will not suffice. I have already stated that I require at least 1 million. Even that would be at a loss for me. Qiao Jinping retorted with annoyance. All right, you all see this. He is the one refusing. Fine, wait for the subsequent construction projects to provide you with dividends. Li Xiaofeng sighed, left speechless. Cheng Ziyuan was still too young. When engaging in business partnerships, One must either align oneself with someone like LV Zhendong, following closely behind, or seize the initiative, possessing the ability to control and retaliate, ensuring others think twice before acting against them. Lacking both initiative and control while attempting to dictate terms is merely inviting trouble. Nonetheless, the discord between Cheng Ziyuan and Xiao Jinping proved advantageous for Li Xiaofeng, as it allowed him to cultivate an ally. Even if Cheng Ziyuan faltered, the Cheng family's influence remained substantial, and as the future heir, his potential should not be underestimated. Pride may lead to folly. Xiao Jinping's short-sightedness will surely invite retribution from Cheng Ziyuan in due time. Chapter 84. One should not let a cooked duck fly away for the sake of pretension. One day, while Li Xiaofeng was dining in the cafeteria, seated face-to-face with Lu Qianqian, Jiang Shuiying abruptly interjected and took a seat beside him. Li Xiaofeng glanced at her and smiled, saying, "Ah, you're here. You seem quite busy lately. It has been a while since I last saw you. Have you been preoccupied with courting Elder Chao? I am your girlfriend. How could I possibly be involved with someone else?" Upon witnessing the scene before her, Lu Qianqian chuckled and remarked, "In that case, I shall not intrude as the third wheel any longer, especially since I have nearly finished my meal." After speaking, she dabbed her mouth with a napkin, waved cheerfully at Li Xiaofeng, and gracefully departed. "Are you still my girlfriend? Surely not. Is it that Chief Chao is too preoccupied with work to care for you adequately? Or perhaps he cannot satisfy your needs?" Li Xiaofeng said with a playful smirk, "Please do not cast such unflattering assumptions upon others. Do you think everyone is like you, unable to survive without a woman by their side?" He chuckled lightly, adding, "It's not that dire. It's merely that some individuals are so strikingly beautiful and possess such enviable figures that merely gazing upon them is enough to leave one salivating." Jiang Shuiying, with her frostbitten demeanor, seemed unable to maintain her composure, turning her head away as she retorted, "Spare me your banter. It has not even been a summer break. And here you are, sneaking around behind my back. Did I not ensure you were well fed before?" Her tone suggested she might be seeking reconciliation. If that is her intent, then let it be so. What reason lies behind the desire to rekindle their relationship? It is best not to inquire. Such questions may only reopen old wounds and cause a once-cooked duck to take flight. Remember, this is a matter of utmost importance. First, let us reconcile, and the reasons shall become evident in due time. There is no need to rush. If you are the type of man who seeks to delineate right from wrong and confront a woman directly, then I shall refrain from offering counsel. If you possess a sense of pride, believing yourself to be a dragon of unmatched allure that women cannot resist, then I shall also remain silent. What? A noble steed does not graze on old pastures? Have you fallen ill, ensnared within the confines of a romantic novel? The allure of returning to the past is undeniable. Consider, would you turn back if it were not enticing? Enough with the chatter, let us partake in our meal first. Do you not comprehend? I am but an ordinary person, prioritizing practicality, unwilling to allow a golden opportunity to slip away for the sake of pretense. For Li Xiaofeng, a paragon like Jiang Shuiying is certainly not someone he wishes to relinquish lightly. His previous indifference was born out of a man's need to maintain strength before a woman. Weakness would grant her the upper hand. Yet, once a woman begins to yield, one must not be overly sentimental. Seize the moment unless one truly wishes to let her go. Heeding wise counsel is akin to filling one's belly. Hearing Jiang Shuiying's slightly aggrieved complaints, Li Xiaofeng responded with a mock expression of grievance. "Where have you adequately fed me? On average, it is merely twice a week." Jiang Shuiying raised an incredulous brow in response. "Twice a week is insufficient? I have heard from experts that once a week suffices. Any more could be detrimental to one's health. Can one truly rely on the words of experts? Each individual possesses a unique constitution, differing in age, and, furthermore, the physique and allure of one's girlfriend vary significantly. How could the outcomes be the same? Are you trying to take my life? Once a week is simply untenable. I would be utterly exhausted and require at least a full day to recuperate." Li Xiaofeng, with a grin, inched closer to her. Such matters do not need to be addressed daily. Sometimes, mere embraces and affectionate gestures between a man and a woman can also offer comfort and joy. As he spoke, Li Xiaofeng leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on Jiang Shuiying's cheek. She seemed to want to shy away, yet she restrained herself, reluctant to truly pull back. Caught in a conflict of emotions, Li Xiaofeng grasped her feelings. Her invitation to intimacy indicated a willingness for physical closeness. Her hesitation, beyond the natural shyness of a young woman, stemmed from the temporal distance that had rendered them somewhat unfamiliar with one another. However, this unfamiliarity could easily be dispelled through increased interaction, especially since they already shared a foundational connection. Quickly navigating this terrain would not prove difficult. Jiang Shuiying playfully swatted at Li Xiaofeng's clothing, seemingly cautious not to hurt him, her hand barely grazing the fabric. "You're such a lecher. Always charming young women with sweet words. Come clean. How many other women are you involved with besides me?" She warned. "Remember, even if caught red-handed, never admit to anything. As long as you steadfastly deny it, there will always remain a flicker of doubt in her heart, a nagging thought of whether she has misunderstood you. But if you confess, it becomes a scar in her heart. What? You claim to be an honest man? Go away. You deserve to be single for life. Or if not, merely a fallback. No, you've wronged me. I'm only involved with you. Before you, I was still a virgin." "Huh? Do you think I believe your nonsense? A virgin, huh? You're just a man who's been handled." "Ah, Shuiying. What exactly have you been learning at home this winter break? Are you veering away from your studies to become a femme fatale? You're infuriating." Jiang Shuiying huffed, delivering a light punch to Li Xiaofeng. In response, he wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered in her ear, "Even if I were to lean toward the realm of femme fatale, I possess considerable knowledge in that area. Shall I teach you a few tricks? Can't you think of something more serious? Then let us head home and contemplate something substantial. I still have classes this afternoon. Come on. You're a university student now. Skipping a few classes is essential for a complete college experience." Upon returning to Li Xiaofeng's modest abode and engaging in a fervent exchange of deeper understanding, he finally comprehended why Jiang Shuiying sought to reconcile. She missed him. Initially intending to play coy, she found that he was not picking up on her cues, prompting her to take the initiative. Women are often reserved before experiencing forbidden pleasures. But once they do, especially with a man they desire, they invariably yearn for that taste. Only after a woman has embraced another man will she gradually forget the essence of her previous partner, embracing the present one, provided he offers an experience that surpasses that of the former. No matter how well Chao Jinping may have connected with her, he could not breach the barrier of intimacy. Once Jiang Shuiying arrived at Li Xiaofeng's side, all of his prior efforts would dissipate into nothingness. In The Legend of the Condor Heroes, the character Tong Zhonggui aptly remarks that no matter how strong the bond between two individuals may be, a woman may only offer her life to you. However, if she truly loves you, she will give herself entirely. This distinction is profound. In Chapter 85, the second son, Elgendong, contemplates withdrawing from the partnership. During a brief intermission, Jiang Shuiying's face radiates satisfaction and sweetness. Her arms, resembling those of an octopus, tightly embrace Li Xiaofeng's chest, while a slender, smooth leg rests upon his thigh. Li Xiaofeng leans down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, smiling as he says, "It's often said that a brief separation enhances the joy of reunion, and indeed, this holds true. However, now that you are with me, what will happen if Lauda finds out?" "Just ensure he remains oblivious," she replies. "My relationship with him is merely a formality to appease my family. Who knows what the future holds?" Understanding Jiang Shuiying's sentiments, Li Xiaofeng refrains from further discourse. What more could he say? After all, a prominent beauty, the daughter of a real estate magnate, has chosen to be with him. What else could he desire? With a playful grin, Li Xiaofeng assures her, "No worries. I am quite discreet. I shall certainly refrain from uttering anything inappropriate. But since we are here together, you truly are incorrigibly mischievous." She exclaims, "A woman is like a flower, her beauty nourished by a man. Since we have not been together lately, your skin seems to have lost its luster. Is that so?" She queries, surprised. "Absolutely. It appears you might be trying to deceive me. You know we've been together before. Familiarity breeds comfort. Love is the finest cosmetic for a woman." "Really? Please do not trick me. Why would I deceive you? Simply give it a few tries, and the results will speak for themselves." Upon returning to the dormitory, Elgendong, wearing a frown, confides in Li Xiaofeng, "Ah, I deeply regret my decision to partner with Lauda in business. I've been overwhelmed with work, tirelessly attending to trivial matters, and I've lost track of how many classes I've missed. At this rate, I fear I might fail this semester." Li Xiaofeng chuckles. "Isn't earning money worthwhile? What does it matter if you fail a course? You can always retake it later. The problem is, I feel engulfed in this chaos with no end in sight. If I continue like this, I won't tolerate it. Remember, I came here to study, not to engage in business. If my father finds out, he would be furious. Then perhaps you should take a page from Lao Shi's book and withdraw from the partnership. I was just considering that. At that moment, Xiao Jinping burst into the room, looking utterly exhausted. He collapsed onto the bed and, after a brief respite, sat up to boast to Li Xiaofeng, "Lao-san, are you envious of me now?" "Envious of what?" "Of you, a wealthy heir, exhausting yourself for a few petty gains?" Xiao Jinping appeared undeterred by Li Xiaofeng's comment, radiating confidence as he declared, "Lao-san, I know you are simply jealous of me. This is what success looks like, wealth and allure combined. Just look at me now." Li Xiaofeng replied with a smile, "Success, you say? It may be premature to say. But you claim to have won both wealth and beauty. Have you truly captured Jiang Shuiying's heart? Of course, if I hadn't he. How could Shuiying be with me instead of you?" Upon hearing his words, Li Xiaofeng felt a chuckle rising within him. If he had indeed won Jiang Shuiying over, there was no way she would seek him out instead of going directly to him. It was almost certain that Xiao Laoda was merely boasting. He laughed, saying, "So dining and strolling with her means you've won her over? Third brother, do you really think Shuiying is just anyone? She is a well-mannered and virtuous girl. When you were with her, I bet you didn't even hold her hand. A girl like Shuiying is precisely the type one should marry and bring home. My family always said so, and now I truly understand why." Then, with a smug expression, Xiao Jinping remarked, "What? Are you still pining for Shuiying? I was careless before and almost let you have a chance, but now that I am serious, you have no opportunity left." Li Xiaofeng smiled but refrained from retorting. There was no need to engage in a war of words with him. Quietly amassing wealth was the true path. Zhendong hesitated for a long while before finally addressing Xiao Jinping. "Boss, could you please return my investment? What is wrong? Why? Have I treated you unfairly? Why do you want to withdraw your shares?" Xiao Jinping was taken aback. With a helpless expression, Zhendong replied, "Boss, I really have no choice. If this continues, I might not even graduate. It's just a worthless diploma. Does it really matter? Making money is what counts. Boss, I am not like you. My father sent me to university primarily to uphold our family's reputation. If I fail to obtain my diploma, he would surely disown me. We won't need to seek employment like others. What use is a diploma?" Zhendong said with a grin. "My father lacks education and is often ridiculed as a nouveau riche. He is counting on me to restore our family's honor." Xiao Jinping, somewhat displeased, responded, "You know how busy the company is right now. If you leave, who will fill your position? Find someone in the market to hire. I don't trust hiring outsiders. Boss, please let me go. I truly can't manage any longer. Didn't third brother do it all alone before? I believe you can manage it too. Are you being influenced by third brother's nonsense again?" "No, truly not. It must be old Shi who said something to you." Zhendong, exasperated and helpless, replied, "Boss, I genuinely believe that if we want to start a business, it would be best to wait until we graduate. With the strength and scale of our families, there's really no need to engage in such minor projects. Although the income is considerable, it does little to benefit our family's enterprises. I honestly think it would be better to hand over the project to third brother and let him deal with it. We should inherit the family business, venture into real estate, and become pioneers of our time, rather than engaging in petty endeavors like taking on small construction sites." "Petty endeavors? Brother, how can you speak like that? The company is gradually getting back on track. As long as we both work diligently, earning several million a year is certainly within reach." "Boss, I truly wish to resign. Please return my money." Xiao Jinping, with a face full of discontent, reluctantly replied, All right. Considering our years of brotherhood, I won't make it difficult for you. It's 120,000, right? I'll return your money in a couple of days." Zhendong was taken aback and managed a forced smile. "Thank you, boss." Chapter 86. Seeking Lu Qianqian's assistance for financing. Li Xiaofeng glanced at Cheng Ziyuan, who appeared somewhat sullen. The second-in-command has been with Xiao Jinping for many years, enjoying a guaranteed return. Do you really expect to profit from him? Cheng Ziyuan seemed to grasp the situation but remained silent. From his perspective, Xiao had already agreed to let him withdraw his shares last time, even adding an extra 100,000, which he had declined. If he pursued withdrawal now, the best outcome would be receiving 500,000, which would be less than what he could have obtained previously. Li Xiaofeng refrained from speaking on his behalf this time. In business, knowing when to cut losses is an essential lesson for any entrepreneur. Experiencing it early is better than later. Moreover, his relationship with Cheng Ziyuan was not close enough to warrant such nurturing. As time passed, Li Xiaofeng's finances dwindled day by day, while housing prices began to rise slowly. However, The increase was modest, about 10% overall compared to last year. And given that he had purchased his property at a relatively low price, his net worth had appreciated by approximately 20 million. He inquired at the bank about his current asset-to-liability ratio, which placed him in a gray area of being either eligible or ineligible for a loan, with a significant chance of failing the approval process. Consequently, he sought Lu Qianqian's assistance to approach her cousin for a loan. Otherwise, he would have to start liquidating his assets to alleviate the pressure. However, in this era, it was a buyer's market. Most were waiting for demolition, making it challenging to sell properties. Furthermore, he was dealing with office buildings, which were even harder to offload. When the market was hot, the more buyers there were, the easier it became to sell. Yet, everyone was aware that an opportunity for wealth was no longer an opportunity. Once the housing market heated up, people would be lining up to bid and inflate prices. All right, I can introduce you to my cousin, but I cannot guarantee that you will secure the loan, Lu Qianqian said with a light and carefree smile. Li Xiaofeng quickly expressed his gratitude. Rest assured, once it is successful, I will certainly ensure you are rewarded. That is unnecessary. If you manage to secure financing, just remember to include us as investors. To be honest, through this period of interaction, I have developed a genuine interest in your project. However, I believe some adjustments may be necessary regarding the company structure and personnel alignment. Of course, it may be premature to discuss this now. Once I obtain the bank loan, we can have a thorough discussion. Lu Qianqian, somewhat puzzled, asked, Are we only discussing this between the two of us? Shouldn't everyone sit down together for a conversation? First discuss with you, then with others. Lu Qianqian still appeared somewhat apprehensive as she inquired. You wouldn't want to meet me at a hotel, would you? Li Xiaofeng chuckled. My dear Lu, what do you take me for? How about this? You choose the venue, and I shall cover the expenses. Does that sound agreeable? It seems I have misjudged you. It was merely a misunderstanding, making me appear as though I have never encountered a woman before. My girlfriend's figure and beauty are certainly not inferior to yours. Furthermore, I am not lacking either, standing at a respectable height of 1.78 meters. With a commendable appearance, I was indeed chosen by the school beauty based on merit. I am more than a suitable match for you. With a playful smile, Lu Qianqian teased, but Zhang Shuiying has already broken up with you, hasn't she? Now she has gone to seek her childhood sweetheart, yet you shamelessly claim her as your girlfriend? It's not me clinging to her. Rather, she is the one unable to forget me. A woman I have trained is not so easily forgotten. You truly have no shame. Even though she was accustomed to being adored by many men, a blush crept across Lu Qianqian's cheeks. Life for a man is not easy. To thrive is even more challenging. What value does dignity hold? Can it be measured in currency? I feel you are merely boasting, yet I possess no evidence. Just then, Li Xiaofeng's phone rang, revealing a call from Zhang Shuiying. Your evidence has arrived. He answered the phone. Hello now? No, I am busy. How about tonight? I have important matters to attend to, truly important. Arranging a loan. All right, I shall speak to you later. See you tonight. After hanging up, Li Xiaofeng wore a smug expression, casting her a sidelong glance. Look at your smug demeanor. Zhang Shuiying must have lost her senses to be interested in someone like you. What is wrong with me? Li Xiaofeng retorted. Lu Qianqian turned away, feigning annoyance. You are forbidden from meeting Zhang Shuiying tonight for any mischief. If you do, I shall not introduce you to my cousin. If I do not pursue Shuiying, how shall I satisfy my own needs? Oh, you men, when with women, all you think about are those sordid matters. It's utterly nauseating. But what if I end up ill from repression? Don't even start. Countless boys without girlfriends have not fallen ill. Li Xiaofeng laughed. Who said they are not sick? Those boys who once swarmed around you like flies, including our dormitory's chief Chow. Do you believe they are not troubled? The reason I did not join them in flocking around you is that my needs have been met. There is no need for me to drool over you like a hyena over a tender gazelle. Lu Qianqian brandished her chopsticks, poised to strike Li Xiaofeng. He dodged playfully, grinning as if to say, You can't catch me. Regardless, you are not permitted to see her. If I do not see her, shall I seek you instead? Li Xiaofeng scrutinized Lu Qianqian with an assessing gaze, his fingers pinching his chin as he nodded thoughtfully, remarking, Well, if we must speak candidly, it wouldn't be entirely inappropriate. After all, you are quite the esteemed beauty, Lu. Lu Qianqian's face flushed crimson, and she lightly spat in his direction, exclaiming, Humph. I knew it. You men are all up to no good. If I find out you've gone to seek out Zhang Shuiying again, you shall rue the day. All right, I won't go. That should suffice, right? Li Xiaofeng responded amiably, yet once the meal concluded, he turned on his heel to seek out Zhang Shuiying. You say I shouldn't go, and I simply must comply? I am not your lapdog, after all. Why should I heed your every command? After a meal, a stroll of 100 paces promises longevity. Post-lunch, he intended to peruse the streets with beautiful women and engage in some exercise. That, indeed, is the life befitting a man. Without Zhang Shuiying, he could easily invite Feng Huiya over. Those who understand know that romance is merely a means, while physical activity is the ultimate goal. Life thrives in motion. Chapter 87. This woman is astutely clever before long. Through Lu Qianqian's introduction, Li Xiaofeng met her cousin, Lu Shasha. Lu Shasha bore a resemblance to Lu Qianqian. Appearing to be in her late 20s, clad in professional attire, a tailored black suit paired with a white blouse, her long legs encased in black stockings. Lu Qianqian described her succinctly as a proportionate and exquisite beauty, increasingly captivating upon prolonged observation. Lu Shasha's features were striking. Her large eyes and slightly fuller lips exuded a mature and sensual charm that was even more pronounced than Lu Qianqian's, leaving a breathtaking impression at first glance. Sister, this is the junior I previously mentioned, Li Xiaofeng. Lu Shasha appraised Li Xiaofeng with a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, so it's a handsome young man. Qianqian, could this be your boyfriend?" "Absolutely not. I'm not looking for a boyfriend just yet. Besides, I wouldn't even consider him." Lu Qianqian pouted slightly, her demeanor one of pride. Li Xiaofeng chuckled. "Indeed, Qianqian is our school's aloof beauty, with countless admirers vying for her attention. They could line up all the way to the Huangpu River." Lu Shasha smiled knowingly at Lu Qianqian before turning her gaze back to Li Xiaofeng, saying, "I've reviewed the materials you provided, Xiaofeng. Although there are collateral assets, it constitutes a secondary mortgage, and your debt ratio is quite high, which complicates matters." Li Xiaofeng replied with a grin, "Sister Shasha, just because it's complicated doesn't mean it's insurmountable, wouldn't you agree?" "Young man, such matters entail risk and responsibility," she cautioned. "My collateral is real estate, which, according to your bank standards, is considered a prime asset. What risk could there possibly be?" "Indeed, it is a prime asset, but your debt ratio is alarmingly high. Should property values decline even slightly, you would swiftly transform from a wealthy individual to one in debt." Sister Shasha, with the national policies aimed at revitalizing the real estate sector and the demand from over 1 billion people, property prices are bound to continue rising. They cannot possibly fall. Otherwise, we wouldn't be witnessing zero down payments in real estate sales today, would we? Lu Shasha chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "Little handsome, you seem quite knowledgeable. No wonder you dare to be so bold. However, policies are policies, and regulations are regulations. Our bank has its own risk control standards. Sister, can't you make an exception? If you could help, just lend him a hand," Lu Qianqian pleaded, playfully shaking Lu Shasha's arm in an attempt to advocate for Li Xiaofeng. Lu Shasha extended her slender, fair index finger and gently poked Lu Qianqian's forehead, chiding her with a teasing tone. "You, of all people, claim to look down on him. Are you planning to sell me out to please your little handsome? I've never seen you treat other boys so kindly." "That's not true. Our relationship is purely professional," Lu Qianqian protested. "What are you collaborating on? Are you two planning to have a baby together?" "Sister, how can you say that? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Qianqian's face flushed crimson as she covered her cheeks with her hands, seemingly trying to cool her embarrassment. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofeng, grinning mischievously, chimed in. "Sister Shasha's suggestion is rather appealing. As long as Qianqian has no objections, I would be more than willing to cooperate." "Cooperate? Nonsense." Lu Qianqian shot him a glare, resembling someone ready to draw a knife. Yet Lu Shasha laughed heartily, remarking, "See, men are all the same. A slight provocation reveals their true nature. You intend to sell your sister out to please him, while he is merely eyeing your charms. Goodness." Li Xiaofeng, initially thinking that a woman of Lu Shasha's age would be more open in her expressions, had casually joined in the banter. Little did he know, she was setting a trap, waiting for him to fall into it and expose himself. "Sister, what are you doing? Li Xiaofeng already has a girlfriend, and she is the belle of our school." Fortunately, Lu Qianqian was already aware of Li Xiaofeng's situation, and her aim was to secure investment from him. Their relationship was strictly platonic. "Oh, he has a girlfriend, yet he still harbors ulterior motives towards you, and you are so eager to assist him? How utterly disappointing." "No, sister, you've misunderstood. He promised me that once he secures funding, he would invest in my project." Lu Qianqian appeared utterly exasperated, feeling that no amount of explanation could clarify her position. "Oh, so that's how it is. Lu Xiaxia beamed at Lu Qianqian and then glanced at Li Xiaofeng. This woman was astute. No wonder she could serve as a credit manager at the bank. With a slight detour, she had elicited Lu Qianqian's words. In the presence of her cousin, Lu Qianqian seemed like a naive fledgling. With that, Lu Xiaxia shifted her attention back to Li Xiaofeng. Little handsome, what do you intend to do with the loan from me? Li Xiaofeng raised both hands dramatically in a gesture of surrender. Sister Xiaxia, I surrender. I confess. I will be completely honest. In the face of such a woman, Li Xiaofeng felt he had no chance to play any tricks. What was more, she held absolute power in this exchange. Once the other party exposes the truth, the loan is surely doomed. It is better to be forthright from the beginning. If it works, it works. If not, so be it. Candor can sometimes be a strategic maneuver. Well, my dear young man, you should now lay everything bare. Lu Xiaxia smiled, her eyes glimmering like a cat eyeing its prey. It's quite simple. My cash flow has dwindled considerably. Currently, the rental income from my real estate barely covers the interest on the loan, let alone the principal. Thus, I was contemplating borrowing some funds to meet my monthly payments. If Sister Xiaxia cannot offer any leeway, I may have to consider selling off a portion of my real estate to alleviate my repayment burden. Lu Xiaxia chuckled. Oh, so that's how it is. How much are you planning to borrow? Li Xiaofeng hastily replied. I estimated that the net worth of this batch of real estate has appreciated by 20 million. In addition, I've already repaid over $1 million from my monthly installments. Could I possibly borrow 1,500,000? My dear young man, the bank's calculations do not operate on your assumptions. Your market valuation will certainly be discounted, and then the loan amount will be further reduced from that discounted valuation. Of course, this is presuming your loan approval goes through. If it doesn't, no amount of eloquence will change the outcome. Sister Xiaxia, do you think my approval will go through? Li Xiaofeng mimicked Lu Qianqian's demeanor, playfully appealing to Lu Xiaxia, almost leaning to nudge her arm. Regardless of the type of woman, there exists a maternal instinct, and Li Xiaofeng's antics were designed to gauge her reaction. Chapter 88. Such deep-seated resentment. This woman must have been abandoned at some point. Indeed, she was not one to be easily swayed. Lu Xiaxia raised her arm, glanced at her watch, and cheerfully said to Li Xiaofeng, let us discuss this another time. It's nearly time for me to pick up my daughter from school. Clearly, she intended to defer the conversation. Li Xiaofeng's habit was to seize every opportunity. Opportunities are earned, not awaited. If she asked him to wait, there was a 99% chance that his issue would remain unresolved. Thus, he quickly proposed, Sister Xiaxia, how about I drive you there? No need. You go about your business. I'm not busy. What does a student have to occupy himself with? Besides, driving is quite convenient. Lu Xiaxia teased, young man. Are you perhaps smitten with your elder sister and planning to cast aside Qianqian? Goodness, her words were indeed sharp. It felt as though she was flirting, yet unexpectedly. She wielded a metaphorical dagger that could catch one off guard. Fortunately, Li Xiaofeng was not easily intimidated. If you had a clever scheme, he had a countermeasure. And he was adept at maintaining a thick skin. Qianqian, haven't you missed your little niece? Wouldn't it be nice to visit her as well? Lu Qianqian readily agreed. Sure, it has indeed been a while since I last saw Wan. Lu Xiaxia shot Li Xiaofeng a glance, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately acquiesced. Upon entering Li Xiaofeng's BMW, Lu Xiaxia smiled and remarked, oh my, young man, having purchased a BMW. You must confess, how many young ladies have you charmed with this vehicle? Xiaxia, I assure you, this is merely a worn-out BMW 3, just a means of transportation. Nothing to boast about, he replied candidly. To be honest, the girls at Huhai University have high standards. If I truly intended to impress them with a car, I would certainly opt for a sports car. That would be truly dazzling. Ah, the words of the affluent are indeed different. To you, a BMW worth 300,000 is just a mode of transport. What are we poorer souls to do? Such wealth could buy an entire apartment. Ultimately, I believe that genuine love should be the foundation between two individuals. Using money to win someone else's affection is nothing short of deceit. You seem rather reminiscent of a rogue yourself. No, one must not allow oneself to be easily manipulated. Once a woman begins to wield control over a man, it inevitably breeds a condescending attitude, followed by disdain. A change in strategy is imperative. Li Xiaofeng feigned surprise, saying, oh dear, Xiaxia. I had concealed my true self so well, yet you saw right through me. Your judgment is remarkable. Lu Xiaxia chuckled lightly, retorting, do not attempt to distract me with your banter. It won't work. Li Xiaofeng felt a twinge of annoyance. This woman was relentless. Had she perhaps been hurt by a scoundrel before, leading her to retaliate against every man she encountered? Yet, he had no choice. The power lay in her hands. And as he sought her favor, he could only continue to engage her. Sha, just give me a break. There are indeed good people among rogues. Huh, good people among rogues? Do you truly believe what you just said? What if I were to reform my ways? That is impossible. Rogues must perish. Such deep-seated grievances. Surely, she must have been abandoned. Li Xiaofeng thought pitifully as he addressed Lu Shasha. Shasha, may I make a request? Let us first pick up Nanan, then return you both home, and I shall face my demise afterward. Lu Shasha chuckled again, adopting an air of magnanimity. Very well, once I retrieve my daughter. You little rascal shall promptly find a corner to perish in. Li Xiaofeng glanced back at Lu Qianqian, flashing a smile and sticking out his tongue in mock apprehension. Qianqian, your sister is quite fearsome. Lu Qianqian, however, looked displeased and remarked, Li Xiaofeng, I had not realized before, but you are quite the silver-tongued charmer. No wonder you managed to win over Jiang Shuiying. You truly are impressive. Li Xiaofeng feigned indifference, grinning as he replied, well, you must admit, I have finally found evidence that I am not a scoundrel. Jiang Shuiying's family is in real estate, wealthy and influential. My modest means would hardly catch their eye. It is only through genuine feelings that we could possibly be together. Lu Shasha scoffed, and what of feelings? Just because there are feelings does not mean one cannot be a despicable rogue. After speaking, Lu Shasha's smile gradually faded, as if she recalled some unpleasant memories. And her expression became increasingly grim. Li Xiaofeng, observing her demeanor, was almost certain that she was a resentful woman, perhaps even a single mother. He thought to himself that he would seize the opportunity to confront her, to perhaps alleviate her pin-up frustrations. Otherwise, with such a heavy burden of resentment, she might eventually transform into a witch, posing a threat to her male counterparts. He felt a sense of duty to stand up against such an exceptional woman in order to maintain social stability and harmony. At that moment, it was wise to remain silent. Further frivolity could attract unwelcome consequences. The atmosphere in the car became slightly awkward with no one speaking, but awkwardness was preferable to a complete cessation of conversation. However, continuing in silence was not a solution. Thus, Li Xiaofeng redirected the conversation towards children. Sister Shasha, how old is your daughter now? 5 years old. Oh, she'll be starting elementary school next year. It's time to prepare for a school district house. You needn't worry about that. I've already received my relocation compensation and purchased a school district property. The house will be ready for handover after the new year. Sister Shasha, you had your child quite early, didn't you? You didn't give birth while still in college, did you? Very wise of you. Seizing the moment while young to accomplish what needs to be done, leaving you free to focus on your career later. Unlike some fools who aspire to emulate foreigners by being childless, it may seem enjoyable until they reach 50, only to realize how foolish they truly are. In Japan, countless elderly quietly pass away in their homes each year, only to be discovered when their bodies begin to smell. As soon as Li Xiaofeng uttered these words, he regretted it. Having already surmised that she was a single mother, he foolishly mentioned her early motherhood, perhaps touching on a perpetual source of pain for her. Indeed, Lu Shasha's countenance grew cold, and she retorted sharply, do you think I wanted this? It's because of irresponsible men like you who walk away without a second thought. There isn't a decent man among you. Li Xiaofeng quickly fell silent again. Speaking while driving is a grave error. It distracts one's mind and leads to thoughtless remarks. Had he not been driving, he would never have spoken so recklessly. Chapter 89, Wild Child, Wild Child. You are just a wild child without a father. Upon arriving at the school gate, Lu Shasha and Lu Qianqian went to pick up their daughter while Li Xiaofeng waited in the car. I must play with the toys I like. Otherwise, I will make all the other children not play with you. You are just an unwanted wild child. I have a mother. The little girl defiantly retorted. The little boy, brimming with bravado, declared, I have a father too. If you don't behave, I'll have my parents teach you a lesson. From a distance, a little boy was bullying a little girl, exuding a sense of superiority. Although the girl attempted to resist, she was somewhat intimidated by the stronger boy. Lu Shasha, feeling a pang of sympathy, hurried a few steps to embrace her daughter and, with an unhappy expression, admonished the boy, little friend, you must not bully my daughter. The young boy, feeling a tinge of fear, took a step back. At that moment, a stout woman in her 30s, dressed ostentatiously like a wealthy matron, enveloped the boy from behind and indignantly exclaimed, what are you doing? He is still just a child. Your son has been bullying my daughter while you stood idly by for quite some time. Why did you not intervene? Children are merely playing. What is the big deal? It seems your child is not the one being bullied, is he? What do you want? Do you intend to strike my son? Go ahead. Try to lay a finger on him. The plump woman suddenly raised her voice, adopting the demeanor of a victim as she shouted aggressively at Lu Shasha. Lu Shasha, taken aback, seemed unaccustomed to such unreasonable behavior. When did I strike your son? Must you be so unreasonable? You intend to hit my son. I saw it with my own eyes. If you dare to touch him, I will not back down. The stout woman exuded an air of confrontation. Meanwhile, the small boy, hidden behind the stout woman, made faces at the little girl, as if to say, just wait and see how I will deal with you later. How can you be so unreasonable? Lu Qianqian, standing beside Lu Shasha, could not help but voice her exasperation. Everyone, come and see. These two vixens are about to attack my son. Dad, hurry over. Someone is coming to hurt you. The stout woman began to throw a tantrum, acting as if her life were at stake. At this point, Lu Shasha appeared utterly bewildered, looking as if she were at a loss. Soon after, a short, stout man in his 30s emerged from a nearby accord, a tattoo peeking out from his wrist, exuding an aura of a street tough, with fury etched on his face. He bellowed at the two women. Who? What is happening? Who dares to lay a finger on my son? I will have their life. Lu Shasha could hardly believe that. Despite her daughter being the one bullied, she found herself in a position where the blame was being unjustly cast upon her. The inherent fragility of women's natures became evident, as they no longer retained their previous assertiveness. It was clear that a woman's strength often relies on the protection of men or the societal rules established by them. Once those rules are disregarded, they often find themselves powerless. In a state of near collapse, Lu Shasha implored, "Who has struck your son? This woman is spouting nonsense. It is your son who has been bullying my daughter." Lu Qianqian chimed in. "If your child is left unchecked at such a young age, what will he become as he grows?" The short, stout man cast a menacing glance at his wife and son, retorting, "You two vile women, my son was perfectly fine. Where is the bullying of your daughter? All I see are you two wretched women ganging up on my wife and child. Had you not been women, I would have struck you already, do you understand?" Both Lu Shasha and Lu Qianqian trembled in fear, instinctively stepping back. The little girl cowered behind her mother, shivering, feeling as though the world around her was crumbling, realizing that even her mother could no longer protect her. At that moment, the kindergarten teacher finally intervened to mediate the situation, asserting that it was all a misunderstanding and that both children were well behaved. She urged the parents to refrain from arguing, as it would negatively impact the children. The short, stout man pointed disdainfully at Lu Shasha and Lu Qianqian, adopting a condescending tone as he proclaimed, "For the sake of the teacher, I shall not hold this against you today. However, if you dare to bully my son again, just wait and see how I deal with you." Satisfied to see the two women intimidated by his imposing demeanor, he took his wife and son towards their car. As they departed, the plump woman cast a haughty glance back, while the little boy stuck his tongue out at them, gleefully taunting, "Wild child, wild child. You are just a wild child without a father." Lu Shasha was on the verge of tears, but could only hold her daughter tightly, too fearful to take another step forward. However, just as the short, stout man was about to drive away with his family, Xiaofeng drove his car right in front of their Honda Accord. "Park it, turn off the engine, and pull the handbrake. Do you even know how to drive? Hurry up and get out of the way." The stout man yelled from the driver's seat, still basking in his triumph. Xiaofeng ignored him, instead smiling provocatively in response. "You must be tired of living." The stout man shouted angrily as he exited the vehicle, ready to confront Xiaofeng. Undeterred, Xiaofeng also stepped out. His cold gaze locked onto the stout man, remaining silent. He understood how to handle such individuals. Construction sites were the perfect hunting grounds for thugs and ruffians. They required no special skills, merely the right connections to secure contracts. In his previous life, Xiaofeng had dealt extensively with such people and even maintained a decent working relationship with them. These thugs would find ways to win contracts, which would then be handed over to Xiaofeng for execution, allowing him to benefit from their endeavors. Thus, he was quite familiar with their ways. Do not be misled by the cinematic portrayals of gangsters. They are not all noble and gallant. In reality, they are merely opportunists, driven by greed and self-interest. One should not assume that all thugs are reckless and impulsive. On the contrary, they are often astute observers of human behavior. Those who navigate the gray areas of society learn quickly to avoid provoking those who should not be disturbed, for the consequences can be dire. and most are too cowardly to involve the authorities. Consequently, those who thrive in such environments must first master the art of perception, knowing when to be assertive and when to cower. Chapter 90. Standing up for my childhood self. The stout man, sensing Li Xiaofeng's unyielding demeanor, shouted menacingly, "Are you blind? Move your car right now." Li Xiaofeng pointed at the little girl behind Lu Shasha and coldly replied, "You will have your son apologize to my niece immediately, or you shall not leave." The short and stout man cast a fleeting glance at the two women, noting their lack of response. He then turned his attention to Li Xiaofeng, scrutinizing him silently. Uncertain of the situation, the short man refrained from reacting immediately. Lu Qianqian, somewhat timid, stole a glance at the stout man and then at the quiet Lu Shasha, softly imploring, "Xiaofeng, let it go. Let's not stir up trouble. We should head home." Upon hearing Lu Qianqian's words, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared on the stout man's face, and he was about to interject when Li Xiaofeng abruptly slammed his hand against the car hood, bellowing, "No. Why should we accept being called wild children? The parents who neglect their duties deserve a lesson today." He had been an orphan from a young age, subjected to relentless bullying by other children. Even after being adopted, he continued to face torment at school, the label of wild child becoming an all too familiar refrain. His adoptive father, a simple and unassuming man, lacked the understanding and experience needed for parenting, allowing such matters to slip by without much thought. Years later, as he stepped into society, the mocking echoes of wild child still haunted him like a relentless nightmare. In this era, the term bullying had yet to emerge, and many adults, including parents, paid little heed to such matters. Schools were primarily concerned with academic performance, while teachers focused solely on their titles and bonuses, often turning a blind eye to emotional well-being. Even in kindergartens, the priority was merely to prevent falls and scrapes, with little regard for the children's psychological wounds. Yet, Li Xiaofeng, as the victim, felt his inner scars reawakened by that little rascal. In that moment, he was not seeking to please Lu Shasha. He was defending the version of himself from years past, the poor, helpless child who could only hide in the corner, weeping in silence. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, facing a similar situation, he knew that failing to stand up would mean living with self-reproach for the rest of his days. He had to protect the child he once was. How he longed for an older brother to step in, to advocate for him and shield him from harm. Yet, he had never received that support, even when he had cried out to his adoptive father, who merely reprimanded him. "Why do they pick on you and not others?" That despair was unfathomable to anyone who had not experienced it. Perhaps the little girl hiding behind her mother also yearned for a big brother to protect her. Upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's words, the stout man was instantly enraged, jabbing a finger at him and shouting, "Who do you think you are? No one asked for your opinion. If her mother hasn't said anything, who are you to meddle? Take a good look in the mirror and see who you are. I can teach my own son without your interference. If you don't step aside, I won't hold back." Li Xiaofeng swiftly pushed his hand away, declaring, "If you want to teach your son, then I will. If you can't raise him properly, you might as well put him back in his mother's womb to avoid causing harm. You're asking for trouble." The stout man seized Li Xiaofeng by the collar, raising his fist to strike. Li Xiaofeng swiftly turned away to evade the punch of the stout man. His left hand, already poised for action, produced a canister of pepper spray, which he unleashed in a chaotic flurry upon the assailant. The stout man hastily raised his hands in a futile attempt to shield himself, providing Li Xiaofeng with the opportunity to retaliate with a series of fierce blows, shouting, "So you want to fight, huh? Come at me. I'm not afraid of you." With his eyes tightly shut, the stout man swung wildly, attempting to fend off Li Xiaofeng's onslaught, desperately hoping to regain his sight. Seizing the moment, Li Xiaofeng leapt and delivered a powerful kick that sent the stout man sprawling onto the ground, clutching his abdomen, unable to rise. Yet, Li Xiaofeng was relentless, delivering several more kicks before once again directing the pepper spray towards the man's eyes. "You dare to strike me? I will not back down." In a frenzy, the stout woman charged in, her claws ready to scratch Li Xiaofeng's face. He deftly dodged her assault, showing no mercy as he landed a solid blow to her nose, causing her to collapse in a heap, wailing and too frightened to rise. "You think you can lay hands on me? This is mutual combat. I have no reason to show you mercy." He brandished the pepper spray once more, unleashing it upon the stout woman, who shrieked in distress. Li Xiaofeng was not yet finished. He retrieved a short stick from his vehicle. At that moment, Lu Shasha and Lu Qianqian stood by in shock, hastily intervening. "Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Don't act impulsively," they pleaded. Yes, Xiaofeng, please think twice. Get out of my way. Li Xiaofeng snapped impatiently, causing the two women to recoil, their expressions filled with astonishment. They perhaps believed he had come to their aid, to ally with them, but were taken aback as he seemed consumed by rage. Disregarding all ties. Despite his fierce demeanor, Li Xiaofeng was not foolish enough to continue his assault on the downed pair with the stick. That would only land him in trouble with the authorities. Instead, he aimed to intimidate the young boy. Observing the tearful child, he sneered and pointed the stick at him, saying, "Aren't you the tough guy? Enjoying bullying others, are you? Today, I will teach you what true consequences are." With that, he began to pound mercilessly on the windows of the stout man's Honda Accord, shattering the front and rear windshields, as well as the side windows into fragments. The effect was immediate. The boy, terrified, began to cry, retreating into a corner, paralyzed with fear. The stout woman scrambled over to embrace her child, sobbing and attempting to comfort him. Meanwhile, the stout man pleaded, Brother, let us talk this over calmly. It was my fault, my fault." Li Xiaofeng replied coldly, "I have but one demand. Your son must bow to my niece, apologize, and promise never to bully her again." The stout man and woman urged their son to apologize. But the boy, clinging to his mother, cried and refused. Li Xiaofeng, undeterred, raised the stick again and resumed his assault on the car windows. After the commotion, he seized the stick and forcibly pulled the little boy from his mother's embrace, striking the ground with it and bellowing, "Hurry, apologize." Realizing that his parents could no longer protect him, the little boy, disregarding his tears, rushed over to apologize to the little girl. Chapter 91. Reaching an accord with the short mule. Given the uproar, it was only natural that someone had already alerted the authorities. Both parties involved, including the kindergarten teacher, were escorted by the police to the station. Upon arrival, the two ruffians resumed their arrogance, particularly the plump woman, who pointed to her somewhat swollen jaw and lamented to the female officer attending her. "Look, this is what he did to me. He assaulted me without cause and even threatened my son." The female officer cast a stern gaze at Li Xiaofeng, her frustration evident as she admonished, "How can you stoop so low as to strike a woman? Do you understand the grave consequences of your actions?" Li Xiaofeng scoffed, "What serious consequences? She was the one who charged at me first, so this is merely mutual combat. How does striking a woman equate to mutual combat? Are you blind or incapable of counting? There were two of them, a couple who came to attack me. Furthermore, why does a woman's assault not count as mutual combat? Are you implying that women are not human? What about me? As an officer, you ought to strive for fairness and justice. If you continue to show bias towards one party, I shall file a complaint against you. If you refuse to act, I will escalate the matter to your superiors." The female officer, seething with anger, fell silent, perhaps drawn by the ruckus. A male officer approached. Li Xiaofeng felt a twinge of familiarity and upon closer inspection recognized Officer Lin, who had previously adjudicated his altercation with a long old Lin. "Come witness this fellow's audacity. He has no regard for us officers." "This officer," Li Xiaofeng interjected, "I now harbor serious doubts regarding your impartiality towards the opposing party. What do you mean by not respecting the police? Am I not entitled to dispute your stance and file a complaint? This individual is armed and dangerous." The female officer began, but before she could finish, Officer Lin smiled and gestured for her to pause. "Calm down. I will first inquire about the circumstances." Li Xiaofeng, "Is it? Since you have objections, please recount the events as they transpired." Thus, Li Xiaofeng recounted the general sequence of events. Officer Lin, at that moment, it was indeed mutual combat. "As for the damage to their car's window, I am willing to cover the costs." The plump woman, her face contorted with rage, retorted, "You shall not escape so easily. You injured my husband and bruised my face. I demand your incarceration." Li Xiaofeng chuckled derisively. "Oh, so you believe this police station is your family's property, and you can arbitrarily decide who to imprison? Do not forget, I have the right to administrative review and the right to file complaints. If necessary, I can even resort to litigation." Driving a dilapidated Accord, adorned in fake jewelry, and truly believing yourself to be a wealthy matron? You wish to stir trouble, do you? I am more than equipped to engage you in this battle of endurance, for I possess both the time and energy to see this through to the end. The stout man glared fiercely at Li Xiaofeng and declared, "You wait. Today I have fallen into your trap. Once we are outside, I shall show you how I deal with you." Li Xiaofeng replied, "Fine, I shall await your arrival." Officer Lin coldly interjected, "You little rascal, I know you. Who do you think you can intimidate? Come on, show me what you've got. Do you not realize that this young man single-handedly nearly incapacitated Along and his crew? Now, Along is nowhere to be seen. Do not stir up trouble here. The stout man looked at Li Xiaofeng with a hint of surprise, while the silent Lu Shasha and Lu Qianqian exchanged astonished glances. Lu Shasha was unfamiliar with Li Xiaofeng, while Lu Qianqian had heard of his exploits, but hearing it from Officer Lin imparted a different weight to the tale. Well, we cannot just bear this beating for nothing. The stout woman protested, her discontent palpable. Officer Lin regarded her with a measured glance, saying in a calm tone, "Then, please articulate your demands. He should compensate us." She insisted. "How much?" Officer Lin inquired. 50,000. Li Xiaofeng scoffed, "Dream on. If you maintain this attitude, we shall proceed to verify the injuries and follow legal channels." Observing Li Xiaofeng's demeanor, the stout man's expression softened slightly, his brow furrowing in a semblance of resignation as he said, "Brother, we are no longer strangers after this encounter. Who knows, we may cross paths again. Let us each take a step back, suggest a figure, and we can resolve this matter amicably without harboring animosity. What do you say?" Li Xiaofeng nodded thoughtfully, then replied, "Upon estimating the damages to your car windows, I believe it should be around 6,000. I will add a bit more, let us say 8,000. Everyone leaves with something." The stout man appeared visibly relieved. He was concerned that Li Xiaofeng might refuse to grant him this concession, as it was evident that Li Xiaofeng was not to be trifled with. In his experience, it was best to avoid confrontation with such individuals. However, with his wife and child observing, he could not afford to appear too submissive. This predicament compelled him to contemplate retaliating against Li Xiaofeng to salvage his dignity. Yet, he pondered the potential repercussions from Li Xiaofeng. After all, the latter drove a BMW. Who knew what connections he might possess, and mere money could not shield him from any fallout. Now, relieved of such concerns, the stout man tentatively smiled. "Brother, you seem like an open-minded person. Let us not quibble over 2,000. If you could round it up to 10,000, we can consider this matter settled. What do you think?" Li Xiaofeng smirked slightly, responding, "That paltry sum is inconsequential to me. 10,000 it is. Money does not pique my interest. My demand is simple. From this day forward, ensure that your little rascal behaves, and he must never bully my niece again. As for your wife, I shall not intervene in her behavior toward others, but she must not direct her venom at my family." The short and stout man, overwhelmed with joy, promptly exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. From this moment on, we shall be brothers, without a doubt. My son shall not only refrain from bullying your niece, but will also be tasked with her protection, ensuring she is shielded from harm. As for my wife, you need not worry. We are already brothers, and she could never raise a ruckus against her own kin. Rest assured, we are now one family." Li Xiaofeng nodded slightly, remaining silent as he retrieved several envelopes from his bag, keeping only one and returning the rest to the depths of his satchel.